24%. Dollar Tree also down in sympathy. Lots to talk about, guys, today. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Conspicuously, I feel like something, I don't know, Dollar Tree, CrowdStrike, CRM, you mentioned Apple. Sean, I think you forgot something in there.
CRM, I think maybe you
CRM.
Affirm,
Best Buy is making some moves there. There's
Dell is down another 5%. We have SMCI.
Yeah, no, it had to be Dell. It had to be Dell.
Best Buy's up 7%.
Yeah.
I actually like Best Buy.
Best Buy looks fantastic. Well, no, we're joking around. NVIDIA, obviously. NVIDIA, obviously. Down 3 points.
Nothing. I don't even really want to talk about it.
It is what it is. It's done a lot of volume in here. The only interesting thing is we're really cool. The volume's huge right now.
13 million?
13 million pre-market. That's absolutely huge for it, relatively speaking. And the reality is, it was just yesterday we had a chance to talk to Ryan Faluna, and he was mentioning the whole when a stock hangs around a range in the aftermarket for its earnings, playing the break away from that range. And I was looking around at all the stocks, and it's like everything broke well out of its range from the aftermarket, like Affirm's well gone. Like everything was just so far away. The only thing that's setting up for that trade of his is actually NVIDIA, believe it or not. So look, they missed on margins, and that's the reason that people are going to give for them to be to the downside. But there's so much that's moving. Like it's crazy. Affirm almost tagged $40. $40 was the next resistance past this 38 level, and you're already there, up 25 points. And as good as that is, Dollar General is equally bad. So that one is the dog of the day. One's 25% up, one's 25% down. That GDP number, I mean, yeah, strong economic numbers in front of an election coming up. I, for one, am surprised that the GDP is so strong. Not really, but there's a lot to look at here today. As we were mentioning, things like Best Buy that you're not normally going to watch. And you just have to pick your spots today. You know, this is right at the $100 level, up 14%. And if you look at the blue sky setup on this, I mean, it's absolutely gone. You want things breaking into new territory. This one's got an absolute blue sky setup in the good way. Dollar General's got it in the bad way. I think one, you're looking long. I mean, Dollar General, I'm just going to have to short pops in that thing because, wow. It's 2018 lows for Dollar General are within a couple of dollars. 2018. Like that's, some people are at pandemic bottoms. Those guys are taking it to another level, unfortunately.
Yeah, great job on the recap show yesterday. We had record views for sure. Over 8,500 watched. As Sharif was mentioning, there was watch parties and all that stuff, crazy. But how disappointing it was eventually, right? I mean, it's just, we had talked about pricing in 12% for options. So I would say the Super Bowl right here is the worst Super Bowl probably of all time, to be honest with you. I mean, it's not moving at all in the pre-market. I think it will move once the market opens up here, but very, very disappointing. If you're playing options today, down 4%, you lose if you're long, you lose if you're short. So that kind of sucks. And we'll just wait to see. Nice move into 115, 116. Battled back. I thought maybe during the conference call could have got going a little bit more than it did. It didn't. So I think a 124 break maybe to get going, or a 120 break to the downside. But for right now, you still have an hour before the market opens. So we'll just wait. Yeah, man, this story is not over. It will much more be an Apple story today than an NVIDIA one, I think, as far as, the next thing. NVIDIA, we're through it now. Super Bowl is over. You get the hangover, and no one's going to Disneyland.
We still like Jensen up here. We're paying homage to him up here, Sean. I've got the black jacket on, the black leather jacket. Adair's got the white leather jacket on. She's looking fab. We're paying homage to our man Jensen there. Let's talk a little bit about NVIDIA. We'll save some of the details for the rundown, but this was the fourth straight quarter, Adair, of triple-digit revenue growth. Their valuation has soared ninefold since 2022, but there was a bit of a hiccup here with gross margins.
The gross margins were the biggest issue here for NVDA. Again, not necessarily the worst number we've ever seen here, but it was slightly lower than what was basically on a quarter-over-quarter basis. They did beat on a year-over-year basis here for these margins, but they came here at 75.7%, which is down 3.2 points from what we were seeing previously. They also, though, did note there were lots of concerns, as we know, going into these reports with regards to Blackwell and Hopper. Demand saying that they still expect to ship quite a lot of Blackwell and the demand is above supply, but Hopper demand also remaining strong. So trying to assuage some of those fears with regards to demand there.
A lot of analyst commentary on this one already, guys, and more coming in. What's the look?
Yeah, everyone's going to have their updates. The next days, incoming days and weeks, you're going to get just a host of price upgrades and downgrades as everyone sort of reacts to this. This is the last of the big ones. You have a few other, I mean, there's some other names that have to report. I don't think Marvell hasn't reported, but they're a small one. I think the concern might be here, like if their margins are already starting to drop, like what does that mean for anyone trying to sink into their market share? Like I don't wonder what's going to happen to like an AMD in a day like today. If NVIDIA loses 120, I thought it was far more likely that they could drag things down with it than they were going to be able to lift everybody. So I'd have some concerns with regards to like an AMD in here today. If you end up with, like we say, if we end up with just an inside move, like this 123.5, it's like bottom of the range, you hung out there in earnings, there was some support at 120, there was some resistance at 123, after things settle down. I think unless you're breaking back out there, I'm not all that bullish, and it needs to reclaim some of those lows and then make the wicks as if they didn't happen. That's always important to me. If you can have like that V-shaped recovery where you get right back to prior support and break it out, that'll make me a little bit more bullish. But you look across the board, and AMD right back to where it was, and it's sort of ominous, I'd almost say. Like if you lose the bid on NVIDIA, you're sitting right at the lows for AMD where it was before, this 145 level, which has been, a pretty decent one, and this has been a weak stock here on AMD. So I'm kind of concerned. Yeah, I said ominous, Randy. What's wrong with ominous? I like that word, especially when you see now the magic. It's like it's expectations. I'm expecting you to pull that out of somewhere else at this point, man. Like, or you just come out with two, go with 4 or 5. But no, NVIDIA was a nothing burger, disappointment, I would say. No, Lulu reports today. Aftermarket tonight. Oh, they're down here. Yeah, they're down big, but that's a big one tonight. It's not all over just because NVIDIA reports, Randy, but thank you so much for the banana. Got to keep the energy up. That's what the coffee is for as well. There's going to be a lot of action today. We keeping them bears? For now? Sounds good. Thanks, brother.
All right, thanks, Randy. Yeah, look, we just talked about NVIDIA. So yeah, down 3%, huge nothing burger. Big money wins again. Anybody, I feel like the market makers are just going to churn shares through again. I don't know. I'm not super impressed, obviously, with that one. We had a monster winner yesterday, $9 on SMCI, which we could have made more. As it went up to 415, actually at 445. That's going to be a pretty interesting level there to look at if you want to check out a stock like, SMCI is moving more than NVIDIA, so it's like, just think about that. 447, 450. I think that kind of a break or a short, actually, we'll have to watch to see what NVIDIA does. If NVIDIA rips, I think we can get long SMCI just because I know there's issues with SMCR, possibly fudging the books and all this kind of stuff. Not going to be good. But 445, 450, definitely areas here. I would like to be short, and we'll try to be short. We'll have to watch the stock, though, into this area, 450, 460. I think that's pretty good. You got some help for you there with that move down yesterday, and then tried to get going and faded off 455. Then yesterday, boom. So let's see what happens. But SMCI, I think, is the prime for a little bit more action, a little bit more trading opportunities today than NVIDIA.
We'll talk about Apple next here, Adara, because Citi added them to their top AI stock picks for 2025. Here's the look. They're basically saying the feedback on the iOS 18 beta has been good amongst developers. They're also talking about the transition of the CFO, saying that it really won't affect or not a major concern for investors. And then there is the Department of Justice suit against Google, which is supposed to impact revenue because of that $20 billion that they pay them.
Yeah, I find it really interesting that they have this note saying that they're not concerned about the CFO impact because a day before they viewed it as, quote, a bit negative. So that I find a little bit interesting from Citigroup. But it's interesting as well, they're really stressing this AI element ahead of its Glow Time event for Apple on September 9th. That's where they're expected to debut and unveil the iPhone 16. Another thing worth noting here, it's not just one of its top AI picks. They actually named Apple its top AI pick that is above NVIDIA, above other names like Arista Network. So this is a very, very bullish sentiment here coming from Citi, guys.
All right, guys, Apple are already doing about 1 million shares. What's the look?
Get that glow. Got to push it to the limit and live it until you swim them digits. We gon' get that glow. We gon' push it from the floor to the ceiling until we making a killing. You got to get the glow, Camp Low. I know there were watch parties in New York, but our watch party in the afternoon was fantastic for NVIDIA. And Apple is the forgotten one today. Okay, it's not going to be the forgotten one today.
No, I think it's the one. Today it's the opposite.
Okay, how about this? Apple's been the forgotten one for the last, let's call it the last week and a half, maybe. Like, if you look at what's been going on here on Apple, like, it's since the 16th or the 15th? Yeah, the 15th. 223 on the bottom, 228 on the top, and absolutely almost every single day you're getting some kind of a test near the top and some kind of a test adjacent to the bottom. Today we're potentially, hey, check that. We already broke 230. Yep. Well, never mind. We did actually break 230. So we're above that 230 level. As far as I'm concerned, there was a test yesterday to try and hold above 228. Anybody can plainly see what happened when it lost $228. It broke it at the open. It supported it exactly here. When it lost it for good. Then it was resistance. So I'm looking in there for dip buys. As long as you can hold 228, you made a new range on it. 230, who knows? Maybe you go downside early. It bounces off 228 or 228.5, somewhere in that range. And then 230 as a brick wall and is actually a bit of a breakout trade. But I'd rather be going dip buy hunting. You're coiling up on this stock. And if there are any concerns with NVIDIA, if NVIDIA loses the bid and some of the chip names and the AI plays lose the bid, if that's what the price action tells you, then I would think Apple, relatively speaking, can be one that can go in a situation like that, being sometimes a bit of a staple in that Mag 7. So I'm looking for the longs in Apple today. The first dip is into that previous top that we've been watching for the last week and a half. It's been a while we've been in this range. Keep saying it's time for us to break out of it. You're getting the hints of it finally.
All right, here we go. It is going to be the number one trade for the sticky note today is going to be Apple, and it's going to be long. So it's right here. It's at 229. So we really, really like that opportunity there to go long. There it is. At 229. Upgraded and breakout past 330. 230, looking to touch all-time highs 237. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening. But I already like the stock. We're already bidding down here at 229. Just think that this is a great opportunity to get going. That bottom right there is 228.8, or that top 228.80 right here. So we'll look to see if that holds. And that's the first stop. So 229, if it comes in, great. Otherwise, it's right on here. We'll trade it off VWAP. And right now, VWAP is right where we're at. So I'm not going to get long in the pre-market, but definitely something to look at. And this is where, someone will ask, again, they'll say, well, we wrote down 229. Well, how come Sean has a $4 winner and he's long 230? And, you have to look at this trade and play it for what it's worth. You're not always going to get the levels exactly that are written on here. They're just levels to look at if they come in. You still have to actually trade and become a trader and sometimes make calls. And that's where you'll take trades too early. You'll take trades too late. But at the end of the day, you got to feel which way the stock's going and which way the market's going. And for me today, I'm actually flipping into, I'll flip one of these guys into a bull because I'm bullish today. So I feel that we are going to have a little bit of a run here. I think NVIDIA has probably bottomed out for a minute. We'll see off the open. We could crash a little bit or flush a little bit into the open. But I'm pretty bullish today. And it does start with Apple. Apple is going to be my number one trade idea on here. We also have Tesla bulls coming today. We have the NASDAQ bullish. We're pretty bullish. Let's see what winds up happening.
All right, guys, we'll talk about Dell here. Morgan Stanley chiming in on Dell, dropping the price target here. It was 142. They dropped it to 136. Look, they're still maintaining the overweight rating, but they're concerned here, Adara, about the shipment delays about the Blackwell and the possibly here reduced demand for the MI300X, which is the current one they're shipping out.
Morgan Stanley also saying here that they're hearing whispers that these shipment delays are going to impact Dell's AI server build and forecast going forward for the rest of 2024 and fiscal 2025. So that could definitely be of concern. We'll get maybe a better picture tonight after Dell's earnings after the bell. Also worth noting here with regards to Dell, we had HP reporting they're a little bit downward, though Dell having much more volume than HPQ in the pre-market. HP did miss here for earnings per share, but they beat for sales, expecting Q4 adjusted net earnings per share here of 89 to 99 cents versus estimates of 95 cents. So slightly weaker than expected forecast. They also tightened their net EPS forecast for 2024. So not a great look here for HP. We'll see how Dell does tonight.
Down in 3/4 already this morning, guys, Dell.
Okay. Yeah, almost 5 points here. But for Dell, I actually don't like the setup. But I mean, it's the report tonight. I think you almost want to wait for that. I'm not that jazzed up to trade Dell today going into it. I think what will be interesting to look at would be if it can hold 108 again. This is basically the same chart as Apple since the 15th. It just showed you the same thing where you consolidated off the top forever. Apple's breaking the top, Dell's breaking the bottom in front of their earnings. There is some sympathy to this, as you alluded to there at the desk. So I'm not going to touch this unless there's something very drastic happening underneath 108 and there's a trend that you want to join, like maybe in the back half of the session or the back half of the morning session. If it's failing under 108, clearly relatively weak. We always like to look for relative strength and weakness throughout the session to maybe jump into some things. So it's easy to say previous support was at 108. If it's just consolidating under or trending underneath that, join in at VWAP to the downside. I'd much prefer when a stock like this, if the market is going to continue the trend that it's holding atop here, if you hold this 108 on the other side, put in a little bit of a V shape, that would be a pretty strong move. And then I'd like to join that to the upside. But ideally, we're going to sit this one out until we get those earnings. I want to see what their numbers are going to tell us for sure.
Just getting some orders ready to go here. I'm gonna go long NVIDIA at some point. All right, so I think the problem with Dell getting ready to go long a firm on a 40 break as well. We'll talk about that. These are all on the sticky note. Go get that at Trader TV, Sean, of course. All right, so Dell's in more problems than we think because of SMCI, and not that they're exactly the same, but when you're in that same cohort and now there's accusations of something being wrong, maybe demand is a lot weaker than they thought, and when you're based up, when SMCI reports a bang-up quarter and Dell goes up 5, 6, 7%. On SMCI's news, then yeah, it is going to be a little bit of a problem for them. And not to say that their accounting is off or there's anything wrong with Dell. It's just the expectations that if you're basing your business on demand, supply, demand, you're the one with the supply, where's the demand? And if SMCI all of a sudden has been fudging these books a little bit, what does that mean for the outlook? Potentially, there's not as much demand that Dell thought, whether or not they're trying to take customers from SMCI or what. But I feel like Dell is in a little bit of hurt spot, and I do not want to buy this at all right now. I think actually on a daily chart, this looks, I know there's been various CMTs on here called wicked looking charts. I think this chart looks really wicked awesome to the downside. So I think this 115 or something to support that, that's already resisted it. Now we get some downside pushes. So I'm going to say 115 here on Dell. Great short if we can get that. But playing in front of earnings is unless you're playing NVIDIA in front of earnings, which absolutely did nothing. I think Dell's going to have a much bigger, imagine Dell's down 4.5% here, didn't report. NVIDIA down 3%, did report. So, I think we're going to have to continue to look here as this continues to barcode, but Dell ahead of earnings, very, very interesting. I like the puts rather than the calls. Upgrades and downgrades.
Lots of earnings names actually on both sides of the upgrades and downgrades boards. 3 of the key tech earnings from last night kicking this list off. We have NVIDIA getting an upgrade here by Needham, though they are trading lower after that gross margin slight decrease on a quarter-over-quarter basis. Then we have BMO Capital Markets upgrading both Salesforce and CrowdStrike. CRM slightly up here. CrowdStrike trading a little bit lower. Then we have Foot Locker, which reported yesterday. They're getting an upgrade here from Telsey Advisory Group. On the downgrade side, kicking things off here with Kava, an earnings name from last week. They had that run up, then some insider sales, getting a downgrade here by Morgan Stanley. Okta down more than 10% here, getting this downgrade from BofA Securities after their post-market earnings yesterday. Kohl's getting a downgrade from JP Morgan Chase, and Bath & Body Works, which also reported yesterday morning, getting this downgrade from Telsey Advisory Group. Bit of an earnings theme here for this pretty exciting upgrades and downgrades list, guys.
Thank you very much, Adair. And I want to get to Kava quickly, but just watch out if you're watching the futures and what's going on with the treasuries. TLT just got to a bit of a double bottom in here. There was obviously we just had strong GDP data. We just had relatively decent jobless reports there, and you're getting some economic numbers that are going to matter a little bit going into the end of the week. So if we do lose, like if you break this support, I mean, that could really easily rally the markets a little bit here. But Kava on that list, 120. We were looking at this one. It's been such an incredible run for Kava, no question about it. But since that pullback, all it was some insider selling that caused it to pull back off 120. Or at least that was the story that day. So that's why you were gapping down. Now 2 days in a row, you got the 120. We had other fish to fry, but that 120 level held up rather nicely on Kava as resistance. I think maybe looking right back at that. If it breaks it out, got a clean gap to the upside, and as long as it holds the top end of that range, Kava has been on an absolute run, but it's got a big reversal candle, and now you're getting a little bit of a trend in on Kava. It's probably going to settle down at some point. There always seem to be buyers for this, but right now it's in a bit of a downtrend off that 120.
I was looking at Okta. I mean, Okta right here falls in. I have to find out what exactly the report's all about. But look at this level we just fell into, this $84, $85 level. You have this bottom that just happened there on August 5th in and around $80, which is what you're coming back into. So got to figure out more about this company because you were up $15 straight to the top side there. Remember, NVIDIA was up from that day in August 5th, 45%, okay, from that move all the way back up. Right, and so you've had a lot of these names that have really got way overbought off of some of these bottoms. Okta coming back in, find out more about this business. But I mean, you have to somewhat like this stock if you like the business. So this would be one to research for sure. Okta has had huge moves upside. It has the power to go. So I feel like this. Whenever you get a downgrade like that, you want to figure out what's going on, especially off earnings, which is when they normally happen. So I'd say give this a couple days, but if it hangs in and around this 82 and you're pretty bullish about the market, then I think OKTA is a buy down here. So we'll wait to see what happens to Okta today, though, down 12.5% off earnings and downgrades. Not a great look, but I like Okta down 12.5. We'll see.
Tesla here real quick before we start the rundown. We'll talk Tesla here quick before we start the rundown. Yeah, so up 1.5%. There was this headline here. So obviously Canada introduced tariffs on Chinese-made EVs to take place October 1st. That could have included some of Tesla's cars, specifically the Model Y that's manufactured in Shanghai. Tesla did approach the Canadian government about a different tariff. Dara, what was the response?
Right now, we don't have a ton of reports here. It was basically an anonymous source citing anonymity due to, of course, the sensitivity of the situation, basically saying that apparently, it's interesting too, apparently Tesla does not actually disclose its Chinese exports to Canada, which is pretty interesting, but they wanted a similar rate to what they have in Europe. There are some considerations here for Europe for Tesla with regards to their tariffs, so we're gonna have to see how that goes. Apparently they have not spoken to Canada since Monday, since the announcement, which is worth noting. This was reported late yesterday, guys.
All right, guys, up 1.5.
Yeah, the tariff story, I mean, does Canada matter that much? No, we love our country, but we're not the exactly what? Sharif, we're not the biggest market in the world.
Wow.
Ultimately speaking. So we already know the tariff wars, the protectionism that's going on all over the place. Canada adding themselves to that list is not going to make or break anything. It's just you just got to be able to speak real. I love our country too. We're not that big. At the end of the day. In some things, certainly fantastic. But Tesla just bounced the 200-period SMA. So good companies that hold that level are usually good. The last time it did this, so, I mean, technically it was breaking back above it, but the last time we were here at this price, it was resistance at 03. It was a test above, a pullback underneath that held the line, and then The day after it held the line, you had the biggest candle that it's seen, I don't know, since somewhere over in July. So all it has to do here is, I mean, there's two ways you can play this. If we go down, you've got your 200 SMA down there at 202.5, 203, somewhere in that area. If you break out, you have not yesterday's high, but like this high in here. Clean 210, that 210, 210.5 level that everyone's been focused on. So either you're going long off this, but if you can't break out the top, you got to wait for it to pull back into the bottom. And if we do break out that top, 11's got a lot of room to rally here on Tesla. I love that 200 SMA in a general sense on names like this. When it holds that level, I like to look for longs. When it loses that level, I like to look for shorts in a simple vein. And that's usually for the big cap names. I don't care as much about the 200 SMA on smaller stocks.
All right, here we go. Tesla will be on the sticky note again today, so we'll watch out for that one as we'll hit that. All right, so there it is, Tesla right there, 206 support. We want to go long, 210 long break. So tariff talk, but it doesn't really matter. I feel like 200 is something. You're not going to go long 206 and hold the 200. I just wonder if it's just gotten hit too much over the last little while. Not too much story has changed. If we're going to be bullish the market, which we are, you got to feel one way. I'm gonna try this long. So if this dips back in, there it is. This is on the daily chart. We have about the 200 period is at 203, which is what we've bounced off of. So I like that bouncing back off. I think there's an opportunity there. 206 is the 200. I mean, it's getting higher and higher. Again, when we wrote this, it was down here, but 206 was the 200 period moving average and a spot yesterday afternoon that we stopped in and around. I like those levels. It's the 50 period on the 20-minute chart. That's 207. We're already above it. I like Tesla right there. I also think that you have an opportunity, and we'll see what winds up happening, but what about a break right here of this high? 210.50 right there. So I think this is another opportunity to make some cash on Tesla. And you guys know if you're looking to do that, then some of these ideas hopefully will pay off. Sticky note's been super, super hot. I like Tesla here today. Only 1 million shares in the pre-market, but it's doing pretty good. I like the stock up here, Randy. I think it's been beat up a little bit. We'll see if it can get back to the upside. I mean, Tesla's just one of those sort of, ganged up on stocks. Like when it wants to rip, it goes. It's not a meme stock by any stretch of the imagination anymore, but once it goes, it goes, and once it goes down, it goes down. And I think we're bouncing right now off the 200 period. So I like this play right here. We'll see what happens. I do like a 210.50 break much better right down there. We'll see if that can break higher.
It's no Polestar, is it? No, I'm 100% joking. Polestar is lucky to be around.
Hey, go Polestar, I'm involved, just in case. All right, let's have a look at the futures to start. We were able to defend 5,600 yesterday on the ES September contract. We're well above it right now. We're printing 56.24. The overnight high is 56.35. If we really get going to the high side here, we're looking at 56.50 as that local area of resistance. To the downside, let's see if we can defend 5,600 again. All right, guys, make sure to get the watch list every day. No good morning routine is complete without that watch list. Adair prepares it, and we all use it here on the desk. Scan the barcode or get to the website right now, and it comes into your inbox every day, so there's really no excuse. So make sure you're on that. All right, here, first on the list, NVIDIA, obviously, hence the leather jacket. Look, they did quite well. They're down 3.5% almost here in the pre-market. Looks as if, they were priced to perfection. Just want to highlight some quick issues. 4 straight quarters, Adara, of triple-digit revenue growth, a 9-fold increase in valuation since the end of 2022. But there is a bit of an issue here with gross margin.
Yeah, the gross margin seems to be the really only the notable concern here. We have 75.7% gross margin here that actually did drop apparently here by 3.2 points on a quarter-over-quarter basis. They also did guide here for 2025, for fiscal 2025, which is the year they're currently in. They're guiding your gross margin in the mid-70s. People were looking for 76.4% gross margin for the year for guidance. But that being said, the numbers, as Sharif said, they did beat here. Earnings of 68 cents per share versus 64 cents per share expected. Sales here of $30.04 billion versus estimates of $28.68 billion. So quite a significant beat, but it's also worth noting here. I did see some news passing around as well that I guess analysts were looking at these earnings whispers coming out yesterday afternoon that actually had NVIDIA doing a little bit stronger revenue than the beat they already reported. So maybe some earnings whispers, expectations there influencing the stock price.
And it was an interesting commentary on the call yesterday, guys. Jensen was pressed by some of the reporters with respect to the focus of revenue only coming from hyperscalers. And he pushed back on that. And he said the revenue is coming from more sources than you know, basically implying that there are non-hyperscalers really getting in on the AI GPUs, guys.
Yeah, which you're going to want to see because, you know, while the hyperscalers got money to burn, at some point, you know, they slow down their cycle of refreshing and they slow down their spend, which hasn't happened just yet. You almost feel like all the best news came when you found out that Meta and Google and all the bad boys were just going to continue spend. And maybe next quarter we'll see how those big names are they still saying the same thing? And maybe that'll be a bigger catalyst for percentage moves for NVIDIA. I don't wonder if that's not true. Like, you know, when that spend goes down, you could actually be looking at some hurt for NVIDIA. For now, you know, when you're watching the aftermarket show, there were some crazy prices that happened, but for the most part, if you saw where the liquidity, when we had level 2 up, we saw where the liquidity was really comfortable stepping in. You had wicks up and down. It got down as low as 115 at one point. It was up as high, you know, breaking out the 127. But for the most part, it was $120 where the buyers made a lot of stands, and it was 123 in here where they were sort of exhausting a lot of the stacking of the bids. It's 123 change. So I think inside of that range, if you have a nothing day, we stay inside of that range. But if you break out of this range to the downside, I don't want to be fighting NVIDIA till like 115. But if you can take this out to the upside and hold bids above 123, I think it looks fantastic. I do also have eyeballs on AMD. You mentioned SMCI. I got the eyes on SMCI as well. AMD is actually making a bounce with the market, so it looks a little bit stronger. It's low from yesterday, under threat. It's just that trend that's been to the downside. And I've been bearish on this stock as long as it has been bearish. Always can change that at some point, but until it starts showing some more strength again, you know, put in a lower high, lost the moving averages, and since then only been looking short until the day comes when shouldn't look short in AMD. For now, looking for a 145 break. There's always a chance we can get up into resistance here, 147.5 and the 150s. But I'm always looking to join the trend with AMD so long as it's not breaking out. Just join somewhere when it's going down.
Like last night I was fooling around with some AI. This is at 10:15 last night. Thank you. I was looking, wow, 9,700 views. Okay, thank you to everybody right there. I said, give me a bear with NVIDIA, and there it is right there. Thank you so much for all of those. I was just trying to show you something else, and I came across that. Look, yesterday, man, we absolutely nailed NVIDIA, and I feel like we could do it again. This was NVIDIA yesterday. We wrote down 126 long, so we had that for $1 and change. And then we were holding one last piece when it was at the top, and we were talking about it. Watch out, this could fall out. But we thought NVIDIA was going to go higher yesterday. Comes back in, lose, and then look at this. This is where the long really starts to pay off. 123s yesterday. We let it come in. We hit the long, and then boom goes the dynamite. Right back up there to the upside. So what have we done then today? Well, we wrote down virtually nothing. We wrote down something up here. It's discouraging, to be honest with you. I said discouraging move, no volatility, but I do favor, that's VAOUR, because of Canada, 120. I know some of us don't like the country, but I love Canada. There it is right there. 120 into 124. So I feel like, you know, it's a $4 range right here, and I kind of like the breakout. So, I mean, if we can break out through on NVIDIA, there's 123.50, this little top there. Actually, that's 123. That wick is 123.50. Not too worried about that. But what about just where we were yesterday at the close? 126, 127. I could see some resistance as we go to the high side in this 126 to 127 area as traders decide if NVIDIA wants to go green or not today. But for me, I think this is a buy down here at 120. Anybody can clearly see that level. But I am not standing in front of it. I'm not like, you know, the last thing I need is a $10 flush here off open. You know, you never know. We've seen these stocks just get hit. Like, think about this, actually, here. Let me show you this chart. You know, for those of you that think NVIDIA is bulletproof, it's definitely not. Right here, this is 140, right? So that's a 140 high. That's a $90 bottom. So you lost $50 on 140. So right into there, you lost 35% just in a month, maybe a little bit more than a month, whatever that was, June to August. So 7 weeks, you lost 35, 40%, only to gain it right back in a matter of 2 weeks. So the volatility's here. This name could definitely get slipped up, man. I mean, when everyone's buying it on these dips, when it comes into 104, 105, and then it gets lower, where's the pain threshold? I'm wondering if people are using 90. I don't think we're anywhere near there. I'm favoring the long today, but I'm not sure this doesn't get hit off the open. So let's let it settle down and we'll try to find a bid. The idea today is long NVIDIA for sure for me, and probably short no chip names. I mean, unless this gets going. Unless this gets going to the downside and we really have a clear direction, I like the long here. I feel like anybody banking on a short. I mean, we had Ryan Faluna on here saying that if it missed, remember I was like, when are we going to get that 12%? I think we all agreed we weren't going to get it to the upside, but we're also not getting it to the downside. So for me, this is a broken stock right now. And when a stock is broken and it's been the leader, I favor longs again. The market's up. Let's see if it wants to work. I mean, I like NVIDIA long. We just got to work our way into it, and it won't be the first couple minutes.
All right, guys, a CrowdStrike next here. Look, they beat, it was good. It was a good look here. They beat expectations for earnings and revenues per share, 32% year-over-year growth in revenue. However, Adara, they did reduce their full year guidance. And one caveat with that, the reduction doesn't include some of the legal costs that may ensue from that July 19th outage.
The outage definitely continuing to haunt CrowdStrike. They did beat, again, though, that quarter actually occurred before this outage. So the quarter ended June 30th, outage of July 19th. They did beat your earnings per share of $1.04 versus estimates of 97 cents. Sales, $963.9 million versus estimates here of $958.582 million. Also worth noting the CEO, George Kurtz, here saying that the company is going to become even more customer obsessed, quote, after the outage. So we'll have to see where that goes. And we are brought to you by Moomoo. Oh, get it ready. Brought to you here by Moomoo. Looking to maximize your idle cash? Earn 8.1% on idle funds for up to 3 months. Plus, US users can take advantage of up to 15 free stocks and $300 in cash rewards. Hey, Canada, you're not left out. Enjoy 6% on cash balances, along with a 2-month commission rebate. Sign up with Moomoo and trade global markets with just one account. Gain access to an extensive range of data on stocks, options, and ETFs, complemented by over 100 charting tools and indicators, price forecasting, weekly rating reports, and instant alerts, all designed to elevate your trading game. For more details and the full terms and conditions, scan the QR code or click the link in the description. Thanks to Moomoo for sponsoring this portion of the show.
Man, I wish that the CrowdStrike chart looked like that chart on the Moomoo graphic there, but it doesn't. I wish I could tell. I wanted to say something good about CrowdStrike, and what can we say? It's higher than its recent lows. It went up, and it went up in the aftermarket initially. That's also a good thing. I don't know. Look, it double bottomed yesterday. It seems to try to hold on to this in the other direction. So there's a consolidation right underneath the double bottom. Technically, that would set it up for a break. I just don't like this daily chart on Crowd. Like ideally, like you had a brick wall, and if you go right back to when they had the breach and look where the stock settled down, it essentially just came, a couple of days, settled down and broke down, and then for like a week and a half going into earnings, you settle down at the same price. You essentially fail a break at the top. You're trending down into earnings. Earnings traps people long and then breaks back under. That looks pretty bearish to me. So it only moved 1%. It's not a lot of volume pre-market, so it's not really on my list of things to trade. I feel like Dell about this one. Like as long as it doesn't break above 261.50, yeah, carte blanche to try to enter into some shorts. I wouldn't want to rush in right away. It's not moving enough. This is the thing. It's not moving enough to want to do something at 9:30. And I think when that's the case, you should be willing to take this and say, if it's going to go, then let's just do something with it later. And I have my line in the sand, like my over-under, and later can mean if the opening range holds under, I just simply would look short later, and if it holds higher, maybe look for some longs. But, the good news for anybody that's in this space is, Palo Alto is doing absolutely fine. Not a lot of price action here, but a much healthier looking chart. I mean, the literal opposite of the chart for CrowdStrike. I mean, Palo Alto pulls back off highs, into like a previous resistance level and is bouncing off of it, right? So a stock that goes higher and bounces off of previous highs to the buy side, that's a stronger looking stock. Still don't see much of a day trading crowd. That's more like a join it after the opening rush. And another one that looks a little bit interesting, or a couple that look a little bit interesting, more interesting than CrowdStrike, are on the list. Let's head back on up to the desk.
All right, let's talk about Salesforce here. What a report here, Adara, up almost 4% here in the pre-market. Let's talk about some of the report here. Revenue grew 8% year over year. They exceeded expectations on both earnings and revenue. Net income, also increased. They are seeing some people resign, though. The chief financial officer of this company also stepping down, Amy Weaver. She's going to remain with the company, though, Adara. What else is a look here?
Basically, we have here pretty strong guidance for Q3 2025. They're in fiscal 2025 here, Salesforce. $9.31 billion to $9.36 billion versus $9.23 billion expected for their revenue guidance. Also a beat here for their EPS guidance. Though their fiscal 2025 revenue outlook kind of more in line with expectations here. They guided $37.7 billion to $38 billion versus estimates here of $37.84 billion. So a bit more in line. In terms of the 2025 numbers here for this quarter, $2.56 versus estimates here of $2.36, and then sales $9.33 billion versus $9.23 billion expected. So nice beat, generally pretty strong guidance.
And it was interesting here because on the call yesterday on the interview with Jim Cramer yesterday, Mark Benioff outlined some of the AI offerings that they have. Einstein Copilot supposed to be good for merchants. Agent Force AI. This is supposed to take on Copilot specifically, directly competing with that, as well as the new AI agents that you're going to be able to chat with directly for business to business, guys.
Yeah, 4% not bad for CrowdStrike. Certainly, it's been recovering really nicely. It had a rough go at it back in May, and since then you got a couple of lower highs or higher lows, I should say, and you've got a decent trend to the upside. The problem with the stock that makes it more of a I'd prefer this to close a couple of times above the 200 period moving average, because the last two times that it got here, it was a trap long above this level and then found resistance. So now that you're past earnings, the key would be holding on to the 200 period moving average, at least for myself, and then the long looks much, much better in CrowdStrike. So that's 267. If you look at it in the aftermarket, you've got that range bottom essentially on the breakout at 267. We're up as high as 274, and now we're at 270. So you never know, maybe we're going to test that 267 at the open. That's the only level I'm looking at for CrowdStrike. If it can hold that, I like it. I think it's much more interesting if CrowdStrike holds, CRM. If CRM holds this 267 on the week, and then it would be a nice swing long as opposed to trying to pick out a day trade. Again, just very light volume, relatively speaking. And I look over at Tesla's volume, Apple's volume, Affirm's volume. We haven't talked about crypto. We'll get to Dollar General as well. And then, of course, NVIDIA, AMD. It's going to be hard to squeeze these names in. You can't look at 10 things off of the open.
Yeah, again, another good report, but disappointing move. I mean, I'm just looking here at what was expected. It just looks like the same kind of thing. Again, expected implied move of over 8%. So we come in half of what's expected, but it's still nice. I mean, we talked about CRM here. It is the 200 period moving average. If I let this load up, I'm sure it will. There it is right there. So, I like the play. We talked about this yesterday. I talked about this with Brian Shannon on Tuesday when I was like, hey, man, this is the stock that I'm actually most interested in because it was at a key level looking to break out. And if we got the other way, it was a problem. I already said that we had bounced off of the 50 period moving average, which looked pretty nice right there and held it okay. Obviously, in that dip down day, I mean, we can always use those as reference points for lows, but at the end of the day, it kept on working. Finally now, we just poke our head above the 200 period moving average for Salesforce. I really like this name. I think you can buy it back in, but that bottom right there is only 268. So that's like a rounding error off the open. So again, 268 is also the 200 period moving average. It's where we kind of got to yesterday before pulling back. So I think 268 long is something that we need to look at here for Salesforce. So that's my kind of a call. I'm glad I'm long the stock here. I've been long forever, so I have no idea the price. But at the end of the day, I feel like this is now going to work. If the market can hold where we go, I think 290 is in play right now. maybe even today, if the market rips and this thing puts on another 4 or 5%, I mean, you could get into this 280, 283-ish area, and then you're looking at 290 tomorrow. So I feel like it's pretty good. Let's see Salesforce. I think it continues to work for the next couple of days, as long as the Nasdaq does what I think it does. And remember, we turned over into a bull, and right now we're going straight up. So let's wait to see what happens here, as Apple's probably leading the way. And there goes Nvidia. We said we only wanted to be long, right? There's 122 trying to go up, man, battling on VWAP. This was the play for me. I mean, as it was written, right down there, 121, play it back to VWAP. Let's wait to see what's going on. Here comes 124 is the look for the break right there. That's 123. That's 123.50, 124 is sort of that bottom area there from yesterday afternoon. We'll see if we can get to that level. I think we do. And yeah, so that's just about, we don't have the trade on, but it's a few handles there. That's 19,473. So you're up about, I don't know, 30 or so handles here since we turned this guy over into a bull. So let's see if it continues to work out. I'm going to just double check Apple quickly because I assume, yeah, there it goes. So Apple also helping lead the way. Some of these dark pool wicks are, maybe I'll just clean this up because I'll be looking at Apple, but then there's some right here too. So it's just a lot of work, but that was 9 o'clock. So that never happened. But there we go, man. I like the long today. We've talked about that and some of the stocks are reacting.
These next two stocks are going to be the opposite of each other. Let's start with Dollar General here, down 25 2/3 here in the pre-market. Adara, they missed on EPS, they missed on revenue, and they're citing economic pressure on their customer.
The least bad thing that can be said about this report is that they did have a 0.5% increase in store sales for Q2. That is the most bullish thing that can be said about this report. They missed your GAAP earnings per share of $1.70 versus estimates of $1.78. Sales $10.21 billion versus $10.368 billion expected. They did it. The CEO Todd Vassos, as Sharif was just alluding here to, saying that the softer sales trend are, quote, partially attributed to a core customer who feels financially constrained, but also saying that the company needs to, quote, control what we can control. They also cut their guidance here for fiscal 2024 EPS and revenue. So again, very little positive to say about this report beyond that 0.5% store sales increase. Dollar
Tree, guys, down 6% in sympathy. Keep your eyes on that one as well.
So the way I kind of look at a lot of retail is if your stock price is underneath the COVID lows, that's a really, really bad thing. Because like how can anything be worse than that? Like it's like that was the low point for anyone in retail. Like nobody was going out and buying anything. Like that's the absolute worst. And I have to you got to pull up a weekly chart here. What am I even doing on a daily chart? Because let's not even bother with that and show a weekly chart. Look, you're underneath so many levels that finding a place to go short is going to be tricky on pops. I want to be patient with this. So you had this recent bottom just last year in 103. Your COVID lows are all the way back at $125. This has been bad for a hot minute. And then you have to go back to 2018, like right in here somewhere, where this had like an 88 double bottom. That's the hey, there's some support theoretically at $88 from 2018. Like good luck whether or not that's going to have any significance, to be honest with you. But if there's going to be a chance to short it, it's going to be SSR, obviously. We've seen things like ANF just continue to go down after it had a bad day. We saw Pinduoduo do this as well. So whether or not you get back to where the only real buying happened in the pre-market here, or that 100 level, the 102, that was a previous bottom just recently. I don't know if you can get up there, but I want to try to short a pop. Just have to be patient. Maybe it does SSR bounce up to 101, 100 to 102, and then I can grab a short in there. Or it could maybe bounce, turn it VWAP. I just want to be patient and looking to short pops in Dollar General. Just respect the weak stocks for being weak. We missed out on an opportunity because of focus on SMCI yesterday in the morning and missing a bunch of punches to the short side when it was SSR, and then didn't end up taking the continuation on ANF. And that was a gorgeous continuation. That one popped pre-market into VWAP. It popped into VWAP right at the open. It popped into VWAP right at about 10 o'clock and was essentially trend down. That's what I'm looking for Dollar General, something like this. If it ends up just breaking out all those levels and never gives you a curl, fair enough. But if I see a pop and fade like ANF did and I haven't taken a shot at Dollar General, to me, I think that's a fail. Simple as that.
Okay, so let's just put a fork in this right here or a knife in it. Walmart came and just took everybody's lunch. So we can almost just pass it right back to Sharif at this point. Like Walmart is killing everybody at all times. And it seems like it's just going to continue to do that. I mean, look at this, just continue to go to the upside. What does Walmart have? They have a little dollar section in there. You can go pick up probably anything you can pick up at Dollar General at a Walmart, give or take. Plus Walmart has groceries, plus they have the locations. Back to school, everything. Dollar stores, in my opinion, used to be a thing. I don't, our family doesn't, we'll go to Walmart, but we, don't really go to the dollar store too much. It's a very niche-y thing unless there's something that is there that you can go get, maybe party supplies or something. Oh yeah, but guess what? Walmart has a party section now. And so does Canadian Tire, which is here right now. I really think you just stay with the best names. I mean, 1 is at all-time highs and 2 is at all-time highs. I mean, Costco and Walmart, man, these are just staple holdings. I actually don't hold any Walmart, but we sure hold some Costco. And this name is right back at its highs as well. So I just feel like stay with the names that continue to win in this space. Costco, a lot different than Dollar General, of course. A little different membership situation there at Costco. Yeah. But I just really equate Walmart to sort of the Amazon as it's killed a lot of businesses. And I think the dollar store right now, just the way Walmart's operating so efficiently, people buying that stock, dumping the rest. I think it makes sense.
Told you this would be the opposite of Dollar General. Let's look at a firm here up 24 2/3% right now. What a beat here, Dara. They exceeded expectations on the top and bottom line. The revenue climbed 48%, and their net loss, which they had about $206 million net loss on the same quarter last year, that narrowed significantly to about 45. So decent report here.
I mean, also, if you look at it compared to estimates, Beyond Growth is pretty strong here as well. Adjusted losses here, 14 cents per share versus estimates of a 51 cent per share loss. That is a pretty significant beat. Sales here, 659 million versus estimates of 603.66 million. Their guidance for Q1 2025, well above estimates here, 640 to 670 million versus estimates of 603.66 million. Also worth noting, they had a 42% year-over-year increase for the transactions on the Affirm network, with their gross merchandise value growing more than 30%.
And they did cite, guys, the new partnership that they have with Apple, Amazon, and Shopify, expecting more revenue generation from those.
Squeeze. I was surprised that it's only 9% short float here. Affirm, we're just used to Affirm being a larger short.
I have news for you. I think that's wrong.
No, I don't think it's the same number. Obviously, those numbers, when you look at them, they're a couple of months. They're a couple of months delayed, and I've always expected to be higher. But either way, I'm calling it a squeeze.
Oh, Dad, 11% only.
See, okay. Like, really, people have stopped shorting this when it was trending. Like, really? Because look at it trend right back down in. You would have thought the short started leaning on this again the way it went. So I understand why the short float dried up a little bit when it broke out in last year. But this year, it's been only trend down. You're now breaking that trend. You started breaking the trend before earnings. You're above the 200. You broke out at 35 here. 36 was prior resistance. 38 was another level. All those levels look solid for dip buys. The next resistance is here at 40. Support the resistance at 40. I feel like this should mirror Chewy yesterday. It's a much bigger move than Chewy, but Chewy gave you ample opportunity to dip buy. It held on to the pre-market lows, and then it held on to VWAP, and then it took out the top. And the top was that 28 level. And so that eventually happened, and then it got to the 29 and then 30. I think this is the same thing going into 40 here on Affirm. Just look for it to hold on. Pre-market highs is VWAP. Pre-market lows is around that 38. And as long as it holds on to those levels, just going to look for a continuation squeeze long. I think imbalances just came out.
So we had a huge trade on KSS for the short break as well, which is right there. That's that long break. Long break on a short float, I meant to say. And then I guess I did. This is Chewy to the short side right there. No, sorry, that's the NASDAQ. Here's the Chewy break of 28 that Neil was talking about. I don't have any other pictures on this, but our best out was 30s. So that was a nice $2 win there off of this break of 28, which was that top, and we had sort of looked at that. So Chewy yesterday obviously wasn't up as much as Affirm is, but Affirm is back on my radar now as we watch out for a 40 break. I have a small bid to go through there, so it will automatically trigger if and when we go through 40, but it's not a huge amount of shares because, again, like we're kind of bullish today. We've talked about that, but we are on pins and needles because it's all hovering around one name, I feel like, and that's going to be what does NVIDIA wind up doing? And then on the other side of it, does Apple really want to hold this 230 area? So that's going to be a question mark coming through today. Apple's is dollars away from an all-time high, believe it or not. Apple's going to get to this all-time high. September 9th, 10th, whenever their releases and they start dropping some of the details about their 16. I think this stock really rallies. So watch out for this break there, and then maybe a fade after the event or into the event. So we'll have to wait to see, but I really think Apple today holds the key, and as long as this name stays above, I mean, we have the 200 period here at 229, which is where we're bidding, so that's going to be very, very important. So I do like a firm through that level. I'm not going to play any dip buys today, and I've already said that. I really like NVIDIA at 120, but the thing is that you sit here, and then you're just battling how many shares to take. Because yesterday at 123, it came in. We got stopped out the first time because it broke through. Then it based. Then we ripped the long and took like $3-4 on that. So I'm pretty confident we could do the same thing here again today. But who's to say that NVIDIA won't come back in and test this 118, 117? I mean, a $3 drop on NVIDIA is just like any other day, let alone an earnings day, especially one where it's underperformed so far any expectations. So I'm definitely on the NVIDIA watch today, definitely on the Apple watch. And then I have, hey, what's up, Apple Watch? How's it going? And then we also have right here as well, TQQs on lookout. Yesterday, we absolutely nailed this. Hundreds and hundreds of, I just got long on something. Hundreds and what did I get long on? Hold on a second. Apple. Oh no. Okay, so Apple just fell into
360 to sell.
Yeah, Apple just fell into 229 here, so I got to deal with this one. But we also do have. Okay, well, this is a pretty monster trade. We have on board right now. Oh my God. Money. I mean, this is $1 on more shares than I can imagine I'd ever have in the pre-market. Man, that's it. Dollar Club, $1.30 right now off of the sticky note. All right, back over to Sharif.
Did you see the bit there?
No, I did not, dude. I just seen the money.
Sean, wishing you all the luck there. All right, guys, we're talking about the commodity channel index today on how to trade. It is another kind of indicator we use to gauge overbought and oversold. So make sure to check that out with Adair and I on how to trade at 11.
Man. I actually thought it was a dark pool. I have these dark pool wicks. We have 1 minute to go. We have these dark pool wicks that come in there. They're overnight prints, but it looks like they just dropped the bid. There was a sell imbalance very quickly. It is 350,000. It's been there and back, and now it's gone. Oh, now it's there again. NVIDIA was there for a 350 sell. Now it's gone. I saw both of those there. I saw Google for a small sell imbalance as well. And with only 40 seconds to go, we didn't really get to Best Buy. Very strong move for Best Buy. I like the long continuation, but it's so far away from any levels. I don't know if we're going to get a shot at Best Buy. At the open, the focus is going to be on NVIDIA, and we also didn't mention enough about SMCI. I just want to very, very quickly go over SMCI. You know what happened yesterday, hopefully? The bottom yesterday in the afternoon was a 420. If it can hang on to 420, it's SSR today, right? So short sell restricted continuation down over 10%. So if it does a bit of a dip and bounces off that 420 level, I'd look for an SSR bounce on SMCI. That's about the only thing that we didn't get into. In 3, 2, and 1, ring it, Adara.
The market's now coming back in, man. That was, here comes Apple right back in. So there it goes, man. That's why you do take profit when it rips up there. Like, that was unbelievable. We still had 1/3 of that trade as it falls right back in into 229. It's Apple, and we've got it. Tesla does break that 210. I'm going to take a piece out here right now at 210.40s.
NVIDIA 120.
Yeah, okay, good. We're so right now we're long Apple at 229 and we're long Tesla here at 210. And then there goes NVIDIA, I guess.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so forget about the drop and pop in SMCI. SMCI just broke $445 to the upside. So there was no dip. That's the one. I thought it would come right in off the open. Obviously, that just didn't happen.
Wow.
So that was a huge move. Another move down on NVIDIA. NVIDIA's now holding 120. This is the spot that I want to see if it can hold above. Going to try to jump into the long, as long as it holds this level, 119 and a half here on NVIDIA, the current local bottom. Is that Adara already? Adara?
Nokia selling off pretty harshly here right off the open. Pretty decent volume candle, almost 2 million shares in this candle alone here. It was reported earlier, but then circulating around 9:20 by Bloomberg here that Nokia's mobile network assets apparently attracting some interest from Samsung. Nokia commenting, saying that they're not going to be commenting on the rumors, but they're committed to the success of their network. So Nokia issuing not a lot of clarification there, but this volume coming pretty strongly to the downside right off the open for NOK, guys.
Keep it going, man. Keep it. Who's doing that now? Keep it going. Right there, man. I mean, there it is. $1 on Apple, $1 on Nvidia, 50 cents on Tesla. Oh boy, it's happening again today. Neil, people are like, how could this happen every day? I mean, I don't know. I'm here, so we'll see if it can continue. But there it goes, man. As it was written down, one more time. Nvidia now, $2 in the money and still going a little bit higher. Let's see what we're doing right now with Nvidia as that continues to go. Let's take that $2 on board right there and spin that. We are now up as much as we need to be for the day, and it's 9:32, Neil. This is what's happening when you are a trader. You put it out, you wait for these kind of days, and you take full advantage. We have TQQs, we have Tesla, we have Affirm, and by the way, who put this guy up on board there? We got bearish action, not today. It's bulls ripping to the north side right here. Let's go, man. Apple $1, Nvidia $2.50, Tesla, Neil, also that dollar club right now. Oh man, what a morning this has been here over this side. How goes you, my guy?
One trade, one win. That's it.
Boom!
Just one. I mean, you saw me, Nvidia was at $120.
Let's go.
That was sort of the one. I wanted to see what happened at that level. You can see it made that bit of a bounce. And I got to shout out to Ryan Faluna for this.
Yeah, Ryan Faluna.
This was something that Ryan said literally yesterday for everybody here. For everybody here, he said this. When you have an inside range, and we were watching it in the aftermarket show very clearly, play it from inside the range, and if it breaks it out, play the break. So I want to wait to see if it breaks out this top. Otherwise, we're going dip buy hunting or breakout trading on that one. I'm going to get over to that SMCI. I'm going to have Nvidia up this entire time. I'm going to get over to SMCI. I want to see if there's still an opportunity on that name. But we're going to dip into 120 again. We're going to look for VWAP, or we could just end up breaking it out. I didn't get over to Tesla fast enough.
Oh, Tesla's $1 right?
Yeah, that 210. I didn't have a stop order set pre-market, so I came over when it broke 210 and just threw a manual order through 210.50 and didn't get picked up. I left it in there to see if I got lucky. I did not get lucky.
Wow, Nvidia.
So we'll see if we can catch it back in. Nvidia's looking like it wants to try to break out that high. I think it's got every chance in the world to do so. No shorts in Dollar General. Just going to be going back over to NVDA. It's going to go one for one and then wait for the next opportunity. Nvidia might break this top out, but it hasn't yet.
Guys, $3.50 in the money right now on Nvidia. Here, Neil, some love for some 5 for 5 over here? Yeah, let's go. Okay, here we go. Let's go. $39.70 right now coming through for Affirm and Apple right now. 40 cents. There goes Nvidia. We talked about getting long today. We talked about we'd try this 120. There's 120. We are still in this name as it gets up to 124. Let's just take this out right here. There it is, 124. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Someone actually wrote down today, where's the $4 winner on Nvidia? 1, 2, 3, $4 there on Nvidia as it continues to go higher. We'll punch a little bit more here at 124, see if this works. There it goes again. Have confidence, get back into your name. It's a ripper right now. The TQQs is ripping. We are 5 for 5, and it is absolutely monstrous, Sharif. You won't believe it, neither will others, but it's right in front of you right now. This is a bonkers day again, right here, right now. Follow what you write down, man. 210.50 on Tesla. Sharif, we put down 210.50 on Tesla. It's at 212.50 right now. Let's take $2 on this one. It's Tesla. It's TQQs. It's Nvidia. It is fantastic. And it is, I think, Adara.
No, is it? No.
Another name here really bullish off the open. It's going to be CrowdStrike, going from red to green, now up 7% here for CRWD. Just to recap these ones, they beat for earnings per share and sales, though their guidance was a little bit weaker due to the ongoing effects of its outage in July. But CRWD really strong here with nice push up in volume off the open, guys.
I was just saying to Randy, remember when you were here, Randy, and we discussed this 210.50 break, and there it goes, 212.50 right there. We'll hashtag Real Trading and say thank you so much to Real Trading for giving us this opportunity to sit here every single day and prove to you what nobody else really can, that day trading is something that you can actually be profitable on, you can trust yourself, you can entertain, you can have a heck of a lot of fun here. And this is what we're doing every single day. I mean, you guys will see these trades. We're 5 for 5 here. As NVIDIA's trying to reverse, though, we'll have to attend this one.
Here comes 40 again on Affirm.
So let's just watch out for that one. We've gotten out of Affirm. We already hit that for 40. We took a huge win. Let's wait to see what happens with Affirm right now. NVIDIA battling back over on this side, man. Looks like we will go 5 for 5. The TQQs, the futures continue to be that stock as well, man. Look at that break. We actually wrote this down here on the sticky note, and you guys are going to be like, how could someone go 5 for 5 there that early? Well, it's just trusting your levels. Apple, TQQs, Tesla, Affirm, NVIDIA. All 5 of these trades, Neil, all 5 of the trades taken right there, right off the open with confidence. And that's what we're talking about here. Thank you so much for everybody watching Trader TV Live.
Yeah, you got to take what sets up, man. Like, when it sets up, you got to have it. Affirm, you're out of Affirm. I'm out of Affirm as well. I just want to quickly go over why I'm out of Affirm. I didn't want the break on Affirm. I preferred the dip buy. Said I wanted to mirror CrowdStrike from yesterday. Not CrowdStrike. I wanted to mirror Chewy from yesterday. Well, it dipped back in, held the pre-market low, higher low off 39, took some out VWAP. It then failed 40. So it tried to break back out above 40 and then failed the 40 level. So I'm dipping out of it. I don't like when Affirm does this because Affirm can trap people to the long side a lot of times. So I'm going to see if it can hold on to that pre-market low. I don't want to get caught in an Affirm trap. Maybe that has something to do with my feelings about Affirm, but it doesn't matter. Either way, we're out of it. I was on the bid here to try to grab this at VWAP on NVIDIA. I'm going to pull back. Now wait for it to pull back in. See if we get a retest of VWAP. If we do, going to look to continue that long into the upside for sure. So let's see what happens over here in NVIDIA. Nice, strong move. Those are the 2 ones I want to focus on, and we'll look a little bit at the missed opportunity potentially in SMCI. Obviously, the squeeze is on for this. We knew it was probably going to be the biggest volatile name. I wanted to see if it would be SSR bounce off 20s. It was SSR bounce off 430. It's now at $476. So a little bit of a $46 move there on SMCI.
Oh, man, just hydrate, relax, take it easy. There's the Apple 229 long. That came in. Not only was this, we talk about being patient for our levels. That's exactly what we did. Our levels came in twice on Apple. I even turned over to Patrick. He's like, oh, my God, guy, what's even going on over here, right? I'm like, oh, thanks, thanks for that. And then all of a sudden, I'm just like, dude, Apple came in twice down there to that level of 229. So all you have to do is have the level, have the idea, and then that's it, right? The rest is literally history as it just goes right up there to 231 right now. So there's the trade right here, Apple 229. Here's the Tesla trade, 210.50. We talked about that. Even Randy could see that trade. He came right through there. He liked it, right to the upside, out at some 213s right there. We didn't hold it all, that is for sure. But right now, it has been a decent day. But let's not just watch out for these. We only have about 10 or 15% left of everything. NVIDIA's the one that's coming back in. We want to hold a small piece of this name, of course, but back into the 200 period could be something. We talked about playing VWAP back in, so that's going to be in and around this 122. So we'll try this. We're having the biggest morning here, I don't know, in a long time. So I feel pretty comfortable. And we had a big morning yesterday when we talked about all of our mornings, and they're not. If we could show P&L, you'd see it. But at the end of the day, Tesla right now is $3 in the money. Apple's $2 in the money. We destroyed NVIDIA and we killed TQQs. So, this is what we're doing here today. We're going to hold on to that. I know Neil was talking about Affirm. We've already taken Affirm and put money in our pocket on that one. There's the 40 break. Here's an out at 20. Here's an out at 40. Here's an out at 50. Then there's another out once we break back down below, and then out right there. So Affirm, a positive stock for us. But again, just kind of waiting out for that trade. They all came in together at one time. And so we picked our poison with the other names. But Affirm definitely traded okay. Would have liked to get more out at the top. NVIDIA, waiting for that reload.
Whoa,
Other
that was
than
a
that,
candle.
man, I mean,
All right, a firm just lost a bid.
yeah, we were just looking at that. Yeah, through 39.
38.
Oh, 38.
30,
Good out.
37.70. So this is the thing with a firm. Only 2 trades for me. NVIDIA off 120. We'll see about the reload there. But remember we said what happened at $40? I liked it for the long side of the trade. It failed the 40 level, and it just did not hold up for the dip buy. Gotta let this one calm down a little bit because that's a little bit nasty over there on a firm. NVIDIA is making some waves back into the downside. That's NVDA. On some ways on the downside, it just bounced, or at least attempting to bounce off of VWAP in here. If it loses VWAP, it's back into 120 that I care about. So 120 is the ultimate level for me. It was like that over-under type of idea. If it can't hold on to this VWAP, I'm just going to jump out and wait for the 120 or allow it to hold on to VWAP once again. Okay, a firm's trying to catch a bid now a little bit. Let's see what it does at 38 on a firm. I don't want to necessarily give up on that. It's a bit of a squeeze name as well. Firm is catching a bid. AFRM, I'm going to go back over for you guys. I have level 2 up of NVIDIA in case it gets back over 122. But pre-market lows here on a firm is also aftermarket highs. If there is going to be a bounce, this is a spot outside of VWAP that we're looking to try and grab it. So let's have a quick look here. NVIDIA now holding back onto 122 area.
Yeah,
Right
NVIDIA, try to dip into 121.50. I think that's going to be our out as it comes right back in here for NVIDIA. So again, nice push early. Remember, we weren't sure if it was going to push down or up. It kind of does a little bit of both there. Here it comes. We're going to get out. So my hands are off. If this breaks 121.50, we are gone on NVIDIA. It looks like it's trying to do that right now. So be very, very weary of this play. Maybe get something out if it does come back up near. Oh, there it goes. Nope, almost. If it comes back up near 122, maybe we can weasel our way out of some of these shares here. But yeah, it looks like they keep on hitting it every time it goes up. Let's see if it gets back up there. Oh, I'm at 122. See if we can. No, I was going to say, see if we can get a fill up there. Okay, there it goes. Now we do. So far, so good. Okay, so that was not a bad reload. We're out of the money, 50 cents on NVIDIA, which can completely be fine on this one. But it looks like as it comes back in, we have to be careful. It's looking lower here. NVIDIA, another out there at 122.10. We'll see now. We're getting lighter and lighter on this position. We don't need to lose what we've already made on this stock. And then the TQ's also trying to fade out a little bit here, back through 68. So we're watching out for all that. And there goes NVIDIA. Oops, did we say we were going to lose on this stock? Well, we aren't. So let's see what happens now as NVIDIA trying to reclaim that VWAP, and it does a decent job of that. Good out there on Tesla, but everything's coming back in with this market. So let's see if NVIDIA can help us out here. Is that a dare?
RTX, small cap name here, trying to push back from the lows with strong volume here, basically running after they highlighted this research study they found that supports the conclusions they're coming to as a company with regards to their kidney research and the role of xanthine oxidase. So nice look here for XRTX, market cap of just over 4 million Canadian dollars, guys.
I'm sorry, Mark's 4 million Canadian dollars? Yeah, that's that's not a lot of money. Very small. Be careful with that one. That's doesn't take a lot of buying power to get through that.
Maybe we just go buy
a firm just went right through. No, seriously, like that's insanely small. So that's a micro cap. Firm bounced off 38, adjacent to 38, right in here. That 37.5. It was very quick that it got down there. I got a bad price on the way back through 38 at 19. Like you want to be tight to 38 in a situation like that. If it fails VWAP is now 39 1/3. So if it 39 1/3, which is about another 40, 50 cents away. If it fails VWAP, then we're in a bit of a downward trend here on a firm, and I have to be able to accept that. It's a false break at 40 if we can't get back through VWAP. So when that happens, I'm looking for an out in front of VWAP, and I'm not shorting the stock, but need to confirm VWAP is going to hold, and then we'll go back into it. I'm not dogging on Canada per se, but it's just I was surprised to hear how small that company was. Tesla can't get back to 210.5. I don't want to chase it, but you have to look at VWAP now because line in the sand at the breakout of 210.50 that I wasn't able to grab. It is what it is. That price is come and gone. So I'm out of a firm in front of VWAP. I'll look for it to regain the trend. It has to regain trend or I want no part of it. SMCI, we'll see if we get a second shot at this, but it's not going to be at any prices that we wanted before. We have to work off of like something like here, like 450, where this resisted in the morning early. That looks like maybe a bounce spot here for SMCI. Up 5%, but that's not telling the true story because this closed $20 lower than this yesterday. It's up a ton.
Damage happening more and more and more over here. There we go. We're going to be at our highest spot right now. Why? Because Apple is $2. We just took that out at the high of the day for Apple. We take out Tesla right here for $2.30 as well. We get more long. I mean, unbelievable what we're doing. Again, like sort of the read that we've had on this market. And again, it's not for these markets aren't for everybody, right? I mean, you guys see that. So let's just wait to see now what winds up happening here on the day. But there it is. It's a nice little reload there on the TQs. Oh, we did not get a piece out up there. Oops, I offered the wrong stock. That's why. All right, so let's take another piece. There we go. We'll take a piece out there on the TQQs finally for that upside play. So nice move there. We just bought some 90s. Out there, 12s. I'm going to take another piece out here if we can at this level. We're actually at 12. There it is. I think we just got hit there. Yes, we did. So a nice out there for us on that. And yeah, man, it's just going to continue here. NVIDIA, we're going to see if it can hold out. Right now, we're at 120. I'm at 123. So we'll see if we can get this one. Hey, it's just another dollar over here, Neil, right there on that name. So there goes NVIDIA, another dollar back in your pocket on NVIDIA. So today, multiple dollars taken on NVIDIA. I mean, that long 120, that long 120, 150 into VWAP. I mean, we're sitting here, we're telling you what kind of a trader we are. Support and resistance in VWAP. So when the hottest name comes through, man, you got to have a look at that play. Look what we're putting on. $2 in the money, NVIDIA. $1 in the money, NVIDIA. Tesla, $2. NVIDIA, $1. Apple, $2. So far, so good here. Yeah, we've sort of hit our goals 15 minutes ago, but right now we're just letting things continue to climb a little bit higher, hoping that this NASDAQ can get back to the highs. Remember when the market was at 0.2? We put over into a bull, which has fallen down here. Right now, congratulations anybody that was favoring long. On here we have all 5 long ideas in there today, and that's what I'm saying. And me and Neil will talk about this all the time. You're supposed to be destroying this thing when your trades work out for you. And that's exactly right here what's been happening for us over the last, I guess, 7 weeks or so, heading into from July into August right now. Things are really starting to work out for us. We're really starting to see this. There goes a TQ. I mean, we just reloaded that TQQ over there and to give it up. So let's prop it up again. We'll see if we can find another one. But we're 5 for 5 here and just trying to work this thing out, man. TQ's nice out on that reload. We wrote down 68s. We liked that trade. We took it twice. And man, was it nice. So over there, man, kill him with kindness. Let's go.
Yeah, still only 2 names for me, which sometimes is how it goes. I mean, I can't pretend that SMCI gave me the opportunity that we wanted. It just is what it is. So we're holding VWAP on a firm. It's actually been downward trending. I prefer dip buys on this stock, and we've gotten 2 of them that have both worked out. The first one only gave 60 pennies. The last one gave $1. But when it's lower highs and lower lows, I need something to change to try a third long in this. So that thing changing would be put in a higher low, hold VWAP, something a little different from what I'm seeing, particularly on a firm. SMCI, don't want it to completely get away from us. It's starting to pull back a little bit. You always have to be cautious with SMCI because as fast as it goes up, it could go down. So VWAP, 450, that'd be the target range. If it can bounce off here, that's what I want to look for. Is there any opportunity? I actually was thinking short in not ARM, AMD. But you don't have to just sit out there at levels that don't exist. So AMD chews right through without any stop the level that I would have looked for a short trade in, and now it's supporting that. But that's a hefty pullback in AMD. Hefty. If the market's going to roll from here or pull back in any sense, this one failing that kind of a break, I'd look for a short under VWAP, maybe a short off the top. Just have to be very, very patient with that. I don't mind joining Apple. I'll get the CrowdStrike for everybody that's like yelling about CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike made a huge move to the upside. I'm all for it because I own shares of the stock, but Apple is now giving you a chance to base off of VWAP. I like to dip down into 228, not 229. Next available opportunity is going to be VWAP, and looks like that's going to come next. Possibly a firm, more likely looking like Apple.
All right. Yeah, meanwhile, I mean, I'm just updating the sticky note tweets here because I have to. I mean, every single trade on here that we have written down today has worked out. So we'll just continue to sort of rest on these laurels, to be honest with you. We could get another piece out of Apple. Apple just fell off 231.50. We love this stock. I actually talked about it earlier where I thought this stock was going up into this 237 all-time high area. So I still believe in that on Apple. And it is fading out just a little bit right now. Let's put another offer up near 231. We're not going to get scared away from these trades. I mean, you know, we've already, like I said, we only have less than 10% of all of these stocks right now. So easy for me to say we're not afraid of this, but the money's already been handily made. We're up right now much more than we were up yesterday. All right, what's up? We have 10 o'clock just hearing in my ear. All right, come on, get up. We're at 80s. We were just at, I thought we were going to get filled. We were just at 238, 230.80. It went to 79. Here it goes, go, 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 go. Just so you guys can see, you know, hands off right here, telling you guys the prices that we're putting these in at. I may have to go a little bit lower. Why did that just stop there? Come on, Apple, 2 more pennies. There it is. So see, hands off, and there's the fill there. You got to get going. Got to have that hydration. And boy, oh boy, it has been working out for us. Record views on the recap show. Record profits here this morning on the desk. What's up, Adara?
This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Tired of being late to the trade? Always playing catch up in the market? Missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else, pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving, and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial.
Might not be holding. SMCI got to VWAP, broke it, and dropped $5. So if I'm going to get along on VWAP, let's see some buyers actually come into this thing instead of just standing in front of a moving freight train. I said you have to be really careful with this sucker because it can drop just as fast as it came in. So I need some actual confirmation of this level. I didn't get AMD short there. Oh, what happened on AMD? So look, SMCI might not be a very good bounce play here. You need to see it hold this level a little bit. I did not just get AMD. So AMD tried to break VWAP, got to this local high, came back out the other side, went in for the short, for the lower high short, and absolutely nothing doing for me on AMD. So I'm going to leave the order in there. We'll see if we can't get picked up on that one. To me, this is like a short every single time it sets it up, and that's a failed breakout in a big way. So let's see what happens with advanced micro devices. I'm still on the offer here trying to pick it up. And then SMCI is the other one that we're interested in. Is the position board not working? I'm long. I just got Apple long.
I have 4 longs.
I just got Apple long. I did not get AMD, but I just got Apple long off of VWAP. We'll give it a second to load up there. But here, come to Apple's chart for a quick little second. So it just bounced off VWAP here. I tried to get the 80s. I know you were saying you were on the offer as well. It's not printing anything up above 70 right now. Looking for something in the 80s, but holding on to VWAP is Apple. SMCI is doing its absolute best. Now it's starting to look a little bit better here on SMCI. So we'll look for something off this bid once it starts to support this 450 a little bit better than it currently is here. Was that a call? No, I didn't think so. All right, now I got AMD. There you go. Position board update. It just took a hot minute. So we got Apple, AMD off this higher low. This is the only thing I was thinking short that wasn't Dollar General. So this is, lower high. If we break out 148, this is about 35.40. If we break out that, I'm out. If it pulls back under VWAP, I want something in the 47.5 range. As far as Tesla goes, don't necessarily want to chase it. And the one that I'm kind of really focused on to looking for a clean entry above VWAP would be SMCI. That's the trickier one to catch in the morning. A little bit more structured at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock on this thing.
All right. Yeah, so as Neil just said, we got our fill on Apple there at 230.85. So we got that out. That was $1.60 of a win. We'll see if we can get more on that, obviously. But we're getting lighter and lighter on everything. And we just got out. I should be posting this stock, really, to be honest with you. There's that. So we got excited there on this break of 224 or 124, which is giving us that sort of. Sometimes you'll see the price, but we've reloaded it down there. So now, this reload rate here alone is $1.50. Like that's $121.70. $1.30. We just got out there at $122.97. So that's going to be a good out for us as well. All right. So I know you're long Apple. That's coming back in just a little bit. Watch out for that 230 level. We've talked about that. We are almost out of everything here. Tesla gave it to us up here at 213. I'm waiting for that high of 214. to come in. That would be pretty sweet. And we've already reloaded the TQs and out of this as well. We have 20% left of this. This is our biggest position. The TQQ, not notionally wise, that would still be Apple, actually. But there it goes. Yes, sir. Nice move there on Apple as it's starting to go back up to the upside. So we like that one. Now $2.20 in the money. Now $1.70 in the money on NVIDIA. Now $4 in the money on Tesla. And there it goes, Neil. Now we are a dollar club on every single stock today. There it goes again on the TQQs. See you later. And again, like you guys are probably like, you know, what's up with this? Well, I mean, if you've been watching the show, you shouldn't be, but there it is right here. These are all the posted positions. Tesla right there, 210.50. TQQs long 68, right? TQQs long 68. How about twice? That's how nice. And then right there, Apple twice long, twice baked potato down there at 229. And then the Affirm long break through 40. Like everything today. NVIDIA 120 long. Thank you. Come again. I mean, if I could rewind this day, man, we wouldn't be sitting here. But we're happy to be here. We're going to be through the roof today. So, you know, I hope that you guys are also having a great day. And yeah, so far so good here. It's been fantastic. Shout out to my wife and daughter who are also watching. I do this for you and only for you. I love you guys. I love everybody that's here as well. That's why I get passionate. We're actually making cash here that's hopefully going to allow her to play more hockey. All right, over to the desk now. What's up, Adair?
Bit of a volume increase here on this pop-up with the S&P 500. The Q's making a similar move up. Only news I'm really seeing on this is some updates here geopolitically. We do have apparently Ukraine's top commander saying that Russia's trying to break through Ukraine's defenses. Only thing I'm seeing, if I see anything else, I will let you guys know. We do have a number coming out at 10 a.m. for pending home sales. I'll have that ready for you guys.
Yeah, it's been super clean today. I find myself like that last move in Apple, tagged the high, wicked the high, in and out again. VWAP to the high of the day on Apple just now. And AMD was about the best timing possible. Like I was able to get the bid as it broke VWAP, got the fill, and then it just took out the top. So ultimately, like the one stock that we wanted short, put in the lower high, we're able to grab profit before it broke it out, but we just got out at our stop level. So thankfully, that'll also be green, even though it's still heading into the upside, upward trend here. So I like the fact that that's happening. You're now seeing, when we got Apple off of VWAP, that was in lieu of Affirm off of VWAP. That's now holding out as well. So I think this one goes back into the upward trend. I haven't traded anything Apple, Affirm, AMD, and NVIDIA. I haven't traded anything but those four, and I'm sticking to them. Did not get that on SMCI. That stock moves quick. Gap is halted for news. But anyways, Affirm back at VWAP, Apple back at VWAP, but it looks like Gap halted for news just now. I don't have my scanner up on that. We'll get the news to you whenever it does happen. So look out for Gap.
Look, something that we created a long time ago and now is very heavily used, and it's a great tool because we want to shout out everybody that's part of the chat. Thank you so much to Honcho Trade Saying Beast. Thank you so much to Rivian Millionaire Man. I believe I'm made for this. That's why I'm here, trading and YouTube. It's been a great time. It's funny because my kids are like, hey, we don't like, you know, they hate watching me because they watch their guys on YouTube too. Hey, what's up, Top VoIP as well as here. Chef Joe, you've been here forever. Joe Williams sees the passion. I mean, it's real. That's why we're doing this, right? I mean, and part of it is, yeah, I do get emotional. You're right about that. What's up, Alex Diaz? Right there. Everybody that's here, thank you so much. Great trade, says Captain there. Martin is here as well. Ozan wants the cow. Let's go. Right now, again, Juan Padilla, what's up? You want to get on the floor? You got to talk to these guys behind us right now. What's up, Captain? Yeah, Neil's a win as well. Yeah, good job, Neil, over there today. Palantir right here holding strong. We'll go over, look at that. Hey, man, let's go. This has been a big show, and it's big trades over on this side. Let's go get the numbers from Adara.
Got these numbers here. Pending home sales month over month, much lower than expected, negative 5.5% versus a consensus of 0.4% in that forecast here of 1.5%. On a pending home sales index also lower than expected here in tandem with that drop on a month over month basis. 70.2 versus estimates here of 74.3. The S&P 500 just keeps climbing higher, now up 0.2%. Earnings really the talk of the town today with so many reports from a slew of different companies, NVIDIA and CrowdStrike chief among them. We also did have this morning as well higher than expected second estimate here for the quarterly GDP change for Q2, 3% versus the forecast here of 2.8%. So higher than expected GDP and lower than expected home sales just coming out now. CRM, one of the many earnings names on watch. This one initially gapping up and still up on the day, but definitely took a bit of a move to the downside, beating on Q2 earnings per share and sales, and also having higher than expected guidance for Q3. We also have Dollar General doing the opposite here, sharply to the downside, though, trying to form a bit of a bottom. They had lower than expected earnings per share and sales, and they cut their guidance for fiscal 2024. DG, one of the many earnings names on the move today, guys.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's one of the ones to the downside. Dollar General taking it on the chin. I actually forgot that Gap changed their symbol. I'm like, where the heck is GPS? It's gone. It's Gap now. So Gap is halted news pending. This is it. It actually went up with the rest of the market. Now down. I haven't seen anything in terms of news. But let's get back to things that are moving. If we get that, it opens back up and does something, we'll let you guys know. So Apple just tipped off 328. Broke the highs and now pulling right back in there. So you never know where the higher low is going to be. It was at VWAP before. It might be at VWAP again. It's VWAP where I'll sit. Affirm is now going one more time. So Affirm looking very strong. Did not dip into VWAP a second time. Now holding the $40 level. So we'll look for pullbacks into prior highs, pullbacks into VWAP. That's going to be the name of the game here on AFRM. Now you're really starting to fly. It's up like 30% now. This one actually... Like it did dirty because there was a $2 candle or like a $1.50 candle to the downside on the 3-minute here. So definitely rinse some people out there. And now looking like it wants to continue to press higher. So we got to look back over to this for some long opportunities. Just have to be patient with it. Everything's been letting you back into it if you want. So here comes Apple right into VWAP. I think we have a chance for this. I did want to, I'll get to Dollar General maybe later. I still think if that can't, if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go. If it doesn't break the high, then the stock's not going to fly. That's my feelings on Dollar General. They're trash. Go look at Dollarama in Canada, which is literally at all-time highs, and Dollar General is at lows. What does that tell you?
Oh boy, I don't know, but I know what this tells me. We just took another 50 cents right there and another chicken dinner winner on NVIDIA. It comes into 121.80, and we just bought it right there at 121.80. All right, we just got out at 122.25. Let's see if this one wants to continue to go higher. That's another 40 cents for you right there. We end our TQQ trade as it breaks through 69. We are now out of that one. NVIDIA, we're in. We'll wait to see if that one wants to go. Tesla's fallen back in here a little bit. We only have like less than 5% left, but it is coming back in. Most of our outs are right here. Once we got that 212.50, 212.60, then 213, especially when we double topped and triple topped and quadruple topped there at 213, we were able to get pretty much it all out right there. We were feeling bad when it was going up to this side, but we were running the longs everywhere else. So that was okay. Obviously here, Apple, we don't have that 223, 231, 50 area. So let's put that out now. If it gets back into there, we'll just take it out for, again, an absolute monster. Like I said, man, this is going to be a record day for profits here off the open. So let's just keep this going. And that's what happens, right? We said that we would be looking at stocks if they started to move through certain levels, and that came through, and we just posted it. And of course, it's going to be a record day when everything is working for you. Great trades by Neil over here. Great trades all abound, and I just hope that you guys are also experiencing some of that as well, man. The love is strong, the market is strong, and we're really, really pushing it today. And yeah, we're pushing boundaries today, right? We're taking shares, we're putting up some numbers, and yeah, it's been such a great day, such a great earnings period here for volatility. We talked about that. I was saying in July, and a lot of people that were on the show as well agreeing, like these are the months, man. This is the volatility that everybody's looking for. When you had that hiccup when the NASDAQ fell on that August 5th over here, that sort of triggered like, oh my gosh, what's going on? The VIX went up to 60. Everything started to go ham right there. Really triggered. Yeah, I mean, imagine I was here or there. But at the end of the day, you have to be patient. You have to wait for your levels. And today they all filled up, baby. And it's been a really, really great ride, a really profitable little run for us. And we want to thank everybody for watching. Make sure that you do come every single day, like and subscribe, and grab that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, come every single day because you never know which days in the market are going to be the big ones. In order to get the gains, you have to be there every single day. And then the days that they're there, take the opportunities, hit that like, hit that subscribe. I was looking at all the Mag 7 names, I was getting a feel for what's strong and weak, and all of them were strong. It's the chips that are weak. So,
NVIDIA.
yeah, my first thought was get back on the bid and
hey, wait a second.
on a firm. This is a firm. See what's happening in AMD here. I still want to try to find my way back into the short. A firm, I'm trying to find my way back into the long, but then a firm did that. So we didn't get the long in a firm. You can be patient all you want. A couple times it's worked. But this is looking like a failed breakout on AMD above these highs, opening range highs, afternoon highs, failed break, and now you're trending to the downside on AMD. If this market turns, this has been the one. As far as I'm concerned, AMD has been in a slight downward trend, loss of 50, loss of 200, and shorting the pops has worked. It's done this before, where it was a huge move to the upside, only to end up to the downside like this. So I got to find my way into this short one more time here. I'm slightly up on it, but we got in, and then it stopped out and did not get in on the way back in. So you are working back. Going to be patient for dip buys here on VWAP and Apple, and a firm's now at 41.70. So forget about the 41 dip buy, at least temporarily. The next available dip, I suppose, on that runaway freight train.
Yeah, I do want to say that it's been one. I mean, it's been freight train has been the right word for some of these names. We were just able to get long on NVIDIA down there at 120, 140. It just went into the 70s. We'll put an offer there. I was in the 80s. We switched it now into the high 70s. Let's see if we can get that fill. We just took it. I mean, it's just right back to flat. This is where we're long. We just took what? There it is. Money. Oh, God. All right. So nice move to the upside right now. Now 50 more cents in the pocket for NVIDIA. You're going to see, like we talk about, Neil always talks about going station to station. I mean, there's no better of a trade here than NVIDIA. Get the longs, get out. It comes up to VWAP, get out over and over and over again, then hold some for the big ones. I mean, that's how we have these huge winners and able to have these days is you want to be able to put on trades, put on risk when you feel like risk is defined. And on a day like today, Neil said, like, you never know when it's going to come through. That is very, very true. But you do know on specific days when things are going to be happening. And obviously, you guys all enjoyed the best market recap show yesterday with Neil and NVIDIA. And that was our highest watched episode of all time, I believe.
Shout out to the viewers. Also, big assist there because I'm not going to lie, we were live. The numbers were coming out, and I actually had to like alt control delete, and my Benzinga died. My Chrome crashed on me, and so Sean was able to take the mic, get some of those numbers, and we came right back into it because you never know what's going to happen when you're live.
Like, because real traders stay late.
There's nothing you can do about that. Nothing you can do.
You know, I could have jammed out here. Many traders. The only other trader that was here was Obi, I think.
Obi's always here
for that, right?
Obi sleeps here.
Yeah, real trading, right? That's what I'm saying. You know, you got to stay here. You got to be able to watch. I mean, how could we sit here and host a show and not watch those earnings when we're watching NVIDIA right now, right here? And shout out to Sharif, who was watching the recap show as well. So shout out to that with Sharif and everybody else. And then I tweeted out that we were live. I was like, tick, 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 NVIDIA. Over 4,000 of you viewed that as well. So go follow us all on social media. And oh no, it's another good idea to go long on NVIDIA because there it is again. Neil, we're making another dollar here, potentially on that reload to the long side. Appreciate that, Patrick, in the back there. But this is what we're doing. We're trying to entertain, show you guys that this is what trading is all about. So, you know, respect to the trades there that's Neil put on. And again, I feels like I'm always just hyping up my own trades, but all we're doing is talking about them, and it is what it is because we don't mention them. Sometimes they get missed. So that's what it is. So that's why we're talking like that. And it's been a really, really successful day. So it's only 10:09. Like, I cannot believe what's happening right now. I'm gonna summon Randy. I'm gonna see if that guy's busy. Let's see if we can grab a coffee. What's up, Adara?
UAL to the upside right now. This one having a bit of a move down yesterday after its union voted to authorize a strike. Now we have this morning, a couple minutes ago here, coming out that the UAL is petitioning the Department of Transportation to block the Alaska Airlines and Hawaiian Airlines deal. We know that deal made it through the first leg of approval, but they are waiting for that Department of Transportation approval. UAL saying that this merger could block some of its pre-existing agreements with Hawaiian. So UAL, nice pop to the upside. Interesting developments with this one, guys.
He's telling me Hawaiian's tanking and you can trade it.
I think Hawaiian Punch. I think NVIDIA is going to test 120 again.
I like Hawaiian Punch.
Yeah, Hawaiian Punch isn't bad.
I don't drink a lot of juice. But, VWAP. So two things: VWAP on Apple, VWAP on AMD, opposite directions. There. I'm going to quickly check to see what Hawaiian is. Why is the drop down not working? Okay, that's still, it's trying to bounce. This is an $18 deal. If there's any threat to the deal, I'm shorting the top of the range. It's that simple. See, that's the top. You can see it there. That's the top. It's like 17.5 bucks. It's 18 cash. Every time it gets threatened, it dumps into the mid 17s. I just want to respect that on that stock. But not really moving. It already made its move to the downside. You would have just heard that news. So Apple VWAP just double tapped 230.25
Comes in
and trying to get back into the upside. AMD's been more of a, I don't know, it's VWAP in the other direction. It's actually a stronger move to the upside initially, but now you have successive lower highs with VWAP holding in. So I got it on the front end, not the back end, which is not the way you want to do it. I should have it in here somewhere, but it's, so I have 70s on the front instead of like 80 or 85 here on the back end of the trade. If we double tap 170 or 147, I got to get out because that was the breakout, that was the dip support, and then support again. So if it holds 147, got to jump out of this trade and look for another opportunity. Still want to go back to the same names over and over again. A firm is trying to dip, and the operative word is trying. It's not successfully dipping very far. So the next move down, maybe it's 40 off of VWAP or 40.5 in here, but still looking to play some Affirm off the bid one more time here. We've been long twice, but the best long was the missed long on Affirm. And that was that last bounce. It got all the way to 41.5. So Apple off VWAP another time here. If we wick that top, jump out of it again. I want to see this play to 231.5. Show a little more strength. The market's starting to give a little back here, and I don't want to just be catching falling knives. Anything holding support I like. Higher lows, holding support's fine. But if you're making lower highs, I want to stay hopefully away from you.
One more.
And oh yeah, just for everyone out here, SMCI. I know we can't trade and look at everything. It's impossible to do. SMCI did one look to hold on to VWAP and immediately dumped it and started making lower lows again. So that's an easy no-go for me. I'm not getting into SMCI when it's a falling knife. It's either trending my way or I'm not trading it. That simple. You don't want to be against the trend on SMCI.
So I don't know if you're in this, but NVIDIA just broke through 121.
How is AMD not falling?
I don't know.
AMD's like 10 cents.
Who knows? Yeah, but right now we're into NVIDIA. We just took some more 34s and out some 60s there, so we did get hit on that fallout. We're going to try it again because it has reclaimed it. 121.90 break, we're gone. That's the low, or sorry, 120.90. That's the low. We'll try it one more time into here. As I said, I feel like this name wants to test lower, and you know, sometimes when we get those feels, they're right. And so right into here, it looks like it's trying again. We're very close. We're long at 25s right now. This is not like a lot of shares or anything, or a big risk for NVIDIA. We'll stay green on the name, and that's ultimately the idea here. There it goes. So obviously we'll stay green on it. I don't even know why I said that. But we're not going to risk a lot on this move. So it came back in, it tested. We've been sitting here. We really know when we can get on tilt, and it's trying to chase names that we believe we're right on, even though it's not clearly not holding levels. Like, you see how this battles right back through 121. So I'm thinking, okay, you know, we just got stopped out there at the bottom, which wasn't the bottom, by the way. The bottom was about 70s there. But see, now it rallies back, and we start to think about going long again on this name. But we'll stay away from there. What's up right here to JK.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah, JK. Well, yeah, I don't know. Daily short. I haven't even read it yet. So daily short volume on NVIDIA is yet again super high. Daily short volume. Okay. How do you think short sellers deal with this moving forward? Do they wait for lower prices to begin to cover? I mean, you know, we talked about sort of the volume that goes through on this name. I don't know if shorts on a day when there's earnings, what those, you know, ratios normally look like. I feel that everybody's disappointed today, both the longs and the shorts, that we're waiting for a bigger move. More importantly, I feel like the shorts would be disappointed because we were getting a 12% expected move. So how do I think they deal with it? I think they wait. I mean, if you're short right now, are you covering here and taking an L? I mean, I don't know. And again, it depends on where you're short. And if the short has happened today, then yeah, we already marked down. I mean, we marked down as clear as day here, 124. So 124 is the top. We wrote down 120 long into 124. So if there's other traders like us, which I know there isn't because we've talked about being built different, you're going to be probably short in and around that 124. What's up, Randy?
Oh,
I said I was going to put out an alert for Randy, and on time comes this guy. It is Randy.
Randy reads minds,
Oh
man.
man, Randy. PL number 1 will be Apple on the day, but PL number 2 is Tesla. We're not quite buying in Tesla with the amount of shares that we use, but what a great trade that was. It was all the way to 214 and just coming back in now. And we have a very, very small piece left, less than 5%, but good trading today on Tesla. Yeah, how was your day going? And I turned this guy over when, you came with it was bullish action, and this is what the future is. We turned this guy over right down. It was right in and around here. Boom. Yeah.
You want to change it yet?
We held the 50 period and all that right there. So, no, keep it.
It's been months now. I let Randy have carte blanche on the other one in there because he seems to do it regardless of what we have our trading plan. You can probably tell I like 2 stocks short today. One of them was already down 25% and the other one was AMD. So Dollar General. So forget about Dollar General. Nvidia's coming into 120.
Randy is the man. People are saying in the chat.
Of course he's the man. 120 is key.
Which break? This one? Yeah, and that's what we're talking about.
Tesla.
That's what we're talking about. Yeah, Randy, loving the sticky note here today. Thank you, Randy, for that. Maybe you can join us on the floor one day. He likes that idea. Do not though, Randy. Do not. That's not a good idea. Okay, so here we go. Upside move in the market, potentially stalled out. This is why we've pretty much flew out of everything right now. Apple trying to hold highs. Let's just put a stop on Apple.
I just got trailed out of Apple.
Okay. So there, I think that's what I was going to say. I think the trail is probably you're right into this area. I don't think there's any reason really to be holding on to anything.
We just come here quickly for a second. I want to just explain. Apple's been very strong, but see, this is that the lower high problem. It tried to break this consolidation at 231, broke it to the upside and immediately fell. The second it did that, I'm going to back away because of what's happening in the futures here. The futures are, Nvidia's at 120 key level. That's where the bounce was initially this morning. Futures are starting to pull back. We're still up on the day, 0.8% to the upside. Let's let this calm down a bit. If Apple trends, you can join a million times and a million times through. So Nvidia's at that 120. The last time it broke, it went to 119.65, pulled right back in and broke back above 120. I got 16s or something like that long. Let's see if it can do something similar to that. AMD's obviously heading to the downside. It's at a crucial spot as well. So if it holds on to 147 southbound, then I want to make sure that we're holding on to it to 146. But if it bounces here with Nvidia off key support, then I do not want to hold it all the way back into VWAP. I'm going to put a trailing stop in there on AMD, right tight to 147. I don't know why the heck. I shouldn't be that. But I looked at AVGO. I looked at Micron. I looked at pretty much every other chip name, and everything was holding higher lows with the exception of NVIDIA. So it looks like it's not doing what it's supposed to. I'm trailing AMD down here. NVIDIA just lost 120 in a big way. SMCI, I can only imagine, is, okay, it's not that bad.
See ya.
It's down a few dollars, but SMCI down a few dollars is not a big deal. So we only wanted one short. Oh, come on, tried and true. Why is Intel at the high of the day? All right, we're not shorting that.
750.
Why is Intel at the high of the day? Okay. NVIDIA down, Intel up, I guess, is back in play. So I'm hanging on to one trade at this point, and it's just a short off of VWAP on AMD. And even then, it's starting to hold that 147 again. If it breaks back above 147, I get out and short it at VWAP. If it holds here, hold the 146 and see what happens next with NVDA. Apple's trying to hold VWAP. Affirm could be providing a good opportunity for a pullback and a market dip, but once again, Affirm is at the high of the day.
Oh man, Affirm, eh? Yeah, wow, okay. Affirm was a good trade. We are up on Affirm. But
worst
not
dollar ever.
Yeah, Affirm, what a crazy, oh yeah, taking the dollar off that long? I know, and then it comes right back up. Oh man. All right, so frustrating sometimes here trading some of these big cap names or runners like Affirm where we were going back and forth on the short float there. And it seems like that plays again. We saw short float play yesterday with KSS, and it looks like it's playing again right now on Affirm as it continues to go up. All right, right here for Tesla, we don't have any shares. We're looking to get another position. I should have reloaded that same position we were in before, 210. So I was debating putting some more into that area. I'm actually quite happy with our performance today, even though the market has dripped back in. We're only off 10% from our highs today. So like my net here, despite having this drip down, we did a really good job of getting out of the TQQs at highs, right? We did a really good job of getting out of Apple at highs. with our last one coming out right about here. I mean, Apple's actually battling back quite nicely. NVIDIA, bless you. We don't have any of this. That was violent. We don't have any of this smoke on the downside for NVIDIA. So we're able to get this one going as well. So far, so good here as we just continue to sort of, absorb some of these hits here and do a pretty good job of it. And that's been the big key for me, right? Trading more shares and holding on for dear life. No, when levels are hit, man, you got to get out. Watch out for NVIDIA here at 120, slippery slope. It's Adara at the desk with a segment.
IWM just making new day's highs with this candle. Talk about a V-shaped recovery. This one now pushing back above 219, up about 1% on the day for the Russell 2000. Quite a few small cap names to talk about today. One of these is EOS Energy, 22% short float. It has run in the past. Today, moving here after announcing that it's achieved its first performance milestones related to its strategic investment from Cerberus, which was earlier this summer. Good look for EOSE. We also have your XRTX, the ticker for this one. Clear, interesting little resistance area for this one, basically identifying that some research that positively supports what they're looking to do with the company with regards to their kidney disease research. So good look here for XRTX. This one has a pretty small market cap here, just over $4 million Canadian. We also have Therava Biologics. This is TOVX. This one's halted a couple times, up about 25%, receiving a patent application notice for one of its treatments. We're noting as well here for Therava, for TOVX, they actually have a float of just under 1 million shares, 992,000 share float, guys.
Maybe we'll take NVIDIA long through. Thank you, Adara, for that. There's that $4 million company again. So we'll have to watch. Well, I mean, we're clearly not watching it, but we should. All right.
Jordan Love should buy them.
120 going. Yeah, Jordan Love should buy a lot of things right now. All right. We're going to take a 120 break through again. So we'll see if it wants to go one more time, try to break a little bit higher. 120.05 has been the high. I'm not going to, we say this all the time, catch this falling knife. We tried it already at 121. When it broke, we're gone. We hit it and quit it there. We lost. So we lost on this trade. So we had given some back on NVIDIA. We talked about still being positive, but it's nowhere near what we've done on Apple today, which has been so good, man. This again, has been a big stock. All the big stocks this week have been major tech names that have bounced early off of some kind of level. Today it was Apple with the 200 period. Yesterday was the triple Qs. I'm going to go long the triple Qs again if we get to the 200 period. I'm not sure that happens. So again, just a little bit of a note here. What I'm trying to do is to take a bid down there on the TQQs. So if that comes in, that's what I'm going to try to put some risk into.
Apple's bouncing off. So when the market looked really bad, I got off the bid of Apple at VWAP, but it's holding it again. So two things. I did trail out of AMD. NVIDIA's right back at the 120 level. Like that's a spot where if you look at the liquidity grab, it's not a huge one. If you're watching the aftermarket show, you know that 120, they were stacking bids every single dollar when this thing was trying to bounce to the upside. And it was the 120 level that ultimately was doing the most damage in terms of,
I missed it.
Fills and then putting it back in like hundreds of thousands at a time. So 120 is coming back. That's the reason I'm going to wait for VWAP on AMD. I want to stick with shorting this name as long as it's trend down. Lower highs after a false break. I like for that setup. Yeah, NVIDIA just smashed.
Yeah, we missed the break long, guys, unfortunately. I bought 120 20s there, but we tried to smash it and we missed it. We actually only crossed up 5 cents, thinking there was going to be enough liquidity and not everybody would get on our backs like they did right there. But nice move back up to the upside here. Oops, sorry, we're still on the TQs, my bad. Right there for NVIDIA. So we did miss that. So we missed that long. I just put on like 10% of the position at 20s just to see if it wants to go. If it does, great, man. Maybe we can make $1 on this. Let's see about 121. That was the area of concern last time. So we'll stick an order there and hope to get that fill. So right now it's just 20 cents. You're not taking 20 cents on NVIDIA, not today, unless you're sort of unloading a bigger position, I feel like. But it's still moving around. We'll see what happens. That's 120.50 right there as that high. So again, everyone do you, but I just feel that NVIDIA today giving us that opportunity. I have to give this a little bit of room, a little bit of pennies, a little bit of room on this stock. So that's 119. 120, I actually only want to give this like 50 cents if we break lower. So that's sort of my plan of action right here. Wait for more shares at 120. If it comes through, great. If it doesn't, no spilt milk. So that's what we're going to be trying out right here on NVIDIA. There's the long at 120.05, the play that we wanted. So we'll sit in it.
Yeah, I just tried on the way back through, and immediately it took out the 120 into the downside. I don't necessarily love the price action that I'm seeing on it. Yeah, I don't like that hammer candle. It's not a hammer candle, but I don't like that wick above the 120.25. I'd like to see one more strong to the upside. I'm going to be on the offer of Dollar General in a quick little second, but my eyes are going to be on NVIDIA. It's just a battle happening between 119.90 and like 120.25. If resolved upside, I think you see VWAP, which is at 122. So you got $1.50 worth of work that this can do. If it breaks the bottom, I think you're waiting until 119. So it's $1 in either direction. There's the break of 120.25 that I wanted to see.
Go. There it is, man. There's our long at 120, man. Go, 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 NVIDIA. I mean, we say this, man. You never know when that next trade is going to be here, and we believe it's here right now. We got long on NVIDIA. And again, this is what we talked about, man. We laid the foundation for this trade. We talked about a break back through 120. It happened. We took it once. Small shares, falls back in, take our position. Now we watch out for an upside move on NVIDIA one more time. So yeah, buddy, it's starting to happen for us. Let's see if it gets back up there to the upside. We're still waiting for 121 to come in here on NVIDIA. And again, what will be a pretty good day for us today, we'll go 5 for 5. We could have reloaded the TQs at 68. Oh my, we missed that reload right there at 68 on the TQQs. That was a mistake. It does go as far as 67.80 right now. And I love the fact that everybody in the chat can see the passion and feel it, because that's what we're trying to do, is get this through to you guys to show you. Okay, here we go. There's NVIDIA, Neil. It's another absolute monster over here. So really, really happy with that one. We'll shout out to DJ right there. Get that going there. Nice move to the upside. Let's take a bid at 82, because that is right there another one. Good long, Neil.
Great long. Sorry, I'm just choking on water there. And coffee there. Great long. I think it gets to VWAP in here for sure.
Let's go.
I think it's almost like the way it's a lit grab right at that 120 level. It looks like a key one. I got out and I wanted to see the quarters go. So when the quarters went, I then punched long when the quarters went to that upside. Firm high of the day. We still are not getting up. Let me cancel that dip buy. My focus right now is going to be on the first time Dollar General. So you have to, you got to get it on the way up. It's SSR, unfortunately. So it broke the low of the day. It hasn't broken 90 even. It's about to break 90. Because it's short sell restricted, a break of 90 on Dollar General, it's like maybe you get shares, maybe you don't. And if it holds that 90, this thing could flash to the upside, because that's how SSR trades tend to work. Usually, I would be on the other side of this. Like usually, I'd be looking to catch a bounce on this name, but I've been favoring the short in Dollar General. It gave you one shot at VWAP, and if you weren't paying attention, you didn't get it. So I'm going to look for the short break on 90, but if it doesn't work right away, I'm jumping quickly out of that thing. I want this falling apart. If it doesn't fall apart through 90, then I want no part of it. So there it is. Instant fill. You don't always want an instant fill on an SSR name. Usually I'm expecting that you're not going to get a fill on an SSR name. So Dollar General just broke $90. We'll see if it gets back above 90. I'm going to be jumping out of that right quick, and we're going to be scalping into the $0.50 on DG. Ideally, this was supposed to be a VWAP retrace, but we were trading all the same names. It was Affirm, Apple, AMD, and obviously NVIDIA. So Dollar General got missed off of VWAP. Stock's in trouble, man. 27% down when the market's up. 27% down on any day, I guess, is bad. It doesn't matter what the market's doing.
Guys, joining on the podium today, props it up. It's my guy Patrick over there putting up numbers. Congratulations, Patrick. We've already said, look, Obi was the next one. I'm looking at Patrick. Good job there, Patrick, for that play again today. And we got to keep giving the love, man. Keep giving the love back and forth, because as you give it, you get it, right? So we're trying to make that happen right now. Shout out to Patrick there in behind us, man. Podium, and podium right there. The market is a tough game, as we say all the time. So when traders are going to be successful, of course, it means a lot to at least mention that. You know, this game is very, very mindful. And, you know, if I don't sort of shout out these successes of traders, it does help with your mentality. getting that pat on the back, making sure that, what you're doing is good, being acknowledged. I think that's very, very important to do, which is why I always do it. And a big shout out. Obviously, I know Sharif does it, Adair does it, my guy Neil over here. So, great community. Let's just keep on going with it right now. And on that note, Neil, there it is right there. It's another one. I know we shout out our trades a lot, but there it is right there. It's NVIDIA. It's another dollar in the money right there. Tesla battles all the way back. Remember when I said I gave back 10% of my net? It's right back in right now. Yeah, I know, Ramin. Ramin didn't hear that part. She's still worried about keying up people's cars.
No, she's not. That's a bluff.
Yeah, of course. Duh. Yeah. Good one. Inspector Gadget. All right, let's go over to, are we calling to somebody?
It's a crypto.
Oh, it's
the crypto segment.
Yeah, we haven't talked about crypto again yet today. 60,000.
I meant to look at Mara, but 60,000 never broke.
Oh, we just shout out to Mara King over there. Let me see. I'm going to see if he traded Mara today. Let me just double check on that one. Oh, and he did right now. So he's going to sit there in second place on the podium. It's Patrick, it's Mara, it's Adara, and it's crypto.
Before we get to crypto, worth mentioning, we just got these numbers here for the EIA natural gas stock change here coming in exactly flat, 35 billion change here compared to the previous and the estimate of 35 billion, worth noting. In terms of crypto, interesting article coming here later yesterday from Reuters saying that Bitcoin mining actually taking up some of the space that AI companies are looking for data centers. So this a little bit of an energy race here with regards to mining and AI, with Bitcoin miners apparently could be facing some struggles with regards to repurposing AI for their purposes. So interesting look there from Reuters on the state of Bitcoin mining and its use of energy. Bitcoin itself here on the daily chart, nice uptrend, having another lower low or higher low here from that big move down we had on the Black Monday, August 5th. Nice look here. Let's see what we can do if we can hold on to that 60,000 level as of right now. Ethereum also recovering nicely from yesterday's weakness here, currently holding on to 25.5, up about 1.5%, up about the same amount right now as BTC. The rest of these names a little bit more mixed. Slight weakness in Solana, USDC, Ripple, Toncoin, some slight positivity here in Cardano, Tron, but nothing super high or super low today in the crypto space, guys.
I was just saying
nothing crazy
there. Yeah, about, go ahead. I was even... just paying attention, actually.
Look, I want to get to crypto in a second, too, because I wanted to look at Mars specifically. I know a lot of people look at crypto, and that 60 bounce is pretty good. NVIDIA just did, it was a similar thing that Apple did, but it's still off a lower high. So I'm going to try to respect the fact that overall, trend is down on NVIDIA. There was a dip off 120 and another dip off 120, but since that open, your lower highs and lower lows all the way through. So if I'm respecting the fact that the trend since literally the first 3 minutes of the day on NVIDIA has in fact been down, then when it loses this level, I'm jumping out of it. It's like, what would I do if I was flat? And the answer would be, if this was any stock and it wasn't NVIDIA and I had zero bias, I'd be thinking short after this kind of a setup, because the resistance level broke, and it broke downside, is retesting lows and going into a downward trend. So that means be a little bit more conservative with the long. That meant jump out a little bit faster when I didn't like what I saw. Wait for confirmation that it was holding 120 better, jump into the long, and then take it out there at the quarter level. It might still go higher, but I'm just explaining why you're going to see me out of the trade there on NVIDIA. If it goes higher, we can always get it back in at VWAP. If it comes back down here, we can play the 120 one more time. And speaking about crypto and Mara wants a big level at that 18. What I don't like about this is this 18 level. Like, that's what scares me about it. Like, big level that it ran away from in the other direction, and then resistance here at 18. Well, you just wicked that top and came back underneath. If we lose 60,000, I'm probably going to look for a short at some point over in MARA. For now, we've jumped out of NVIDIA looking for re-entry, and I'm looking back over at Affirm, which I'm sure you're tired of hearing is at the high of the day. But it is. And this will be the one that got away from us. We stuck with, it wasn't crowd, it was Chewy yesterday. We stuck with Chewy yesterday. We didn't really stick with Affirm today. That's about the only disappointment I have. Because this gave you VWAP on a silver platter right here. tried to bounce through 40, pulled back into VWAP, and if you're looking for a VWAP retrace, that was it. It was the third time through, but it had been so weak. AMD, I might short it, but the market's now coming back into the upside, so I have to be patient with this. I didn't want to sit on the offer when the market was making a bounce, and this is oddly enough stronger than NVIDIA right now. It got to VWAP when NVIDIA wasn't there, so I want to be very careful about how I short AMD. For now, no LFT and no positions. I'll take it 1035. I'm not rushing into anything just because there's opportunity out there.
Yeah, and there's a firm right here, man. 40 long break. I mean, some of these things that we had written down on the sticky note today. Apple 229 long. As I said, it's P&L number one, like 20x. Tesla right there, 210.50 break as well. Maybe not 20x, maybe 10x. TQQ's there, the long at 68, and then there's a firm, then NVIDIA 120. I mean, we're so much in love with that NVIDIA 120 that it was a big reloaded spot right there again. So we're gonna hold on. We're gonna wait for 123. See if that comes in. We again, we don't have a huge amount of shares or anything left on board. We have about 20% of that trade left on board. So yeah, that's what we're doing there on NVIDIA. It is bouncing off of the 200 period, and you know your boy is all about moving averages. So right there could be something. I do agree with Neil. Not a bad spot to jump out on. That name. So if you are, looking at that, great. For NVIDIA, that could be a level for you. Holding on, like I've already talked about the strategies there. Holding on and putting out bigger trades for bigger profit has really, and you guys can hear it. You hear it every day. Catapulted the net. Yesterday we had that $10 winner on SMCI. Today we had $4 on Tesla. $1. I mean, we are sitting here with multiple dollars on many trades. It doesn't mean that that's the right play. It's just when you're right, trying to let this go a bit. And when we take the bottom up to the 200, that's generally a great spot. So again, I do like that position right there. Could be something to look at. Tesla's really starting to bug me a little bit. I want to look at 210. That bottom is 210. So I think I sit here again at 210.50, but I am not in this. Like when I put on, the reason why we're up so much is because we put on risk. And I mean, it's risk on, right? When a day like today happens, risk, it's a pure risk on day. Not only that, but we were also confident in the direction. That's the one thing that we are getting better at every single day. And that is that turning this bear immediately into a bull and talking only bullishness this morning. People in the chat were like, man, this guy's bullish. The market moved 1% since those comments. Bullish. So it's just a matter of when you're right, you're right. We could be wrong. We've been wrong many times. It's about getting out when you're wrong, and being able to deal with the consequences of that. And at the end of the day, all you can do is look down at your P&L, which is why I'm always talking about that, right? Letting you guys know that despite putting on some losses, we could still be there. Despite trading one name, Big Patty Ice back there, he's there. You could trade multiple names, you could trade multiple styles, but at the end of the day, you look down and you got to see what's happening, and that's why we shout out to Adara, who I guess is taking advice. I heard her say today she's only going to go right back into live mode. So,
one of the things
I've said that, yeah.
One of the things to keep in mind, if you trade things like SMCI and you trade things like Eli Lilly,
the $10.
Look, like Apple, NVIDIA, like those things are going to have 1 cent spreads and are filling back and forth. I mean, it's incredibly realistic. Our simulator is fantastic for it. Where you really need to take fills to understand how you can get them or not are things like SMCI and Eli Lilly. Because I can tell you, like I swung and missed trying to get positions on SMCI 5 times yesterday. So really, it was not very easy to get the trades that looked easy on the chart, where it was just dumping. I couldn't catch shares at all. And then the one time I got into short, it was like an instant loss. The longs were better in the afternoon when things had calmed down a little bit. So just a couple of things. We're going to go over to Sector Watch in a second, but we jumped out of NVIDIA. As I said, the market's trending up and it's trending down. So I want to be very careful about this. Like I said, trending downside, market looks like this, now bouncing higher and holding higher lows. So you're clearly at least relatively weak here on NVIDIA, and there's a lot of strength elsewhere. So I'd like to wait for that 120 to come in or hold a higher low to start confirming some kind of better trend into the upside. We got to be careful with this. I don't like the fact that it's a little bit counter trend. This is a time of day where usually I'm not forcing anything anyways, and I like VWAP trades at this time of day. And this is underneath it. not the best look in the world. SMCI, for what it's worth, is having a fantastic day. I haven't got the go-ahead that we're going to sector watch, but SMCI, lots of volume. Where I was looking for support has turned into resistance as well. Again, I'm not forcing the action SMCI. I was looking long, but it was long off 420 that I wanted. At the open, the best you could get was $435. So that was never going to be realistic. Let's go on over to sector watch, see what else we might be missing, Adara. No? Yes?
Aside from one glaring red spot, the market generally pretty positive, as are all these sectors. We have to talk, of course, about electronic technology. Very strongly green across the board, with the exception of NVDA. Of course, trading a little bit lower after a slight quarterly drop here in their margin. So interesting look here for NVDA. Not bringing down the rest of the sector, however. Strength across the board here in technology services. CrowdStrike, CRWD going from red to green right off the open. A little bit more mixed here for health technology and finance, though both are generally positive. Lots of strength in producer manufacturing, commercial services, energy minerals, transportation, consumer durables. Couple sectors to talk about to the downside, one of them being communications. A little bit red here for both Verizon and AT&T, but retail trade, very interesting. Lots of strength in Amazon and Costco, but some of these other names a little bit weaker. We also have to remember that Dollar General, with a massive earnings miss and a bit of a lowering here of its guidance, could be bringing down the sector, guys.
Yeah, I mean, Dollar General is going to be a nasty one. Oh, the other thing that I kind of feel like we glossed over it. So Gap is halted for news pending. Essentially, they had an early leak of their Q2 revenues for Gap, which is GAP, not GPS anymore. The revenue, 3.7 million, ahead of estimates of, beating estimates of 3.6. So the reason why you're halted on Gap is a leak of the earnings. In theory, people are circulating it around here. So whether or not that's actually accurate, I guess we'll find out when they open the stock up. So when it's halted based on news, you don't know when it's going to open. It could be at any point. But first things will happen, just for everyone out there. If you've never looked at a halt trade before, you can always just go to like NASDAQ Trader. This is a site I like to use. Go to NASDAQtrader.com. You find Gap. See how it's T1? That's halted news pending. Usually it go T2, T3, which is when it's fully disseminated. You'll get like a quote resumption time before this opens back up. So this is worth watching, I do think. You're likely to see some action on that if their earnings are actually out here. So NVIDIA, it's trying to wake up, but it gets right into the same resistance level where I jumped out of it, and it's just kind of holding higher lows. So I like the fact that it's holding the higher lows for now. Let's break out one level up and then look for another stair step into the upside. What is Apple doing? Apple might not give us VWAP again, but if it doesn't ever give us VWAP, it can give us the opening range top 231.5. It can always pull back into that and consolidate. For now, we're going to wait for VWAP one more time here on AAPL. NVIDIA, I'd like it to break out of that downward trend. That'll be the next look for me or Apple off of VWAP, because Affirm's kind of gotten out of pocket here, unfortunately. All right, and I don't want to chase it.
Here we go. This is why I've talked about why we do this. There is picking up her new rep jacket. Right now, number 20 on your Etobicoke Dolphins. So she's getting ready to rock and roll, man. Already been in a tournament. Oh, wow. This is why you hold on. We've talked about this. There goes NVIDIA. Let's see if it wants to work. Now we're $1.50 in the money on NVIDIA, and right back upside. Huge moves happening here. There goes NVIDIA. Boom, boom, and boom. Biggest stock for me right now. We do have $1 also in Tesla. So sure, we'll go back-to-back dollar clubs. We'll also say Hydration Nation to everybody out there as well, man. It's always nice to get pictures. My wife's sending me them all of the time. So that means a lot. And I just said, we just got, all right, I just saw you got her skate sharp in there. That's nice. Okay, so 122, right up to VWAP. I'm thinking that this could be it. We're waiting at 123, but we just racked off that VWAP. And you know what? I mean, we've already got our strategies clearly working here. I just saw Big Patty Ice in the break room there, and he was talking about his trade. So congratulations on that one. With Mara shorted the top, I believe he told me. 18th, yeah. So that was a great trade rate there for BPI. And again, it's just it's a one trade, right? I mean, that's the thing. I have to look to see exactly what it was, but I believe it was. And again, learning hopefully from the stuff that I'm talking about. I mean, me and this guy talk every day, and he's going to make his own decisions. But this is perfect. Like this kind of a move up right into a level like that and then bang that right back in. Absolutely perfect. Bounces off the 200 period moving average, man. The disciple is strong. Congratulations, BPI, right there for a big one right there, man. I mean, this is what we're talking about, showing it off. This is why we do the sticky note for free. This is why we do all these things, to give opportunities and give explanations like this, and you know, going over all of the trades, why we like them, why we don't, why we're in, why we're not, and giving trades before they happen. I mean, we talked about this trade on NVIDIA. The minute it breaks back above 120, we were going to be all into that one. So, I mean, there it goes again, another big trade. It's 10:45, 15 minutes left until we go stochastics crazy on the midday with. Oh, what are you guys doing today?
Commodity Channel Index.
Commodity Channel Index. I prefer stochastics mania, but we'll see today how that pops off there. Sharif does a lot of work on those.
Learn something new every day.
So we thank you. Yep, we thank them for that as well every single day. Get trading, get some laughs, get some good times there with Trader TV Sharif and Adara on our midday program. And yeah, it's funny. We talk all about all these lessons, and this is why it's completely different for everybody. I sit here and listen to this stuff, but I don't use any of it. I just use what I use. Moving averages, support and resistance. And I mean, you'll never hear, I don't know the last time I heard really anybody trading talking about fibs on our show, talking about anything other than...
I've talked about it, I don't use them.
Right, exactly. I mean, that's what I'm saying, maybe a couple months ago, or RSIs or anything like that. Very important to understand these things. But at the end of the day, you know, like we just talked about, you got to have
volume
that gumption.
Matters.
Yeah, you got to have the ability, you got to have it inside of you to become these traders. Find your spot, man. They say this about back catchers, and I heard this from one of the rep coaches as well. He's like, he was a catcher himself, and he's like, you got to be a little squirrely to be a catcher. And you can clearly see this one. The most unhinged person around here is me, and you can see what's happening right now in this market and the results that have come through. And there it goes right there. Talk about it out. Props it up right now for NVIDIA, taking it back into VWAP. And guess what? This is where we say, finite. We wrap that trade up. That's $1.70 right there on that last little push there. Neil explained where his out was. I explained where my out is. Sometimes they hit, sometimes they don't. But there it goes right there. It's a good one for that, and we will sit where we need to be right now, as Tesla is a little bit of a problem child right now, trying to get back up to the upside. Oh, we got another long there on Tesla. My bad. I didn't even see that. We got filled down there at 210.50. We got part filled. There's a good little reload on Tesla. Hey, Neil, let's just buy action and take $1. That's what happens when you're on those levels and you're right here, right now, man. Join the party. Join the water. It's warm. It's Trader TV Live. Hit the like. Hit the subscribe. You got Sharif coming. You got Neil over here. This is going to be a big day. It already is. Record day profit-wise today for the morning. Let's get going. It's been a monster one. Thank you so much for watching. It's 10:48.
It is 10:48. We got about 10 minutes to go, but it's a perfect time to talk about it. You have it up. I'll throw it up there. If you're interested in, if you do want to trade somewhat like this, or any way like this, which is live, real markets, not, you know, I mean, sometimes you'll hear people talk about like those CFDs and whatnot, and all those things out there where you're not really engaging in the actual market. I'm talking about trading every single gateway, trading live in every single market out there, starting with the USA, starting with North America. Our campus program's back at Real Trading. And this is one it's near and dear to my heart, because I've been blessed to be able to trade for over 20 years by starting it and doing it the right way. And doing it the right way means coming in and learning and putting time and effort in. It's free, and you don't have to put anything down, but it's a structured program that you have to follow and put your time in there. So check it out. Scan the QR code below. Go into the link in the description of this video. Check out realtrading.com campus. Get an introduction to the markets. Get into this platform, which is P Pro 8, where you have multiple stop orders. Every single gateway out there, every market that you could want to trade is available to you. All the upside is there. You want to trade futures, trade futures. You want to trade equities, trade equities. You want to trade Forex, Forex is there as well. There's lots of things you can trade. You're going to start out with the basics, which is fine, because you're doing it for free. You're going to go into a fantastic simulator, which allows you to trade every single day, get those reps, one-on-one training while you are doing it with some of the boys back here. Fantastic trainers, both of them. Shout out to Brankles and
Yeah,
Tulane.
let's go. There's the shout outs.
No, shout out to, and also in the back, I mean, Lars as well. He's doing a fantastic job with this program. You're going to get that one-on-one. You go live, you trade real money, you gain real experience, you have the opportunity to earn real profits in a funded account. We're talking 16 hours a week worth of trading. You can have that side gig on the side if you want to while you're doing it. It's a great program, but the key thing is it's free. Time and effort is what you are paying when you sign up. So if you're in Canada and you think this is for you, then do it the right way if you're going to trade. It's much better than blowing up 10K accounts 5 or 6 times. And there's nothing wrong with learning however you want to learn. But if you can learn on someone else's dime, this is the program for you. So check it out. That's the campus program. So you were just mentioning Tesla. I wanted to get back over to that one. At this time of day, I don't like longing trending, like stocks that are trending in the other direction. So I'd like for this to reestablish the trend into the upside. I'm a little wary that it could flat bottom break 210 here. So I'm not in this unless we start regaining VWAP. If it's an inside day, it's an inside day. And this is sort of the thing about getting a little bit of you have to have some kind of a read on the market. I was shorting AMD at VWAP, and then AMD suddenly looked relatively strong to NVIDIA. So I said I'm not shorting AMD at VWAP anymore. So you got to be able to walk away from something that's no longer following your plan. It was lower highs. It held 147. It then broke out VWAP. No reason to be trading it anymore. Let's go on over to the desk with Adara and Money Talks.
Money Talks.
DXY at a really interesting level here. Not one, but 2 bullish candles here back to back for that US dollar here in the daily chart after finding nice support at 100.5. Now we're pushing into 101.5, which is an interesting level of some chop and turn earlier. Can we make a higher high here for the DXY? We'll have to find out. In terms of data today, we did have that quarterly GDP estimate for Q2. Second estimate here coming in above expectations, 3% versus the estimated 2.8%. 10 a.m. here, we got pending home sales. These coming in much lower than expected, negative 5.5% for the month of July versus estimates of positive 0.2%. SPI actually made a new high of day at the time these came out at 10 a.m. So interesting look there. We actually have 2 Fed speakers. Fed Barkin apparently started speaking here at 10:30 a.m., not initially on the schedule. We also have Fed's Bostic right in your power hour there at 3:30 p.m. Tomorrow we'll be getting the PCE price index. We know this is the Fed's preferred inflation gauge. We're expecting a little bit of an uptick from the previous print here for the year-over-year core and PCE numbers, and we're also expecting a bit of an uptick here for the month-over-month basis, but we'll have to see what we do here. They're expecting flat core month-over-month PCE, but we'll have to wait and see how the DXY and the market reacts to that print at 8:30 tomorrow.
Thank you, Adara. We thought we were doing pretty good there, dropping some cash down for $2 on NVIDIA, but look how much this thing continues to run up, man. 122.50. I guess we should have waited for that 123 and not taken that. But again, coming right back in is Tesla. We take that to 10.50, but you know what? Everybody's here for one thing, and it's for what's for lunch today. So today's, okay, man, these guys are really trying to grab our business, aren't they? All right, today we've got Southern fried chicken with barbecue sauce and an aioli on the side with a mac and cheese as well. Yeah, that's going to get Dara excited. I remember that one day that we went and grabbed her that. Yeah, I know you're a mac and cheese fan over there. It looks like the salad will be a Cobb salad with mixed greens, maple soy, roasted sweet potato, diced tomato, grated cheddar, and we're going for a walk after this.
Oh my!
Grated cheddar and mozzarella, along with hard-boiled eggs, creamy avocado ranch. That is what's for lunch. And yeah, that's pretty appropriate.
Yeah,
man.
the salad doesn't seem that good anymore. All of a sudden.
No, exactly. Like I said, guys, record day. Here, you know, where all the ideas worked. That to me scares me right there. You shouldn't go 5 for 5, those crazy hot fire trades. But it happened, and now we're just chilling. We are at the highest spot we've been at all day. Tesla, we got out of half. We're holding a small piece. I'm actually really not in love with this trade. The trade that was missed, nothing was missed. I mean, first of all, shout out to everybody out there that trusted the bull call. If you trusted that bull call that we made earlier on, you're now hundreds of handles in the money, and it just continues to go up. And we put the damage on it ourselves, man. We traded the TQs. Thing is that I didn't expect 1.3% today. We knew it was going to be a huge day.
Your jokes when you...
And I came in here today, and I started the show we're trading Apple. Apple right now, I can look, I don't need to look. Apple right now is going to be multiples the next best stock. And it's because it came in, it filled the levels, we trusted ourselves, and there goes Apple. Obviously, it's at 232 and change. This morning, I told you this is getting to all-time highs again. So hopefully, again, this was a trade that many of you had. It's Apple, it's great. The only stock that we're up a cup of coffee on is Affirm, and that's because it dropped out and we got out when it broke. It comes right into the 200 period moving average. Obviously, that was a huge buy right there. Thank you to Tex who trusted. And it's not about trust. It's about the setups were there. And you got to put them on, right? And so that's what it is. And we'll always tell you when we're down or when we're up, you can ask us this. And today's just been a big day. Shout out to all the traders behind us that have had a big day. Shout out to Neil here. And we'll give a big one for Sharif and Adara coming up very, very soon. Fabian, Ramin, and everybody that's watching. We can't do this without Bears versus Bulls. We can't do this without all of you coming through every single day. So I want to thank all of that. And thank you for supporting the recap show, which was absolutely huge. There they are. What's up, Fabian? What's up, my guy over there? The Chilean Nightmare, as dubbed by Sharif over there. He's more of a dream than a nightmare. This guy is. I
agree.
So such a great guy there.
No, but it's like a wrestling name. It's like it's good, right? Essentially.
Yeah.
Two things. I want to quickly get over to SMCI. We took our first shot at SMCI. I might take a couple more in here. I think we're going to be a little bit more calm with it than we were yesterday. Like our first swing at SMCI, we lost too much on it, and then when we got like 2/3 of it back. When we had our win, it just was not enough. So at this time of day, I'm looking for only longs on it. So it broke out VWAP, but then immediately lost it. But I wanted to thank you, Ian Rispetto, for the super chat in there. You got into crowd this morning at 258 on the earnings. How do we feel about it in the long term and the outlook? So okay, first off, look, we're not here to give investing advice. What I can tell you is essentially what I see on CrowdStrike. I do own shares of CrowdStrike recently, and I did buy them. My average price is like $265. I bought a couple times on dip. My average price is pretty much right here. So it's like I'm like very slightly in the money on this. But what I love about the chart, at least temporarily speaking, was, and I said this in the morning, you needed to break out this. After earnings, it was important to break this consolidation up. Like this was a very clear strike zone, 275 down into like this 265 area, which is exactly where it settled after the breach. And what you had here was a clean breakout. And again, if you were focused on this stock, I had an over-under on this 261.5, but I wasn't focused on that at the open, so I'm not going to get that long. Doesn't matter. But you're holding above the range. A close above 275 is a bullish one. I think it's more important that it does that on the week than it does on the day because you're thinking the long term. I like weekly charts a heck of a lot more. And it's going to have to do some damage with 300, the 50, and the 200 period moving average. That was a big spot of resistance again after that big breach. So be very, very careful with this. It's going to run into some big resistance, I think, at the 300. Once it gets through that, I'll be much more confident to maybe think about adding to it. I'm not really thinking add on this stock just yet, but I do like what I see. Close above that 275, and then we can talk.
We reloaded some Tesla. And look, guys, you know it's going to be a big day. I mean, Neil just talked about that's pretty much the first losing trade for either one of us today. So, I mean, that just goes to show you a lot of opportunities. Take them and get the heck out
still here
when they're wrong. Yeah, I mean, look what we just did on Tesla.
Oh.
We just bought it again. We're in another 50-cent winner right now. Like, I mean, it's real. This is what we did. We talked about buying that 210.50 again. It's right here on the sticky note. So there we go. We're now out. 50 more cents on Tesla, name that we don't trust. We'll wash our hands now and get the heck out of that one. With only 1 minute left, we'll end on the high note right there. That's 50 cents on Tesla. That is given to you another one right there. We will not take any phone calls from Kathy Wood about our trading today because she can't afford this guy. We'll pass on that offer, Kathy. Maybe I'll talk to you at Thanksgiving again. But so far, so good right now on the day. I hope you enjoyed the show. I hope you enjoyed the entertainment.
Before we go over
at the trading. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Before we go over, I just pulled up Intel. So suffice to say, I'm going to go short Intel essentially almost now. And I just wanted to quickly show you guys the chart because it's screaming to the upside. There isn't even a red candle on it today. but this has been a big level at 20.25, and you can see the very steep trend line that it is now trying to break. So resistance at 225, big trend line to the upside that it's attempting to break in here. So once I see it fail underneath that trend, I'm going to jump into this one. Short into VWAP is the name of the game. If it breaks the high of the day, if you're not getting out at the high of the day when a stock is parabolic to the upside, then you're going to run a lot of risk. So I need to see it fail that top, come back under the trend line. I'm short, and then it's going to be that high of the day. Let's get our learn on once again with Sharif and Adara. Go get them. It's going to be a fun day. We're back at 2 o'clock, and we got more earnings after the bell. But right now, it's learn to trade.
And Kathy was calling there at the end there. I think Aunt Kathy was trying to make a call. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That is your girl Adara, and I'm Sharif. Oh, there she is. Hello, Aunt Kathy.
Why do you think this is an appropriate time to do this? We're trying to start the show, Kathy. We haven't even done roll call yet. If you want to be roll called, get in the chat, but you're not roll calling me. Warren, explain what's going on with Bank of America.
He's a
and then you can
trillionaire.
answer my call.
Put some respect on the man's name. He's a trillionaire
Sorry,
now.
Warren. I apologize. Also, fun fact, your boy Charlie and I had the same birthday.
Love it. All right, there you go. There's the introduction to the what's up, everybody. We got Paul Amos. That was awesome in there. We got Benson. We got Chucky. Andrew Chow's joining us as well as B, G, Zed, Vicky Novak, and Matthew Booth making the move over. Fiddlebeck, Peter, we got Blue Arrow, Chelsea, Ashley, and Jeremy Newman. We got Rodrigo Concepcion. We got Chuck Fuller and Cass M. We even have Ram over here. Lionel Martinez. There's the hand. My man Adam DeLuce. We got Mary S. Lyman and Pax. We got Jimmy Joe Smith as well. Adara, Ari Pages, JF Trader. We got Tony Price, Julio Trullo, Dollar Bill. Dollar Bill, love that. The Piper, my man Fat Figa joining as well. We got Jill Wittenberg, One Beat Short, Ari Pages, Blue Baron, and Rob Newland, Adara. Lots joining us today. Great day to be on these markets. All I can say is wow. The long term is happy, and it's a good day around here. Good vibes all on the floor.
Good vibes, Katina. Good vibes, everybody. I hope you guys are doing well today. Happy to be here with you all. You're doing well, Sharif, as you just said, the long term as well. So happy to hear that. I had just got a good reason to short CrowdStrike here, so I'm going to be trying to get that fill ready to go. We're going to take a smaller position. I'm back live, guys.
Man.
I am back live because I was like, you know what? All of my favorite spready tickers are coming out the next 2 days. We got CrowdStrike earnings. Tomorrow we have Lulu, tomorrow will be day one Lulu. They report tonight. So basically, I want to clarify what my strategy here is for Crowd. Look at that big old chunk of resistance here just below 281s. I'm risking it to 281s. That's cool. I'm trying to get short 280s. Should it fill me? I've watched the book enough times. Are we bouncing off VWAP? Almost and arguably, yes. But I was watching the book for a long time, like intermittently. I was, intermittently going to the library, reading the book. While I was up at the big desk, I was looking at SPCE. I was looking at CrowdStrike. I said, I want to see how those two are moving. I feel like SPCE honestly has a cleaner tape, which I was not expecting. Hi, Randy.
Randy.
But CrowdStrike.
I love this. The dude just, he's what do they call this? You're omnipresent. He's anywhere, Adara. He shrinks, he expands, he does what he needs to do, Adara.
But that's why I'm trying to go long or go short here, CrowdStrike. Vicky Novak saying long bias today, please. Honestly, I am not really long biased. I'm going to be really honest with you. I'm whatever price action I see biased. I'm biased to what the book's telling me. I was initially looking long on Crowd, but then we can't break that 280 level in the book. I'm like, you know what, Adara? It's a short for here. Will it get filled? We'll have to wait and see. But basically what I'm trying to say is, long story short, the way I was watching on the book and Crowd were really weird and skittish around whole dollar levels, like the 279s, 278s. And we also are a little bit bamboozling. I'm trying to be patient, pack that patience, willing to add into a trade, gonna risk $1. Because with CrowdStrike, you could make, I would say, up to at least 277. So making at least $4 here, risking $1. I think I can live with that. How are you doing?
I like it. I'm just finishing up, putting in my position over here. We're going to look to get out on this. I'm already trading XRTX, a small cap gapper. We're going to put that one. We already put the stop. Let me just make sure that the stop is sound and will trigger during the lesson.
I like
But
that you're like giving like side eye to your stops. You're not even giving side eye to.
Dara, look, I like to threaten things sometimes. It doesn't work as well with humans, but it seems to work with computers. All right, let's get right down to it. We are talking about the commodity channel index all day today. Another indicator to gauge overbought and oversold conditions. Let's talk a little bit about it and then juxtapose it to the stochastics that we learned about yesterday. See which one is better for which. Let me just put up my chart over here for my trade so that I can keep an eye on this one. All right, let's start. So as we typically do, we just... I don't even know what to do here. He seems to be enjoying the lesson. I like how you've got him standing up on the ledge there.
God,
like, that's excellent. Look at my man. The dude's floating around. Look, and the thing is, too, he doesn't even need to walk to move. He seems to be able to, like, hover above things and then move left, right, and center. I don't know what else to do with this. This is insane. All right, Randy chilling, baby. All right, let's talk about the CCI, Commodity Channel Index. Let's just talk about the basics of this indicator right away. So it is a technical indicator, as I mentioned, but it measures specifically here the deviation of the price from a statistical mean. Where are my quants at? Where are the quants at? This is right down your alley. So this measures the statistical deviation of the price, that measures the deviation of a price from its statistical mean. It's often used to identify these overbought and oversold conditions, as well as potential trend reversals. We'll talk about how to use it in a hot second over here. So this is typically how it looks like on the chart. As we always see, the indicators on the lower end of the chart with the price action being on top. However, we have different values off which to work here. Yesterday, we talked about that 80-20 level on stochastics. We know about that 70-30 on the relative strength index. Here, we're using a level of plus 100 and minus 100. That is by no means the max of those, but those are the overbought and oversold areas. Plus 100, you don't put a plus, it's just 100, and then minus 100. Those are the levels off which we're going to base it. All right, let's talk about the calculation for my math nerds out there. Yeah, there it is. Dara's pumping her fist. So the CCI, the Commodity Channel Index, basically here's how it's calculated. The typical price, minus that 20-period simple moving average of the typical price divided by a factor there. So we're not going to get into all that, but for those who are interested in how it's calculated, there you go. Here are the values as you see there in the calculation. The typical price sounds like it's vague, but there's actually a definition for it. It's the high plus the low plus the close divided by 3. Simple enough, right? And then the mean absolute deviation, which is the last part of the equation there. This is basically the average absolute difference between the typical price and the 20-period simple moving average of that typical price, Randy. The formula was derived essentially, you don't really need to know too much about it. It was derived off a concept of standard deviation. So it's based on that statistical principle for all the people that took finite or took stats. It used to be called finite. Remember when we were in OEC, it wasn't called stats, it was called finite. Remember back in the day? Yeah, exactly. Finite, calculus, and algebra were the big ones. Huh. Yeah. All right, so how do we use the Commodity Channel Index? What's the move here? So as we've talked about with a lot of these oscillators and the ones that gauge overbought and oversold, there are 3 ways we're going to present you with to use CCI. Number 1, you identify that overbought, oversold condition. Not going to belabor that. Self-explanatory. It can be used to identify anything above 100 or minus 100. It can also be used to confirm trends, and I'll show you what that looks like on the graph in a hot second. But a rising CCI can confirm an uptrend, while a falling CCI obviously confirms the downtrend, and identifying divergences here between the price action and the Commodity Channel Index. If they're not jiving, typically means that there's a bullish or bearish reversal on the horizon, and it behooves you to be aware of that. So how do we identify these overbought and oversold conditions? Each indicator seems to have its own moves and its own levels. Let's talk about the ones for the Commodity Channel Index. When it's overbought, when the CCI reading rises above 100, it indicates that the market may be overbought. This suggests that the prices have risen, a little too fast, too quickly. and may be due for a correction. Conversely, when the CCI reading falls below 100, the market is said to have been oversold, and it's suggesting to you that the prices have fallen a little too quickly, and we might be due for that mean reversion. Hopefully it's not mean. And here's what we looked at over here. And by the way, so we talked about the CCI being based on a 20 period. That's by no means a hard and fast rule. Look how this graph here has a CCI based on a 50 and a CCI based on a 20. You can customize the inputs here, and I guess this individual was looking to make comparisons between the 50 and the 200, much like we use different moving averages, right? That can't be all that unusual for us. So there's your oversold condition when it's below that minus 100. There's your overbought condition when it's above plus 100. That's the look there. So the other way we can use it is to identify divergences. Price makes new highs. CCI makes lower highs. We kind of know the drill there, but let's talk about it. So a bullish divergence here occurs when the price makes a new low. Price makes a new low, but the CCI does not make a new low. In fact, it makes a higher low, or it's stagnant. This is suggesting to you that the buying pressure is steadily increasing and a potential reversal may be on the way. A bearish divergence, though, kind of the opposite of that, occurs when the price makes a new high, but the CCI doesn't make that new high. In fact, maybe it makes a lower high or an equal high. And it's suggesting to you at that point that the selling pressure this time is increasing and a potential downward reversal may be on the way. So here's kind of how it looks. We're making higher lows on the CCI, yet during that exact same time on the price action, we made lower lows. So this is a bullish divergence. And look what happens to the price after. Breaks through that roof and continues up. Conversely, over here, we start making higher highs. However, on the CCI, we don't necessarily make that higher high. Okay, and here's what I mean by the same level. So just because you trough higher or lower on most occasions doesn't mean you will on every time. And here are the troughs right at the same level. So you need to be on the lookout for that. So here's how to spot the divergences. Here's a 1-2 step procedure. Let me just make sure that I'm printing. I'm doing all well here. All right, we're gonna wet our beak here, Dara.
Nice.
All right, good. All right.
Get that beak.
Yeah, I did. So here's how to spot divergences.
We do.
We do. Get it, Adara. Yeah, I gotta get that from you. I don't know why.
I'll send it to you because it's a fun one. Shout out to Fabian and Ramin for everything they do there.
Well, I'll shout out Fabian.
Okay.
Here's how to spot divergences. Number one, you identify a new high or low on the price. That's step number one. Number two, you look to the commodity channel index indicator to see if it's made a corresponding high or low. If there is a mismatch, a divergence may be occurring, whether bullish or bearish. Super simple to spot. Just need a little bit of practice sometimes to be able to identify those peaks and troughs, those crests and troughs. That's really all it comes down to. Last but not least here, we're going to compare the commodity channel index that we're learning about today to the stochastic oscillator that we learned yesterday. It's important to juxtapose these to figure out which one is best for what situation. So both the CCI and the stochastic oscillator, we know, are momentum oscillators that can be used to identify overbought and oversold conditions and spot potential reversals. However, there are some key differences. Let's talk about those. The focus of CCI here is on the deviation of the price from the statistical mean. That's not even considered in stochastics. Stochastics focus on one specific thing, the closing price relative to that high-low range that we've established. So they're not looking at the same thing. Maybe looking to cure the same issue, but they're not the same thing. Number two, the calculation, obviously fundamentally different. The CCI uses a 20-period formula, while the stochastic uses a 3-period SMA, simple moving average. Last but not least, the sensitivity of these indicators also a little bit different. The CCI in this case can be more sensitive to larger price swings, while stochastics may be employed here for short-term price fluctuations. So that is kind of where maybe they're best used. So super simple to use, in theory, a little bit different IRL. Pamp it. There we go, baby. Nice trade here on XRTX. We'll go 2 for 2 on that boy, Adara. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm in 2 trades right now. I'm short both. Tesla, I have a feeling this is going to be a bit of a mess. What I wanted here was, okay, shout out to that 210.50 level. We know Sean had the long 250. But you know what else we know? Support resistance can flip. So we get to that 210.50, we get weak on Tesla. Tesla's like, wait, am I supposed to keep going? I'm like, and look at you, Tesla. You're under previous support. Look at you. To be clear, that was support with a lot of these bullish candles. And also, to be clear, we did have a little bit of a bullish bottoming tail candle here as well into 209.50s. But what made me go short? A, I like the action on the book. B, we are anemic. Shout out to Sharif. Sharif is trying to break above that 210.50. It's not happening. The closest I was going to be stopping myself here. I'm getting out if we get to 210.70s. Closest we got 210.67s. And then Tesla's like, oh, right, I can go down again. So to be clear, the lowest I've seen us week into is 210.30. Should have probably scalped out there because we bounced decently. But I don't really trust this push higher. I think if Tesla pops, it's going to pop. It is, Tesla. So with that, we get out of the Tesla one as we kind of push higher here. There we go. Nice while it lasted. Had fun with you, Tesla. Let's go over to CrowdStrike. Did take a bit of a hit there, 20-cent hit on TSLA. Crowd. I'm starting to doubt my call on Crowd. And I say that because look at all these bottoming tail candles here into VWAP. Not a great look. I also say sometimes I think it's beneficial not only to look at wider time frames, but also shorter term time frames. If you look at the 3-minute, VWAP hold, higher low, But, there's this quote by Chance the Rapper that I say a lot, and I also say it sometimes on this show. This will not make you second guess your first mind. My first mind was telling me short Crowd. My first mind was telling me to short Crowd because look at that rejection here at 279. Initially, I wanted to enter here at 280. We never even got to 280. I'm giving this 70 cents of risk here, risking it to 280 20s. Look at these kind of, 280 20s, these kind of wicks we had up here. That's where I would like the smoke to end. Up until that point, I would like all the smoke. Also, we're about 50 cents of the money here on CRWD again. I am back live again, guys. This is a smaller-ish position. I took a little bit more with the Tesla scalp because that's very much a playbook trade for me. Like I said, I've been trying to develop a playbook. My playbook involves trading spready stocks based on the book and levels. There's a couple SPY scalp rules and also TSLA. So let's see here if we can crack here in Crowd. I'm adding if we break 278. I'm going to start piecing things out here at 277s because look at that support resistance. Do I want to be taking some out there? Yes, I would. But my biggest level that I watched on the book, and it gets a pushback, even though you can only kind of see it on the chart. Look at that 275. That was a massive level in the book. If you saw what that thing did at the book, that was nuts. That was, why? That is worthy of smoke, Sharif.
That's amazing,
and that's the smoke I would like to be giving it. We're $1 in the money in Crowd. Let's see if we can keep it going. Took it on Tesla, but it looks like my idea wasn't wrong. Someone yesterday in the chat, I think it was MR9 or something, was saying you should try getting short at your stop areas or getting long at your stop areas because the ideas work. Look who got wicked out of Tesla on a trade that would now be in the money. So I need to really
I didn't want to influence you. I didn't want to say anything, but I drew a downward channel, and I liked your trade, but I didn't want to talk. Because it's putting in lower highs and lower lows, not aggressively, Adair, but I think you absolutely had the right idea there.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, we'll see what goes here. I accidentally put up a CWD, and I don't know why. That XRT, though, was interesting. I said to Sharif, I don't usually have small caps on my side chart. Very happy to invite XRTX on my side chart. And there's a reason for that. Well, there's actually two reasons. I'm just going to get as we speak, I'm going to get my little entry point ready here for my little CrowdStrike I'm going to be adding here. But basically with XRTX, what I liked here was look at the way we broke that, just below $2, that 195 level. Higher lows, we break it. I was like, I want to see what kind of did their support resistance. I love that you entered at 205. I think that was a really cool level in XRTX. That is the small cap I am watching. Yeah, thank you guys for the kind words of congratulations in the chat. I do appreciate it. Trying to grow a bit every day. We do have a peak winner, or not a peak winner, a bid, or an entry, an extra entry here. In addition, a reload here in CrowdStrike if we get it filled. Wow, look at SoFi. Some people are saying, shout out to Tony Price, I know you trade SoFi. A lot of people mentioning all this strength here in SoFi. And yeah, SoFi seems so fine over here. I will say that to you. That is for darn sure. Look at this here in SoFi. That is I would say, Tony Price was saying, is that a bull flag on the 10-minute? I think it's a bull flag on the 5, honestly. I think it's just a bull flag, period. Look at this push up. We chip, we chop, we chip, we chop. Then we bounce here off 798s. Now, what you can do with bull flags is use the length of the pole to measure what your potential move up could be. So let's say, I will say we started here, 766. Wow, that's a big day for SoFi. So that gives you, honestly, guys, about 30 cents if we pop. Now, that's SoFi. It's already up 8%. I don't want to be like, oh, this could move parabolically, continue to do so from here. But it is worth noting both legs can give that potential to give that push up to the extent that we had the move up earlier. So lots of love on SoFi. Crowd continuing to be in the money here after my ad. We're going to get ready to take out some profit here at 277, Sharif. I am
fantastic,
Adara. Thank you. That's why you got to trust yourself. I realized that's what I wasn't doing. Like, I would see levels I like to just not get in because I was scared. But scared traders are deficient traders. I was listening to Sharif saw me. It was like dancing. I was listening to some pump-up music today, trying to get in my zone, trying to, do some meditating, trying to be more in my head. I don't know why I pressed this button accidentally, but please join, guys. Vote for all of the tickers that you want to vote for in the chat. ! Join space $ ticker. It's brought to you by Real Trading. And if you vote, Sean and Neil might be able to look at your ticker. So how cool would that be? I think pretty cool.
I think it's pretty cool, Adara. I think it's really cool. Shout out to Nicole Harris and shout out to Hotlanta. Nicole wants to talk about XPEV. So Nicole, get into the chat. Throw XPEV in there as your vote for the Neil and the Sean to cover. My man Ibad wants to talk about Mara. He likes Mara. Met wants to talk about IREN. Throw it in the chat. ! Join space $ and IREN. Anuview wants to talk about NVIDIA. Throw NVIDIA. I'm willing to bet you there's going to be a lot of people voting NVIDIA your way today, Anuview. That's just, an inclination I have. So throw that in the chat as well. My man Vic Novak, he wants us to talk about the SPY long. Throw that in the chat. So, guys, throw whatever tickers you want into the chat. Neil and Sean, they come on at 2 o'clock, and they'll look at them for you. That's kind of what we do on the afternoon segment. All right, guys, Ram, let's go to the small cap watch list not watch list, side charts over here, see what's afoot. So XRTX, the one that we've been trading, that one already on the way back down with a lower high, looking to test that $2 level again. I don't have shorts on this one, but we will find out how much those cost. It's up a nice, an easy, a light 80%. Having done 114 million shares on the day. It's a $6 million market cap with a float of 2.8 million shares. And the short float, let's find out what that is real quick over here by shouting out the NOS boss and his boys there at Trade Ideas, XRTX. It's a negligible short float, 0.02% of the float, is shorted. So not much to talk about with respect to this one becoming parabolic, but definitely on my view. Astis is back. ASTS, not a bad look, not a big parabolic mover either. Let's load up what this one. I'll remind you about the details of this one. 7%, $8 billion market cap, trying to hover around that 30, having a lot of trouble with 30, but finding support off the volume-weighted average price. We'll keep tabs on that. ALAB, A-Lab, not a bad look for this one either. What's this one's deal? ALAB?
That was Astera, I believe.
All right.
They IPO'd earlier this year.
Nice. Yeah, it's a big company, Adara, about $7.5 billion, so not a small cap gapper by any means. It's got 2.86 million shares on the day, and the float's large, about 125 million. And let's find out what the short float is there, ALAB. It is nice, 10.1% of this short here, or this float is shorted. I like this, possibly a bounce at the volume-weighted average price. That's around 47.25. We'll have to see if that comes into that level. Lucy, also on watch today, not much of a mover after the bell was more of a pre-market pump there at 8 o'clock, really shot up, but did zig and zag here, did halt once after the bell at around 9:45, finding itself above the volume-weighted average price finally, so we can possibly trade this as a breakout trade, having all sorts of trouble though at 6.5. It had trouble with that initially at around 10. It's having trouble with it again. So a couple of rejections there on LUCY at that 6.5. And it behooves me to remind you the details about this name. Here it is. So it's an $8.6 million market cap with 60 million shares traded on the day today. Good look there. 17.25 million share float, and the short float for this bad boy, about 3 2/3%. No, not a whole lot there. As you can see, I've got the likes of Salesforce up on my chart. Salesforce is at break even now. Let me just make sure that that's accurate by scrolling down. Salesforce, yeah, it is exactly flat. So we are at exactly the same point that we closed out yesterday, that 259, high 258s. We'll see if we get a bounce here. We've already breached it on the day. We weaseled down into about 257, a little bit below that, but we haven't even been able to recover into the volume weighted average price. So I'm watching Salesforce here, CRM was single-handedly why the Dow was up aggressively today, and Apple. And that's kind of changed a little bit since then. I've also got Dell up here. Great look for them. They report after the bell. They were able to recover a little bit off that bottom. They were being sold off into the pre-market. We're assuming in sympathy with HP. They also got a downgrade from Morgan Stanley. Not a downgrade, but a price target decrease. Affirm. This is the one I'm interested in. I was trading this in the sim for like 1,050% winner today. We look to take this one off yesterday's closing price or the high at around 37.5. I got like a 38 or something like that. Now we're talking about $42.5. Very much respecting the 20 exponential on the 5 over here at 11.05, 11.10, 11.15. Defended that 20 exponential and looking to make new highs. The high of the day, 42.58. Let's zoom out a little bit here because the firm's been at these levels probably not too long ago. Let's go to the 4-hour. Is there any levels off which we need to be concerned with today? So we're at 42.58 high. Yeah, this 44.45. I mean, we have some interactions around there, but it's a convoluted area because of the amount of chip and chop that we had during that time. So yeah, so Affirm, a great look today. This thing's up 33.5%. Guys, Affirm is not a small capper. Affirm is a multi-billion-dollar company. It's a $13 billion company, and it's traded 33.5 million shares on the day. So very strong. We'll cover this, the large caps when we get back from Adair. Oh, yeah, do it because I have to set up for the read.
Yeah, I have never been happier with the trade than I was with this CrowdStrike short. So
wow.
I am so proud. This was so playbook. And I wrote here 2 notes for myself. The book on Crowd is really bamboozling today, so rely on it less than you normally would. Use in addition to your chart read, look for a coil down before compression and a spring back up. I think that's what I was looking for longs, but for shorts, I did the opposite. Got short here again. And I was initially looking for the short at 280. When I realized I wouldn't get that, I said, Dara, 279.50s, risk 70 cents. It's worth it for the type of profit you're trying to make. Maybelline, you're worth it, or whatever. CoverGirl, I don't know, whatever one that was. But this was exactly as planned. I added exactly where I wanted to, 278s, because look at that support. I said if that gives up, it'll break. And there were times in this trade, as I said, where I got a little bit squirrely because I didn't like all that support at VWAP. But I said, Dara, trust yourself. Hi, Randy. Trust Randy as well, because he knows cars and he's chilling. But yeah, basically, got out exactly where I wanted to. Took out the second piece. I didn't think I'd get 275s. We got 275s. I got out technically 275.30, just the level where those candles were. Then I took out my last piece at around 274.50, and that's just because that was where we were having a bit of a struggle in the book. That being said, this 273.50 area, support on the chart, but like what it's doing in the book is wild. There is somebody big chilling at 273.50. I'm not getting back on this until I have more levels, but I'm really proud, Strike, of my CrowdStrike trade. Lots of journaling to be done on this. Sometimes you're just gonna go after your level, trust yourself, keep it coming. Two little super chats here. Shout out to Willis Addison saying, humble, swung $35, Strike, Affirm calls. Yeah, you weren't pleased as much with that. I'm going to look at Affirm here as I look at the others. Oh, wait, these are already almost $3 in the money. Shout out to you, Willis Addison. Also, shout out to Davon Wade for the $1 super chat. Not seeing a message, but shout out to you. Thank you guys for the support in the chat. I'm really happy to take that CrowdStrike trade to learn a little bit from this crowd.
I have a question.
Please do.
Can you tell us the dollars per share at the lowest part there? How many dollars per share did you take at the lowest part?
Okay, well, at that point, I got 278. Oh my gosh, Sharif, I had $3.50 on this. I didn't even realize that. Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you.
I was waiting. I'm like, when are we going to hear about how many dollars was taken? You know where you are, Adara? No. There it is.
Thank you, Sharif. Sharif was just saying at the desk too, he loves hyping people up. I really appreciate that. I'm really proud of what I did with this trade, proud Strike, and I'm ready to make some more, hopefully smart decisions here. I love that 273.50 area though, so crowd, you're still on watch.
Bang. All right, guys, are you tired of being late to the trade? Are you always playing catch up in the market, Ram? Are you missing out of the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Well, Ben Zanga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else and pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving, and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Are you ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? If so, visit benzinga.com/pro and get yourself that free 14-day trial. I know that that's what this gentleman is saying. He's saying 14-day free trial. That's why I still got a little bit black in my hair. Otherwise, he'd be absolutely white there, poor guy. All right, so let's keep an eye out here on these markets. Let's bring in the side charts because we didn't have a look at the Mag 7 yet. So let's weasel in the Mag 7 and see what's afoot, what's strong, what's weak, and what's deviating from the chart of the NQ. So right away, you can kind of see a little bit of convergence here between some of the stronger names in the NQ. NVIDIA, a bit of an outlier. I'm going to say NVIDIA and Tesla are looking awfully interesting for areas of shorts. I particularly like this 122.5 area on NVDA. It seems to be an area that keeps coming in. It came in the pre, and it came in again there as a local area top right at 11 o'clock, give or take. So we'll keep an eye out for that. I happen to really like Adara's idea with respect to the short on Tesla. It's still respecting that downward channel. It hasn't breached it on any closing basis, just a couple of wicks out here and there. If you extend these trend lines, look for it to stay within the channel. But ultimately, though, I am seeing an area of support around that 209 and a fifth, maybe 209 and a half, but to basically jive with that pre-market consolidation area top that we had on TSLA. Even though Tesla is up 2.25 today, it feels, it's been giving up the ghost a little bit. On the strong side of things, I'm going to have to give a shout out to the NQ, obviously, which is looking quite strong. I'm going to have to shout out Apple as well as Amazon. Amazon only up 1.75, so it's not the leader, but the chart looks awfully good here on both Apple and Amazon, both looking to curl off the 10 or the 20 into those highs. For Amazon, it's about 174.25. For Apple, it's about $233, 232.92 on AAPL. We'll keep tabs on that. Meta, I haven't had as much of a read on, but now that I look at it, there does seem to be a whole lot of respect here with the volume weighted average price on Meta. If you were able to weasel in an entry at VWAP, you've done well. However, look at these lower highs here that are quite, instructive as to how we should be trading this going into the afternoon. I'm a little suspicious of these lower highs, but simultaneously you also have higher lows as well. So a bit of a compression pattern. Unsure how this resolves. Typically, it does resolve to the high side if it's an uptrend, 1.5%. So you got to assume that's a bit of an uptrend. Google, I haven't been inclined to trade Google at all lately because it's just been, it just hasn't been the mover. Softy here though, at the volume weighted average price, that's one hell of a bull flag here on MSFT. Obviously, again, overnight, not really overnight, towards the end of the day yesterday, we got wind that OpenAI was doing another funding round. Obviously, it's a private funding round. It's an up round, obviously, because now they're worth about $100 billion, okay? So big boy moves there for the Microsoft connected company. Microsoft being obviously the biggest investor, institutional investor in OpenAI. So I was looking for some boosts here on Softy, and not a bad look, up 2%. Definitely outperforming the market by double, exactly. 2.2 for Softy, 1.1 here for the NQ September contract. So I'm interested in Apple as as well as Amazon. Maybe Softy if you can respect Microsoft or the volume weighted average price, but I'm looking at Tesla and NVIDIA as shorts unless they show me something different, Adair.
Yeah, I want to thank Devion Wade for here for the super chat. Another super chat here, $2 super chat saying, please look at sound. I tagged him and I said, you know what, I have it up. I will definitely do that for you. Thank you for the kind words as well there, Devion. Happy to be here. I will say my biggest thing with sound, and that's why I drew lines, I don't like the steadily declining volume as we have a steady uptick in price. To me, that is a bit of a divergence. Ooh. That is a bit of a lack of confluence, dare I say, between what we have in the price action and what we have in the volume. So I want a huge caveat before I do anything further in the analysis. That, to me, is, I think, something to be aware of. That being said, price action-wise, if you ignore the volume, which, again, I think it's worth noting the volume, but I find it interesting, $5 not really a level for sound now necessarily, but that $4.99, we held hecka support at $4.99. We have that big red candle into it, then we hold it for a couple candles, it's a 5 minute, and we push higher. So I do like this look here in Soundtown. Let's take a look on the daily to see if there's any other patterns. Again, the volume is more just kind of be aware of that, because I think sometimes it's interesting when you have a continued push up, but there's less and less participants involved. Okay. SoundHound kind of making a bit of a sound wave. Shout out to Soundwave, the producer. But this is interesting. Slightly higher lows here on Soundwave, but the highs are kind of inconsistent. We definitely made a higher high, actually off a previous level here at 550. Then we get to 650, then we make some lower highs. So I find it's a little bit hard to read the wave here on SoundHound. The dogs are a little bit confused. They're like, arf, arf, arf. They're making the Scooby sound. But yeah, I think in terms of levels here, I am not sure if it's realistic to say SoundHound's going to get to this $5.40 level with dwindling volume. That being said, 540, clear double top for SoundHound. If we can get there, we can make it anywhere. It's up to you, SoundHound, SoundHound. We're singing Frank Sinatra now, Sharif. That's what we do over here. Let's go SMCI and keep going for once, says Random Oddities. I love your name. And I also, for better or worse, love trading the ticker you mentioned. Say for better or worse, because that one can't be Bamboozler in Chief. Let's take a look at SPCE over here. Oh. It's a pushback. Why does it get a pushback? You might ask. Maybe you didn't. Okay, so I have two levels I like in SMCI. I'm not trading them until it gets to either of them. One of them is 438. The other one is 442. Both of these were levels that were interesting yesterday and also interesting today. I will tell you, I watched the book on SMCI when it's at the big desk, what it did at 442. So the ask gets a little gradually lower here. The bid holds 442.01s like beautifully. And I say, that's bullish if I've ever seen it. We go higher. So I trust my read on the book on this. If it gets to levels I like, I will be watching 442. I will also be watching 438. In between there, what we have is honestly just a gorgeous V-shaped recovery here. Higher highs, higher lows. But I would like to see what we do at 458. We've looked into that level a couple times here. Little bit of chip chop here earlier, so that would be an interesting level. Holding, though, VWAP very beautifully at this 452 level, so a couple levels of interest, but I'm not going to get involved in SPCE unless I see anything in the book I like. At levels, I love. Vince Jane saying, Adair, the Tesla expert. I don't know about that, let me tell you. But, Tesla. Because I agree, like, Sharif and I have the same read on Tesla. We were both like, this thing looks weak. But if it reclaims that 210.50 area, that would be dope, because that was the level we know that's where Sean went long, that hashtag Sticky Note Nation.
Bang.
We know that was a level of resistance earlier. If we can reclaim that 210.50, given the support we held here, look at that previous wick too at 209.50s. That's looking hold here. It's great, but I wouldn't be getting long 210.50s. I'd be getting long 210.70s. Why? Because it's the area that stopped me out last time. I know that's an area of interest to Tesla. So if we can reclaim 210.70s, I'll get long there and I'll risk into 210.50s. That's my play on TSLA. Let's see if we can get hot back into that Cybertruck, though. I do apologize for using that phrase because I know Sharif was never able to hop into one in the first place. But if there's any tickers you want Sean and Neil to hop into, get into that chat. Exclamation point. Join. Space. $, whatever ticker you're interested in. We usually say, don't just look at the mega caps, look at everything, but NVIDIA will definitely be on there. We've got some action here in crowd. AMD, pretty interesting. Whatever you're looking at here, get into that chat. Let us know. Tesla, you gonna give me a long? You have to wait and tell me. All I know is I'm confident. I'm gonna trust my levels. Tesla, along you. That's how I think the stocks. Sharif's usually the only one who gets to see that, so yeah, he enjoys it.
Good times.
Good times, Katina. Good times, everybody.
Yes, ma'am.
I love that CRM that you're looking at.
Yeah,
Nice
we'll give it a try. Okay. So here's the look. We're in CRM right now. I'm looking for this to curl back up off the lows. I'm looking for a VWAP retracement, maybe around 262. We're going to give it down into 259, so we're going to risk a little bit over here. On CRM, we're going to let that cook. It's already breaking down, though, so we may end up getting stopped out here super quick, and it looks like we will, sadly. So we're looking for the high day break. We had about 25 pennies, but it didn't actually, that was not enough. Like, you can't make 25 pennies on a name that moves dollars. So we're going to let this one cook. If it stops us out, it stops us out, and that's the name of the game. What else are you guys looking at over here? I'm looking at my gap scanner. It looks like XRTX is breaking down, sadly. So the continuation trade on this one, yeah, it's putting in lower highs. I was thinking about waiting at $2 for this one, but when you start seeing topping tail candles like this becomes a bit of a problem here. And now I'm going to have to ask possibly Neil when he does get back to his desk to see how much the shorts on XRTX. I'm not going to make the same mistake I did yesterday, though, which is fight with this above the volume weighted average price on a short. It's going to have to break down and stay down, because I ended up getting into that ASST short yesterday at VWAP, but then it was able to reclaim VWAP super quick, and so that wasn't the move for me. obviously. So we're going to pack our patience with this one and wait till it does break down. I'm seeing what I need to see on it though right now, which is these topping tail candles, which are making lower highs. It's about to make a lower low, so it's got all the right ingredients. Just needs to get below the volume weighted average price. It's got a hell of an area of support here between $2 to around $1.95. Look at these pre-market, like the pre-market double top that it put at $1.95, just in front of 2, and then was able to drop back into 1 1/3, reclaims that level, and then uses it as support right here at that 10:55, 11 clock time slot. So we'll see what we get here with RXRTX, and we'll base some more trades off that. We're still in this CrowdStrike trade. It's not breaking down. Well, it probably will break down below 260 soon. If it does, we'll get stopped out of that. Let's look at some of these Mag 7s and see what's the foot with the Mag 7s. Anything going? Okay, so Apple did bounce off the 20 exponential, but it is now putting in that rounded top. So we've seen this a lot with Apple. You know, it makes new highs and then it gives back some of the highs and then closes around the midpoint of the day. So if that's the case, then we want to get short on the dead one Apple. There is support though, not just because of the 20 exponential at 232, but there's this area crest over here right at 10 o'clock that did reject off 232 before obviously claiming it in the end. So we'll see if this one breaks down and whether it can change its sequence of lower highs and lower lows with this rounded top and make new highs. Otherwise, it's not a long for me yet at this moment. We're still whiffling and waffling here on CrowdStrike, or sorry, not CrowdStrike, Salesforce, as it comes into that 260 level, Adara. Still waiting to see whether I get stopped out or pops back up.
Yeah, I got long Tesla here. We'll see how long my long lasts. I have a feeling the long may be short-lived. But I got long Tesla, 210.70s. This is exactly the level I wanted. This was, I said, if we get to 210.70s, we get long, we're risking to 210.50s. Why did I wait to 210.70s? Because I said that was a level that I was using in my stop earlier. I liked it as a level of resistance. Resistance and support can and often does flip. Right now, we kind of wicked above it. I got in and that moved down. But look at how aggressive. People are fighting here at Tesla at 210.70. They're throwing their dukes up, Sharif. I would love to see TSLA clear this 211.85 area. Look at all of these wicks here. If we can clear that, you know, to use a Nas quote, the world is yours. The world is yours, Tesla.
The world is yours.
Whose world is this? The world is yours. The world is not. Yeah, I'm not going to rap the whole song, but I do love that song. Let's see what. Okay, I deserve those crickets, but it's all good. Hopefully there's no crickets for my Tesla trade. Let's see what happens here. In terms of profit taking, we're looking for 211s to take out a piece here. I'd like to add, like I said, if we can get above that 210.85s, I'm only risking 20 pennies with Tesla. I think that's very, very manageable. Risking it to 210.50s. We already bounced off 210.50s once. Let's see if we can bounce off it again. I'm aware this is a skosh counter trend, but I waited for my levels. I'm confident. I'm confident. I'm whatever. I'm confidera. Darwin. Also, Darwin was saying Adala Club, which I enjoyed that pun as well for the CrowdStrike, so I do appreciate that. Tesla, though, well below that, or not well below, but we are below that area here. We're going to be getting out here of the Tesla one. We got out cleanly. It's all good there, baby. Got out just as we broke below 50s. I wanted none of that smoke. That was not a dream. We've had 2 L's on Tesla, so maybe, I don't think my read is necessarily wrong. I don't think I'm risking enough, so I'm going to have to take a breathe, take a deep step. I find when you go from trading heavily spready tickers to trading these like little quick ones, I still trust my read on the faster ones, but I think I need to remember, you know, got to give them some breathing room sometimes. Don't crowd them, you know? Give them some space. Speaking of crowd, didn't even mean to do that. CrowdStrike, why do we keep typing CWD? CrowdStrike. I'm not rushing back into this trade. I have a habit of having a trade that works well. I find this especially in earnings names and then going back to the well. And it's like, stay out of the well, Adara. Unless the well is streaming at you, stay out of the well. Leave Lassie in the well. I don't know. But that 275 level, I really like on CrowdStrike, 275.30. If we have a bounce there, I'm kind of interested in the long. That being said, I'm kind of hesitant to go long until I see what we do 277s. There are clear levels. I watch them in the book. I watch them in the chart. They're hitting every time. I need to trust myself. And because I think if you don't trust yourself, you don't believe in yourself, who's going to do that for you? No one can. Also, I want to talk about Dollar General, which I've had a notably bad track record with SSR in it. Snowflake last week. There's another Nova Nordisk. But I love this look on, like, I saw these wicks here, right? On Dollar General. I said to myself, Adara, if we break above the 90 MA, higher lows, you want to go long. And it bamboozled the heck out of you. I tried to go long 88.50s. It dropped all the way back to 88. So I was like, thank gosh I didn't go long there. But I want a long here in Dollar General. I really do. If we get here back to 59 or 60s, I'll risk it at 35s. It's a level I really like. So we're going to have our level here at 61s. I think there's a possibility we wick into this. It could go against me. That's always a possibility with trades. But if you believe in it, why are you not taking it? Unless you can't get filled, because that's a really sad reality as well. Also looking at AMD here. I know Joanna Brewster in the chat was mentioning this one. AMD is a permanent resident of my side chart, but it's not one that I trade a lot necessarily. This AMD though, this is so, I saw you mention this and I looked at my side chart and I was like, this is beautiful. Look at these. It's not quite a double top, but it's almost a double top. Slightly lower high here. Resistance just below 149. Now we're pushing it below VWAP. I think what you can risk into this little 148.20, you're risking like 20 pennies here, getting short 148. Again, not advice, just my take on the chart. Then I would say you have at least until 147.40. That's the next level of resistance. That's like a 60 penny winner, 3-1. As I'm talking, it broke down. So sorry I wasn't able to look at that earlier. But AMD, if you want to retest 148, I might have to put my hand into AMD. That would be a better pun for ARM. But Dollar General, definitely not going to get filled here as it tries to push 89s. I'm willing to dip by that a little bit, but I'm not chasing waterfalls on Dollar General, especially because my track record with SSR names is, to put it lightly, deeply sketchy. How are you doing?
I like it. I'm well. Let's check quickly. I'm going to check for Vicky and Novak. I just want to check here quickly what CRM is doing. I'm waiting a bit. Boy. All right, now we're nicely 80 pennies in the money on this name. Let's see if we can wet our beak a little bit more. I did add at 260. It was an aggressive DCA there. I just wet my beak on a big winner. I'm really happy with this one. I'm looking for more. I'm hungry. I'm thirsty. I'm everything in between. I'm looking for a possible 262.5 move. That's where VWAP is. I know it's a little ambitious. I'll likely wet my beak on the way up into that level. If it does get into that level, it's still having trouble with 261, but this is the third attempt now at said 261 level. So we'll see if third time is a charm. We are putting in higher lows in accumulation of that 261 break, but it's been an elusive target. So I'd like initially, so I have enough to take a couple of more out here. I'd like initially something at maybe 261.5. And then we'll maybe take out the last remaining piece if it does work up there into that 262.5. So let's put a beak wetter at 261. We'll go over here. That's a sell. So we'll put that there for the top end break. I'm seeing 94 show up here right now on the ask. However, the bid is not moving up as aggressively. So this has been the problem. I've had to wait for this 261 break. It's been a bit of an elusive target on CRM. I'm willing to pack my patience now that I've gotten a little bit out and I have a better cost basis, but there's this area crest over here, Adara, is what's kind of holding us back. What's keeping me in the trade are the higher lows. All right, so that's the look there. Vicky and Novak, am I on the 3-minute? So here's the move for me. I execute my trades on the 1 and I chart on the 5. So when you see the black side charts that I bring in, these are all 5-minute time frames. I know it's super hard to see, and you may have to zoom in on this if you're using your phone or whatever, but right there, it'll see 5-minute candles, like that's the drop down, but they're all 5-minute. You can just take my word for that. On the side charts, always 5 minutes. However, the white charts over here will always be on the 1 minute. I execute on the 1 and chart on the 5. I hope that jives with everybody there. So I'm still waiting for a 261 break. We're showing 90s and change right now on the ask, but again, no 261 break yet so far. Juan Alejandro Castillo, Donald Trump owns 60% of DJT, but can't sell till September 20th. People are selling the stock before he cashes in. After September 20th, DJT is done for good. Look, I don't like to be so declarative, because I don't know what I don't know. I know that's a tautology, but I really don't know what I don't know. And I'm not saying you don't know, but I'm just wondering how you know, right? That nobody buys in. The assumption is that everybody's pricing in that he's going to sell and it's going to tank. Maybe you're absolutely right, but it's something that I think is in the future, and I can't predict that. So fantastic. If you want to short that, take some shorts against it, and you print up a storm, I'll be the first person cheering for you. I'll tell you that. But I don't want to act upon information that may or may not happen. That's just my look. All right, so we did get a 261 break there. We're printing a $0.25 here, now a fifth of a dollar on the ask. I was waiting at the $0.25 for the top end break. Looks like I'm going to have to continue to wait. The selling is a bit tough right now on CRM, and the spread is wide as well. We know that. It's a 30-penny spread, 20-penny spread. Sometimes it tightens up. We did break through, and we did wick into my level, but I didn't get printed, but that's just the way these spready names work. So if we come back down, we come back down. That's just kind of how it works there. John Del Segno, what are your thoughts on SOXL? I know it's a triple lev and therefore trades very aggressively above and below the standard single levered ETFs. But man, is it really far below the norm? You're probably not wrong, John. I haven't had eyes on SOXL. That's more of like an Adara, Katina, man.
I actually do trade it sometimes.
Go, yeah. So do you want to cover what he has to say?
Yeah, I can absolutely do that.
Sure.
Quickly, just to address this, I had a SPY short. I've said I have 2 playbooks in the SPY. It's either previous level, previous price action I've watched on the book, or stuff I like in the tape. So just like previous book tape action or whole dollar levels. 562, like Sharif heard me singing to 562.50 today. I was like, I'll short you. 562.50 was multi-day resistance. That was like a huge thing over the last Thursday and Friday. It really hit. So I was watching to see what we did here. Then we start rejecting 562.30s. I saw lower highs, tried to short 562, and then risking to 562.20s with the lower highs. Didn't work out. I just wanted to address that trade if anyone saw it in my blotter. It was like teeny tiny. But SOXL, I honestly, John Del Segno, that aggression to which you referred to is the reason, or to which you referred, English in there, you got this. That's why I started, or that's why I kind of stopped trading SOXL, because I would not set aggressive enough stops to address the aggression with this moves. I would be way too conservative. I'd risk like 5 cents. Which, like, why are you risking 5 cents in SOXL? What are you trying to achieve here? So I find it's one that I do trade sometimes. I appreciate Sharif for mentioning a Derek trade, but very, very rarely. However, there are levels I like on this, and it gets a half pushback, a half back. Shout out to football. But 37.60, look at that double bottom, okay? We push higher. We make a new high, we'll almost make a new high. We wick slightly above that. Then we push lower, but look, okay, this level's interesting to me for 2 reasons. 1, we bounced off that 38.30s twice. 2, look who rejected off 38.30s earlier. That's right, it's SOXL. However, this is a bit of a lower high. This could still, this could still arguably be a bull flag. Like, look at that push we had off open. I'm not saying that's not what's happening. I'm saying I would like to see us push above that 38.80 area we're rejecting. This is an interesting one with me, for me here. Let's see what's going on. SoFi getting mentioned again here. Last time we looked at SoFi, it was up a cool 8.5%. And I was like, well, it's a bull flag, but like, I don't know how far it'll bull flag. And SoFi's laughing in my face. I said last time,
it isn't.
You have like 30 cents of wiggle room. I think if you measure the bull flag, they think it moved, I believe, 30 to 32 cents from the bottom to the top of the flagpole. We bounced here. The flag began to take off. We pulled up the flagpole here at 7.98. We are currently here almost at 8.20. So we actually might get all 30 cents in the flagpole. When I said that, I was like, oh, well, I don't know if it's going to give you everything. And SoFi was like, what do you mean, Adara? I'm up 8.5%. Let me live. So I was like, okay, SoFi, I will let you live. What else is going on here? Okay, DG. Dollar General. I was calling it Dollar Corporal to Sharif today. I was like, dollar, like this thing is not a general. I could not get filled on DG. I'm still interested in it as a long if it can give me higher highs, higher lows. Yes, I know, longing a stock that is down 28%. That's what got me killed last week with SoFi or Snow, and kill is not an exaggeration. Like, girl, what are you doing? But to me, this Dollar General setup way cleaner than what I was getting long in with Snowflake. I was also a bit tilted when I was in the Snowflake long. I do not feel tilted, Sharif. I do not feel at all askew. All I'm askewed by is my faith in these markets.
Who's claiming you're tilted?
I was just saying I was last time. That's what I was saying.
Gotcha.
I believe I was last week.
Okay.
Or on Snow. But look at this Dollar General $89 reject. That is interesting to me. I don't want to shout out Taylor Swift, but that's the only person I can think of with the 1989 association. So pretend I didn't say that. But
you make the same face that I make when I look at Trenda.
Right? Yeah, I mean, I think I might dislike her more than you dislike Trenda. Actually, okay, I disagree. But can we look in amazement in the moves on WTO, says Havana Woody. Let's take a look at that one. Thank you very much for your $2 super chat, Havana Woody. WTO, I know nothing about this stock. I will have to look into have you heard of WTO?
World Trade Organization?
Oh.
I didn't know they traded.
WTO. Oh, they're a penny stock.
Seriously? What? Neil said it went to like 30.
Oh, no, this is U time. This is U time. This one's called U-Time. So this is on the NASDAQ. It was down 93% yesterday here. Apparently, they announced a non-disclosure agreement to acquire Bowen Therapeutics lab at University of Massachusetts Medical School. I'm not a huge penny stock analyst. Oh, yuck.
Refrain just came, took Trenda, and put this banana peel here. Like, I don't know, are you insinuating something
first
here?
they had like Obi wearing like a hoodie and shades trying to steal Trenda. Now,
What'd I do, Refrain?
Trenda's being joined by Bear and Bull Squad. They're protecting her. Ramin, are they trying to protect her? Is that what's happening here? They're looking out for her. That's what I figured. But yeah, just to finish this super chat analysis here, look at that. I'm not a penny stock person. Like, I to be clear, look at that with my read, but this to me looks like a V-shaped recovery. Look at that support we're holding here at the 7-cent level. I like that 7-cent level of support on WTO. Let's see if we had anything. Okay, yeah, this is hard to read just given how much we sold. Oh! Look at that. 0.084 area. I think if we can eclipse that, that'd be interesting, but it's worth noting we do have lower highs here, even after that gross sell-off. If we hold 7-cent support, not a bad look for me, but again, not a huge penny stock analyst. Trying to do my best here just based on what I see with chart patterns, which is a gorgeous V-shaped recovery. Shout out to you, Havana Woody.
Havana Woody. I want to shout out, so it was Havana Woody, my bad. It was the super chat there. All right, we took $1 right now on CRM, and I'm waiting. I'm going to look to take $2. I'd like $2 over here. Now my next beak wetter setting up at 26188. Shout out to all my Asians out there. I'm putting it at 88 because 88's a lucky number, baby. That's just the way it is. So I'm sitting at 26188 looking for that next print. I got the print at 261. We're long 260.10. We'll see if we can weasel our way there. But I got to tell you, the seller at 261 has been, it's been a robust seller. Let's put it that way. It was robust initially because it tanked it all the way down to 258.5, and it's acting that way right now because we are unable to take this level decisively. Yeah, you know from when? Since this time over here, and that time was 10 a.m. So we're having trouble with it. The only thing keeping me in this trade and ambitious about where it could go is the succession of higher lows, which we know if obviously it's buyers stacking up incrementally higher and higher on every higher trough. Okay, here we go back above again. Can we close this time above the $0.25? We whiffle and waffled at the $0.25 before. Now we're at the fifth of $1, 261 the fifth. I'm waiting at 261.88. The bid is now above 261, but anemic by 4 pennies, and down it goes again. So the seller in and around 261 on Salesforce is still intact, and they still got more, things in the chamber. I don't want to use anything to annoy the algorithm, but there it is. It comes back right below 261 again. So I'm packing my patience over here. I think it might be a good trade, but we're gonna have to wait a little bit. Now, while we're waiting, let's talk about Apple, because this is exactly what I thought Apple would do. Here it is at this area. Now, this is an important area. This 231.5, I submit to you, is important because we spent a lot of time and there was a lot of volume that took place right at this area. Look at this. From 9:45 till 10 o'clock, 4 5-minute candles, all of which close at almost the exact same price, and that price is 231 between 50 and 60. We're talking about a $200 name. 10 cents means very little. It is finding some support now, so this might be the move on Apple. We already saw the rounded top come in, which is fine. I was looking initially at the volume weighted average price, 231.25. But then, we start holding up in here and you start asking yourself questions. Well, why are we holding up here? And here it is. So there's a lot of interactions right now between this 231.5, 231 2/3, and Apple. You don't have to be first to the party. Okay, you already have a 232.9, essentially a 233 high a day. Assume you get halfway up, and that's a decent winner right now on Apple. So I'm not going to jump into this one super quick, but I am definitely interested on AAPL on the day. Obviously, it's got a bit of a tailwind today with that whole Citigroup thing, this, that, and the other, adding it to one of their favorite AI ideas.
Their favorite AI.
Oh, if their favorite. Thank you. Sorry, Adara.
That's shocking.
Yeah, well, look, I'm not gonna.
I just mean because over.
I just don't want to talk up my own book. That's all I'm really trying to do here. I'm trying to avoid doing that.
I was just like, wow.
Yeah. And that's the situation. And again, for the newer viewers that may not know, that's my biggest position far and away. Okay, in my long-term portfolio, AAPL. So we obviously want it to do well, but I don't want to be biased here and give people a different look. So anyway, back to CRM, waiting on this one now. The Zon. The Zon's curling up. So it had a bit of a wiffle waffle moment over here where it put in umpteen amount of doji candles, but those doji candles had a discernible trend in the fact that they all put in higher lows, and now we're starting to put in higher highs. We're working our way back into 174. We know for certain that the high of the day is at that 174.25. Good look for the Zon over here, working its way back into highs. 1.8, nothing to look bad upon. No headline specifically for Amazon, but obviously they are one of the hyperscalers that's buying these hoppers and in the future the Blackwells hand over dang fist. But as Jensen made very clear on the call to the in an annoyed way with the reporter who was basically saying, most of your revenues from a few players, what happens when those few players stop buying? He's like, bruh, we're a lot more diversified than you know. So don't come at me with your insinuations when you don't have all the information. And so basically Jensen's trying to say that the other people that are buying hand over fist and not just these hyperscalers. Here comes Amazon into 174. Good look for the Zon here. There's some strength coming into this name. It's up 1.85. I know for certain 174.25. We could I don't know for certain. We could have some interactions with sellers around there, but we got to break through Adara 174 first. All right, back to CRM over here. We're continuing to have trouble with 261. I'm unsurprised. I'm not going to get out of this trade. We're still putting in higher lows. There's no reason for me to get out. The area where I get out is the area where I got in, because this is the low. This is the low. Okay, so trough, and then wherever we trough here, we'll see. If it's below 261, then I get out. If it's not, then I print at 261.88. There.
CRM is a bamboozler. I want to shout you out for sticking with that, because you got to pack your patience. That's one thing I'm definitely learning there. I am short Tesla 211. I will talk about just shy of 211. Much smaller position. Well, not. It's pretty small. I'll get into that, though, after I get into Boeing. Soup was mentioning Boeing. I couldn't find any news on this, but Boeing, nice little volume spikes. Nice bounce here off that 172.80 area. I like that we also came here to 173.35s, and then we had a little bit of consolidation there earlier. Look at that big bounce there. I like this look on Boeing, though I am not sure if I'd be going to trade it, nor would I be going on a Boeing plane. No, I'm joking. If it's a plane, I'll get on it if I have to travel. Tesla. Why did I get short Tesla here? Why is this a decision you made, Adara? That's a very valid question, because initially I was looking long 211, but then I watched the book longer. I really liked, this actually looks very bullish in retrospect. I really liked, though, that 210.70. You guys know I like that level. Tried to go long. Got wicked out, or not even wicked out. We had a little bit of a fake out breakdown. Then we come here, bounce off 210.20s, and we have like a gorgeous more than $1 move from that level. So sometimes your timing's wrong. The idea is okay. It all works out. Got to get back on the saddle if the saddle sets up. And this saddle or the Cybertruck was like, hey, Adara. Like I said, I have a Tesla book up at all times. In case you don't believe me, here it is. I literally is always there. I'm watching it forever, always trying to see what it's doing. By the way, we might get stopped out of Tesla if it breaks above 211.
Go, baby.
Go CRM, though.
And Apple. I'm in Apple. Yeah.
Go Apple. Shout out to that, Sharif. Let me know if you want to talk about that. Just start screaming. Let me know. Tesla, though, why I like the 211 short is because after watching us get all the way down to 210.50, another level I liked, and get all the way back up, we could not hold 211. We were so flimsy. We were like, 211, I'm supposed to do that? That being said, I don't love the bounce at 210.85. That is not something I like. That was another level I liked earlier on Tesla. So 210.85 bounce has me a little skeptical. I don't want to take out profit there, though, because that is going to be less than a one-to-one risk to reward. I'm risking 20 cents. Okay, but Tesla's like, Terry, you want money? I could maybe give you that. Like, cool. We're going to take 30 pennies out here for a third of the position. Should we get to 70s again? 70s the level I like. This is the type of trading I like doing. Getting involved based on what I see in the book. Having confluence with the chart. Having confluence with levels. And stocks that make you say, oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Speaking of, I don't know why I use that for Tesla, but speaking of oh boy, shout out to Obi there. Who I'm sure is killing it there in the back. Look at, my Amazon. I pulled this up because look, Amazon's giving me feel strafe. I apologize for that noise, everybody. Look at that. We get resistance twice here. Then we get support. This resistance support flip at 173.40. Why was I not trying to get express delivered here in this Amazon? What is happening? Look at that this rejection here of 174.20s. For Amazon, this is quite the range, Sharif. Look at Amazon, express delivering those longs, some moolah. Let's see what I get here, though, on Tesla. We are hopeful, we are pleased as punch, and we want to hear about your Apple trade, because that is a beautiful green candle I see on my side chart in AAPL.
We were yapping about it. I told you this 231 and a third, or 2/3, 231 and a half was an obvious area. I waited, as my friend Neil likes to say, getting it on the back end, get it to prove to you, yes, I'm going to bounce off this area instead of just being like, oh, I like this area. No. So I punched in. Thank you. What's his name? Gorev. Apple putting in a hammer candle on the 5. Previous resistance for morning. Gorev, literally word for word what I was saying. Shout out to you, my man. We think alike. Punch long in 231.70. Wet my beak there. 232.10. 40 pennies. Quick as you like on this trade. Very happy with it. Now we've got to manage this one. And I'm unhappy with the fact that we did reject 261. I'm happy that I was able to wet my beak a couple of times, but I'm still holding a piece. And let me tell you the truth, I've moved up my stop, okay? So now that we've whiffled and waffled in this way, and I'm worried that we put in a 260 bottom break there. And so I moved up the stop from where it was previously. Now we're gonna look to get out of this trade entirely if there is a breach of that 260 $10 level. I will not be taking this one down there, and I will not be DCAing. This was the DCA, and I said to myself, this is a 260 area where we obviously had support, resistance earlier. Are you going to use 260 as support? You had it as resistance here. It's the $10 level. Do you want to base anything off it? I did, and I was rewarded. So I'm happy with that. Doesn't mean it's going to work again, right? So we'll keep an eye. If we get a lower low, through 260, then I'm out. But if we get that continuity, then I'm happy. We'll find out exactly what happens when we do get back from Neil's lesson of the day.
Heyo, lesson of the day here. And this time, there's a saying on the show. It's like, don't let a stock off the hook. I usually say something like, stick to it, or, join the trend, follow the trend, like whatever your sauce is, whatever your flavor is, however you want to describe it, it's all talking about the same thing. That is, if something is working, let it work, but also don't stop trading it. Now everybody's got to be, not everybody's going to have direct market access or be trading in and out multiple times, and I understand that. Some of you might be on PDT and you're making 1 or 2 trades a day. Maybe you're making 1 trade a day and you're not going to have multiple entries and exits. I get that. This is about when a stock is following your pattern or what you're looking for, making sure that you try to stick with it and knowing when to get away from something. So I'm going to give you the first one here. I want to talk about getting away from something where it was the right decision, and that's going to be AMD. Now, for multiple days here on AMD, look, it's been trending down. Obviously, anybody can see that this is trending down since making some fresh highs. Recently, when it loses this 50, 200 period, all that stuff, it's essentially just heading into the downside, right? So the last couple of days, we've been looking short on AMD, short at VWAP, short it when it fails breakouts. Pretty much every opportunity we're looking to go short. So in the morning, we break out the top, makes that high, now pulls back in. So it's confirming the false break and the lower high. So we short it once, kind of breaks out that lower high here, so we end up getting only VWAP. Then it loses VWAP, we're shorted again. Now, there could have been one more trade in here. But what happened in this moment is, I can quickly show you, like NVIDIA has kind of been like the leader of the pack just in terms of what you're looking for. Like this is about 1036 here, where you have this pullback off VWAP. And in that moment, I'm going to show you like NVIDIA was down in here, pulling out, doing a similar thing. Like it was following it, but it pushed with about 5 or 6 green candles in a row after wicking the bottom at 120. So 120 was that big support level on NVIDIA, and now it's trending back into the upside and trying to consolidate. And in the moment that NVIDIA is finding that bottom and key support, AMD was at VWAP a little bit stronger and felt like that's not the right place to get it. The other reason that I didn't necessarily love the reload is, well, look how it turned at 147. Like there's your consolidation zone right in here in the afternoon. It liquidity grabbed that right into the breakout price. So the previous breakout, which was resistance in the pre-market, it wicks this, liquidity grabs under 147, holds that, and then comes back higher. That's a bit of a reversal candle. You can put it up on a 15-minute, you'll see it's a bit of a reversal candle. And that's not a spot that I want to get back in. Now, if this continues trend, holds VWAP there, and then goes lower, lower highs, lower lows, then you can jump right back into it, but it doesn't. AMD continues higher, NVIDIA continues higher, so you get away from something like that because the trend that you're looking to join and stick with was gone. And there's no reason to still be in it. So you got to be able to get away from something. Just because it happened to be working doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work forever. I think that's an important thing to keep in mind. Like a stock can work for 20 minutes, an hour, the entire day, but you've got to be able to get away from it when the day comes that it's going to be strong. And the day came that AMD was going to be relatively strong. So there's that one. And then there's something about, you can always have the intention of sticking with something, and it's never always as easy as you think. So a firm here, the intention was to stick with a firm. I'm going to show you, okay, obviously didn't stick with it. And I'm going to give you what happened yesterday and how it should have gone. And unfortunately, we used to have it in our system where our trades from yesterday would actually show up. I can still show you the triangles on the chart for the Chewy trade. But it's a similar principle. Chewy broke out, held VWAP, broke local high, was dip into the previous local high. So on Chewy, was long this 28, was long this dip, was long this dip, and then held it. So it didn't trade it after it held this dip and made the high into 30. But as long as it was in that early upward trend, we were able to catch it multiple times. And that's sort of what we were going for here on a firm. Only a firm made it a little bit more challenging. The reason why it's more challenging on a firm is it did initially look like it was going to fall apart. So it broke out local high at 40, failed that to come into 39 where it bounced VWAP. That pulled it back into 40. And this is where it lost VWAP, went into the prior support. So we liked it back into this level in the aftermarket and the pre-market lows. It bounces off that long back into VWAP where it's still in a bit of a downward trend. It broke that trend to the upside. And this is your shot right in here to be long. And it's that one time that you're not on the stock, you're not on the level 2. That's all it takes. Like that was your shot to get back in. There were some possible levels around 41, but I think in terms of plan, like it broke that slight downward trend it was in with this consolidation. So when you talk about sticking with something, be willing to get away from it when it was invalid. Like those are lower highs, so you got to get away from this to be able to go long there and not just kind of hope that it's going to bounce and hold it $1.50 against you or something like that. So that was the right decision. But it broke that trend in a big way to the upside. And you can see what happens when it does break that slight trend that was in. So there it is. It's very steep. It's steep here as well. Like if you're drawing it like that, it's steep in both ways. And then when it breaks it out, that's your shot off of VWAP. You're probably long. You can get good prices. You could have been long here, $39.65 or so, maybe in the 50 range, and it goes all the way to $42. So it's not about just continuously trading a stock just because you happen to be up on it. It has to be part of a plan. But if the trend is unbroken or the trend reconfirmed, you want to stick with it. So I think it was a good job sticking with it yesterday on Chewy. I think it was a good job getting away from AMD when it turned too bullish. But it was a poor job for myself today getting away from a firm which should have been much, much better than it was. It was a lot of opportunity in a firm. It's up 35%. You got to be able to stick with one like this. So that's what we mean when we say stick with the trend, stick with the stock, don't let it off the hook. Whatever way you want to call it, as long as your trades are valid, as long as your trend is valid, you want to find ways back into it. That could be holding on to the win. It could be re-entering it if you have the chance to take multiple shots. So there's your very simple lesson of the day. When we say don't let it off the hook, that's what we mean.
Thank you very much, Neil.
Thank you, Neil.
About to say it. That's that Neilage, baby. Every day around that noon hour, Neil does drop hot lines. So if you like what you just heard, Join us every noon hour on the midday show. Go Salesforce. Here we go with the $0.50 Adara, and we're going to take it over here. Very happy with this trade. That's $1.50 right there. What's that? Oh, yeah, I'm happy with this trade here. I had to wait for a long time. So there it goes. Now I probably paper handed this because it's going to go to 262, but I had to wait for a long time. And there it goes. I knew I paper handed it. That's all right. We'll figure out something else. We're not going to let this one off the hook because it's on the way up. Shout out to Neil. Thank you again for that great lesson of the day. Derek, hit it.
Yeah, this part of the show is brought to you by Moomoo. Are you looking to maximize your idle cash? Because you can earn 8.1% in idle funds for up to 3 months. Plus, U.S. users can take advantage of up to 15 free stocks and $300 in cash rewards. Hey, Canada! That was kind of aggressive. You're not left out. Enjoy 6% on cash balances, along with an up to $2,000 commission rebate. Sign up with Moomoo to trade on extended trading hours. You can trade 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. well beyond regular market hours. And whether you want to react to pre-market news, catch after-hours earnings, or simply manage your portfolio with more flexibility, Moomoo has you covered. Maximize your trading potential and stay ahead of the curve with extended trading hours today. For more details and the full terms and conditions, scan the QR code and click the link in the description. Thanks to Moomoo for sponsoring this portion of the ad. And shout out to Sharif for his awesome trade. I am very
appreciate you, Adara.
for you. I am in a trade right now. I have some feels about said trade. Basically, I don't even have feels. I don't have emotional trading. You guys know, I had two. You could see. I had 2 Tesla trades that would have worked out had I not been stopped out where I was stopped out. So I'm giving Tesla 30 cents here. I don't usually give stocks that much, but I'm trying to make minimum 70 cents. I'm trying to get to that 212.20s, so I'm willing to risk a little bit more. Basically, my thinking is, I was in that Tesla short. I saw that push above 212.20 or 211.20. I liked it as resistance. The way we hit above it, it was beautiful. We haven't been back since. So if we get anywhere near 212.20 or 211.20, I am getting out of the trade. That being said, I'll feel more confident in the trade if we stay above 211.30, which since I've been in, we have. So I'm using 211.30 as my start getting stressed out area. Once we strike break below that, that's when you have to get out of the trade. Also, I'm going to add here, look at all these little wickety friends here at the 211.80s. If we break above 211.80s, I'm adding to this position. I've already had 3 L's on Tesla, so it's TSLA for me.
Oh!
We can turn one of them into a W, because all you need, Sharif, is a trade you believe in.
Agreed.
A trade that makes sense to you. That's why I had the P&L, because you know what we ought to be focusing on? Progress.
And learning.
And watching Tesla cycle between these 20 pennies. For an extended period. Also, I don't know why I brought my food over here because now I just want to smell food and it smells good. And I'm like, Darren, why did you do this? And now I've tortured Sharif.
There's a lot of food on that side right there. Can we
It's
get
so
the
much
shot of
food.
that?
Yeah.
Are we able to?
I got chicken and I have mac and cheese and I also have the world's largest salad. And I'm very excited about this.
And a plethora of dippings. I like that.
So many dippings. I'm very excited. Also, as I continue to watch Tesla, I was going to say language, it's not language, it's just chilling.
Oh.
DG. I said I have no faith in my abilities with these this type of thing, SSR stocks, but I have levels I like on DG. I said if that 89 drops, and look what 89 did. We didn't even get there. I missed that trade. But where's the next trade? As Obi says, and as we all say here, if we keep rejecting this 88-ish area, shout out to that lucky number there, I would like to get short 87.90s. Tesla starting to get a little bit, maybe a bit of a mess. Also, that reminds me, I don't know why that reminds me. We do have an auction, guys.
Oh.
That is worthy of discussion.
Good call.
The auction is coming. Oh,
Let that out.
Thank you.
There you go.
Sorry for that, guys. At 1 p.m., we have an auction. It is the 7-year
Bang.
high yield and bid to cover. So shout out to the 7-year note auction. Also, I see some people voting. So if you want to do more of that, get in that chat. Exclamation point join. Space. Dollar sign. And that ticker, Tesla. Yeah, okay, I had to be. Oh my gosh, now I can't even get out of Tesla. Tesla, why won't you let me out of this? Oh, it's because I think I forgot what side I was trading on. Yeah, the tire trading hit apparently because I, once again, tried to use the wrong direction to get out of a trade. We were out though. I got out at 21, so I did. 21s did do something for me. I did get out where I wanted to, but I should have had way better eyes on that. I got distracted by DG, and the conviction was there. Should it have been there? We'll never know. I mean, maybe we will. How are you doing?
I'm feeling not as bad about having taken out that position on CRM there because it dropped aggressively there. So you're always going to be mad as a trader. You're never going to have enough shares, never going to have the bottom, never going to have the top. And if you do, it might be transient. You make another higher later or another low later. You're always angry. So I'm just kind of used to that by now. Anyway, so we're moving on from this one. And if it sets up in a way that I like, now here's the thing. Why were we in this one to begin with? Because it was putting in successively higher lows, weaseling into that 261, unable to take it. The higher lows are still in play. We haven't put in lower lows, whether you're looking at whatever time frame you're looking at. And, you know, a quick drawing of a trend line there kind of shows that pretty simply. So we are not done with this trade. Now, what we do need to consider is the fact that we've retraced into the volume weighted average price. That could change the move. So if we get into VWAP and big money's net negative on this one or wants to sell on the day, keep in mind, right, that big money traders that work for hedge funds, sovereign wealth funds, pension funds, whatever fund you want, they're judged on their price with how they did buying or selling a stock on the day with where the volume weighted average price is at 4 o'clock. Okay, so if we weasel up into VWAP and big money's net short or wants to liquidate this position, we could see VWAP act as a bit of a top. So let's keep an eye on the volume weighted average price. We already know it's featured on the day. I'm talking about VWAP. And basically, essentially, after putting in that high at 215, almost 214.89, we broke down below VWAP at 10.05, and we haven't been up there since. And every successive move into the volume weighted average price was rejected, and that pattern continues into the afternoon starting from 12.05 because we're still doing that same thing. The only thing that's different this time around is we're not putting, I'm looking at Tesla, bro. I'll get it right because it was the same look. It was the same look. It's the same look. Oh my goodness. They are looking, they both hockey stick patterns. Okay. So the volume weighted average price, 262 and a third. And that's what I'm looking for there. So if we work into 262, we know that, or and a half, 262 and a half, we might be met with a wall or selling there. So we'll keep an eye on CRM. Still very interested in trading this some way, somehow. All right, let's load up. Oh, yeah, we were talking about Amazon here. Amazon's setting up nice on the chart. Okay, so we've got a flat top working over here. We got it at 174 and a third to that quarter. So you can see all these three attempts at that high of day, all in the same look. But what's operative here is the higher lows and the respect for the 20 exponential on the 5. And you had a hammer candle right there that comes in right into that 173.75, which is the 20 exponential, moves right back up into 174. So this could be interesting here. We could be working our way up incrementally for that flat top break at 179 and a quarter. Sorry, 174 and a quarter, 174 and a third, in and around that area. Amazon's strong. 1.88 in the clear today. Shout out to Big Spile. He just sent me 3 photos of a job that he's at. We know that he's a metal artisan, and he just put up their railing. So shout out to Big Spile. Even when he's not with us in the chat, he's somehow with us as well. So shout out to him. Hope he's doing well and enjoying the last final days of summer, Big Spile, because Labor Day's on Monday. The unofficial end of summer. All right, so we'll keep an eye on these Mag 7 names. We haven't even had a look at the futures. I was so busy with CRM and Apple that I didn't notice that we have almost a quadruple top now at 19.7 on the NQ September contract. Initial touch, the IB high, shout out to Dan, the dang man Emmons, 19.684 touch. Then 10.50, 19.694 touch. Then 10 or 11.15, 19.678 touch. And right there, 19.6, where does this go? 19.688. So we're accumulating around that 19.7 again with higher lows. This looks awfully bull flaggish that we're going to get a flat top break through 19.7. At least that's how it feels for now. That could change if the price action changes, but this looks awfully strong on the market. The NQ's up 1 1/4. What are the other indexes up? So the ES obviously lagging a little bit behind because it's really a tech day. 0.86 for the ES, 1 1/4 for the NQ, 1.08 for the Dow, and the RUS. The rotation trade still in effect, 1.27 for the RUS and 1.27 for the NQ. So they're equal today in strength and in greenery. So we'll keep an eye on both these. NVIDIA's been dead money, guys. Obviously, the Katina Man had a $1,500 winner on it this morning. But the point is, right now, it's become awfully tight. Okay, the range has really tightened up essentially since 11:20. We're going on the better part of an hour now, where the top is the volume weighted average price, give and take at around $122, and the low 121. That is compressing a bit though. And it has been compressing since the IB high and IB low. We've been putting in lower highs, but we've been also putting in higher lows. Unsure how this resolves. Don't really want to be involved with NVIDIA today. We'll wait until the big money decides what they want to do with this and a discernible trend starts to appear, and then we'll start trading it. That might not be today though, Adair.
I feel like I'm kind of stepping on your toes here because I'm very tempted to trade your boy Krim.
Kill it.
I really like this as a short. And I'm hesitant to say I like it as a short because as Sharif just showed us with his awesome $1.50 winning there in CIRM, if this thing pops, it's going to pop, right? If it's up, then it's up, then it's up, then it's up. And then I'm down because I'm in pretend that made sense.
And it's up, and it's up, and it's up. We've done that a lot today.
Yeah, sure.
And I don't
do
care.
that I think now multiple times a week. But so I think this is proving my short thesis wrong, but I liked here, we broke that 260 level. I said if we see anything cool in the book, I like that 260.30 as an area to go short, then you risk it into 260.80s. It's kind of wicks over there. My mind on that has changed since I've started talking, and it's kind of proven that might not be the vibe. But you know what other earnings play I have eyes on?
What?
It is CrowdStrike is one of them. I'm still watching Crowd, but Dollar General. And it's funny because every level I have called on this has hit in some way, but I have not traded any of them how I wanted to. And I want to talk about this.
Oh.
So I talked about, let's see what it does at 89. Why weren't you shorting 89 then, Adara? Why wasn't that happening? Well, you know what happened if I had? You would have gotten $2. Girl, where is your life? So, story of my memoir. But now I want to see what DG does at 88s. Why do I want to see what it does at 88s? Look at this rejection of 88s with this hard support. Look where we're flipping from support to resistance. That's right. Shelf. Resistance here, 87.75s. Shelf. Support, 87.75s. You know what I call that? I call that confluence.
Okay.
I call that I'm getting long at 88s and I'm risking into 87, the level I just told you guys. 87.0. That level. We're going to do that. That's what we're doing, Sharif. We're starting with a small position for tired trade related. No, I'm joking. I'm also just starting with a smaller position because I want to build into it. And since I said it, we already tanked. Hi, Fabian. How are you doing?
Hi.
He's just saying hi. That's so sweet. The voice he said it to. He's like, hey, guys. I was like, what are we doing wrong? And he's like,
This is also
hi.
a great opportunity.
Hi, Fabian. Hi, Ramin. Hi, everybody in the chat. Let us know in this market.
No, you don't, Fabian. Wow.
Oh my gosh, Fabian can now project his voice
I like
to all
it.
of you guys. You can all hear the Chilean nightmare, Sharif calls him. But yeah, as I started talking, DG broke that level. If you guys will have any tickers you want to look at, you want to say, hey, I'm going to be confident in my trade. Let Sean know, let Neil know. Get in that chat, exclamation point, join space, $ ticker. Sharif, would you believe it that this is now my third call on Tesla that was right that I got wicked out of?
I'm sorry, Adaro.
I mean, I'm not upset. I'm just like...
Your first trade, I already made myself very clear on that. You had a banger on that one. Yeah.
It's just, I think I need to set the stops a bit more. I need to give myself more room because we're talking about the cyber beast.
We are.
Right? So I need to remember, hey, Darren, you're talking about the cyber beast. Risk to reward. You can make money on those Tesla trades. I know we usually scalp Tesla, but none of these trades were planned to scalp. So why am I not giving myself some room? That being said, another level in Tesla, I did mention earlier, you may have heard me, 211.80. If we bounce there, I do like the look of that, and I would like to take it long to 212.20. That being said, how many losers on Tesla can one psyche handle? I'm not sure. No, I'm kind of joking. If I see the trade, I like the trade. Neil said, too, you can take a couple hits as long as the winners outnumber the hits. And sometimes, Neil and Obi have talked about this as well. Sometimes having the losing trade makes you even more prepared when you got that winner. CrowdStrike at one of my favorite levels, 278. I haven't gotten long this yet because the book is not giving me a lot of confidence in either direction. I should have gotten long when I saw the 277 area. That's my bad. And I'm not rushing into a trade here. If that 278 does something I like on the book, I'm deeply tempted to take a significantly smaller position here as a long than I did on that short. Don't risk more. Move your entry, says MRN Racer. I appreciate that. I think that's my issue is I don't know where to enter them, right? If you see level you like on the entry, I like all my entry levels, right? So then it's like, I guess I'm gonna have to figure out how to do that. I appreciate your comments there because the thing is, it's like if the entry's the problem, that's always the harder issue. I have levels I like. I need to be more confident, committed to them. Crowd giving me lots of confidence in this 278.
Oh, that's a nice look, Adara.
I'm going long, crowd 278. We're going in again. We're going to do slightly more shares than I said I was initially going to do in the second attempt, but I do like this look. We're going to 278. Let's try 05s. We're going to risk here into 277 40s, which is a level I liked in the book. And I want to be taking, if we get above 279 decisively, I'll add. I'm okay risking because you know what? If you like your trade, you trust your trade, you trade. We'll pretend that was English.
I want to also, I haven't done, no, that was my CRM trade earlier.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, I haven't done anything with it yet. I want to mention what Neil says as well, to build on what you say. Neil's always saying it's okay to be wrong, it's not okay to stay wrong. And right, and the reason I want to say that, shut up, is because, quite frankly, if you're going to keep DCAing into it, we've talked about this before. Not everything has to be planned out, but like it's got to jive. Like, and if I kept DCAing into this 260 level on Salesforce over here, look at it. Now it's breaking down. And so I'm happy I was able to get out of this guy's chart because this one now is actually printing below that 260 level for the first time since 11:30. So that's been a better part of an hour. Now it's a failed break through 261. Let's call it that, even though it weaseled into 261 and a quarter, because now it's given up the ghost at this level. So we are putting in now lower lows on CRM. That had not been the case until this little trough right here. We tried to get back above 261, and the seller there was like, nah, you don't. So here we go. Now this could be a short possibly on CRM. Let's bring in the 5-minute look. Looks a little bit less convoluted over here. So we're breaking down below the 10. Let's see. Let's update. I don't know why the 20 doesn't update on here. There we go. So intersecting right now are the 10 and the 20, and it looks like they're both pointing down with this candle making a new low. So I don't have to be first to this trade, especially knowing that the low is at 256.91, essentially 257, which gives me plenty of room. And it's really coming down now. Go CrowdStrike, or not CrowdStrike, it's Salesforce. It's because Salesforce's ticker is Client Relations Management, right? CRM, but it has nothing to do with the name of the company.
It's a weird one, yeah. I agree.
Well, it's because it's like client relation management software. You know what I mean? Like,
what they do,
yeah. So that's the look there. So I'm very interested on this name. And look, it's not as spready as, maybe an SMCI. 20 pennies about right now, but I've seen it tighter. It's been 10 and 15 and stuff like that. So let's watch this one. I want to see if it breaks down. This could be a good short. It's not going to be a pay for shorts type situation. This is a big boy name. It's on the Dow, so good look there. All right. I want to remind you guys that the afternoon segment is nothing without you guys. So if you're not voting for your favorite tickers or the tickers that you want to see the Katina Man and the Neil cover and talk about and tell you how they traded or how they would have traded it, you're not getting your full share of the show. Anything you want to add, Katina Man? Everything good?
Just like one personal account.
The Katina Man is going into the personal account thinking he wants to take some profits on Nvidia, but he's debating it right now. He can't pull the trigger. Look, obviously there's stuff to do there, but I like the position, Katina Man. So. I just saw another purchase go through at Sport Check. Oh, well, look, he's got bills to pay. Another Sports Check ad just came in on the credit card there. Who's buying? Is it Marissa?
Look, okay, there's some shopping I've seen. This is actually. My God.
You know exactly.
Neil's like, who's buying.
So they're
all right.
They're at they're just at a local mall here. So the last 4 purchases, not Starbucks, my bad. Nike, Lulu, David's Tea. They're probably grabbing some matcha or something. And then the last one was Sport Check. So it's like a Dick's Sporting Goods, basically.
Yeah.
So, it's back to school time. I actually saw a really funny meme, and it was, I shared it with my wife, and it was these parents, they were like partying it up. They had the kids in the back. They've all got their Starbucks, and it said, beginning of summer. Right? And they're all like, yeah, and it said bank account on the top, 24 grand. And they're all partying and they're doing this and they're doing that and they're going everywhere. And then it just like flashes to another one. And it's like at the end of summer. And like right now they're walking around, they're all tired. It shows like bank account, 2 grand and all this kind of stuff. So
That's
right
funny.
now, but no, just all kidding aside. I was just thinking that Apple was one that I am more confident on getting a little bit out here. I just think that was a good upgrade from Citigroup today, trying to break a little bit higher. So I'll probably ring some registers on Apple. The last time we bought that was live on the show at 169. So we have to probably ring some registers on that one and just make sure to take profit. Haven't done that in a hot minute. But my hot garbage snowflake I see is down at these crazy lows. So, you get some good trades and you get some bad trades as well. Hence the life of a trader. Back over to the reason why you're all here. It's Sharif and Adara.
What's up? Thank you very much for that.
Us up.
That cameo. Midday cameo. Adara, have you seen the winds of change come in on the Cybertruck?
I did.
Uh-oh. This is a big boy recovery here on the Cybertruck. We're moving up here, Adair. We're coming into that lucky number 13, 213 incoming with a 214.89 high a day on TSLA. It was a great hold up here. This is the missed trade of the day right here. This obvious area, consolidation area top in the pre-market, 209 a third. It comes down exactly into that level. And yeah, you see what happened after that. It's up almost at 213. So we'll see if the good times can continue for the Cybertruck over here. Separately, nothing to do with Tesla, obviously, but it looks like as if SpaceX will be grounded by the FAA as a result of one of their rocket boosters exploding.
That has to be why Boeing's up. That makes sense why Boeing's up.
Yeah, you know what, Adair? It's okay. The FAA allows Boeing to drop planes out of the sky, get people stuck in space, can't leave the International Space Station, but Tesla or SpaceX explodes one rocket, doesn't damage any property, doesn't kill anybody, and they're grounded. Makes absolute sense. Not political at all. So that's the look there. So anyway, Tesla today, obviously not with respect to SpaceX, but I want to mention that because all these Elon Musk companies seem to be somehow priced into Tesla, even though it has nothing to do with Tesla. But that's the look there. TSLA, nice V-shaped recovery off that pre-market consolidation area top. I'll send it to you and I'll set up for the lesson.
Sorry, I got excited there because I was like, that must be why Boeing's up. But yeah, because Vicky and Novak asking the question that I feel like should be on everyone's mind that I'm not sure is, who's going to rescue those pretend that was English. Who's going to rescue those astronauts? We do not know. Maybe that's why Boeing's up here. I didn't find any news on Boeing last time I checked here. But nice. This is an upward channel, higher highs, higher lows. Series of bull flags. I would argue this is multiple bull flags sending Boeing into outer space. But also, there's another thing I wanted to look at here. Oh, yeah, CRM. I said I like the 260 short. To be fair, I didn't take it because the book got really bamboozling. I stand by not taking that, but I should have had better eyes on it to get back in if I liked it. Now, Dollar General. Okay, this might be the stock I've looked at the most that I have not put a trade on. I've had orders out a couple times. I tried to go long 88s, 8801s, right? We wick into that, and then it's like, oh, Adara, am I supposed to fill your order? No, I'm not. Gets all the way up here to 8835s, which, by the way, guys, look at that previous support resistance. Do you see it? Dollar General did. It immediately sold back off. So I think if I go long, this is only going to be a scalp. That being said, I like the short. Now that we've broken below 87.75s, I'm sure this is going to be another story of me being way too little, way too late for DG. We want to take some size here. We're risking into 88s because that is a level that DG seems to enjoy. Also, CrowdStrike, I was like 7 cents away from getting filled here. I was waiting at 278s. CrowdStrike got to 278.05s. CrowdStrike got to 278.12s. I was not chasing it. I did not want to chase it. Like I said, very proud of I'm happy with my read in the stock. I trust my read in the stock. I'm proud of the first trade I had, and I don't want to undo the work I did on that, the progress that I did on that by chasing my way into this trade. Now, that being said, I like 281s or 280.20s. That was a level I had to stop previously. We can get rid of that. There were other levels I liked on CrowdStrike that I wrote down. They are 282, 282.40. I like those on the book, so I'll be watching that. 285, I wrote that there was a violent rejection, so that's the level I'm going to be looking at here as well. In terms of dip opportunities, dip buy, I like that on the chart, right? That 278.80 I do like. That was one I remember watching on the book as well. Then you risk it into 278. It's a little bit more than I want to risk, but with CrowdStrike, you're looking for multiple dollar winners, so you can risk. I think risking shy of $1 makes sense. Will Dollar General fill me? The question we're all asking. The answer, almost invariably, a heck no. So
I want to show something.
Oh,
so the production team has been trying to prank me. And this ain't gonna prank me, guys, because I love Dua Lipa. And is this Dua Lipa over here? Yeah, that's Dua. I'm not really a fan of Ariana Grande, but I like Dua Lipa a lot. And if I could invest in a superstar to become like the next Taylor Swift, it'd be Dua. So this ain't gonna hurt me, Ram. This is good. It's not like Manchester United, where I had to like clean my computer.
She was at your desk, Sharif.
I know you were, Ram. Wow, why? Women power.
I'm down for women power. I just also was down for transparency in that scenario.
You tell her, Adara. Ram's like, you're supposed to be on my side.
What do you mean? She's the queen, and now I'm getting failed by her.
It's all good. I think Ray Ray's just joking.
I know.
We love Ray Ray around here. All right, guys, let's talk about the Commodity Channel Index, CCI for short. We're talking about momentum oscillators all of this week, and we're going to conclude today because I'm not here tomorrow. It is the OB. He is the one. Kenobi, he'll be in for me tomorrow. I'll be at the big desk with Adair in the morning, but I will not be here on the midday. So let's talk about this one and conclude our momentum oscillator talk. So the Commodity Channel Index is a technical indicator to momentum oscillator. It measures one specific thing, the deviation of the price from its statistical mean. All right, so my quants out there are going to love this. It is often used to identify these overbought and oversold conditions, as well as try to gauge when a potential reversal might be in the works. So here's how it looks. As we typically do, we'll show you the depiction on the chart. This one has its overbought and oversold levels at plus 100 to minus 100. We've seen on the stochastics, it's 80-20. On the relative strength index, it's 70-30. With this one, it's 100 minus 100 as the levels. And the calculation is there for those who want it. We're not going to belabor it. It's not a math lesson. But here are the values as depicted in the calculation. The typical price, which is the last part or this part of the calculation, is just the high plus the low plus the close divided by 3. Simple as you like. The mean absolute deviation, which is the last part of the equation over here, just means the average absolute difference between the price and the 20-period simple moving average of that typical price, which is the first entry on there. Okay, and the formula, all you really need to know about this is it's basically derived from the concept of standard deviation. Anybody with, I guess, stats, who did stats in university or high school or whatever can know, or college actually. All right, so how do we use CCI, Commodity Channel Index, for trading? There's 3 ways we can use this. We'll talk about all 3 of them. Identifying overbought and oversold conditions. It can be used to identify potential reversal points when you're in that overbought or oversold state. It can also look to confirm trends. So you're looking for a rising CCI or declining CCI to jive with the price. And then the opposite of that is divergence, when the price makes new highs, higher highs, for example, but the CCI makes lower highs, or the CCI makes lower lows, but the price action makes lower lows, but the CCI makes higher lows. These are what we call bullish and bearish divergence, and it signals that the winds of change may be coming on the trend in the price action, not the indicator, in the price action. So those are the 3 ways we can use the Commodity Channel Index to gauge price action. So how do we interpret it, right? So first and foremost, let's talk about the identifying overbought and oversold conditions. When the CCI reading rises above 100, it indicates that the market may be overbought, and it's suggesting to you that prices have risen a little too quickly and may be due for a correction to the downside. Oversold, the opposite of that. It's when the CCI reading reaches minus 100. It's indicating to you that we're oversold and the prices have fallen too quickly and may be due for a rebound. So the opposite of the first. Okay? And here's what it looks like when we are using it IRL. Okay? So here's the move. And I also want to point this out to you that in this, on the bottom graph, these are both CCI. The bottom one is using the 20-period CCI, but it's by no means the only period that can be used with it. Is the default standard. You're free to increase that as you like, as this person has done here. They have 2 of them. One is a 20 look, and the other is the 50 look, and they juxtapose them together to see, is it giving me the same look, or if they're not, what they're deviating from. That's beyond the scope of this lesson, but I just wanted you to know that this is a possibility using CCI. And here is kind of how it looks like when it's in an overbought state, and this is what it looks like when it's in an oversold state. And this person is using these red lines to demarcate the minus 100 and the plus 100 readings. So let's talk about gauging divergence, because it's like one of the most important methods for using with these momentum oscillators. So bullish divergence, what happens here? This occurs when the price makes a new low, but the CCI doesn't make a new low. In fact, may make a higher low or an equal level. Okay, and it's suggesting to you when that happens that the buying pressure is incrementally increasing and a potential reversal to the high side may be imminent. That's what you're looking at there. Bearish reversal, exactly the opposite. Occurs when the price makes a new high, but the commodity channel index says, makes either a lower high or an equal level of a high. And it's suggesting to you when that happens that the selling pressure is increasing incrementally and a potential reversal to the downside this time may occur. And here's what it looks like when we have bearish and bullish divergence between CCI and price. Look at price making lower lows, but the CCI is like, yeah, that's nice, and puts in higher lows. And look what happens after that. We pop. We break through that $109 level. So this is what we call bullish divergence, when the price makes lows, but the CCI makes higher lows. Conversely, this is what happens when the price makes higher highs, but the CCI makes lower highs. That is what we call bearish divergence. And here are the three methods to spot divergence. Just want to make this as clear as possible. The first step, identify a new high or a new low on the price chart. Then you look to the commodity channel index, the CCI. Check to see if the CCI has made a corresponding high or low. Has it or hasn't it? If there is a mismatch between the levels on the price and the CCI, a divergence may be occurring. It's incumbent upon you to gauge whether it's bullish or bearish, given what the price action is doing. So that's as simple as that. Those are the three steps off which to gauge price action, CCI divergence. Now let's juxtapose this, compare it to what we learned yesterday about the stochastics. I'll just give you a quick summary. Both the CCI and the stochastic oscillator are momentum oscillators that can use to identify overbought and oversold conditions. However, there are some key differences between them. The first, the focus here is different in both. CCI focuses on deviation from price from its statistical mean, whereas the stochastic oscillator focuses on the closing price relative to that high-low range from prior. Their calculation also fundamentally different. The standard calculation for CCI uses a 20-period formula, while the stochastic oscillator uses a 3-period SMA, simple moving average. And last but not least, the sensitivity of these oscillators, of these momentum oscillators, is different, and they're used for different reasons. The CCI is more sensitive to these larger price swings, whereas the stochastic oscillator is more sensitive to shorter term price swings, not in the long term. So use it with that in mind, and I hope everybody prints up a storm.
Thank you very much, Sherif. We always hope you always print up a storm. And honestly, I don't dislike this background, and I think it's really funny that Dua's on there, because as Ramin put there in the chat, hashtag Chua. I
like the right side. I like the right side of the screen. I don't like the left.
Right? She's very, I enjoy her energy. I enjoy her vibe. I am pro Dua. Ariana Grande has some okay songs. That'll be my take on that.
Hey.
SMCI, I'm hearing Pratik here. Sorry to hear about the loss on this one. Honestly, someone who I've definitely lost an SMCI. I can feel you. Smiki is a bamboozler and is the president of Bamboozlement Nation. That is for sure. However, there's a level here.
Oh.
And I didn't short this. I chose my fighter. I chose CrowdStrike. I arguably chose wrong, but I said, oh my gosh, Adara, look at maybe a head and shoulders on the recovery. And then on SMCI, look at this. Look at that 457. Look where we bounce, right? We bounce 455, then we come back. Look where we reject again, 457. I saw us careening into 457. Did I go long or did I go short? No. Oh, let's see what CrowdStrike's doing. Adara, next time, don't worry about the fact that it's a SPCE. If you believe in the level, take the darn, wait for it, trade.
Get it, Adara.
Thank you. CrowdStrike, I did not get it, Adara. And CrowdStrike, though I did manage it appropriately, risk 50 cents, lost 50 cents, got long here because I really liked what we were doing in the book. I said if I see a higher high, get involved 278.50s. As I got in, the ask got slammed down. I should have gotten out the second I saw that, but I was like, ooh, follow your plan. The plan, whatever, didn't work out, got out. Tesla, I don't want to trade. Oh my gosh. Oh, Tesla.
Yeah, it is.
Tesla, you're going to revert the reversion? Shout out to Obi, who will talk about this reversion section a lot. Reversion. Okay, so Tesla initial move up, right? Then we revert to the downside. Then we revert back up. Are we going to revert again? Are we going to revert the reversion? Oh, that's what that means. I've seen it in the wild. Is there
Ram sending me stuff. I love it.
Blonde Dua was not an era I was familiar with.
No, neither was I. I like brunette
her
Dua.
Thing 21.
Ooh, get it, Adara.
But yeah, Tesla, this 212.50 to 212.70 area is interesting for me. The bear in me says, oh, it's going to break below. I don't know why I keep doing that voice. 212.50, then I short it. But the realistic part of me is like Adara, this looks a bit bull flaggish. Don't be an Abera right away. See what we do here. See if we get above these kind of wicks here into that 212.70 area. Then you know what you do. You risk it into 212.50. But because you don't give your trades enough risk, you're going to actually risk it into 212.40. That's going to be the look there in Tesla. I want to show someone in the chat who was saying my issue is like not the amount I'm risking, it's my placements. I think they both could be an issue, but I want to tackle like one at a time. You know what I mean? I think sometimes the issue is I'm getting involved in things that make sense to me with levels I like. I'm just not risking enough. And I do trade like the most bamboozling stocks, so why am I not giving them more room? That being said, if I have to choose my fighter between Tesla and SPCE, it's going to be SPCE, which is probably a really odd choice. But A, like I said, I've been cut up on Tesla. B, look at that support SPCE's forming on BWAP. Oh my gosh, Sharif. Long SMCI. Am I doing it? Am I doing this, Sharif?
It's up to you, Adara.
SMCI? I know. I'm talking to myself out loud. Oh my gosh, I'm going long SMCI, guys. Vote for any tickers you like. Anything you like in the chat, get involved. Let us know. I'm getting long SPCE. This is a very small position, though. There is I would add if we get above, what is this level? 459. I would like to start taking profit if we get into that area above 460s. Look at that gap on a 5-minute chart. Why are we gapping in a 5-minute chart? You know what that shows me, Sharif? Strength. I'm sorry I'm yelling. I'm just very emphatic.
That's all good.
We're going to see what we do here at 456. That'll be my risk level. With SPCE, I'm always going to really trust my read in the book as well. This book is looking bullish. I said 457 resistance. We resisted 457, and then we came right back up and bounced again. We're in this trade. We'll see how this goes. If you hear scary sounds, things could be going a little bit, shout out to Drake who did the For All the Dogs Scary Hours edition. I don't know why he did that. This could be scary hours for me and SPCE, but you know why I'm not scared?
Why?
Because I believe in my trade. I have confidence. I have conviction. That being said, do I love that we broke above 457? Now we're using resistance in the ask? I would be lying if I said I didn't, but conviction matters. Shout out to Chung Chung. I might have to hand this off to you as I deal
do your
with
thing, do your
the
thing, do
SPCE
your
monster
thing, do your
here. We have an auction in 11 minutes, guys.
No worries. All right, we're gonna wish Adara the best of luck. Hope she prints up a storm.
Thank you.
On her friend SMCI. Now I'm looking at Tesla. Tesla's breaking down here, so I didn't want to be quick to get into this because we're still above the 10 exponential on the 5. I don't need to be first, okay? But I'm looking at my 5-minute chart right now, and that's what I'm talking about when I say we're breaking down the 10 exponential on the 5. So this is an interesting area, guys. Look at this area over here. It's not quite the area that we rejected after that IB high. That was 212.40. This is more like a 212.75, and this is why I wasn't quick to get in. We are now bouncing off that 212 area and the 10 exponential. And if I had gotten short, I would have been 35 pennies out of the money there. Wait for confirmation. This looks good. So here's the deal. Just because it's a V-shaped recovery doesn't mean that's the only shape we can look at. The V-shaped recovery, this part right here, by definition, is a bull flag. So if we hold up here and we break that top like a 213 top, we could easily see a move back into 215. I'm not going to be quick to this. I want to pack my patience and see what resolves. I looked over the Katina Man before he got up. I'm like, Katina Man, are we quadruple zillion topping here at 19.7? Are we going to reject 19.7 and curl back down? And he looked at me and he's like, it's really going to be what Apple does, right? Because you can tell NVIDIA is not influential as influential as it typically is on the day because it's awfully consolidative. It's Apple that's up 2.6% and was close to highs. It's trying to hold up here, but Apple is putting in a bearish double top. And what I mean by, well, obviously double tops are bearish by definition, but what I mean to say there is the right side of the M a little bit lower than the left. Some people, they look at that. Some others don't, So what I'm looking for here is whether we give way at the 20. The 20's been holding us up, saving except for this area over here. But this area, right at 1155, jived with the consolidation area top that we had in the implied balance open, which was like 2150, 23150, 23160, generally that area. So I'm worried here that we double top on Apple and by extension, double top and sell off on the NQ. I know there'll be a lot of you there. They're going to be like, yo, we want blood. Chief among them, Big Spile Burdette, he wants the world to burn. I know he doesn't, obviously. We're just joking when we say that, but he likes to go short on the SPY, and there it is. So now we got a breakdown here below 19,650. It's the first time we've been this far low below the 20 exponential on the 5 on the futures contract since 11:20. That's an hour and a half ago. Get it, Adara.
I don't know if I'm getting it. I flipped from long to short in SMCI. The long didn't work out. We broke below that VWAP. I don't think I'm getting filled, but if I do, SMCI.
Okay.
That's all I gotta say.
Fantastic. We're going to champion Adara there. So this is as deep as we've gotten below the 20 exponential on the 5 since 11:20. So are the winds of change coming right now on the future? Oh, it certainly feels that way. Look how many times we rejected this area below 19.7. How many times does that have to happen? The only thing that kept me bullish on this, and is keeping me bullish, I should say, is that we're putting in higher lows. This is the low, or the trough off which we base our lows, and then we haven't broken it yet. We're still higher, but we've broken down below the 20. So questions to be asked, as we always do here on the midday when the volume drops off and we're unsure how the market resolves. That's kind of part and parcel of trading at around this time. But I'm seeing a lot of weakness now come in on these Mag 7 names, NVIDIA included. NVIDIA broke down below the level 120.75 that had been in play since essentially this candle over here at 10:35. That's 2 hours ago. So interesting. Now we have lower lows on NVIDIA and we have lower highs. We're bouncing off the pivot point. Not like I want to put too much stock into that level, but I feel maybe here the winds of change may be coming, at least momentarily, unless we get a bounce back up. NVIDIA heading down now 4% in the red on NVDA. Alfred messaged me. I'm going to read the Alfred messages because I want to read you guys the dialogue here between him and I. So,
That's
you know, he had good points, Adara. He's like, the market seems to be decoupled from NVIDIA now. Very interesting. Here's what I wrote. There's absolutely no reason for this company's stock to be down today. The only thing that you could even point to is the contracting gross margins from 80-something to 70-something%. I'd like to remind everybody that hardware gross margins is supposed to be 30 to 40%, and these guys are printing in the 70s. He wrote back, there was definitely going to be margin compression at some point. I'd like when a company beats expectations, but they don't beat enough, and it tanks. And I told him, same. I also like sandbagging earnings, which Jensen is known for. Sandbagging earnings, for those who don't know, is when you basically guide something that's super easy to beat, and then you destroy it. And then the market shoots right back up. When Jensen's been known to do that in the past. So I think he's like, I think when he signed, okay, well, I can't read that part. So we'll have to leave that one out there. But yeah, that's the whole point. I think NVIDIA probably rallies from this point, maybe in a couple of days or whatever it is. Anyway, it certainly not really much off the highs. Yesterday, we closed out at 125 and we're only down into 120. So not a whole lot to make me feel bad about this stock, Adair.
Yeah, okay, so what happened here was I got long SMCI. Why did I go long in SMCI, an area that I admitted I thought was a head and shoulders? To be clear, I liked what I saw in the book, but I should have stuck with my, I was kept quoting Chance the Rapper there, second guessing your first mind. I definitely did that. Took the long, took an L on said long, but I had enough risk. To be clear, I'm a little, I don't usually check my P&L, but I wanted to see if I had enough risk for this because I really believe in this trade. And there is a bit of an LFT from CrowdStrike. That's fair. We lost from the top, but if you believe in trades, you got to believe in them. Okay, if we cannot hold, I'm always willing to risk a little bit more here with SMCI. Depending on what we do here is we get back into 250, 450s. If we cannot reject that area, I'm going to have to get out of this trade. But I like the short. As we broke below VWAP, should not have been able to get in the retest. Should have been way more aggressive. I knew I liked this short. Why was I not getting into the short the second I got long? That's something I need to deal with. That's something I need to, you guys know what I'm going to say, aggressively journal about. But shout out to Kyle Burdett, $5 super chat. I guess he's a little bit jealous about you and Alfred, saying,
I told him I won't.
Oh, sorry, you can read this if you want. Also, he's making, he's saying hashtag spread hunter, because you guys know I've talked sometimes about spread. It's because I trade really spready stocks. I trade my SPCEs. I trade my CrowdStrike. I try my best to make it to a family show, but it's the stocks I trade. I do apologize, guys. If there's another way I can word that, I will, but I really can't. Also, so I stayed in SMCI because we were rejecting that 554, 50, that thing. I actually took more size with this too than I took in the long because I feel good about this idea for now. It's not giving me much to change my mind. I always forget how big the spread is on this though. I don't love how we're trying to push the bid up higher here, but I do think if you believe in your ideas, you should try them. Also, you should be aware of when you're tired, which I think I am, which is maybe why these ideas are a little bit yikesy. let's see what we do here. I think I need to get out of this trade, but I'm really happy there's a word I was looking for. Attempted it.
Yes.
I tried it. I still have a risk. If I want to take other trades, I'll get involved. Now, okay, Bamboozler, SMCI. Okay, if you could hold, if you break back below 554, I'll stay at this. Like I said, with the SMCEs, I will be a lot more receptive based on what I see on that thing, the order book. I trust by reading the order book. I know I'm being a little bit, I guess, more loosey-goosey here, but I think with some of these stocks, again, you have to trust your read, trust yourself, drink your Starbucks from this morning. Apologize for the noise there, guys. And stick with your trade if it makes sense to do so. That push up there on the bid is not the vibe we're going to get out. Like I said, I want to see what we did it for 54.50. So that's where we get out. And that's, you know what that is? That's following your plan. That's confidence. That's conviction. I have no qualms, guys. I'm qualmless. Also, that thing, the auction, 2 minutes, auction.
Yes. It's a 7-year. I personally haven't covered the 7-year all that much, Adara, personally. So I don't have a whole lot to say about that. It's neither like a shorter or a longer dated. So I don't have too much information to say. But I'm interested in Tesla here. So here we go. Apple got back up off the 20. It defended 232. Now it's back up into that 232.5. I'm looking at Tesla because it also held up at the 10 exponential on the 5. I want to wait for the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. That takes us to 212 and a third. I will get long if it breaks 212.40. That's what we're going to do. So we're going to go 212 and we're going to go 41 over here, and we're going to look to get long. And we got to give it a little bit of room because sometimes Tesla, it's annoying. It doesn't give you the entry. The reason I'm putting an order there for that level, I need proof that it's going to curl back up and it's not a dead cat bounce with a lower high, and then we continue to break down below 212. There's a bit of a double bottom below the 10 exponential, but if this candle makes a new high, I like it, and that new high comes in 212 above 212.40. It doesn't trigger, then we don't get involved in the entry. Scrub asked a really good question. I want to read out his question because it makes eminent sense. Does margin compression even matter when we are talking about the kind of numbers that NVIDIA is and will be bringing in considering the demand for their chips, LMAO, right? So I wrote back, I'm like, Scrub, I think it matters for valuations because if you're valuing a company with X percentage margins and it changes to Y, so from like 80 down to 70, then your valuations have to change, right? And so he writes back, that's fair, but I don't think it warranted a red day for today. I don't think it warranted a red day for either. So you and I on that same look, but you've got to assume some people are ringing the profit bell here, and that's kind of my assessment. There's all the other issues, right? We got the hyperscalers being like apparently one of the biggest, the only people buying that. Jensen refuted that yesterday. We also have issues with demand. How long does demand or this kind of demand remain in play for their chips given the price? And once you build out, right? I mean, you can't imagine these hyperscalers are going to be buying these GPUs, 500,000 of them every year, because NVIDIA is going to be dropping a new GPU every year, a new AI GPU. You have to assume every year, just like the iPhone gets dropped every year. So is Amazon going to be buying these for $300,000 units at a time every year? I don't know. I have my suspicions about that. I think once you build out and you have a base infrastructure, then you can upgrade incrementally, not with the same aggression. So there's that as well, right? And so we may see, the slowing down of growth. And if you see the slowing down of growth, well, just look at previous guys. Shout out to Jay Lee. Also, remember, sell the news is a meme for the reason. Absolutely right, Jay, spitting facts, no question about that. I happen to agree with that a lot. Carlos Franco, what do you think about GME? You read my mind, man, because it's moving. Look at this thing. It's up 9% on the day. Another beautiful double bottom at 21.45. If you had proof that it was holding up here, then you got proof again. Neckline break at 21.55. Now we're knocking the door of the $0.75. We've been up there before. Let's see if we get a top break. This is a good look here for GME. I personally didn't see any news about it. Let me double check quickly to make sure nothing came in. Oh, there is. Oh, here it is. GameStop shares are trading higher. The company had issued a notice of termination to its $250 million credit facility. Okay. So are they paying that back or are they defaulting on it? Interesting. What is this? GameStop converts stores into retro retailers to help gamers find old Nintendo. That's pretty cool. I can get behind that. There's a big market for that. Don't know if it's big enough to warrant a $7.6 billion market cap, but hey, that's a good idea. I know retro gaming is super important right now. A lot of pirated stuff in that field. Fabian, you ever see those like little handheld devices that you can put those old gaming on? There's like 10,000 games. Yeah, simulator. Thank you. The emulator. Yes. And I think you can actually put that on the iPhone now. Yeah, he says right. So that's interesting. I think that might eat their market up. I don't know. Jeremy Newman, what about the trillions he talked about at the data centers? No, of course, dude. Don't let my little rant there get you into thinking that I'm bearish on this name. I am not. I think it's a monster. I have it. It's not the biggest part of my account at all. I have a little bit of pre-split, but I'm just being, I don't know, objective. I don't know.
I appreciate you. Also, we have auction.
Go.
It was 5.17%. The previous was 5.24%. That was the auction. Also, why do I like to only trade the drama queens of the market, Sharif? What is wrong with me? I literally was like,
I don't think there's anything wrong with you. I think you're just learning your style.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're good.
I will put it this way. No one can accuse me of trading for profit, okay? We're not trading P&L. That is for sure. If I was, I probably would have said thank you, CrowdStrike, and not kept trading. So, like I said, the LFT, not a vibe. But the trying to take trades I believe in, I think that is a vibe, Sharif.
Bang.
I vibe with that hard. Now, took another L here on SPCE. Like I said, I managed it appropriately. But then I'm looking at my side charts, trying to find side charts. And I'm like, oh, that side chart looks good. Yeah, guess which one it was?
Which?
It was SMCI, Sharif.
Oh.
I can't get away from this thing. I love this thing. What is wrong with me? No, I'm joking. There's nothing wrong with me. But I was watching that 453 in the book. I said, if we break 453 decisively in the book, then if you get a retest 455, then you know your levels for the short. You know your levels on this. Just play them like a human, right? Then we bounce off 453 in the book. If we get back to 455, Adara goes long. Sorry, I'm speaking in the third person. And then we see we do at 457. If we break below 453 on the book, then I go short 455. So basically what I'm doing is I'm going 455. That is my level in either direction. I would be risking $1 in either direction. Wow, SPCE, you really want me to go long, huh? You really want me to go long. I don't know why I'm like threatening it. But yeah, SMCI, CrowdStrike, I also still crowd-like a little bit here. But because we do have those higher lows, and look at the level at which we bounced. It was a level, the 277. I do like that look, but I got bamboozled in this one when I tried the last long. I got a little bit wicky, and clearly Tired Brain has entered the chat, so I want to be aware, make sure that she's getting her voice heard, and her voice is, Adara, don't make me do that much. So I respect that. SMCI, oh my gosh, Sharif.
What happened, Adara?
I'm going to do it. I just don't like that I'm doing this. I feel like I'm in like a really, everyone's like, oh, like, why are you still with this stock? And I'm like, oh, like, he's really nice to me sometimes, I promise. Like, I feel like it's like that. Like, I can't, you know what I mean? It's so weird. I don't like, all my friends are like, Adara, what are you doing with that SMCI? Like, you can do better. And I'm like, can I? No, I'm joking. All jokes aside, I love this. I love this idea. If we get that, 455, I'm getting long here. I'm adding if we break above 457. That VWAP bounce is crazy. I watched the book. I like my levels. I was scheming. I was plotting. I was scheming. Now let's see if we get money. Because right now, we are the furthest thing from the level of P&L. I'm pretty sure we had a CrowdStrike. But you know who cares? Not me. Because I'm taking levels based on what I like of a trade. SMCI, are you going to get to 455? I'm definitely not getting my dip buy. We might switch this to 456, then risking to 455. I can live with that. Let's see, though, if we can hold 457, because 457 has been such a level for SMCI. That is for darn sure. Also, Dollar General, another name that I've just been staring at ad infinitum, continues to do Dollar General things, which is have a beautiful downtrend here. Fake you like it's going to be an uptrend, then it's going to be a downtrend, and then every time I try to get in, it's like, oh, what, you want to join? No. So all jokes aside here, I like all these whole dollar level rejections here on that one, DG. Look at 89. Look at 88. Look at 87. If we come back to 87, I will start to build a position here in Dollar General. I also want to address Freddie, the friendly guy, a while ago in the chat was like, oh, what do you feel about a SPY short? At the time, we were near day's highs in the SPY, and it looked like a bull flag. I said, I would be very, I would be careful about a SPY short, and I would be very aware of the support we have at 562.50, because that was a massive area of previous resistance on multiple days. Look, Sharif, you could even see it on this chart.
Oh, yeah.
562.50.
Oh, great. Yeah, I love that.
562.50. So I would be very aware of that level. That being said, Freddie, the friendly guy, I think if it breaks down, it's a good look. Clearly, you're profitable in the short because I said that to you in the chat earlier. There you go. SMCI sobered up and driving over now, says Freddie, the friendly guy. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I think that's pretty funny. I think I might go long here, that 456, because we had a little bit of a swoop down in the market. And SMCI is like, what do you mean? I'm still holding. So we'll see what happens here. I don't want to rush into this, though. Like I said, I can believe in my level, but also I can acknowledge I got caught up in this already. But you got to trade for what you believe in, because as the guys in the back say, the thing I'm really trying to learn is if you have the process, the P&L will follow. And right now, the P&L is not my bestie, but does it need to be? I mean, as long as you're risky appropriate, as long as you trust your trade, right now I'm willing to work on that, and I'm willing to take some L's, so hopefully at some time we can make more M's. Band for band, we could go M for M. Shout out to Central C and Lil Baby.
Okay, so I'm out of the money right now on TSLA. I had the resting order to go long, and there it goes, man. It's so annoying. I missed this area right here, knowing full well that this 212.40 was an area of resistance. I missed it initially, saw it after the fact, so a little disappointed with myself there for giving back some money, and that's a 40 penny loser, quick as you like, and then it bounces back. But this is the one I want to talk about. GameStop is going 10% now. It broke through the high at 21 3/4. Technically, the high there was 21.79. Now we are really working in possibly into that whole dollar at 22, 21.94, printing 21.91 right now. Strength coming in this name. The volume is also following suit here, about almost 5 million shares. The volume just kind of picked up. It was a little whiffly waffly at the beginning of the midday, especially around 10 o'clock. You can kind of see the candles a little incomplete. But now the candle's looking awfully normal as we get that volume pumping back in. I also want to cover this over here. There is an individual by the name of Gassi. I hope that doesn't mean anything. He's probably a gassy guy, maybe. Who knows? Maybe he has issues with his gastrointestinal tract. But this is the look over here. So intraday VWAP, this is how the VWAP settings are. Standard deviation set to 1. Intraday VWAP period, 1. Those are the default settings. There's not much to do other than just select the standard deviation of 1 and your display standard as 1. There really isn't. You can kind of change things a little bit here and there, but no real need for it. So it's super simple to set up. Most software programs will come with standard deviations on 1 day for VWAP. So when you look at VWAP on the daily chart, you'll notice that what it ends up doing is it resets every day, and that's because you've programmed it to take that 1 day into account. Case in point, let's load up Tesla, for example. Let me show you what it looks like on the daily. And then when you see VWAP on the daily, it'll zig and zag because it's resetting. So see, you can barely even see. See this white line right here? See how it kind of like has these sharp turns and it's not smooth like moving average? That's because it literally resets every day. VWAP is I don't use it on the daily ever. But I don't know. Maybe other people use it on the daily. I personally don't. But that's why VWAP is so ziggy-zaggy on the daily chart, because we're setting up for 1 period and then 1 standard deviation. I hope that helps, because that's the settings I've always had on my look there. All right, Tesla right back into 212. So I'm not letting this one off the hook, and I want to exact revenge. So let's see if we hold up at these levels. And the levels I'm talking about right now are 212 in general. I don't need to be first, but I need to see it bounce off this level. Very disappointed with myself for not having seen this obvious area of resistance previously support. 212.40, that's a mistake on my part. We'll hope to do better next time, Adair. You
know what I've noticed? I feel like a lot of trading is being disappointed in yourself. Oh, look at Trenda's found some friendas. It's a totem pole of, says Fabian. Yeah, shout out to Randy's buddies. Trenda's now chilling with those guys, the bull and the bear. I did get back in SMCI. Oh, Randy did. That makes so much sense that Randy did it. I was like, I didn't even realize Randy was there. Hi, Randy. How are you doing, Randy? He's waving. Okay. Words. As I spoke there, market moved down. SMCI moved down. So we move out there. Once again, am I happy? Attempts were made. Yeah. I mean, like I said, words, confidence. If you have risk, if you want to attempt the trade, I think attempt the trade. I think take it with small size, and I think try things that you like. That being said, I waited here for the 456. I liked it on the book. We were pushing up. Then the market moves down. SMCI gets put. Are you really going to recover right now, Smicky? Okay, whatever. It's fine. It's all good there. It's all good, baby. Keep going. Keep pushing. Keep trying. NVIDIA. Oh my gosh, NVIDIA, I neglected you. Look at this guy, NVDA. Look at this. 121 did something for NVIDIA. And by something, I mean a flat bottom broke. I don't have that animation, but it's a good one. Look at this here. Thank you. I forgot Fabian and Ramin have all the animations. Shout out to them for making that and keeping us alive here. Look at that 121 rejection, right? Then we flip to support, then we support, then we support, then we kudunk, then we reject. 121 was the level in NVIDIA. I noticed this, and then I was like, oh, Adara, do other things. I'm like, no, Adara. Stick with what you need to stick with there. So that's the vibe there. NVDA. CrowdStrike as well here is something I want to talk about. Crowd, I will short you again. So CrowdStrike, look at these lower highs, okay? That 279 area was pivotal for me. It was what I really liked in the book. We wick into 279. That is a lower high. You know what I'm gonna do? You guys know what I'm gonna do. Maybe you don't. I'm gonna set, depending on how the book sets up here, I'm gonna get a ready to get short here. Crowd, if we get back to that 278 and change, and I will risk it into this area here, this 278.80s. That's the level I found interesting in the book. We'll see if this bottoming tail candles. You know, Tesla, you're going to be actually, I know your level 2 is permanently up for me, but I'm switching it to CrowdStrikes for now because that is a book that I want to see that I just realized I spelled wrong. But speaking of spelling, what's really cool is learning and lessons. And so with that in mind, make sure as you wait for the lesson, you're thinking, hey, what about tickers while we're doing this lesson? If you have any in mind, get into the chat, ! Join, space, $, ticker. Let us know how you're feeling there. That's what matters. Gabe Bruton, shout out to you. Gabe, I am here semi-frequently. We're only on this show every once in a while, and I know there's a lot of energy, but it's because I'm very passionate about these three markets. Shout out to you, Gabe. Hope your day is going well. Let's talk here about commodity channel indices, though. Make sure you vote for your tickers. So the commodity channel index, what is the CCI? We talk about CPI, we talk about BPI, we talk about PPI, but let's talk about the commodity channel index. So this is a technical indicator that measures the deviation of a price from its statistical mean, and it's often going to be used to identify overbought and oversold conditions. I want to shout out Sharif for bringing up all these lovely little oscillator type names to help us talk about these overbought and oversold conditions because it's something we talk about a lot here in the markets. Let's talk about the commodity channel index, okay? Look, we've got these levels kind of support resistance on the stock. Now look how we kind of see this mirrored, some of this action mirrored here within the CCI, which is this area below. It looks very similar to how you see in a lot of oscillators. So let's talk about this. Calculation of CCI, shout out to my math nerds as someone who is one.
Hey.
So typical price here, basically what we want to do here is CCI equals typical price minus the 20-period SMA of the typical price divided by 0.015 times the 20-period simple moving average of the mean absolute deviation. So it's going to be your high plus your low plus your close divided by 3. So the mean, that's your typical price. So the mean absolute deviation is going to be the absolute average difference between the typical price and the 20-year simple moving average of the typical price. This formula basically came from the concept of standard deviation, which measures the dispersion of a data set around its mean. But the CCI does use a modified version of standard deviation called the mean absolute deviation, which is less sensitive to outliers. As we know, the reversion can be mean, the outliers and the absolute deviations can also be mean.
They're very mean.
Right? I wanted to use that pun because we drops that sometimes. That's awesome. Let's talk about using the CCI for trading. So one thing you can use it for is identifying overbought and oversold conditions. It can be used to identify potential reversal points when the market's overbought or when the market's oversold. You can also use it to confirm trends. So the rising CCI can confirm an uptrend, a falling CCI can confirm a downtrend, and identifying divergences is key here as well because the divergence between the CCI and the price can signal a potential reversal. So how do you identify overbought and oversold levels? Overbought is when you've got a CCI reading above 100, which can suggest the market might be overbought, and this suggests that prices have risen too quickly, too fast, too much. It was up, then it's up, then it's up. Then how does it stay up? Right? Oversold, though, is when you've got a CCI reading falling below negative 100, which can suggest that the market may be oversold and that prices have fallen too quickly and might be due for a rebound. Speaking of which, Dollar General trying to rebound. So you can have things oversold, and then we got stuff creeping back up. So I think that's certainly a nice example. Also, I don't know if you're seeing all the love for Texas in the chat. Shout out to your boys, the Cowboys.
I don't think it's because of that. I think the dude's saying is like something's big in Texas or something.
Oh, I saw the Cowboys
I won't
too,
say
so.
nothing bad about the Cowboys.
I figured you wouldn't, yeah. Overbought and oversold. So there's one example here, right? You've got your overbought level. As you push up above here, it gets a little shaded in blue. Then your oversold also kind of getting shaded here. And that's, you can look, you see when we get overbought, price comes down a bit. When you reach that oversold level, guess what happens? Price comes right back up. So that's not always going to happen. These things are not perfect. We know sometimes things have been in overbought territory, oversold territory for months. And they're like, oh, keep trekking up. Keep trekking down. So it's just one way to look at potential areas more than anything else. Let's talk as well here about how you identify this divergence. So bullish divergence here is basically occurring when you've got the price making a new low, but the CCI does not make a new low, which kind of suggests that the buying pressure is increasing and a potential reversal might be on the horizon. What about bearish divergence? This is what happens when you've got the price making a new high, but the CCI does not make a new high, which suggests that you've got the pressure, selling pressure increasing, and a potential reversal might be on the horizon. So important to remember, though, that these levels are not absolute, much like any indicator, right? They depend on the market conditions, and it's often helpful to combine these indicators with each other. And here's some ways you could spot divergence, which we'll talk about in a second, but here's some examples of divergence. Creep up here, out of oversold, creep down in the price. Looks what happens. We follow, we go up, we pamp on the CCI. Look at this. We get a move up, move down here on this guy. That is the CCI. And then we continue to push higher. Then you can kind of see some examples of it's not always going to be perfect. This, we actually had a little bit of divergence and we continue to push the price higher. So that is worth noting. That's a good point. Also, how do you spot divergence though? Identify a new high or low in the price. Then you want to see if the CCI has made a corresponding new high or low. Then if you've got a mismatch between the new high and the new low and all these levels, a divergence might be on the horizon. So let's compare the CCI to the stochastic oscillator, which we talked about yesterday. Shout out to Sharif for these lessons and giving these comparative points. So both the CCI and the stochastic oscillator are momentum oscillators that can be used to identify overbought and oversold conditions and potential reversals, but there are some key differences. The focus is one of them. So the CCI focuses on the deviation of the price from a statistical mean, but the stochastic will focus on the closing price relative to the high-low range. And the calculation is also going to be different. The CCI will use a 20-period moving average, and we use a 3-period simple moving average for the stochastic oscillator. So also, simple moving average, that's another distinct difference between the stochastic and the CCI. Shout out to tomorrow's special guest. Sensitivity is also worth noting here. CCI might be more sensitive to larger price swings, while the stochastic oscillator might be more sensitive to short-term price fluctuations. So be aware of how these behave differently. They all have different levels. That is the lesson of the day. And I think you got sent some funny stuff, I'm guessing.
Adira, I just found out that Dua Lipa is an Arsenal fan.
No.
Why was I not made aware of this before?
Like every British celebrity I've heard of has a section of their Wikipedia dedicated to their soccer team. Chua is real, Sharif.
Yeah, Adira.
Hashtag Chua.
Yes, and apparently the Arsenal fans are hating on her. We don't want no bandwagoners. Guess what? I want her as a bandwagoner. Shout out to Dua, always doing the absolute most. She's doing the absolute most, Adira, and I happen to love it. So shout out to Dua Lipa. All right, let's get back into the groove of things here. We got a quick 19.6 bounce on the NQ futures contract. Shout out to Dan, the dang man Emmons, who printed up a storm on his level there, 19.611 printed, but he's still looking downside. I want to read Dan's levels, because he just tagged me in them not that long ago. I'm still short the NQ at 19,680, target 19,611, 19,586, 19,550. Pattern, PITP, pattern is the pattern. Already hit target 1, obviously, because we did dip into 19.6, so that 19,611 target for Dan triggered. Shout out to him. Hope he continues to print up a storm. I'm going to go long Tesla again. Call me crazy. But I'm going long here because I like the bounce off the volume-weighted average price. We'll see what we get, and we won't get upset. Look to wet our beak possibly right in front of that 212 area. We'll see if this one holds up. Let's see, where are we going to get out? We're going to get out. We're going to have to be tight with this because I don't want to give too much of the profits back on the day. So we're going to give this one the old community college try, and we'll see exactly what happens with that. If it doesn't go, it doesn't go. It's as simple as that. All right, I'm seeing Apple as well. I saw a bit of a doji candle form here on AAPL. It's below a lot of these moving averages, so I'm not using any of those. It's going to have to be price levels now. So a bit of a doji candle there, but nothing has changed on Apple. We're still putting in lower highs and lower lows. If you're basing something off this trough, you're still waiting because we haven't got back into that level yet. I was looking at this candle right here after 2 red candles, and then it goes green, but then obviously comes right back down again. So we're going to pack our patience out of the money yet again on Tesla. I don't know why I keep trading this name and then keep getting cut up on it. If I don't have a read, I don't have the read. I'm always late to the party on Tesla. I want to get in a low here. I don't know why I didn't. Was held back from doing so, but we'll see if we get stopped out or whether this one rises back to test 212. Bit of a boneheaded trade here, I got to say. I'm going to get stopped out again. So frustrating. I did this to myself. Amazon, I'm kind of seeing a similar look here on Amazon, quite frankly, where we, come into that 174.25, and then we weaseling back right into VWAP, but holding VWAP here, unlike another one that I've been trading. So we'll have to keep an eye out here on Amazon, see if it can curl right back up. It got support at 179.25 there. Now it's up into the 60, 50 penny area. So we'll keep eyes on that. Not much else really to talk about. I haven't been involved in really any other trades other than this Tesla trade. Obviously in CRM earlier. Wow, GameStop keeps going. Neil, GameStop's above 22 bucks. So it's now into 22.05, up 10 3/4. GameStop's been continuing to go today, Dara. Good look for it. Now the volume picking up a little bit. It's above 5 million now, 5.11. Last time we spoke, it was still below that $5 million mark. So keep tabs on that. Tesla right back into the high 80s again. It's still not able to work its way into that 212. I could get out here for a break even, but I'm just far too stubborn. So we'll keep an eye on this one, see if it can weasel its way back into the whole dollar and print us there. What I've been noticing, though, is that softy here, a little weak now. Okay, so there aren't a whole lot of names below the volume weighted average. Well, I shouldn't say that. Google, what am I saying? Google, Meta, Microsoft, and NVIDIA are all below VWAP. You have the likes of Tesla and Apple and Amazon all above VWAP. Likewise with the Future. It's an anemic bounce right now, though, on the Future. That 19.6 defend, it's quite anemic. So I'm not putting a whole lot of stock into this bounce, and that could spell trouble for my Tesla long. Sad Mahmood, that trend line from bottom 209 your Tesla chart, that line was violated. Let's have a look at what he's talking about. Let's load. Oh, well, I'm already stopped out, my man, because it just broke down again. Yeah, it's quite frustrating for me today. I don't think I've had the right read on Tesla, and that's okay. So we'll give up a little bit again there on TSLA. Still positive on the day, but not happy with these 2 trades here. So a little disappointed with myself. Meta here says pass overdose.
We got her back.
Well, Randy threw her back. I use her as leverage against Ram. I was thinking maybe I, use that. Well, it's okay. All right, Tesla breaking down now below the $0.33 as, we're getting some weakness, I guess, right here on the Future. Let's see what Saad Mahmood's saying. Okay, we want to look at that Tesla trend line he was talking about.
Speaking of trend lines, Trenda. Sure she likes trend lines.
Where are you drawing your trend line, Saad? Because I'm starting it from the pre-market over here, and it's going through 211. Not much there. It's at VWAP. It breached VWAP again, 211.50, which is basically where VWAP is, but we're getting a breach of that level. So, yeah, you know what? I'm 0 for 2 on the day. I don't need to continue to trade it. There's really no reason. I can make money elsewhere. Let's flip to some of the small cap gappers, see if any of them are still strong and tradable. Okay, so this one is very interesting. EOS. I didn't really go into this one a whole lot today, but this is a beautiful look, man. Dang, off that VWAP area, buying up a storm. All the wicks were bought off that 260. The details on this are, it's almost a $600 million market cap, minus $3 million. So it's 597 million. 19.3 million shares traded on the day for EOSE, and the float is 202 million. Let's bring down trade ideas and see what the short float is on this EOSE. Okay, 22 2/3% of the float of 212. It's saying 212 over here. I have 202 on mine. Essentially, 200 some odd million shares, over 20% of which is shorted. That's why this bad boy is going. We're 1 penny off the high of the day. We double topped here at 1050 and 1055 at 277. We're printing 276, 275 right now. We could take out that top. EOSE is going here in small cap gapper world. A-Lab as well, coming into the volume weighted average price. It's a more expensive name. Let me give you the details on this one if I didn't already. Where the hell is A-Lab? Oh, let's just load it. A-L-A-B. $7.5 billion market cap. So bit of a bigger company here. But what I like about it is that it just found its footing at the volume weighted average price, a predictable level of support. Once you clear it, let's see if it holds up there. It's not updating on my chart for whatever reason. $50 essentially is the high of the day, but 48 right now is what we're printing on the volume weighted average price. I have the likes of a Firma, but that's, really just putting in higher lows, but not really showing you where it's going to get too choppy for me right now. Likewise with Dell, not at a predictable area. CRM has been having a lot of trouble with 260. We were in it when it broke 261, so this is kind of dead as well. Not the kind of trade I'm looking for. Likewise with Lucy, it was strong to start the day, but as you can see, kind of zigging and zagging. At least for me, not a discernible trend off which I can trade. It's really going to be EOSE and A-Lab here for these small cap gappers. Even Astis is broken down here, Dara. Not a good look for them. Let's see what the market is up to. It looks like Tesla finding a bit of a bounce here at VWAP. I won't be trading that anymore on the day. And we're still a little bit above 19.6 on the future, but we are putting in these topping tail candles. And that is a problem. That means there is some selling here, especially in light of the fact that we're selling here topping tail into the 10 exponential. Looks like some people are using the 10 exponential now as resistance rather than support. We'll see if that trend or that habit continues here. If we break 19.6, we'll know the answer to that here.
Yeah, I mean, if it makes you feel any better, you're not the only person on this here desk that had struggling reads with Tesla. Tesla, we call it Stressla for a reason, right? I will not be taking any more trades today just because, for LFT reasons, like I said, I think it's good to not trade what you like, not trying to trade for P&L, trade for your progress. I think that's fine, but I think there has to be some aggressive journaling done. Shout out to that phrase I use a lot. I'm not proud of giving back the entire crowd ghost, because come on, this was a tasty ghost. This was a good ghost. Is
that your best trade ever?
It is my best trade ever. I gave it all up, Sharif. What am I doing? But I'm just being honest. That's why I'm not trading anymore today. Might switch this in, but I'd rather just kind of look at stocks right now. Like I said, if I want to follow my tired trading rules, which arguably I did not today, I want to be making sure I'm not taking trades in the sim either if I am this level of fatigued. But I want to look at names for people. Jay Lee. Oh, also, I want to talk about CrowdStrike because I did want to go. I would be interested if I did take anything that 278 long again here on CrowdStrike pop in here. I said I initially liked it as a short, but once we held that 278, and look at that bullish little candle that came in as I was yapping words as I was talking. CrowdStrike was like, oh, you think I'm a short? I'm going to go make this bullish candle. So good look there. I think the bigger issue that I have here, though, is SPCE.
Get it, SPCE.
It did not get.
Talking,
here's my thing.
Smack the SPCE.
I don't want to. Yeah, I'm SPCEing SPCE. To be clear, no regrets. You don't have emotions in trading, and that's why I took these trades. Because, like I said, if I was trading P&L, probably would not have looked at SMCI twice. What I'm upset about, though, is I had my 457 level. If I had shorted that, that would have worked out. But I was like, oh no, let's see what CrowdStrike's doing. To be clear, cool with the CrowdStrike long I attempted there. But here's where the issue came in, okay? Why was I going long at resistance? I should have needed way more confluence before going long at resistance. Then I take the short through VWAP, but instead of taking the short through VWAP, I wait for the retest. It's like, if you have confidence in the levels, which I did in both those trades, why am I not slamming into them the second I see it? I should be going in right away. Within reason, right? So that's what I think here. Again, you do learn a little bit from every single trade, but sometimes you learn a little bit more and give up the ghost a little bit more than you want to. Oh, yeah. And that's why that's why I'm trying to be really honest with you guys. I don't know how I went from green to red today. That should not have happened. It happened, and that's why I'm being really honest. This CrowdStrike trade was dope. This was the best trade I've taken since live. And I don't mean that from P&L, yes, but also in terms of the process here. This is like the cleanest trade I've had. So you can have a good day, and then you can, make your own day
This is the kind of trade
decisions.
that you can be done the rest of the day. Not touch the keyboard the rest of the day.
Right, and that's what I'm realizing, and that's because it's hard to when you're on the show. This trade, I think
we're different.
I left this trade at 11:10. So that's when things get a little bit hard, right? Because then we got 2 hours and 15 minutes left.
Well, exactly.
And to be clear, I stand by the trades I took. Probably could have managed it better. And I think with SMCI, I like the levels I had. I just should have been hitting them the second I liked them because that thing will move a little bit violently. So that is the look here. That is my honest answer on that. Also, guys, you have 18 minutes left. Vote for tickers, ! Join, space, $, and your ticker. Also, shout out to Neo Rob with the funny pun there, Smicky the Bear. I like that instead of Smokey the Bear. CrowdStrike looks like it's going to break that 280. Shout out to anybody who's in that long. That is a really good look. There was another thing. Oh, yeah, that Tesla is so bamboozling, Sharif. I agree with you. Bamboozlement, thy name is Tesla. Also, there was Scott Edwards in the chat. He wanted to look at BOF. When you're talking about small cap, Scott Edwards was like, oh, BOF also has a rounded bottom. I was thinking, oh, BOF, is that going to be a day 2 move? I mean, it has done a cool 42 million shares in volume. Oh, that's a push in because the chair was already pushed back. I pushed in the chair for that. Yes, Scott Edwards, I am not a small cap trader. We just heard me wax poetic about 2 of the spreadiest names in the market. But look at this hold here. This is like roughly 158. That is a double bottom, Sharif. And, now we got a push in and a push back for BOF. Jeez. Look at that. Resistance, support flip. So clean. Oh my gosh, this is beautiful. Higher highs, higher lows. Where will it stop? We'll find out. And it could actually be VWAP here because we did have a topping tail candle into VWAP at the $2 level. How many times can I say confluence till this BOF chart believes me? This is wild. Amazon too, kind of interesting. What are you looking at over here, though?
I'm just sad. I got your message. Thank you, brother. I will look at that in a second. Hard for me to look at it right now, but thank you. I got the DM. I will be looking at it. I do appreciate you, Sad. I'm in GameStop right now. I just took about 11 pennies. It is coming down into my level, though, so this is the 15 penny level that I like, but I'm starting to think that the right move here is to wait for a 22 retracement. That's where the 10 exponential on the 5 is. We're going to get long here at 15, so I'm going to flatten out here because I don't want that entry, and I'm going to set up my new order right at 22. I'm going to front run 22. I'm going to sit here at 3s, I don't know, 5s. Let's go 5s because I'm born the 5th month. I like that better. So let's see if this works down into this level. I'm profitable on it, but I want to defend that $22 area. That's where the 10 exponential on the 5 is, and we're extended. So remember we were doing that week on moving averages. I said technically you don't use moving averages to gauge overbought or oversold conditions, but there is this informal way of doing it. That would be essentially looking at how extended the price range is away from the closest moving average, especially if you're using 4 like I do. And right now it looks like it's getting bought back up. So exuberant either buyers. This only dipped into 12. It didn't even come back into 22, but that doesn't mean the move is done. I'm going to leave my 22.5 here. 22.05 here on GME. If it starts curling back up, meaning that it stops putting in lower lows and lower highs and starts putting in candles that put higher lows and higher highs, even on the 1 minute, I'm going to get long to possibly get right back into this. But I do like that 22.05 if we get that flush. I'd like to defend the whole dollar. I'd like the price action to come a little bit closer into the 10 exponential on the 5, but I don't choose. Tan, Sharif, looks like Mario brother today. Woo, thanks, bro. I appreciate the nice comments. I love Mario, so that's good for me. What else we got over here? Yeah, I don't know. Ricky Peters, go Sharif. I hope you're trading GameStop too, my man, because it just rocketed back up, Adara, and I had no part in this. I suck, but we're looking to get back in here. If we continue here with GameStop, the high of the day, 22.42. It looks like there's all sorts of strength coming into this name. It didn't even give me anything close to my level at 22.05. Didn't even break 10s. And right back up into the 30s it goes. No idea why we do know. We mentioned it earlier. They're going to convert their retro retailers as well, and they kind of gave the finger to one of their debtors there. They said, we're canceling that debt, or they're paying it off. I'm not sure. They didn't really say whether they were defaulting on the loan or whether they were paying off the loan. They gave notice of termination, whatever that means. I'm unsure there, so we'll have to get more clarification, but nonetheless, they are in play, no question about it. 12.25 in the green right now on GME, and the volume's picking up. When we first reported this was 4 and change volume. Now we're talking about almost 6.25 million shares having done. And you can look at the volume bars and know that the majority of the volume is coming in recently, not earlier. So the participation by the market is coming in now, more now than it was earlier. Come back down into my 22, baby. I'm waiting. So we'll see if this one can zig and zag. It couldn't break the high. It makes a lower high on this candle. This 5-minute candle is lower in its high than its predecessor at 130. So this 135 candle right now on the 5-minute chart still not above its predecessor. So we'll keep tabs on this one. I'm very interested in trading it so long as it is directional as it's being right now. Shout out to on the blockchains. They will be using cash from here on out at the moment. Sitting on a $4 billion. Okay.
$1 billion.
I know they had some cash. That's interesting. That's actually a good look for them so they don't have to pay the interest on the debt. Kind of bewildering, though, why they would want to pay off the debt when we're going to get into a lower interest rate environment. You have to assume the Fed's going to cut next month, right? If that's not 50, it's 25. Either way, it's lower. But maybe the savings that they're going to get to burn through cash would outweigh whatever savings that we're going to make on the difference in the interest rate. So we'll have to wait and see. Thank you for adding that commentary there. I did not know. Aldrin is GME. I'm up 1,000% on my call option. Shout out to you, Aldrin Giller. Great trade there. Print up a storm, my man. And that's the way it is there. Okay, so we'll keep looking over here. Ibad, Sharif, what are your thoughts on Dell earnings? Will it beat expectations? Oh, I love these questions. No, I don't. It's hard to know, man. Look, Morgan Stanley, let me load up my little notes from the morning because Morgan had some comments on them. They were concerned about a couple of things. I don't want to parrot it back, but it's good for you to know. So let me bring down the Dell one over here because I keep everyone in a little bit different. Salesforce, Dollar General, Affirm, Best Buy, Dara. Well, there's so many. I can't believe this. There it is. Morgan Stanley.
I told you this one.
It was nuts. So you can bring my screen, Ramram. All right, here it is. So Morgan Stanley, they basically downward revised the price target. They were, no worries. Yeah, they were overweight. They're still overweight. They're dropping the price target though. Ibad from 142 to 136. Here are the reasons. Analysts revise their estimates for AI server shipments for the calendar year of 2024. They dropped it down from about 37 to 38,000 servers shipped, to 37 to 38,000 from 48,000. So that's a look. The factors driving the reduced outlook, they say weaker demand for the MI300X based server, delays in NVIDIA's Blackwell technology, as well as smaller pushouts of some Hopper orders. We know that that's the H100. It looks like as if orders are getting a bit smaller there. So that's the look. The impact of the Blackwell delays as well could be a problem as maybe some companies hold off, at least temporarily, from making the big orders for these servers and wait for the Blackwell chip to come out. Maybe they don't want to invest in the H100. We'll have to wait and see. It's a hard question to ask, brother, just because it's so hard to know exactly how any company does at any one moment in time. So that's the look there. I hope that helps, and I hope you print up a storm no matter what you're doing on that. Now, I'm still looking at GameStop here because we are now knocking on the door. We've been knocking on the door of 2240 for a hot minute, and that door hasn't opened. So there's a seller of note at that 2240 area. That's a better part now of almost 15 minutes we've been rejecting off that 2240 area on GameStop. GameStop's moving here, Katina, man, up 12.5%. I don't think my order, quite frankly, at 2205 is valid at all here. So we're going to cancel that. Let me load up GameStop on the 5-minute look here, and then we'll have...
Every time you switch screens, I see the girls.
Yeah, I know, right? This is the area. Yeah, Dara. I mean, like, what am I supposed to do? So look, you're going to have to front run this. We're going to have to front run the 10 exponential. The 10 exponential is now at 216, 215. If I want to get in, it looks like we're bull flagging. Look at so we're not really printing big boy high, like through that 240 area, but what we're doing is putting in higher lows. So the buyers are more exuberant on every successive 5-minute candle, just not exuberant enough to take out the seller who's been hanging out in the low 40s. So it looks like it's just imminent here unless we turn around. But the bamboozlement's real, Adair, on GME. It could drop off anytime. Jay Lee, take profit here or allow room for a slight reload. Jay, what are you talking about, my man? I'm in no positions Let me know what you're talking about, Jay, because I may have missed your earlier message. I'm unsure. Maybe he's talking about Dell because he was asking you about Dell earlier. No. Was he asking you about
Maybe Dell?
Yeah, he is. View on ground, Dell is good. We prefer to buy their servers over many like HPE, etc. Yeah. So Jay Lee commenting there in the chat. If you want to go read his message to Adara about the Dell earnings, giving his opinion. Shout out to Jay. Thank you for that. But yeah, my man Refrain Millionaire, he wants to talk about SPCE. He wants to vote for SMCI. So how about you guys? Who do you guys want to vote for? Every day between 2 to 2:20. I gesticulate wildly on the green screen for your entertainment. No, I'm just joking. Of course, the big kahunas, though, they look at the tickers as decided by you. The top 5 make it on. So if you have a ticker of choice today that you want to see Neil and Sean comment about, get into the chat right now and use this prompt right there on your screen. Exclamation point, join, space. Make sure there's a space between the word join and $sign. And then the $sign and your ticker of choice there.
I appreciate you having a good sense of humor about the gesticulating wildly thing. It started when I was like, oh, Sharif will stand at the green screen. He's like, oh, I do more than stand. And now he gesticulates wildly. Either way, shout out to Sharif. He will be killing it.
Oh, Derek, can I comment about one other thing?
Please do.
Okay, so everybody knows how much I love soccer or football, depending on what side of the world you're on. Okay, so here we go, baby. We have the draws for the 2024-2025 Champions League. Katina, man, here we go. We have in pot 1. Oh, wow. What's going on over here? Oh, these are all the games. Okay, I can't read all these. Pot 1, Madrid, Man City, Bayern, PSG, Liverpool, Inter, BVB, Leipzig, and Barca. So that's Dortmund. Pot 2, Leverkusen, Bayer Leverkusen, Atletico Madrid, Atalanta, Juventus, Benfica, Arsenal, Bruges, Shakhtar Donetsk, and Milan. That's a great group for Arsenal. I think we can walk through them easily, except Leverkusen. Leverkusen went undefeated last year in the Bundesliga. Pot 3, Feyenoord, Sporting, PSV, Dynamo Kiev, Salzburg, Lille, Red Star, Red Star is Moscow, I think. Young Boys, it's always weird. Celtic.
That's the team.
Don't ask me, Adara. I did make it up. I think it's from Holland or Netherlands. Slovan, Monaco, Sparta, Villa, that's Aston Villa, Bologna, Girona, Stuttgart, Sturm Graz, and Brest are on pot 4. So those are the different pots. Obviously, we know that the Champions League has a different format this year. It's no longer just that group. It's going to be like a season. So I'm really excited for this, Adara. Hopefully it's a good season.
I'm excited for you, but also I have a question because you said Arsenal was going to walk through them. Do you mean they're going to kick through them? Because they're going to kick.
Sorry, Ram was saying something while you were saying something. Someone in the chat said they're a pro soccer player, so I'm going to check that in a sec. But what were you saying? Because there's a pun here.
Well, because you said, oh, Arsenal's going to walk through them. But what if Arsenal kicks through them? Because there's
would even be better, because kicking seems to be a more violent act.
It also seems to be something they're good at because they play the footy.
Of course.
That was what the pun was.
That's why I'm not that smart.
You are. It was not a good pun there. Shout out to Neil for calling me out on that. Also, Refrain Millionaire wanted to talk about SMCI. I have no qualms talking about my errors in SMCI. You know what the biggest error was?
What?
Not trusting my darn self.
Bang.
That is the biggest issue. And I'm not saying like, oh, I'm some expert, always trust. No, I'm not saying that. But I'm saying like, why are you not going after things immediately? Like I was like, oh, let's wait for a retest of the VWAP break. It's like if SMCI breaks VWAP, that's all she wrote. So why are you not getting part of that VWAP break? Or are you waiting for the retest? Like, you gotta trust yourself more than I was doing. That is for darn sure. Not like your view will always be perfect, but you definitely can't be afraid of being wrong. And I think I am, and that's why I hesitate, and that's why I make mistakes. Now, this CrowdStrike trade, too. I went after this with the viciousness, with an aggression, because I believed in it. So why am I not doing the same with SPCE? Because it's a scary stock? Like, that is my thing, and I want to shout out Kyle Burdett as well, who's giving me some nice advice. You know, it's hard to go from green to red on the day, especially when it's like the best trade you've ever had.
Bang.
You know what I mean? I'm not going to lie. Like, I don't even mean that just for P&L. I mean that for progress as well and for the process. So it's hard to do that, but you have to think about why do you do that? For myself anyway, I was like, I definitely was trading a little bit more tired, and I've said that I think is an issue. This is also my first time trading live in a few moons, which is not an excuse, but I think was also maybe affecting the mental a little bit for some of those later trades. So I'm excited to go back again live tomorrow. I will be again live tomorrow. I will be taking some more trades. I am still live, but it said I'm not going to be taking that many trades. Also, it will be Adobe season tomorrow as well. So Adobe Reunion Tour, will we trade some ADBE? Probably not, but we
Trade the what's it called, the VIX last time.
I did trade the VIX last time.
Obi loves the VIX.
I was trading. I took like a VIX long, and I was like, that thing. You just have to have your order set. I'll put it
Was
that
it
way.
on the ETF
VIX,
or the futures?
I traded at VXX, so I traded the ETF.
Nice.
But let's see what the VIX is doing, because yesterday we looked at the VIX, and the VIX was like, woo. Now the VIX is actually down here about 5%. I like this. Hey, Davis, what Davis has to say here, it's just a business move. Don't overthink any move. Just set it up and trust the trade. I like that. I also want to set out someone else here was saying too,
lines.
like it kind of helps if you don't come in with any preconceived notions, just see what you like. I agree with it to some extent, but I think sometimes you do have to have preconceived notions because that helps show your conviction and your confidence. That CrowdStrike, I saw what I liked and I knew I wanted short, even when there were some factors that could have shaken me out. The SMCI, I knew I wanted short, so why didn't I short it? So I think to some extent that's true, that you should be open-minded, but once you see stuff you like, you should trust your instinct there. So I want to shout out the person who the chat, I think it was Barrett or something in the chat who said that. VIX, nice downside move. Yesterday, VIX was nice up. Big downside move here for the V to the X to the X. Yeah, I traded it once. Ravine Millionaire, it was a profitable trade, but I did have a long in the VIX once, and I think that was the Friday before the Black Monday. That's what that was. So there were some opportunities to long the VIX at that day. What else are people looking at here? Dark cloud cover on the hourly on the SPY. Let's feel it. Let's see what happens here on the SPY. There's a level I love on the, okay. This I want to say head and shoulders because it's not necessarily head and shoulders, but look at that. I want to shout out Freddie, the friendly guy, because I said, I don't know, the SPY looks like it held support really nicely. We were bouncing at the time off that 562.50, which you guys know has been a multi-level resistance level I've been yapping about for the SPY. But the long does not have the bull flag that it kind of looks like it was going to be. Grips to the downside. Then look where we reject violently. That's right. 562.50, multi-day levels make sense. I do want to shout out Freddie, the friendly guy. I said even there, I said, I think it looks like a long, but if it rejects 562.50, RIP. Yeah, shout out to Kyle Burdett, who seems pleased as punch. Hey, market, come on down. So yeah, let's come on down. Let's come on down with Google as well. Someone was asking her about Google. Shout out to David Beach. That sounds like, I wish I was at a beach right now. No, I'm joking. I love being here with these markets. And I would likely fall asleep on a beach. So let's take a look at GOOGL. Oh, wow. Okay, there's some violent price action on Google here. Oh, my gosh. Okay, let's see if there's any news here with this GOOGL. We know Google's been moving basically anytime OpenAI kind of mentions anything because OpenAI is working on their search feature, right? So, okay, here we go. Makes sense. So we've got Wall Street Journal reporting that Apple's now in talks to join the OpenAI funding round, and ChatGPT apparently usage has doubled since last year, so that's not a great look for Google. We've now got Apple joining the OpenAI funding round, and we know OpenAI wants to debut Search GPT. So I figured it was a Search GPT story. Happy to have that confirmed. Also, this volume candle is larger than the volume candle we had at open, so people are running out of Google here, guys. Google right now is searching for support, and I don't know if it's going to find it. I hate to pun in a moment like this, but wow, this is pretty bloody, Sharif.
Yeah, Apple dipped to Adara into the volume weighted average price, but this was nothing new. We already knew that this was going to happen. Anybody who's been using ChatGPT, forget about Search GPT. I go into ChatGPT and I say, look for this. It searches the internet. This was a matter of time. Right now, look, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. They're going to have to maneuver here, but this is a big down move. We already knew as well that you were going to be able to use ChatGPT on the new iPhone, so that's not a new thing for us as well here. We already knew about that, so that's the look. I'm waiting here on GME, so I'm looking at GME. I know that Google's all the hype right now. I have to load up Google. It's criminal not to load it up right now, given how it's tanking. But how does the market take this over time? Sure, there's the initial reaction. But this isn't it. I think, now we're seeing, I wonder if this has anything to do with the antitrust implications. I really, you know what I mean? Because now, if you're an investor, well, that actually doesn't make sense. I'm just correcting myself because the EU is already investigating Microsoft and OpenAI for being in cahoots. And so what if they invested? Yeah, so that doesn't check with me. Anyway, got up here into 36s on GME, but I'm not printing. I'm waiting for that 40 break. It's not coming in quite yet. Now we're going to have to figure out how to trade Google here, Dara, because we did break that IB or the institutional level print at 8 a.m., which was 162.41. We're popping here. Is this a short to pop kind of situation on Google, or what's the deal? Like, how are you guys trading this? Tag me in the chat. Let me know what you're looking for. Are you looking for that umbrella pattern that pops up a little bit, then gets sold off to make a new low? Right now, we have a 162.32 low. We're not even barely negative on the day, baby. We're only 0.12 negative, so that ain't even that big of a move. Sure, it's a big move intraday, but like overall, we're not even talking that bad of bleeding right now. It looks bad on a very focused, isolated chart, but what's the situation? Are we shorting 163? Where is resistance? Where is previous area of resistance? I have really no idea. It's 152. I got to be up at the big desk in a couple of minutes, or the big screen in a couple of minutes, so unlikely to get involved in this, but this is looking like it's going to come down again. Here we go. We know that 32 is a low. Today we were just printing 42s. So it looks like that low might be breached here. We're below the $0.50, printing 30s. It looks like we want to break down again. Where could we break down to? 160? Sure, that $10 level is a juicy one and an easy one to gauge, right? 160, that's easy enough. All right, we printed there on GameStop. Happy, we're gonna let that work. But we gotta focus on Google here, Dara, because this is a big, big down move. Behooves me to do some charting. Let's go up here. Let's go to the 30. See here exactly where the levels of support and resistance are. So no, we don't. We need to bleed more, it looks like over here. And we are bleeding more, Derek, because we just printed another low, 162.26. This is a level I'm looking at here, 161.50. That is the low from yesterday when we bled and bled and bled, but we kept having this support at 161.5. That's the local area here. Obviously, there's more to the downside. We just talked about 160, the $10 area. Maybe we get that, maybe we don't. There are multiple areas of support on our way down to 160, not the least of which is 161.5, even 162. I mean, it's a whole dollar level. Put some respect on the whole dollar level's name. Are you trading this? What's your look?
I mean, like I said, I'm really,
that's right. My bad.
Not really taking any trades right now, but that Google, I'll tell you what my look would be on Google. I can totally tell you that. That is probably not my type of name that I would trade. I'm going to be honest, because I feel like I have a hard time entering these at the moment they need to be entered. Oh, okay, that being said, well, I looked at this earlier, right? I'm just looking at this again.
I know.
But, hey, on the book, the 162.70 was a fight. So what I would do is I would wait for 162.70, then I would decide to see what I do here. If we reject 162.70 violently, it's a short for me. If we would hold it, it would be a long. Not trading it, and I don't even know if we're going to get 162.70, but that's just based on levels I liked on the book. Because like I said, that's always going to be what tips me over for trading. I've literally been here taking screenshots, looking at charts, and doing some pre-journaling and pre-reflecting. I want to shout out Big Smile, Kyle Burdett. One of the many things I love about this community is how honest everyone is. Like, it's such a good, people will share their experience, they'll share their losses, they'll share their wins, and I really appreciate it. So giving me a lot to reflect on. Google, you're gonna push in. What are you gonna do 162.70? You said this was gonna be my level for Google. Oh, I called it. I called the book on this, Sharif.
Get it, Adara.
If we get 162.70, that's a decision, and Google's up. Did I trade it? No, but I know how I would have. I would have risked into 162.50, and I would have gone long 162.70, and I would have been trying to take 163.15s. One thing that Neil said is even if you're not trading, think about how you would trade it if you were in it.
Bang.
That's why I would have taken Google. So I'm happy I got to watch that move. Thank you, Sharif, for posing that question to me. I do appreciate it there. And I think, honestly, like, I want to be learning every single darn day. Really difficult price action today, says Josh S. Yeah, it's been a difficult one. Tesla, King Bamboozler, we were talking about how we both got driven by that Cybertruck, run over, then had our bodies run over again by the Cybertruck, and then it still wouldn't open the door for us.
Can you do the campus because I got to weasel
of course.
up?
Yeah. Weird violent analogy aside, let's talk about how lucky we are, and I feel this every day, to be with Real Trading. And you know one thing too, is we actually have a campus program with Real Trading. So, hey there, Canadian traders. I know there are some in the chat. Are you ready to get back to basics and become a real trader? Real Trading's campus program is on now. Our specialized learning experience is here to guide you through the essentials of trading. You'll learn about market microstructure, explore various marketplaces, and understand the different order types. This upcoming cohort is going to focus on U.S. equities, starting with a carefully selected stock list designed for optimal learning. No high flyers here. As you demonstrate your skills, you will unlock expanded symbol availability. So just join us to bridge the gap between professional execution and retail trading. Let's build your trading foundation together. Shout out to Real Trading. Very happy to be here with this prop firm because honestly, this is the only place I've ever traded. I've really only ever traded here on the screen in front of everyone. So I really want to shout out this experience. I'm very grateful for it. Look at Google holding that 162.70. What this tells me is, you know what? You see stuff like that, you got to go for it. Like I said, I made the decision, like, no more trading today. But I've seen that move now, and now I know, Adara, next time you see a move down like this in the market, look for any areas of recovery where the book might be interesting. If we hit that again, you got to hit them up styles. But this is interesting too. There's clearly some kind of rejection at 163.15 because we do not eclipse that area after waking into it previously. Let's see if we can hold 163 here on G to the O to the O to the G to the L. Yeah, Roger, I feel like that's one of the hard things with trading is it is common to repeat mistakes, but one thing I've realized that I want to work on is like, if there are stocks making, that aren't making like the biggest move of the day, why are you trading them? SMCI tempted it, but it's like that was not clearly the star of the day. The long off, the 457 ended up being right, but I had way too many attempts at that before that ended up working out. Basically, one thing I've really learned here is just focus on the stocks that are making the big moves. To be fair, decent volume here, my type of stock, I had levels, but there were definitely better opportunities, so I should not have been anchoring my mind to this one. And that's one thing to be aggressively journaling about. Shout out to this community. Go Canadian traders. Join Real Trading. Marvell is going down tonight, Roderick Sims. Thank you for reminding me, but one of the tickers we're trading tonight here, and one of them is going to be Marvell. That is going to be earnings tonight for MRVL. We're going to be able to marvel at those with Neil Roberts on that desk. On the market recap, Marvell, look at that hold there. That is a 70-75 hold. Look at that area here, right? We have that bounce off VWAP a couple times. Weak basis, we hold. Then we make a rounded top. That looks kind of weak, right? We break below VWAP. Look where we hold, that previous support area, and then we bounce again. I would like to see us reclaim that 71.47 area. That is the lowest of the three highs we made. I think if we reclaim that, that's a good look. If we reject there, I would be looking for some more downside. NVIDIA apparently on that move here. Good look there. We have nice support here at that 120.20 area. This is a stock I should have been looking at instead of SMCI because look at that 121 flat bottom break. I noticed it but didn't play it. One thing too is like, I was talking last time, I think Opie was here, we were talking about my side charts. I'm happy I have a lot of side charts, but sometimes I feel like there are so many that you're like, oh, like where do I look? You got to narrow the field, have your ideas you like, stick with your plan, stick with your levels. Thank you, though, to KC saying, Adair, you locked in a great trade with a good strategy. That's fire. I appreciate that. You're going to focus on, I want to say focus on the positive, but you got to focus on what worked, on what made sense. And don't be too hard on yourself because with trading, the market will knock you down. But to quote a different Cardi B line than the one we've been quoting all day, knock me down 9 times, but I get up 10. So I will definitely see you guys tomorrow. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls for that shout out and for everything you do. Great community here. This has been such a fun day. Dollar General continuing to sell off, but we'll have to see you guys tomorrow for even more updates. Shout out again to Sharif for everything he does on this desk and everything he does on that screen. We'll see you, Obi and I will see you tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. We got everybody over there, guys. Take care.
Welcome to the afternoon rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. Neil and Sean, they're locked, they're loaded. There's a lot to talk about today, so I hope you voted. The way to vote is to join Adair and I on the midday show and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day, but only the top 5 make it on. So make sure to have your friends in the chat vote your way. This is the triple Qs. We're up about 1 1/5. We are a bit higher on the NQ September contract. The ES also in green, but a little bit below, about 0.8 right now, 0.4%. The best though, the Russell, as that rotation trade continues to manifest, up 1 2/3 with the Dow not lagging far behind there, 1.5 to 1 1/3. Good look for them. NVIDIA, the number 1 name as selected by you guys. No real surprise there. Down 4% off that big move yesterday, or the earnings report. And there's a whole lot of analyst notes on this. I'm not even going to bother showing them to you, but yeah, this was an interesting trade yesterday. Today, though, bit of a consolidative look, at least in the afternoon, guys.
Looking at the rundown, AO, SoFi. We'll get to SoFi in a hot minute. You know the market's hot when SoFi is hot.
It is not.
It's having a decent day. It's not the greatest day in the world for NVIDIA, but reality is, we had Ryan Faluna on, and he basically said this exact type of setup for what happens on an earnings play. So aftermarket, if you were there, it was a lot of viewers. It was fantastic back and forth action on NVIDIA. But the long and short of it was after the wild up and down. Wow, is it gonna break 120 right now? So 120 was a big level in the aftermarket. Then this 123 and change. You had buyers stacking every even dollar bid, and all we got was an inside day off of those levels. So holding 120, holding 123. If 120 goes, I think NVIDIA is going to roll to the downside if it loses this 120 level. It's all about that margin miss, I suppose. That's the explanation everyone's going to give you because everything about that earnings was fantastic, from the buyback to the beat to the blah, 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 making tons of money. Everything was good except for a slight downtick in the guidance. So 120 is your key price level. It's testing it as we speak. I'm only in Apple right now off of VWAP, but NVIDIA, I'm not as bullish when you're lower highs into a potential flat bottom here, NVIDIA.
We are hitting profile. Yeah, there it is. All right, so today we were all over NVIDIA. So NVIDIA, we knew we liked that 120 long, so there it is. We hit it a couple times, and it turned out just to be a great trade. It's one of, I think it's P&L. Yeah, P&L 2 or 3, I guess, because Tesla's going to be, it'll be Apple, Tesla, NVIDIA right there. There's 120 a couple times. The only mistake we made, and we were able to get some out, but it just happened to be that we had to average into it, was that little break of 124. We had written down here on the sticky note 124. So when it took it that quickly, we wanted it, but we already were long down here at 120. So 120 long, 120 long. That out there is 122. I mean, it's been good. We've left it alone here in the afternoon. It's trying to break back down below. I said on the midday we were getting out of some of these shares, so we got out of some of these shares. We got out of some Apple shares as well in their own personal account. Great day for NVIDIA. I think it probably goes higher. Down 4% though. I'll take it. I mean, I don't know. NASDAQ up 1% today. I don't think I thought it was going to be a bullish day. I don't think, many people obviously coming in today were pretty nervous about NVIDIA. So I feel that it's held up pretty good, and we'll take profits where profit lies. We'll still sit here and trade some NVIDIA. We're roughly, we didn't do too much over the midday. So we're kind of still in that same pocket here. So we'll just hang out and see if we can make something happen if levels break. So for me, NVIDIA short, I think, is the next call. That's 119.25 if we want to do it. So I think being patient, waiting for that is probably the right play.
Off the highs is the SPY. It was up almost 1%. The high now coming down to about 2/3%. It is lagging the other major indexes, the NQ, the Dow, and the Russell, all a little bit higher today than the ES. This is the 15-minute look, and I'll let the big kahunas look at this, but this looks like it's a head and shoulders setting up here on the 15 on the SPY. We'll have to wait to see that, but it's been a strong day. No question about it on these markets, guys.
Yeah, I mean, whether you want to call it a head and shoulder, it's like effectively what happened is we went into the week high and pull back on the SPY. So there's your 15-minute. You went into the week high, you pulled back. The previous resistance was support, and the previous resistance is still resistance. So you're having a somewhat inside day. It's kind of hard for it to get going unless, look, Apple's at VWAP. That Alphabet news just hit as well with new ChatGPT, OpenAI funding, Apple joining. That put Google to the downside. And with NVIDIA underneath, it's been trouble for this, although bouncing off VWAP is looking pretty good here. It's just that top end of the range is big resistance. The market's at top here. And we know where we're at in the overall market, so let's respect it. So you're not going to necessarily have these big blowouts through fresh highs because you need something special to get us to the top, I think, in the markets. There's just way too much profit taking, people feeling tepid about things. You even got a good GDP number. So like that whole, what are we supposed to do with the narrative of the recession when you get that 3% GDP number and when that's beating expectations? I take that with a grain of salt because in an election year, when it seems like numbers are better than they should be, I feel like you should take it with a grain of salt.
We had written down here today, TQQ. We've been really on a hot streak with this. Continues to go up, man. We broke 68s. That was the level we wanted. We hit it once, twice. Then we just reloaded it right now back at VWAP. So we're doing this is putting it. We talk about this. This is called in the wild. Trading things actively, aggressively, giving you guys some of these ideas. So there it is again, 68.30 all the way up to 68.90, straight up right there. falls back in, we take another piece out. We're going to wait to see if it breaks that bottom. But right now, we're going to stay long. I'm not in love with this play. Playing it because of technicals. We've made good money doing this, so we'll just continue with it. Right now, the TQQs. We'll see if it breaks down below there. That's 67.70. We're not giving it that long. I was going to give it to 68.10. So a break down below here, we'll get out of the way. But just adding it up, man. What we're doing right now, probably this afternoon, is adding to this stuff. This has been the biggest day for me in a very long time. So we'll just continue to wait, be patient, hit trades when they're coming through. NVIDIA at 120 is something right now. Just waiting to see if these futures really do hold VWAP. If they do, then maybe we have a nice little run here into the afternoon.
Yeah, speaking of those futures at all-time highs, hey, when you're at all-time highs, if you've taken anything out and you're looking to maximize your idle cash, then Moomoo is for you Canadian users. Enjoy 6% per annual on cash balances of up to $10K for 60 days, along with a 2-month commissions free. You can also earn $2,300 in cash rewards when you transfer your portfolio. Both rewards can be enjoyed at the same time. With Moomoo, you'll gain access to comprehensive data on stocks, options, and ETFs. Plus, take advantage of algo trading. Allow you to create, backtest, and execute your own strategies. Set up instant alerts to trade your own signals, helping you to take your trading game to the next level. Thanks and shout out to Moomoo for sponsoring this section of the show. And you know what? If you're a VWAP trader, you probably put that in there, those dips, whatever you like. But Apple's trying to lose VWAP. If we break this lower high, I'm jumping out of this. This market seems like it wants to turn. NVIDIA might be dragging it down. AMD I want to get to for some shorts. But Sharif, let's talk a little bit about SMCI.
We should, Neil. SMCI, obviously, bit of a tougher couple of days. We get wind yesterday that obviously they're delaying their annual report for the June quarter. That had the market selling this off very aggressively. It did hold 400. Prior to that, we had the Hindenburg hit piece that basically made accounting irregularity allegations. One of their competitors reported yesterday, HPE. They were down. Dell reports today after the bell. Make sure to catch that with the guys on the Market Recap show. But this is almost $60 off that low yesterday, guys.
What a bounce it is. It's obviously short sell restricted because multiple days down double digits, including yesterday's action for SMCI. Now, you can come in there and thinking, I had SSR bounce, look for 420, and that's sort of an obvious level. If you looked at the aftermarket, you had support at 420 in the afternoon, and the aftermarket it bounced off 420. That was kind of low-hanging fruit if we could have got it. It just never happened. It was just an instant breakout at the open, and if you were looking long, I needed some kind of an uptrend to get into. If you were in the middle of the morning, right before we ended, I was like, okay, I'm going to start looking longs off of VWAP in here. First one didn't go, and then you see it managed to hold above VWAP, make the next breakout. So I got this one. We're in at like 55.8 or 55.7, something along those lines, and then we're able to get ticked out in front of 458 here. Then it pulls back, stops out underneath the previous high. I'm sitting there. Randy's actually next to me, and I'm like, oh my goodness, okay, I need to go to the bathroom. I'm going to get up. He's like, yeah, just go right away. I'm like, yeah, this might bounce off VWAP. I know it can consolidate for a long time. There was your wick, and there was your entry. So it was 450 after all. Just managed to miss it. Didn't get back into the trade. I don't mind taking 3 swings at it. Certainly off of VWAP would have made sense. I actually think it might be risk to the downside if we lose 450. The way the market's going, the way NVIDIA is going, maybe you bounce off the 450 level, but I'm not feeling as bullish as before. Like you spent all lunchtime with everything trying to take those tops, and it just couldn't break through those highs. So I'm a little bit concerned that we're going to lose this. And if 450 goes, who knows with SMCI? It's going to be an interesting report for Marvell, I think, tonight. I know we're not talking about Marvell, we're talking about SMCI, but stick around for the aftermarket show because expectations obviously have been high for NVIDIA. You saw them go down regardless. Marvell has been in a chop zone here, just hanging on to the 200 period by a thread. And the last time it lost the 200 period moving average, it essentially fell 20% in a couple of sessions. So I think there's a lot of risk in this chip name if we lose the bid here.
So you just saw there, market going down I guess out of Apple. We're about to get out here of the TQQs as these names continue to go to the downside. Look, yesterday we took that $10 on SMCI and we haven't looked at it today. So I'm just right now, we're about to get out of these TQs. If they break, I told you 68.10, then we will get out of this one. Still going to be a positive name. We've traded 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 names. No, yeah, 5 names today. Same 5. And they've all been treating us well. But this could be the last straw here as we have a little bit more. We'll see if it breaks, and here it goes. I don't want to give it too much lower. I just don't want to give it down here. Because if I get to 68, then I'll hold it, and then I'll make that decision. So we can always get back in if something does break. We're long at 68.30. We could take 20 cents if we have to take a hit on this one. But right now, it's the market is to that downside as we go. So maybe some GameStop there. And just because I was just mentioning it, I know there was a name Apple that we were thinking about getting into. I'm not into this one yet. We'll still wait for that 230 or so level if that does come into play. It's 212 right now, and it's GameStop time.
Shout you up for the fresh cut, Sean. Looking good there. All right, yeah, GME next. Big mover midday. It was moving prior to that. A couple of headlines to support the move here. Shares are trading higher. The company issued a notice to terminate its $250 million credit facility. Apparently, they're going to look to dip into their own cash reserves, pay this down, I guess. Kind of confusing with interest rates looking to be a little bit lower on the horizon. But there's also this area as well. They're looking at getting into some retro gaming to refit some of their stores so you can actually engage in gaming. Good luck, market liking it, but pulling off a little bit off the highs.
I always get the love there. Thank you, Sharif, for that. Thanks for noticing the haircut. Okay, so we'll just quickly here, we'll go over and discuss GameStop. I haven't looked at it. We will look at this right here, TQs. We just got some out there at 26s. We got out at 20%. We were very close to getting stopped out. So we'll take away some of that pain on that play and now almost get stopped out again. I'm not waiting for anything until the 30s. We want to take some profit. But right now, just want to give you guys an update on that one. We had Raider Trader come on and talk about volatility and GameStop and AMC and all that possibly starting to pick up again. And man, I guess he's right again. He wasn't on GameStop. It was going to be AMC.
It was AMC,
but,
yeah.
Yeah, but there goes, I haven't even looked at AMC, I guess, but there goes GameStop today, up 11%. I'll throw it back to you. Like I said, I've been lazy on this. I have no idea what the story is.
Hold on a second. I wanted to check AMC just to make sure. You want to know if they're going in tandem, and I remember AMC had that long consolidation it's trying to break out of. Looks like it's not breaking yet, but there is a bit of a sympathy move. Heck, if GameStop goes higher, $5 looks interesting on AMC. As far as GameStop goes, I didn't see any news. There might be, but I didn't see anything in particular. And there's just no follow through. So it goes right back, a nice V-shaped recovery to when this started to fall apart in 26. That's on Monday, essentially. It fell off 22.30. What needs to, I don't have to tell you guys what needs to happen. Come on. Look at how this stock has been moving or not moving in this range. This local high that it can't break is about 23.25. You got the 50 period, which is just converging at 23.5. You just need to take the top off somewhere. And that's what can't happen. Like every up move cannot seem to take off the top in GameStop. They're just sellers are there en masse at all the consolidation levels. That's what happened when it tried to break out back in July. It just went into the chop and it's been going down ever since. This looks like a start of something nice. There's no question about it. But until you take the top off, I don't get excited about squeeze names until they break out resistance levels. It's nice to get back to one, but short sellers aren't scared when you go into prior resistance. A lot of times they just load up again and look for it to head back down. And as long as that's been working, they just kind of keep doing the same thing and they rinse and repeat because they can hang on to it forever. When you got a couple Billy out there, you can lean on a stock like this and they know they can win for a long time. And you see that happen. I'd love for this to break out. I'd love for AMC to break out because we have a heck of a lot of fun trading into the long trade. There's not as much to do with this when it's like that. It's got to break 23.5. I don't know if that's going to be today. You're already starting to pull back. Maybe there's a VWAP trade in here later on in the session. Let's see where it tries to fold back into, see if the volume holds up on this. And it's a nothing burger over in AMC. Would be nice for those to get going. Unfortunately, they aren't.
Yeah, I just went short on Sega here. I just heard like that apparently MPOX is not really a thing. So we're going to wait to see what happens here on that. We'll just take a shot to see if anything winds up happening on this trade. So we'll go short now. right here. Okay, so the TQs, we did get stopped out there, so we'll slip a little bit of a flush down on that as it goes right to our level. This is 68 again. I mean, we've gone long on 68, but now it's a completely different story. Every time before that we've gone long on this name, we've had VWAP and all the lines with us. Now it's, we're underneath all of these lines. So we tried it, then we dropped out. So that would be, at the end of the day, a little bit of a hit there, but still a hit. So a hit is a hit is a hit, and that is a hit. So right there, downside on the TQQs. Still remain positive, man. We're positive on everything here today, and hopefully getting a little bit more positive on SIGA if that does go down. And that was there. Oh, here it is right here.
There's 5 lines. I think you summed up pretty well.
Yeah, it just says here, CDC says Mpox outbreak originating in Central Africa. Risk of Mpox coming into U.S. is low. No cases of Mpox have been reported in the U.S. at this time. Blah, 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 blah. So there was that other one there, GovX.
That was the other one.
Was another one. So I could have picked that. SIGA, obviously, and GovX, both
They're really
not affected by this news whatsoever. So we'll sit here and wait to see if this is a late story or a nothing burger. Our stop is breaking 950 on SIGA. So we'll see 20 cents one way or the other. Let's see if anything goes with it. So that's what we're short right now, SIGA.
This could be a big story here for SoFi. We've been waiting for this. So the Supreme Court chiming in today, declining to revive the Biden administration's student debt relief plan. We know that SoFi, one of their moats is to basically refi student loans at a much lower interest rate than they were issued by the banks or the lending institution. This is, though, a bit of a bamboozler because we've seen the Biden administration come out in a different way and give relief to student loan borrowers through different avenues. This particular decision narrows or closes the door for one avenue, doesn't preclude them from coming at it a different way. Nonetheless, the market liking it, SoFi at highs.
One knows.
I'm just going to ask the viewers this because a lot of our viewers are American. I'm not going to pretend to keep up with American politics as much as I should. Does Kamala support the student debt relief as strongly as Biden? Like, that would be an interesting thing to know. The current administration obviously wants to try to push it through, and whether or not that's happening it actually matters here. But you guys can let me know in the chat or any way you want. Tweet at me if you have a long-winded explanation. So SoFi, yay, let's go. 10% to the upside. SoFi is above $8. SoFi is trying to break out of this zone here. It's not done yet because the last time we were here, it did the worst of its rejections of the $8 level. So I think I said this the last time we called up this chart, which is give me 850. Break 850, and this one's going to go. Now, it's already a great and fantastic start to be above the 200-period moving average, holding the 200 today. Like, that's golden. I mean, right at the open, it's like a hold of the 200-period moving average on that daily chart, and then just all green, breaking it out. I wish I could tell you I was looking at this at the open. Eyeballs were in, obviously, other places. I think that should go without saying, everybody, but good look here for SoFi. 850, I think, is a bit of a resistance spot if you're trading it right now. That was that level on the daily chart. So maybe some dip buying if it wants to continue said trend to the upside. Go SoFi. If it fails 850 again, I'm going to seriously consider whether I need to be in this stock.
All right, so
in my PA, by the way.
Yeah, so SIGA is trying to come in a little bit here. Just printed 19s. I'm going to sit at 19 and take it if it comes through a little bit, just to take 10 cents on a piece of it. I mean, our target eventually was going to be 950, which was up here. I don't know. I mean, the high of the day is basically 948, 947. Well, here you can see right here, 947. So if we do fall back in, let's see a little bit of a wipe down. And then I was bidding. Again, this is the low of the day. So if that can come in, we'll take that quickly. But after that, I mean, down into here, that's 9. And then after that is 890. Like, I'm not expecting a huge move. It obviously is appearing to be a nothing burger on that side of things. But we'll still be in the short. I mean, we're taking 10 cents here, taking 10 cents there. So that's what we're doing on that one. All right, so again, it looks like we did a good move getting out of the NASDAQ right there as it's trying to go lower. So we're underneath VWAP. We've completely flipped up the script here on this trade. We are no longer going to be going long on the NASDAQ until something changes. Either we break back above the 50 period or that's about it, honestly. Like, if we can get something to 67, we looked at 67 yesterday. That was a big trade for us yesterday as we shorted through there. And of course, that worked out. But today's a different day. We're at the highs, like where we've been at today for ourselves. So we'll probably just keep it the way it is right now and look for more opportunities. We actually went in there during the midday. We got our matcha here, Ramin, by the way. And now we're going to go back and we sold some Starbucks today in our account. Just because I sold some Nike, we talked about that yesterday. It's just been such huge moves up. Yesterday we had a great move up to 98. We actually showed you the weekly chart on Starbucks, and it goes all the way back to 2020. Might even be able to get it on a daily chart where you had $100 again. And look, you can always go back and find any level you want on pretty much on any chart, it seems like, especially one that's this choppy, but it comes back anyways. It's just a big move upside there. And I thought we were coming into some sort of an area of resistance. There it is right there. Sorry, 2022, right into there. So I kind of like that play. Back in, there was the drop. Huge move on new CEO. We had the blowout top kind of yesterday, right into those levels. So we took advantage of some of that on Starbucks during the midday, and I think we did okay. Where is that, 12:30? Yeah, so probably right about here. And it was just a fluke. I just went in there. I think it was 95.13s to be exact where we got out. So actually, that's right where it is now. So, okay, good. So that's that trade. And then Nike, I said we got some out. Although my daughter, I talked to her during lunchtime. She said, thank you for the Air Force Ones. And I said, no problem. It's a good shoe there. She's going back to school. So they went to the Nike store in Sherway. So that's good. Good for the stock. But I sold some yesterday, not today. So there it is. And again, just Nike has done really well off the bottom. Yeah. I'm a little bit nervous, man. We've got Hookah on holdings there. More competition in the space for Nike. And yeah, I'm really happy with that move back up. We bought both Starbucks and Nike with 7 handles on them. So to get out in the 9s and in the 8s here, we'll do pretty good and do that and then raise some capital because I don't know. I told you I sold some Apple right up there. We sold some Nvidia at 122 during the midday. I don't know. Just things are getting pretty good. Might regret it. Tomorrow it could be up 5% again, which is fine. But it happens. Getting into some cash.
Every time I sell, I feel the same way. It is what it is. You take profit. I mean, every time I sold Lily, it was like, oh, look at that. Lily's new fresh highs. But you got to rebalance sometimes. And WTO is rebalancing itself a little bit. Good move off the upside. I'm going to do this. I showed Randy this as well. He's like, what the heck happened to this stock? Destruction is what happened. So keep in mind, if you're trading this WTO, big move off the bottom. It was actually almost exactly a double bottom, and it's really starting to trend back up. It hasn't halted at all today, so keep in mind when it's a penny stock, it has to move more than a regular stock, percentage-wise for halts. So it's extreme moves. Like these halt moves, that's $1.10 to 53. Like it's cut in half, and it halted only twice when it got cut in half. So understand that's going to be the case here with it. And you're running into, there's going to be levels all over the place. The most significant one is at about 25 cents, right in around midday. This tried to bounce. It bounced off 16 to get to 25 cents. So if you're watching this, I have eyeballs at that 25 cent level is a big one. Absolutely woodshedded yesterday. Let's be real. So be careful trading. Like I said, it could halt, but the halt bands are going to be much wider when you're dealing with a penny stock. So Nvidia did try to get underneath 120. It's right back at it. Seems like it still wants to hold on for dear life. This local bottom is 119.23. So it has some room to go to the low of the day, but you're still underneath that support. I'm looking for a continuation of the trend that's starting to set in. Like, there is your resistance. There's your lower high. If this lower high comes in holding that trend, I want to look short into the low of the day on this name. I would have said AMD, but I might have missed the chance at AMD off of VWAP. So it'll have to set something else up on advanced micro devices unless it bounces back into VWAP. I was shorting VWAP most of lunch, and then it broke VWAP. Things were looking pretty strong in that moment. All of a sudden, you've got a bit of a reversal here in the markets and the chip names. We're not falling apart. We're holding on some gains. I think you want to be patient. I like a VWAP retrace here and trading off VWAP on AMD most of the day.
So we talked a little bit this morning. Mara coming in. Bitcoin's cracking right now, back down below 60,000 again. So we're still short Sega, but that's the only trade. I'm going to try a little bit here, I guess, on Mara. I don't know if we want to punch in or not at that 44 level. Oh, there it is. Okay, well, we get some 41s and 43s. So average price right now, 42. Long right now on Mara as Bitcoin comes in, right now, 59.8. So again, Mara just into some of these levels. We can zoom out again or just look at this from right here. So we're at 1740. We're not in this a lot right now, but that 1720's there, 1710. Whenever this stops loading. At the end of the day, what I'm trying to talk about here is 17. So if this comes in a little bit more, let's have a look here at 1720 or so, and then maybe just get out of, you know what, if we break through 17 again, that's going to go down to yesterday's sort of movement. Yesterday was the 28th, right? So right into there, those levels from yesterday. So we'll wait to see what's happening with Mara right now, long at 42s. Just a position, see if there's a risk to the downside here for sure with crypto going lower. So we can have a quick look to see what exactly BTC is doing here. And there it is right now. Ooh, that's bouncing right now, actually, 59.5. That's an anchored VWAP that we had from before. 15 looks like it bounced again. I believe that's anchored VWAP anyways. Down there, well, if I click on it, it should tell me, right?
Yeah. Hover on it.
I don't know, that's what I was, trying to. Anyways, I'll figure out what that is. But anyways, 59.5 bouncing right now off of that level, back up to 59.8. So maybe we're a little early on this Mara, maybe worth another retest back down in. But there it is, 59.57, a nice drop. We just dropped basically $1,000 in 15 minutes or so on Bitcoin. So we'll try Mara down here. Don't mind these levels against 17. It is a bit early, but we are just whoopsies. We are right back into, again, these levels for Bitcoin where Mara has protected before. So let's just see basically yesterday's close.
Yeah, and those close prices matter, man. Where does that late money feel comfortable being?
Chat.
Obviously it's going to make a big difference. I already said AMD, and then NVIDIA is still trying to decide what it's doing at this 120 level. But I just popped up a usual suspect that made a rejection. It's kind of a trend reversal here on Rivian. So we like close prices. This close in here on Rivian, I mean, it's a lower high. It's 14.5. That's 14.5. It's failing 14.5 yesterday. Same top that it just put in. So it looks like a trend reversal is starting to accelerate here on Rivian off the 14.5 into VWAP. I'm going to try and, might have been a little bit too late to this one. Why is that on DME? Because I just flipped to it. For some reason, I was going to go to that. That's why. So yeah, that 14.5, going to look to get on the offer here. Now you're starting to accelerate to the downside on NVIDIA. Oh yeah, NVIDIA is going to push exactly at the moment and drag everything to the downside with it. I might miss this one on Rivian, but acceleration is starting to come in. Yeah. NVIDIA is going... oh, wait a minute. Tesla's about to break 209. All right, Tesla's breaking support here at 209. I know, because I was short 210 when it bounced off 209 the first time. Thank you very much, Tesla, for not following through. I don't want to chase and punch the bottom of this, but we just missed a chance to get into Rivian. So I have to maybe short a pop. I'm on the offer of Rivian at 45. We'll see if we get picked up on that one. Or maybe just go on over to NVIDIA, which could break 119 as we speak. And I like both these levels here. Let's pull back into 210 on that. GameStop already into VWAP. And then Rivian, I'm probably not going to get that offer. We'll have to stick a fork in that. Like the second I put the offer in, it dropped. And that was because it had nothing to do with offering on Rivian. It had everything to do with the fact that the market just kind of like made a flush down and everything dropped at the same moment. This happenstance. 119 about to break here on NVIDIA. If that happens before we can get a short the pop situation, then so be it.
Yeah, it looks like 119 coming in right now. So we're still in that Mara. We told you we were going to get some more in the 20s, so we did that. But now our average price is 35, so out 10 cents right now. Trying to give this one back into 17. If it breaks 17, then we'll get out. I'll buy some more down there at 10s. Thinking that Bitcoin might hold, thinking that Mara might hold down into here. And again, we just looked, trying to think about that. It's a huge move to the downside for MARA, which was up over $2. At one point, 17, I guess $1.50, 17 into 18.50. So we'll see if Mara can recover some of that. Sega not doing anything. Of course, that's the short that we had. And this is the thing. Remember, we said like we're not going to do anything with the Qs. I mean, it was underneath. We put the target, so I'm going to go bang for that one. I mean, the fact that we were able to get out, not reload this at 68, and let this sort of thing happen. The only thing that we should have done, obviously, is to have gone short there. But get out of the way. Sense that was a problem and move. So we'll still stay in Mara and look for some more. So the NASDAQ is coming in pretty good right now. There goes 67 more now. 67.12 is coming in a lot as NVIDIA loses 119. Look, we got out of some there in the PA. We talked about that. We even said to even Sharif was here and everything. And it was like, okay, well, that was at 122. Now it's down there at 119. It's not like we'll be buying it back any lower, but it's coming back in right now as NVIDIA. We also got rid of some Apple today as well, which turns out to be pretty good as that's falling in right now. So to catch this falling knife right now, we say no thank you. Where is it going to stop is more about what we're worried about. If you zoom out right now, you're just back into basically open levels. So this could be where we stop if you're looking at an area, right? So this could be a level right now that you could bounce off of 19,450. That's where we were. That's the low in the pre-market, man. I mean, the low obviously down here is 19,420 coming in at 6 a.m. But other than that, you know, these kind of levels right here when people were trading NVIDIA and the futures were open and with more volume, obviously, were traded down at 19,450, which is the area coming into play. So, I mean, maybe you wanted to test something, we could go along the TQs now, but I'm going to wait.
Yeah, I think I'd be patient. We just missed on any opportunity to grab those shorts, and I'm not chasing any shorts. It's just, I mean, the futures all went at once there. The other thing we're looking at was GameStop at VWAP, which it's here now. I'd like to think that this thing doesn't care what the market's doing, so we let the market settle down. It hasn't actually gotten to VWAP since 9:30, literally at the open. This is the first time you've had even like an adjacent test to it. I'm going to try and join here in the high 70s, maybe even tick up to 80s, give it to the local bottom. We're just waiting for this one to calm down. It's a nice working trend. Each time it's pulled back, and it's done it a few times, like you've had decent 15, 20%, 15%, or 1 point there, pullback, sorry. 1 point, 1 point. This is a lot deeper, but VWAP has at least managed to hold. So I'm going to give this into the 70s and then see what it can do. If the market just keeps driving to the downside, it's entirely possible. I've said this before. Like, you can be a low float runner, you can be a squeeze name. At some point, if we fall far enough or hard enough, almost everything gets dragged with it. So that's going to be the case there. If it happens, then we're out underneath that 70 level, just slightly underneath it. I don't like putting it at the even dollar. Rivian, what can I say? I picked an inopportune time to sit on the offer to try to go short on Rivian. And now it's pulling into VWAP. So I probably missed the chance to short it off of 50, and we have to back away from that as well. And then Tesla, you can see what happened on Tesla. I tried to get 09s on the way down. Now it's on the way back up. We'll let it figure out where it wants to curl. I do want to short a pop now that we're underneath that support of the 210 level. It's just a matter of where it pops to. Which you don't know where it's going to pop to. Maybe it comes back into that previous high at 209 and turns. Maybe it comes all the way back into 210. And we go for that. If it's above 210, I don't want to touch it. Tesla above 210, strong. Tesla beneath 210, I want to look weakness, and I'll try to keep it that simple.
Yeah, keep it as simple as possible. All right, so we'll go into some Intel right now, and we'll just see what happens here. It's a strong name today into a falling market. It falls into VWAP, takes out VWAP a little bit there. I was just going through the scanner, like trying to find names that were positive, and one of the ones that I thought was setting up for something in and around VWAP was Intel. So I have a look at that. It just dropped below, so we are longer now at 25s. We'll see if it can go. VWAP's just here at 28. We could take 3 cents, but let's see. I'm going to wait for 35s. So if it can come back into this area, I mean, that little drip is 33s, so that could be something. But that was just another name that we were looking at. Maybe Palantir is pretty strong at 31 and change right now. Apple at 231 is a strong name. Shopify, Alibaba, XOM, Tesla. So all these names with a firm, of course, at the top over 33%. I looked at my account today. I was like, oh my God, I'm up 6% on GM. Okay.
General Motors?
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. I was like, I'm dead on that stock, but no, we're up on it for some reason.
Nice.
All right. So that was what I was trying to just look at some other things. I mean, I'm still long, obviously, all tech. All right. So reload spot on Intel. We just sort of talked about that. If it drops into the 20s, we'll get a little bit more, and then out of it on the teens. I'm not, there's 15. If we break 15, then we'll get out of Intel. This could be wrong. We are trying to catch something that's strong before it bounces back up. Now, there could be absolutely no bounce. So again, we just plan it perfectly. I'm not going to lose more than like 10% or anything of my net today on any one idea from now on, for today anyways, unless there's a great short that builds itself back up. We already nailed the short when we got into the TQs, and we're like, we don't want to reload it. We should have got into the short instead of just ignoring the long. So we knew the long was wrong when we got out. We didn't know it, but when we got out, we were like, okay, let's not go long.
That's what getting out is.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that we thought it was wrong. It hit those levels. I mean, it's one thing to be able to call a short, another one to comment on it after. And I think that's the whole thing is that as a trader, you're a shot caller. And in order to be right here, I needed to put the trade on. So that to me is what it is, right? So I missed putting it on there. So yeah, I mean, we got out. It was fine. There was definitely enough there for me not to get long again. So anyways, it doesn't matter. That's that trade. We'll just wait to see if something else works out for us right now. But that's the TQs. So we're long Intel right now. It's not doing too much. And Mara, I thought I was bidding something. I'm bidding 11s. So if this hits at 11, then we'll take that. And then our average price should be, I'm hoping to get it to like 30s. We take a 30-cent hit because I still think we can get back up here. For right now, crypto's not doing anything, 59.6. We saw that bounce off spot at 59.5. So I feel like that's the warning shot, 59.5. And if we get into that, which is into that right now, we probably do get more downside here with Mara and with the market. So yeah, man, I mean, the Sega's clearly doing nothing and Intel's doing nothing. So right now it's just Mara for me and wait for a bounce. But I do know I'm looking for a short.
How can Sega and because I looked at GovX, if it's a nothing burger that it's going to do anything, I mean, talking about MPOX, if it's going to be a nothing burger for risks in North America, then isn't that probably also true for Europe? And then how is that not bad for those names? I don't get it. Like, if those names are all about, maybe it could just be a delayed reaction. Watch this come in tomorrow and they're all gapping down like 25%.
Oh, yeah.
As a late reaction. Sometimes I really do wonder about that. There was just this, and okay, so I'm in GameStop, but I just saw this or heard this,
Here we go.
that there was a short seller report on this stock, AILE. I don't know them, but there was a short seller report. You can clearly see it went to the downside. And there was a response by the company where the company did the normal thing that they do, yada, yada, yada. Well, they're wrong, we're fine. That's usually the response. I'm not going to bother going over it. But what's interesting is how a stock 54% down is barcoding like this at exactly, and it's a weird level, but it's $1.46 and 146 it's essentially holding, 146, 146 half. So my thought is, well, if it's not doing anything and it can break this and just break $1.50, try out, if it does, try a 51 long. If it starts going for a recovery name, it's obviously SSR. Take a 151 long and just throw a stop back underneath 146. And if it goes, it goes. If nothing happens, nothing happens. If it doesn't break this consolidation, I never have to take a trade. But I've never seen an opportunity like this on a stock which was moving before that wasn't sort of worth the shot. Because if it does go, it could easily just fly right to $1.70. And then you could have a 20-cent move where you're really just risking just a fraction of it. So I'm just, AILE, it's obviously not a good name in a traditional sense, small cap stock, short seller report, all that good stuff. But yeah, I just got eyeballs on this. I don't think it's a very complicated play whatsoever. Breaks 150, I'll go long, throw a stop underneath VWAP here.
Yeah, so Mara broke. I mean, Bitcoin's at 59.3 right now. So we'll flush this whole market down right now as it's going to go and weird. Is now. I'm assuming that the Dow and all that is also red, but we can have a quick look at that in a minute. But there it is right there. We'll go to the downside. The NASDAQ is just back. So the NASDAQ's just back to flat. I was going to look for a flush out spot.
It's very close.
Here at some point, so we'll see. Here, I'm going to go back in tomorrow with a little bit more here. I'll give it to 1694. We did get flushed out of that. So there's no doubt we took that L on that first try there on Mara. One more try, that's it. Just in case, because that was a good move. And the reason why I was looking at this, oops, I want to type in NVIDIA over here. NVDA, let's go back to NVIDIA quickly. You just had a very, very big sell candle right there into 117.15. So NVIDIA, I mean, wow. Once we broke that 120 there was problems for sure. This is 117. We saw this yesterday in the earnings report. Down into here, 117. It got as low as 115, I believe. Yeah. But yeah, some levels here, 116.50 and so on. So NVIDIA right now feels like a falling knife. That's what it seems to be doing here as well. Nice.
Kyle wants the cash cow. I don't have that button.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, if you're short, I mean, that's definitely what you want. We're only short right now, Sega. So we'll wait to see what happens here on that name, which is doing nothing. We're still bidding 20s. Mara, we're still in there. Other than that, Affirm maybe to sell a little bit back in, but if you want to deal with that, then fine. I don't know. Affirm is a very, very aggressive one way. All right, NVIDIA, that sell candle could have been something. So we'll have to wait to see here on NVDA. There's that big sell candle into 117.80 on NVDA. Market maybe finding some footing here, but down to 19,400.
It's trying. I mean, I was waiting for a bounce.
I really like Apple.
To try and get into Tesla. I mean, Apple, I still feel like Apple should be one trying for some longs. Tesla underneath support, I think, is going to be a short on this next available pop. This is going to be whatever candle is green next. It's going to be the first one in this move. I didn't want to chase it. Obviously, chasing every single part of this move would have worked. You got to be able to move on from that. So if we pop back in, I'm just looking at previous support in here. It's like 209. Just give me something into the 209. We'll try to take it. There was a question, why is Box so strong? I mean, sometimes the chart speaks for itself. They recently reported, and all it's been doing is breaking out in a big way. So there's no such thing as a good or bad report. There's a stock, and then there's price action. The only thing I will say about this, I was going to pull out a weekly chart so you could look at it from here, is you've got very distinct ranges on this name. Like 35 top, I mean the exact same bottom forever, right around $25, $26. So you've broken out this high just to possibly get into this one at 35. So it's got a couple of dollars till it runs into a huge level there on the weekly, which I guess you could see when eventually this chart filled out. So if you're long it, I mean, there hasn't been any reason for longs to be fearful of this whatsoever. What is GameStop doing? Essentially just holding on while the market falls. So the good news is it didn't threaten or break VWAP as the market came in. It kind of dipped and held on to that 70 level. So I like it. It's not following the market the way everything else is. Hopefully that long will work out. That AIL, I'm just going to call it AIL because I don't know the company's name, AILE, just broke that 50 level. So I am long 151, and I'm going to be out if it breaks 146, which was the consolidation that it had forever. All it was a short seller report that the company responded to, saying the usual things that they say, which is, we're fine. Everything's okay.
Fine.
It's, you know what's hilarious about that is like, it's always, it's like when an athlete does something wrong, right? It's the same, you know what's going to be said before you even read it. I think we all know that. But there's some lawyer that gets paid a boatload to craft it because we all went into the wrong business. And it's like, I could have written that. I probably couldn't, but you know how you feel. Always the same thing.
Yep. Yeah.
Like wait till Rice gets popped with his suspension, and
hopefully the NFL figures that out. I don't even know what they're doing.
You're on camera walking away from a car accident, and you can't even suspend the guy.
Okay. More problems coming right now. Here we go to the downside. We're long Apple. Nothing else has happened, but the market's come in. Watch out for 230. If we break 230, we're gone. We're long right now at 230.23. So again, I don't. This is, remember there it goes. So this is what we're talking about. You know, sometimes the market will just give it up. And you don't need to be sitting here and trying anything.
So there was this headline.
Yeah, what was the headline?
So I
still don't hear anything.
This doesn't seem like it should mean anything to me. The Pentagon approved the Department of Homeland Security's request for additional military support capabilities for presidential and vice presidential candidates.
No,
how does that make any?
That was
just a couple minutes ago.
Right,
that shouldn't do anything.
No.
I don't see any headline it could just be technical. I don't see any headline that would cause this. I mean, the ES is at 5,600 now. I keep saying I don't want to chase anything to the downside. It's like I should have been chasing everything to the downside. But you're now right back into overnight support levels where you would expect some kind of a bounce. That's the ES. So AIL was a new thing we got in. GameStop made a little bit of a bitty bounce. So thankfully, this doesn't seem to care what's going on with the market. It just popped at 22 and came back in. So I got some out in the 90s when it failed 22. You'd like to see it break an even dollar and then continue to go higher. But for now, GameStop seems to want to get back into some of those highs. I'm not as optimistic that it can take out the top, mostly because the top is this top on GameStop. I think you got to be happy if it gets back into the 22-30 range on this long. If it gets 40, 50 cents, I got no issues taking that. And as far as finding a short, let's just be patient. If there's no reason for this other than a technical drop, I think you want things to settle down before getting into the short. Because if the rubber band action is fierce, then you're just going to get run over on the way back into the upside on some of these. But wow, these shorts are paying off. Good on you, Kyle. Yeah, I guess he was sitting short.
Yeah, I mean, when the market's ripping, it's ripping. And when it's going down, it's going down. So you hear from both sides. Congratulations to anybody that was short. I mean, this short seems to be pretty good. We just took a little bit more. I mean, so Apple got flushed out. We talked about that. We did buy it back. We just got some out in the 20s, but it's still going. And I feel like the rubber band is doing exactly that. It's going up, then just snapping back down. Like all of these bids have sort of just been eaten up. We went over to Apple because it's the strongest name, and we, it's our P&L number one. We say stick with the stronger names. I'm just going to try this one more time. We are just noticing now, obviously not just noticing, but we had written down 229 as our big level, and that was, and I said that earlier. Even in the lunchroom, I was like, guys, we're only up X amount. I was telling him how much I was up, And then but I was up that much pretty much at 9:35. Like when this move happened, well, I guess it was 9:45. But when this move happened, that was all Apple right there. We got a nice fill in the pre-market, and all of a sudden it was up huge, not huge, but enough. And then we got it again, and then by the time we got out, we triggered in at the same times into the TQs. And that Tesla trade now. We got some out at 213 right there. You know,
$15.
Like this was one of the better ones. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like right now, you're getting a lot of movement all over the place. Come on, Siga, what's going on with you? But here we go. Apple, watch out for breaking 230 again. One more try. A little lower than 230 this time, but at the end of the day, we're going to have to give this a shot. We don't have to, but let's just see if it holds 230. The strongest, name on the block here. If it can't hold this level, then you might as well just forget about it. NVIDIA right now is breaking 117.
Yeah, it's just...
So you want to talk about a nice little downside move right now. It sucks. I didn't get out of nearly maybe 10%, not even of NVIDIA what I owned. But we did get some out there. Maybe we buy it back, but not now. NVIDIA coming way in here. Nice move for anybody short.
Yeah, you want to let it settle down before. Usually on earnings, see it settle down and buy back anything that you get out. Because that's the thing. When you sell in your long-term account, it only means anything if you get back in. You can't say that enough. You got to have time in the market. If I'm ever selling something in my long-term account, I need to have a plan of action with where that money is going to go. Because it's not going to, you get something for cash. You don't always have 4 or 5% interest rate that you can earn on your cash. But in a general sense, you want to make sure it has someone to go with it. I'm just scanning to see where there's relative strength in some chip names, and I'm not finding it anywhere. Marvell looks about like you would expect. AMD looks about like you would expect. Micron falling apart. There is barely any green candles. I'm still overlooking at Tesla, which doesn't even want to bounce. So all I have is this stock that no one's ever heard of, is AAPL. You know what? Okay. Out of pure respect. iLearning Engines. That is the name of this company. It's an American company. They have a float of 23 million and 7% of it is short. If there was a short seller report, I'm going to assume that they probably took some profits on that move to the downside. It broke 150. It just tagged 55s. I have another offer here at 57 and then up at 163. Target is these highs in here. Forget about all that crap in the pre-market. The high is 173 on the day. So that's what we're in. It's a couple of longs that should care little about what the market is doing. And now GameStop is trying to push through that 22 again. So we didn't catch a falling knife. We went long on the squeeze name. Ooh, graphics didn't work. On a squeeze name, we said we want to make sure we don't look a gift horse in the mouth. I'm sitting north side of this 22, looking for some 10s in here. We got about a 1 point move. We're looking for it to hold 22 even. If it doesn't, I'll take another leg out, looking to offer right in here at 22.10, and that AAPL stock next offer is in front of that 160. As the market's trying to make a little bit of a bounce here. It's Tesla that I want to look for a fade, if I get anything.
All right, 50 cents in the money on Apple right now as it defends off that 230. Or 40 cents, sorry, now 50 cents. We're long at 90s now. So we had gotten some out. Remember, we had just tested on a 230 break back up. We talked about that yesterday on one of the plays that we had to get some out at 40s. Bang! That's a good one for you guys right there. We talked about this yesterday. I forget what the level was, but it had broke through and then retested, and we blasted it back up to the upside on that. So that's what that is right there on Apple. And this is the thing, man. We're not sitting around on stocks. Like I said, why we're on Apple, I can feel a lot better losing a certain amount of money, obviously, on a stock that is the number one stock and a stock that we've been reading really well on. I don't have a problem going back to the well there. I do still favor short. We are out of now 75%. Exactly, actually, of this trade right now on Apple. So that was a good move into the 40s right there. Next little level for me would be 60. If that can come through, great. But otherwise, we'll get out. We're 50 cents in the money. We'll get out. We already got a piece out. We'll get out if it breaks lower than I just told you where we're going to get out on, breaking through 230. So that comes in. There's the long, breaks through. We get 90s, and then it just rips right after that. So I don't know if that was a capitulated bottom because there was no real volume coming through there. So that makes me think that we're retesting again on that. That's hilarious.
You want to see volume spikes.
Seaga's not doing anything. So it looks like finally we get some upticks in NVIDIA. I'm zoomed in here because I want to see big volume. And I was just hoping that there would be like one huge flush. The problem is if you use that candle as the huge flush, that's 118. It still goes down another $2 or so into 116.50 as that bottom, 116.75. So here comes Apple right back in. Look, man, we took out 75%. We're hands off now. Let's see what happens into this power hour. I was going to say into the close. We're still well off that. All right, we get our news from Benzinga. Let's go hear about it.
If you feel lost in the noise of the market, then you need Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro cuts through the clutter and gives you the insights you need to make smarter, faster trades. From real-time news to unusual options activity, we'll show you exactly what's moving the market and why. Don't miss out on your chance to trade like a pro. Visit benzinga.com/pro to start your free trial today.
Thank you very much there, Adara. And look, we always have it in the ear. You want to make sure that you're not trading blind. Like at the end of the day, like win, lose, or draw on these news plays. You know, the way I see it, if SIGA and the like and GovX and Verax or whatever, there's like a fourth one in there. Like if that news hits and they start tanking, you know, that's going to be the actionable trade for the afternoon. You just don't want to miss it. When Boeing happens, it happens. I heard about that ale. The response. So if that made the move that I want to be in it. We said what the plan of action was going to be. 51 break, first offers at 1-to-1 when it got to 56. But if it loses that breakout, I don't want any part of it. Like I want it going here, straight into here, just like all that pent up anger, and then make the move. Doesn't happen, I'm not going to fight it at the end of the day. Now maybe it bounces off of VWAP, but that was kind of like, I've seen it happen before. But you want that thing to go. The whole point of it coiling up there for an hour is for it to go. GameStop, I'm going to trail this one in here. You're seeing it make a nice little bit of a break, but when it had the consolidation break, it was at about 21.86, 87 in here. So if it gets back underneath that, it never got to VWAP. So if it breaks this, I'd like to look for another test of VWAP, which would be like 15 cents lower than where we got into this, 15, 20 pennies lower than where we got the long. So I want to take it out for profit if it's not going to get to the high of the day, and then wait around for VWAP. So took a couple of long positions, one obviously way better than the other, but let's see what happens on GameStop if it gets back into VWAP for potential bounce. But the market still feeling, at least it's trying to bounce. Tesla still feels pretty heavy. It can't seem to do much of a retracement here. Can't get to 208, now 207.5. I keep thinking we'll have some shot at a bounce to get into 209, and that's just not happening. This is a very steep fall on Tesla that I do not want to be chasing. I'm going to double check Rivian. That was the other one we wanted short. It's consolidating VWAP. That might set up for a better risk to reward trade at VWAP than Tesla, because at least I can give this back into 14.3. So it's giving you the consolidation entry where I can have a defined out. If it pops, fails up here again, I can try to jump into the short at VWAP and then look for a continuation play. Tesla, I wouldn't have an out if I took it short here. If I don't have an out, I don't have an in.
Right now we have Apple, and make sure you like and subscribe and hit the notifications and hit the share and all of that, and let everybody know that you found a trading show that will cover stocks for you in the chat. We run down some stocks. We got the watch list and all that. Plus we got 50-cent winners right now. So there it is for Apple. Right back up to the upside. We did not reload it. It did come back in. I was like, you know what? It's clear that this is a downside move. Let's not reload longs. If we have it, we have it. And it looks like right there, a little diamond hands right now for 70 cents now in the money on Apple. So Apple, pretty good move back up. You know what? I told you we were waiting at 60s. You know what? Okay, if it comes, there we go. We're at 59. We're at 59. We are at 59. And there it is right there. It is another chicken dinner winner for you right there on Apple. Neil, a 70-cent winner. Like you said, try to find the names that you believe can battle back. And there it is right there for Apple. We believed in it and we took it. It's Apple. It's fantastic. And that was the long, and it is your big stock of the day, Apple. Good trade there. SIGA, we were able to get something out at 23.22 there. We still have this. I have no idea what it's going to do. I'm going to punch out if this breaks 32 now. So let's adjust our stop. I thought we could get into this and it could actually do something. Obviously not. We'll get out if that breaks that way there. But here it goes, man. Apple trying to go to the high side. We definitely like this stock, and it's working today. It's Apple. It's going to be PL number uno. And there it goes. It's almost another dollar club right there to put on the board for Apple. So I hope some of you were watching that 230 long.
Yeah, 230 coming in really nice. I see that's like the 50 period. No.
Nothing really. I was just
No.
50 periods right here. That's why we're getting out.
Yeah, I was just, sorry guys, it was on his chart. So I was reading, it's coming back into resistance. So take it station to station. You're getting right back in. And I'm not saying to go short or anything like that. And just there's a lot of people in the chat. And thank you for being in the chat. It's a subs only chat. We got to say that. If you want to ask questions, if you want to engage with our great community, then hit that subscribe in addition to the like button so you can drop your questions in there. We have Bostic speaking at 3:30. There's nothing on the calendar outside of that, and there was no significant news for that drop. It could have just been as simple as NVIDIA broke the low and everything started to follow with it. I don't know. That's entirely possible on a day that NVIDIA just did earnings and it's done 350 million shares. If that's the case, it has all started or rolled over when we lost 120 and then lost the low of the day. Look back to that 119 to see what happens there. And I still feel like Tesla is weaker than the rest. See that bounce that's happening everywhere else? NVIDIA just showed you, Sean just showed you Apple. And Tesla can't even get back to the next dollar here. So there's something weaker about Tesla. You've now double tapped 207.5. If it cannot get back above that line, I might look for Tesla for the short. It just feels a little bit weaker than the others. Still green on the day. To give you an idea how impressive Tesla was this morning, the fact that it just dropped $7 since we came on and it's still green tells you how great the morning was. We're not in the morning. Now it's looking a little bit different. And I don't like the fact that volume, when you have that reversal candle like Sean was saying, a lot of times that's going to be the biggest one if you're really going to reverse. But it's not happening here on Tesla.
I was looking for something that's weak again, and one of the weakest names is going to be Google, unfortunately, as that right now is breaking through 161. And we had some news there about Apple trying to get involved with ChatGPT on that funding round. So I don't think that surprises anybody, but we've already talked about that. Sharif did a little bit of that on the midday. But there it is, 161.50 coming into play for Google. I really think that this could be the short if everybody's looking for a short right now. If we break that level of 160.70, just the low of the day, it's definitely been weak. If we can zoom this back out, actually I haven't even really done this, okay, because we're off. We'll have to go to a 20-minute chart to see if there's anything here. No, so you're not anywhere near unless there's something's going to show up over here. Yeah, well to the downside right now for Google. So this spot right here goes back to the 15th and 16th, which is 159. So yeah, not even close. Some consolidation. We've already passed through all of this. This is 160.50, but I don't really see anything until 159, 160 flat. So yeah, I think you get a 160. So I think you still have another dollar downside if you were thinking that way on the market right now for Google. I'd rather wait for the 50 period again. We're long Apple right now, so to go long on Apple and then short on Google, it's kind of a recipe for success right now, it seems like. But if the market does bounce, I'm certain, at least a little bit, that Google will go back upside. So we'll have to wait to see if that happens. But I do like this break. It's different going long short now as opposed to this break of 160.60. So watch out for that. There goes Apple right back into the money again. Still that same 60 cents, but we're on it. We're waiting to see what happens here with AAPL. Target 50 period always. So that's 230.77. How many shares do we have? We don't really have as many as we'd want, obviously. But here we go, Apple. All right, let's go a little higher, man. Let's get a little greedy. Let's go near that 231. Let's go at 230, like 80s, and see if we can get that. That's kind of a happy compromise. All right, good trade there for Apple, trying to make some of this back.
So a couple of things. One, I did try that last wick high on Tesla, came back underneath the 207, went for the 207 short underneath. It then broke back out. Got to be careful when you're short at the bottom. I don't think that's the place that you give things a lot of room. Because if you're short at the bottom and you give it a lot of room, it's got way more room to the upside than it does to the downside. That's kind of obvious for everybody. And thank you for someone in the chat saying, is your back okay? We sit down all day long, right? So, you'll see me every now and then just try to get loose. You have to. Otherwise, you're going to end up with back problems, which we pretty much as a 40-year-old person, you're always going to have. But there is a halt here. This SCWX, SecureWorks, is halted up 17%. Dell is working with advisors to explore a sale of this company. So SCWX, it's halted at 848. It's indicating an 893 open right now. This stock was literally doing absolutely nothing, and it didn't do any volume. It did 100,000 worth of volume and then halted to the upside. So to say that who knows what kind of liquidity you're going to get if it opens up is an understatement. Personally, I wouldn't be touching it unless I knew it was going to be liquid, because clearly nobody trades this thing. Like, look, that tells you everything you need to know. There's no trading going on. Maybe volume comes in after it reopens. We'll let you guys know. GameStop's still not really, it's in the same consolidation. There's nothing left to do until either it breaks this high and I move the trail. So for now, we'll just sort of hang on to GameStop and see if it can get back into the upside. I'm going to assume Dell moving on that news as well.
Dell?
It did.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah.
they're exploiting that sale, but that SC, like, it's not huge. So you see it go to the upside because the algo's like, ooh, Dell going to get some cash? And it comes right back to where it was. Dell reports tonight, by the way, so stick around. We got the aftermarket show. We got Danielle Shea. We got Ulta Beauty. We've got Dell. We've got, I'm already forgetting this. Oh, my goodness. It's Dell, Ulta Beauty. You know what? Hit the like, hit the subscribe as I go live for you. It's Lululemon. I knew that's the one.
Oh, Lulu.
We mentioned Marvell. I'm like, there's
about
something really, really bad that's reporting that we need to have a good report. That's Lululemon. So you got Dell, Ulta Beauty, just checking them out here. There's, Autodesk as well. That could be a little bit interesting, but I think the big one that most people are going to be concerned with, I'm going to guess, is Dell. I don't know. You guys tell me, but I would almost bet money most of us are more interested in Dell than Lululemon. Let's go over to the desk with Adara.
Yet another update on this ongoing saga of the new OpenAI funding round. As we know, yesterday it was reported that Microsoft is looking to be involved in this new round, which is set to reportedly value OpenAI at $100 billion. Then later today, we have news that Apple apparently is set to join this funding round. Now, Bloomberg reporting that NVIDIA has held discussions about joining this round, potentially interested, not any prices listed or any level of involvement, but NVDA now reportedly joining this round. Worth noting, different publications reporting all of these. We got the first piece of news yesterday from The Information. Then we got the Wall Street Journal, this report coming from Bloomberg. We'll let you guys know if there's any other developments to this saga.
All right, well, we're...
Everybody wants.
Yeah, we're long NVIDIA anyways right now against one. We're just waiting for it to come back here. We've been buying this for a little bit of time here. We're long at 117.80, so right now it's 30 cents in the money. We're just going to wait. We're up more now on NVIDIA than we've been on the day with this move, just because we're just kind of just piecing it out here. All right, let's get another piece out. I was waiting at 118.10. It doesn't look like wants to do much. All right, let's just hands off now. So right now we'll wait to 50s. So that's where I am right here. We're back into the 50s, in the 40s. Let's go to the 30s and take a piece if it comes back up. We're looking at this move there into the 50s for NVIDIA. So we just did buy the bottoms there. We'll wait to see if it does want to pop through. NVIDIA right now back in it, baby, with that long. Apple just not doing anything. I'm going to put an offer now in the 40s. We said that we would try to go NVIDIA. Go NVIDIA, go right there. And this is what we're talking about. Props it up again. Like Neil and I will sit here and I'll be very, very patient waiting for something to happen, right? There goes NVIDIA. We were waiting for something there. This play was off of 117.50. We just kept on. I thought anyways it was a bouncing spot. You got to take risks here. Not every stock is going to line up to be the greatest opportunity of all time, but that's fine. NVIDIA is now our number 2 stock. We're obviously in this name right here. Here we go. Let's go. It's almost $1 right now on NVIDIA back to the upside. I just put an offer there in the 40s. It's starting to go. It's not meme crazy. It's earnings day crazy right now on this name as it continues to go. We're at 42. If we can get that, that would be great. And that's exactly what that was right there on 118.43. It's another one there brought to you by Trader TV Live. There's 70 more cents, Neil. So far today, Apple 30, 40, 50 cents right now. NVIDIA, big player. And then Sega, the other trade that we have on for everybody and not doing anything whatsoever.
What the heck?
Yeah, basically, we're trying not to be all the volume. So we'll just have to sit here and try to get something out on Sega now. There's nothing happening right now. We are out of 75% of NVIDIA, maybe taking out another piece coming up soon. We just got 50s or whatever that was, guys. You saw that. So nice move up for NVIDIA. Maybe take another piece out. It's been a big day.
Yes, sir. Like that bounce there, NVIDIA. The only thing we did is get into that Rivian short finally. We just waited. And again, sometimes you really just have to wait for it. It's like two things can happen when a stock consolidates. Well, three things can happen when a stock consolidates. It can do nothing but consolidate more till the close. It can break the top or it can break the bottom. If you're bearish, you're waiting for it to break the bottom or short the top. It's pretty much that simple. Rivian broke the bottom, so the second it did, I went short. I want to try to add to it in front of VWAP if we can even get that, and I got a decision to make on GameStop as well. GameStop's at decision point. So it's pulling right back in. My plan of action, I don't know that I want to change it, is to just simply trail it. You got the lower high in there. I have to respect the fact that GameStop pulls right into the most, if you were picking the most obvious place for GameStop to turn around, I would argue that's exactly what happened. And when a squeeze stock does this, I think you got to be ready to get out of Dodge if you have to. So that's a great move into the upside. The other thing it's done, and a lot of times if I'm thinking short, I do this. Like if I'm thinking mean reversion, I go up that 15-minute, sometimes better than using a shorter time frame. That's not a very good trend line because it should be a little bit more steep, but you get the idea. You get bounced, it went underneath the trend. Okay, so maybe trailed some people out. That's not a bad entry point to give to here because then shorts have entered here. But when it can't hold above that previous trend line, I got to be getting out because that would be a short entry for me a lot of times. I'd be looking to go short when it confirms that we're going back underneath. So let's be careful with it here. Thank you, JKL, there for the super chat. Just announced NVIDIA talking about funding OpenAI. Can you guys talk about the OpenAI funding? So they're not the only ones. We've been Apple's going into them as well. You know Sam Altman, I mean, forget about when he said that nonsense about $7 trillion. But this is, so OpenAI in some sense is a little bit like ARM. It's like everybody knows they need it, so they want to be invested in it and have a piece of the pie because they understand that that's going to be the future. It does mean from a dominance standpoint, if all the big boys are going into them, I don't like clearly the place might be to short is going to be Alphabet because everyone sort of views this very binary. Like if OpenAI wins, and that's not good for Google and their search and their dominance and yada yada yada, and you're seeing that play out here. So every time a big name comes in, picking OpenAI, well, that's not good for Alphabet. And as you can see, Alphabet's like just chilling out at their lows as we can see. That's about all I can say about this. It makes perfect sense. All the big boys do this all the time. That's why NVIDIA wanted to own ARM in a similar sense. They tried to buy them outright. That's why, I mean, Intel's in ARM. The institutions are all over it. And as you can see, Google breaking some fresh lows and continue to go to the downside. Wow. I'm not short that. I just entered into
Google
Rivian.
Broke it. Oh, no, I wasn't here.
It's now breaking down. Man, chase this move. We lose 56. Man. In the ES, this could be a lot of trouble for this market, the way that Alphabet is dragging to the downside. Oh, and for Dell, Dell, this is an actual news spike on that buy. Be very careful chasing tops. The algos react to that news and just think it's going to be, it's good news. They're going to get money. They don't know the report. And if you get caught at one of those tops, you're absolutely rugged on Dell. So thankfully, we're always giving it to you live so you know what is or isn't happening. Blindly punching in because you see a volume spike is a good way to get yourself run over. Thank you for that super chat. We appreciate you so much. We appreciate everybody. But it's clearly Google's taking on the chin. I'm shorting a VWAP play, but it might just be Alphabet we should be shorting. Really. They're hating this news.
Yeah, there's another reload. I mean, you just need to be trading one stock. We talked about that sort of today. Again, I think it's like Apple, it's NVIDIA. Those are going to be my top two stocks today. And really, infinitely great opportunities. Now, again, if you're caught in all this, right now we've finally started to settle down. So I just want to let everybody know, like, we're scalping this out. We waited for the 50. We just got two outs up there at the top of 118 and 118.10 or something. If this breaks 117.50, we're gone. I feel like the scalp mode is now on. We've talked about that as the market cannot find footing. If it does, great. We want to have something in case this is the bottom, but it's not looking like the bottom to me. We keep on trying to get back up, and then now we're right back at those lows one more time. If it's going to bounce, I feel like it almost already should have, man. I mean, there's really nothing here right now stopping this from not moving lower. We go into where we were. I mean, I guess if we even go yesterday's close, obviously we're below that right now, being down 0.12, 0.19 now on NVIDIA down 6, and the market here down 1.9. So We'll see if we can catch it back to the upside. Here it comes again. Again, we're long. This is another 25-cent winner. You know what? Let's just sort of put our money where our mouth is. Take another piece out for 25 cents up here at 98s. Let's just sit there, get the fill, and there it is again. We'll just keep on firing off the hot dog cannons. You know, because trust me, like we're using, like you can use whatever shares you want, but sometimes you'll sit there and I'll be like, oh man, I just lost 10 cents in Intel, but it takes me like 30 minutes to do it. I'll just basically put on the same amount of shares, or sometimes on something like NVIDIA that we actually trust, and just scalp it back and forth. But that's what we're doing right now. Let's try to hold. We just have a small piece left. We're actually bidding down here in the 60s. It keeps on bouncing off that level. I think that that's a little bit too early, so we'll put it like around 70. If it drops into that, fine. But then if we lose this 50 level, we're gone. Let's see if we can make this special with NVIDIA, and then Apple, we've already gotten out. So we have a little piece left in both NVIDIA and Apple to test out this long. And then Sega, we finally got a fill. It came in and filled us at 22s there. So absolutely nothing happening on this name. If you see that in my blotter, my bad. We thought that we would make a play on news, and it's fine. We should be able to make a little bit on this, but it's definitely not going to be a lot.
I mean, look, the news was legit. Like, let's be real. Like any update, like what are you supposed to do? An MPOX stock has an update on MPOX, and you want to go over and trade it. We've seen those things fly 20, 30% on an outbreak story. So, at the end of the day, I still think that might be something for tomorrow. So Alphabet, I just pulled up a 15-minute chart. I'm like, okay, well, where is the trade going to be? It already lost the bottom. You're a little close to support at 160 to short the low of the day. I don't want to be short the lows, but there has not been a green candle, so I want to look for a short in it. Clearly, it's the one that's moving more than everything else. I'm anticipating you could see a bit of a bounce off 160 that can give us an entry. As I said, the only things I'm in, trailing Google, and we're short on Rivian in here. I didn't zoom out to 15-minute, but this should be obvious. This is the previous low at 14 even, so 14 even in here. Want to make sure we have bids going down into that even dollar on RIVN as that's coming back in. We got 22 short, little Will Clark action, but we're going to get bids down into 14. Alphabet trimming things. I see a lot of conflicting opinions on whether Alphabet's search dominance in the chat is done.
And we went over, grabbed a coffee and missed that Google trade. I'm glad Neil was talking about it, but this trade was the trade, 160 breaking that bottom. We were like, let's find something weak and take the bottom break. It's 30 cents, so congratulations to anybody that has that. You do have another one, but Chipotle's like, yeah, but we don't have it, so. All right, let's wait. There goes NVIDIA. There was basically no harm, no foul done. We did get out of that last piece, but as I see some of you guys talking there on the chat, you are also trying to bottom pick some of this. Seems silly to do it. We've sat here many times during the midday and during all kinds of days and been like, hey man, these are the trades and we're really confident on this and on that. And right now, I don't think catching falling knives is the right thing to do in this name right now. So we have to look for something that's strong, something that's weak and faded on pops. I mean, we already hit that Google trade. We should have hit it. We don't have it, so that sucks. We can scan through a couple things here to see if anything's going to hit. All right, so let's do that. We'll go through some weak stocks right now, and just to see Roblox. Hello. So we've gotten out of a lot of our Roblox. We sort of talked about that over the last couple of days. Summer's over, so we're happy with this. We got out some in the 44s, some in the 42s. We didn't panic and get anything, and we weren't even here on those lows back in the day. So again, Roblox breaking into lows again, down $1.50, down 1.5%. Looks like it wants to continue to go lower, 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 lower right now on that. So we'll hold off. Google is actually coming back up. So Google could be a trade. All right, you know what? This was that level on Google. Hold on, move this watch list over here just quickly. That's still NVIDIA. Where's Google? GOOGLE right there. 160.50. So we'll see if there is a level coming in now for Google. I like the momentum break down below this. Doesn't necessarily mean it's a reload. If you're going to get into a short, you would like to get it at the 50-period moving average at least, which is 161. So I think a pull up to that might be appropriate right now for Google. Do we think there's a bottom in this market or not? I mean, what do you guys think? Tesla right now could be at that level as well. I think Tesla looks like it might be a long. This one's sort of bounced already a couple times here. Let's try it It's just bounced off of this 50-40 area one more time. So we'll try it here. We are long now. I don't know, did everybody just punch in with me? It just sort of ripped up there about 20 cents and then faded back out. Let's see what winds up happening here. We'll wait in the 80s to get a piece out just in case we're right on this. We're only long here at 60s. We could take 20 cents. It looks like it wants to drop in. We'll give this to about, I mean, I don't really want to give this to 206, to be honest with you, but we might have to. That bottom right there is 206.50. That wick is 20. Again, I'm not worried too much about that wick. That's 205.80. All right, here we go. Tesla, a strong name for sure today, but nothing has been strong in the last hour. So this is continuously going to the downside. We're sitting here at 80s. We'll see if we can pick a spot there. There it is. We actually get 82s right there. That's another hot dog for you. Now we'll see if we can get back up into O's. Go right now. There's 40 cents for you, hopefully. Get going there, Tesla. We want a 207 area fill. On this, we're actually at 207 flat. There it goes. 2 more pennies for us, and we got it right there on Tesla. Nice move up. Come on, come on. 1 more penny now. Oh, no. Why are we even at even levels here? I will never know. All right, so let's just punch out there. We get 98s. All right, boom. There goes Tesla right now. It's props up one more time. This time we're sitting here and make the trade. So we just went for a level that we thought looked like support. Seems like it is. And boom goes the dynamite again, Neil. There it goes for Tesla. Huge move back up to the upside right there. Let's take advantage of that one. Puff, puff, and pass right there on a face slapper right there for Tesla. Right in front of you. Neil, that's $1 right there in under 1 minute. So that's a good one right there for that. What's for lunch? It was that chicken, but this is your dollar club right there, putting it up one more time for you. Again, I hope you like the show. Hit the like, the subscribe, and cheers to everybody with Tesla.
Cheers for sure. That just reminded me, I have not been doing a very good job drinking my water. Oh, that's not even water.
Well, it is. It's water.
Where's your jug?
Water with beans. We got our water right here. We're already at the 3 p.m. level, so we got to keep going as it is 3 p.m. right now. So. Yeah, man. We got batting practice tonight at the cages. So
I freaking love batting practice.
Yeah, man. Extra practice. You know what I'm saying?
Look, man. Every kid usually loves batting practice. I'd live in the
journaling batting stances tonight. Aggressive journaling.
You know what's interesting? There's a lot of people say, oh, don't have a stance and stick to it. But there's a really good hitting coach that basically said, like, especially for like leg kick or whatever, like try different things to find what works for you. That whole nonsense of, oh, you have to hit this way. It's a whole lot. It's like trading. You've got to find your own zone. There's no right or wrong way. You get to the same hitting spot at the end of the day. But I love messing around in the cage. Just like try to find a swing that works for you and all that kind of good stuff. So shout out to all the longs out there. I'm only in one. I've elected and now I'm going to add to it. So try to keep it really simple. Like I wanted to trade straightforward, strong stock. And there was a question in the chat just now, like how do you know a stock is strong or weak? If you knew with 100% certainty that X stock is going up or X stock is going down, then everything in life would be really simple. But the way I see a strong stock is a few simple things. One, it's strong relative to, like, is it up more than the market? Is it up more than its cohorts? That's an easy way of looking at it. So, is Apple stronger than the other Mag 7 names? Is CrowdStrike stronger than Palo Alto? Like, that kind of a thing. Is it trending to the upside? Does it have higher highs and higher lows? That's another thing I like to look at. Is it holding VWAP if it's a strong stock? On the daily chart, now this isn't always true when you look at the higher time frame. On the daily, sometimes it's bullish. Now, I like GameStop for a long right now, but it's not bullish on the daily chart. When I pull up a 15-minute, I want to see that trend as well. The other good thing for bullish, does it have a trend reversal? Like sometimes the stock can be bullish just because it does that and breaks this part out. And then that automatically I'm bullish on that V-shaped breakout. There's all kinds of things that can make a stock strong or weak. And then everything I said about strength, just kind of flip it on its head and use that logic for weakness. Like Rivian, for example, Rivian was a strong stock today. No question about it. Strong. All day long, broke out, got to the high, but then look at it dump down. It turned weak. People can call this a head and shoulders. The way I like to see it, it's just prior resistance being now resistance and rejecting a breakout off of that level. So you're rejecting the breakout, and now you got resistance on the other side of it that was already there before. So to me, that sets up a short opportunity where you have a defined out. So that's a relatively simple trade off VWAP. If all it does is scalp inside of the range without breaking down, fair enough, then that's what we'll do. And we'll hold on to this at least until, 340, 350 going into the close. So I hope that makes some sense. It's not always as simple as the stock is up on the day, the stock is strong, or the stock is down on the day, the stock is weak. I think there's a little bit more nuance than that, but you have to have your own definition. I'm not here to tell you that there's one way to define a strong stock.
All right, good answer on that one. For me, I just look at versus the market. So it's a strong stock, 0.6 versus minus. That's all. All right, so we'll just continue to go. Tesla has pulled back again. We were going to get out of this, honestly, if it broke through the 50 level. That's 50s right, that's 40s right there. So we've already took it out. A good trade on that one. We can see if it wants to go a little bit higher. The market bounces completely off the 50-period moving average. We said that would probably be a good level to reshort into something. It's 320. Like we're not tapped out, but it's been an aggressive day. And like I said, we had already sort of used a lot of energy in absolutely destroying everything this morning. We talked about putting up record day here, which it was in the open. Boom, that long, then these longs again, then the longs in the TQQs really were just hot. That was double reload there. The NVIDIA long, it's going to look silly now, but these longs right there at 120, these outs are 124. Like we're talking about $4 or $5. Someone said a joke about, where's the $4 winner? And then I just put it right on the head right there. And then it came back in again, and we took another big winner there. Only now before losing out on on NVIDIA, still an absolute monster. And then the number one P&L stock today, it's not close, is Apple. And then we got two great longs right off the open, off of our posted 229 level. That was the 200-period moving average. We were thinking long all day, especially in the open where we had all of our long ideas, and that was just cranked up. Man, big shares, big moves, great trading. And then just now, we also made money on Apple before eventually losing when it took that bottom, which turns out to have been the bottom that we punched out on. So there's those trades. We did lose on Morrow when we came back. We talked about that one. That wasn't that many shares. It's when it came back in. We still did wind up losing too much on Mara. We talked about that as it was happening, trying to support Bitcoin. And right now, I think we might have a good level here for sure on the move back to the upside. But I don't think upside right now is something that I really want to look at. We're into SIGA, which is doing absolutely nothing, so we'll pass on that. TQs and Tesla, and then so we've already sort of gone over the Tesla trade as well. There's that 210 break in the move higher. So that's all the trading for me today, and we'll just wait to see. Oh, and Intel, we lost 6 cents or something on Intel right there as Intel kept dropping down. Intel's now bouncing off $20. That could be a level.
$20 in Intel.
But it's still a really bad level. But at the end of the day, could be a.
No, it is a level. It's just when you pull up the daily chart, it's not a. No, it's not a level that makes you get warm. You don't get that warm feeling inside.
Excited.
Like I just saw in the chat here. Here we go. First off, Inkin all day or Lincoln all day. I don't know. Inkin all day. I guess. GME the GOAT. I respectfully disagree. You can go long a meme stock. I don't think it's the GOAT. I think for a lot of people during the meme days, there's no question about it. A lot of people made a lot of money in GameStop. A lot of people made a lot of money trading GME and things like Funware and all that stuff. It was fantastic during its run. So shout out to that. I think you can definitely have some fun with it. There was something else in there. There it is, a Reg. I'll load up on NVIDIA again at 98. See, there's a difference. The difference between that 90 to 100 level, where that Black Monday, everything went to the downside, you could just scoop up anything you wanted for fantastic entries. It was very different, those lows on something like an NVIDIA looking at 90 than Intel looking at 20. One of those, you feel a heck of a lot more comfortable when you put the order in and hit the buy. And the other one, you're second guessing what you're doing with your life at that moment. But so a couple of things. I am trailing GME. It's not breaking down. It's essentially going sideways. I'm just going to show you guys. There's your bounce. It's now trailing right in here. It can't seem to break down. It's not breaking out to the top. It's 324. I'm not going to put anything new on. Going to keep it simple. We shorted Rivian. We think we're going to $14 if it goes down. I'm at $14.05 next. So relatively simple trade there. The Tesla, not really seeing anything that I like over in Tesla. And I did want to go back over if we could, to Alphabet, which it's catching a bid, so it does bounce off 160. I don't like that. I'm never a big fan of, at the end of the day, trying to short when 160 is a big level. It's trying to come back into the upside. If it gets through 161 quarter, This is starting to look a little bit bullish. If it rolls over a prior resistance, then I would look for this one to try to be a short. We still have some time till we get to those imbalances, and I think there's like 1 or 2 shots. Keep in mind, remember that we keep talking about this, the last 10 minutes of the day, sometimes you slap a couple of sell imbalances on the market, in that last 10 minutes when companies can't do buybacks, that's exactly when you can get some, not capitulation, but some real follow through to the downside, which is a heck of a lot of fun to trade in that last 10 minutes. So if you can find a short stock and it also happens to come out to a sell imbalance, that can be a really good look for you. Not to say that Google has. I think it's NVIDIA, like we keep saying, it's NVIDIA that usually has the imbalance.
Yeah, you're not too far away right now. We are still 70 cents in the money on Tesla. We did take another piece out as it came right back into 207, and we sat at 207 and got it out there once it came back. But there it goes one more time, right back up. I should have reloaded it. Oh man, that's twice. We had something else that we were like we should reload. I can't remember what. It was NVIDIA, right? And that didn't work for us. Tesla there came in again, and we didn't do it. So let's just see if it wants to go. Maybe we get a high tick here and able to sort of withstand some of this pressure on the market sell, and then just relief a little bit into the close. We are long a very strong name here, and very happy to be it with Tesla. So here it goes, 80 cents now in the money on that play. And I think we'll just leave it, man. This is the one. I don't have any offers out. I don't have anything else going on right now other than this. So if you guys want, I can go over some names. Disney here, I want to look at that, as I've liked this in and around that $90 mark, and that's kind of what we're bouncing off now. The chart looks pretty bad for Disney, obviously, and it needs to get above this 50-period moving average. So I think this also is one of the worst ones there. I think you got to wait at least to 85, see if it breaks back down below there. I was just checking. I was actually been reviewing my portfolio over the last couple of days. It's, we're not too heavy into Disney, and I do not want to reload this position at all. We talked about dumping Starbucks as well a little bit today, which is okay. It's at these prices. We talked about it, 95 teens. That's where we're at right now. This is where we got out. Again, a nice move up for Starbucks. Let's wait to see. All right, what's the other one? Chinese EVs? Yeah, sure. We can have a little look at that. We were looking
Li
at
Auto, baby.
Bouncing off $4 the other day, but that hasn't done anything again. And then Li Auto, well, it's up nicely today, actually. I was waiting for that $4 break.
Yeehaw.
And then Li Auto today, still underneath that 22 break level that everyone was talking about. And yeah, being an absolute dumpster fire is Li Auto. But today it looks like it's doing a little bit better right there. So nice move up that 10% on Chinese tariff talk. But there's that 22 level. That's really the big trade. That's what you're waiting for there on Li Auto. So yeah, good mention there.
I'm setting an alert for that. That 22 on Li Auto, because it's the kind of, when the stock breaks like that, that's where you're willing to lose, because it's been so depressed and it's been holding the same range, 17 to 22 for now a couple of months. So when it relieves that pressure, that's what we're looking for. Li Auto, it's a piece of, it's a not good stock, and when not good stocks make rounded bottoms and break out, it doesn't take as much for you to get a big percentage move. That's the idea there. So Li Auto is not a good company in my estimation. If for traditionally, you don't want to be buying stocks that look like that, but when they go squeezing and the algos start buying, and we know what happens when the algos buy the Chinese ADRs. They don't like to stop whatsoever. So this is your last chance. You need to break this top here. If you don't break the top, I'm just getting out. If this is all we're going to get here on GME. And I am not going into Google. It doesn't look like it's got the weakness that I wanted over there in Alphabet. Like, see that strength? It's still pressing right through resistance. So press through resistance. Don't have to stand in front of it. It's trying to press through resistance here at 161.5. This level looks a little bit more enticing, but you don't have to stand in front of a moving freight train. You can allow it to try to roll over and get that short. That's the way I want to take this, especially in the afternoon. I don't want to create LFT in here just yet. And yeah, you're right. Saad Mahmood, strictly a trade idea. It goes without saying in things like Li Auto and GameStop and the like. Strictly a trade idea. Like when we were going long on Palo Alto, when it had that dip, that was more than a trade, because I intended for my daughter to have those shares one day. And it was just a good place to buy a good company. It's very different when you're picking spots in Li Auto. And again, some people might have a better reason to invest in a long time. I don't know enough about it, so I don't. I try to keep it that simple. I really don't know much about the company. I'll defer to Sharif on that because he's actually done work on it, whereas I haven't. It's just a trade.
All right, $1 in the money on Tesla, just a trade. Again, on that one, up $1. We'll see where it goes. It just went even higher. Went up to 207.85 right there before stopping. Let's just see. We're trying to see if this happens. And guys, don't forget, like, not everybody is green around here, right? I mean, this has been not an easy day, especially if you were caught long. There was, a nasty drop right there, and you could have, sort of dug into an NVIDIA and lost. Things like that. I know Adair and Sharif probably mentioned, their days today. And yeah, it's been a good one here.
CrowdStrike?
For us. Yeah, CrowdStrike, I guess. No, I have not looked at that yet. I'm just really just in Sega and Tesla right now, waiting to see what happens. Market moving is Microsoft. Maybe right now. Let's have a quick look at that. That's been a name that we haven't looked at in a minute. MSFT. Again, this used to be a name that used to be all over trading and haven't looked at it in a minute. 413 is pretty darn low for Microsoft, but this has that Tesla bottom again, right? So some of these stronger names have bottomed out. So this is a good name that looks to have bottomed out maybe at that 413 area. So 413 right there coming back in. We're still, look, this is 20% left of Tesla. If it goes fine, but this is not a bad new opportunity right here for Microsoft. Where is Microsoft?
I have a theory about Microsoft, by the way.
Yeah, okay, hold on. Yeah, we'll get that in a minute. I mean, there's 412.62, a break lower on that. It's $1 from here. What's going on with Microsoft?
So two things, to me, two things happen in the market when you see the volatility and the volume that NVIDIA had. When NVIDIA got up there, so it was a three-way show for the biggest company in the world, and then they split. To me, it was a noticeable lesser interest in terms of the day trading in Microsoft, Amazon, and Google. And it's like all of that excess trading went from those names and into and over into NVIDIA. And then all of a sudden, like names that you as a day trader, you'd look at them all the time. It's like, yeah, Microsoft, there's always good moves. There's always good liquidity. Now I'll look at Microsoft, Meta, Amazon sometimes, and I'm like, what am I looking at? Like there's this bigger spread than normal. Pre-market volumes don't look like they used to. And it's all because of NVIDIA. Things change. And what's at the top isn't always at the top. Although in Microsoft's case, they've been at the top for a long time. So Google did make a curl at second resistance, not first. That's it's not really 161.5. It's like 161.30 something where it just turned. But it's kind of around the half. That's probably why I said half. But it's in the 30s here. I grabbed 25s on the way back in. We'll see what happens next. I'm bidding down 161. I do believe it's past 330. I didn't look at the early look imbalances, but we'll head on over to the screen, I believe, to get a look at, I think we do a little bit of a sector watch with Adair, and then we'll come back and tell you the imbalances.
As we wrap up the day, we're going to take the time to look at some of these names in the S&P 500 making outsized moves that maybe we haven't discussed as much. There are, of course, a lot of earnings names on this list, but I wanted to switch it up, talk about some names that we haven't discussed or earnings that are a little bit smaller. One name here on the move is PayPal, PYPL. This one announcing a new partnership with Pfizer to basically allow Pfizer customers to use PayPal services. It's also apparently set to boost one-click conversions, so good look for PYPL. The one earnings name on this list is going to be the Cooper Companies here, COO, up more than 11%. Sales and EPS beat and generally stronger than expected guidance for their fiscal Q4 and full year 2025. So good look for COO. Last but not least here, we actually have GE Vernova. This one, despite a bit of a move down, still up more than 5%, getting an outperform rating here by William Blair. So quite a few names that are not necessarily the DG, the CrowdStrikes of the world, making some larger moves today, guys.
All right.
Big on CrowdStrike. So the early look imbalance is Heaping Nothing Burger. CNQ has been there every single day. It's 2.6 million to sell. DAC is less than $1 million.
You're muted.
Oh, sorry guys, I was coughing. I mute myself when I cough, too. That's my bad. So CNQ, big sell, usually pairs off, 2.6 million. Walmart, it's a buy, but it's very small. And you see Kohl's there is an early look, 500,000 buy. Those are very insignificant. We'll wait till the big names come out. All the NASDAQ names, you don't see anything until it gets to 350. So worry about that. Worry about that then. It was CrowdStrike that I was going to mention before we went to the turn there. I'm not a huge fan of the way that this went on CrowdStrike today. I would have loved, I think I said this in the middle of the day when we got a question about this. Yeah, man, just hold on to 275 and VWAP in here. I actually wanted it above VWAP at the highs in that aftermarket. And it really lost everything with the rest of the market. Still up 4%, but just because it's up 4% doesn't mean I love the price action. It's a rejection so far, this little bit of a break. So I'm not bullish I'm not returning to being bullish on this move until it holds above 275 on the week. But I'm in it. It is what it is. Like, I'm not going to say I don't own the stock, but I'm not feeling as good about it as I did at about 9:30, 10 o'clock. I know Daryl was short that one. And I saw, there was a lot of things you saw early when it ran. You're just like, yeah, baby, we're good to go, because I wanted to see that after earnings. You looked back at it after a couple of hours. What just happened? The market giving up those gains rather quickly. They got their own problems at Crowd. Still have that lawsuit pending.
Right. It's 2:35 right now. Let's find out what's going on. All right, so the imbalances right here. CNQ is always on there, man. That's been on there forever and ever and ever, it seems like. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on with that stock. Just looking at the chart now, Canadian National, we've talked about this. It's up near, oopsies, go like that, sort it by size. It's up near highs again, this play. So there it is, nice little name upside there, Canadian Natural Resources. Huge move, Bank of America with the buy. We've looked at that name a couple of times, and I think we talked about that on this show, I believe, yesterday, but BAC, so a nice move up there for BAC. And I was saying that JP Morgan and all that were at highs, and Bank of America right now at the 50 period. So seeing what's happening right now, trying to break through $40, it seems like it has done that here today. So nice move there for BAC, Bank of America.
You seen JP?
Nice upsides. Yeah, I mean, I was talking about it yesterday. It was 222 today. Still ripping, man. I mean, I love this stock. We talked about buying the best and only the best, and there goes JP Morgan. Some of the Canadian banks have gotten hit a little bit, but we're not going to worry too much about those. Other than that, Walmart continues to work. We talked about death of the dollar stores. That has played out there, and you can see why. Again, we sort of talked a little bit about that on the show. And yeah, so right now, just chilling, man. Waiting for something to happen in this market. We've got Tesla 70 cents in the money and Sega doing nothing. So yeah, so far so good. It's been a decent day here. Like I said, it hasn't been great for everybody. It's been great for many, though. I just hope, more importantly, it's been great for everybody here. Regardless of what everybody's doing in behind us, or Neil or myself, you guys are the ones putting on the trades, right? And so I just hope that everything's been somewhat successful for you as we show you the pathway and show you that you can be a successful trader. I myself will be green today, and we've had a big day. We talked about that. We've given some back right now, and I'd be fine if Patrick comes around again. Patrick's still holding for it. Not here, might be the right move right there. But here it comes, man. Nice move up there. This is why we're able to do what we do. Bigger wins, holding on to this trade. There it comes, Tesla right now, back in $1 in the money on the last piece. That's key for that trade right there, Tesla, holding on for something to happen. Again, it's 337. It's only 20%. We used to hold on to 10. We're now holding on to 20. It's made a difference. Here it goes. It's Tesla trying to get back up to the upside.
Yeah, get up, Tesla, get up. Trump is not live that I know of. I just saw someone in the chat saying Trump is live somewhere. DJT is not moving, and I have not heard anything. If it did, I would be interested in some kind of a breakout, but I don't see anything. So
you know what?
We took one short in Google. We wanted it back up somewhere around here at that 161.5. It ended up curling at the 30s. It just broke out 40, so I'm out. That's simple. Going to hang on for now to Rivian, but I'm not going to reload this. There was no follow through down into 14 even. It's 338. Unless it comes out the other side of this failing, then I'm not going to reload it. Not into strength of the market. A little scalp trade there in GME. It's done now. Sometimes when you catch these things on the back end, they go all the way to the top. Other times, they kind of go halfway and stall out. So just essentially 2180. You take some out when it gets to the mid-90s. You take some out when it gets to 2210. And now I'm just getting out for a couple of pennies. It's not break even on it. It was more when the consolidation broke. So instead of just throwing your stop in, hey, I got in here, that's where I'm going to put my stop. No, the stock, when it made a high, consolidated to here, and it tried to go. If it didn't go, I said I was going to get out. It didn't go. I got out. So we'll hang on to Rivian and see what happens with that. I do want to still I'm going to keep an eye on Google just because I'm expecting it's that or NVIDIA. Google had news. NVIDIA is NVIDIA. So when 350 hits, those are the two stocks I'm going to guess might have an imbalance. That's the best you can do. If you're not watching a stock for a trade, if an imbalance comes one way or the other, it's not as if you can really flip to it and then punch into position. It's not that doable because the algos are all over that trade. So I think you usually just pick something. Every day it's NVIDIA and maybe one other stock for me. I'm going to pick Alphabet because it's the one that was moving the most this afternoon. One way or another, I feel like it's going to do something. There's been big drops at the end of the day, although a little bit different today given the way that we traded in the afternoon. Like you've seen some big moves right at the close. This is the last few minutes on Alphabet yesterday, kind of made a top and then fell. We'll see what happens here with imbalances in just about 10 minutes.
I cannot believe that we had done well, like we said on NVIDIA, but it did come out right there at the end before eventually, like it goes down to 33s, we get out at 50s, and now it rips completely. These longs, man, congratulations everybody in the chat that was hitting these longs. We had based it out, we just got stopped out, and that's fine. Like I said, we are very, very comfortable with what we've been doing today as the profit is still coming through. I do have an offer on Tesla though, 207.80s. That high rate there was 208, basically flat. It does get up to 208.13. Again, it's just about the imbalances. Out in 10 minutes. This has been a big, big day. And let's just top it off. If Tesla can come up here and fill us for this last $1.50, then we'll do that. It's $1 in the money right now, but here it comes right back in again. So hey, maybe these imbalances will be the other side. I don't know. This for me is well worth the risk. We are in the money now, 80 cents. We're going to wait for that. And if it comes all the way back, then we'll just get stopped out at the bottom, unfortunately. I'm going to wait for it. And we've just missed that top. It finally gave it to us. Now I have an out. Hopefully we can get that execution up there near 208. And if we don't, we don't. Yeah, this morning was good trading morning. And you have to, as a trader, take advantage of those mornings. So you are right, JI94 Games there in the chat. I still have a bad tailbone. It's still bothering me. Okay. So
that's the kind of thing that lingers.
Yeah, that does linger very much. So it's been like a month or so, I feel like. All right, so Tesla, still on my mind. Nike, ARM's a name that we haven't looked at once. I don't think I haven't heard anybody talking about that today. 132 right now today. ARM up 6, and look at that, man. Come on. I mean, this is the thing. We got to be. That's my trade right there. Missed my own trade. Bouncing back, strength, bouncing back into VWAP. Absolutely a dinger right there for ARM. That would have been fantastic. So that was definitely a missed opportunity again there. And this is the difference, right? Like I told you, not everybody's going to be green. And a lot of it is, are you around for opportunities? Did you see certain things? If you didn't, you might have missed it. It doesn't mean you're any less skilled traders. I mean, you see that all the time here. Doesn't mean anything. It's just you didn't execute properly or you missed the trade. That's why you come back. You come back the next day and you look for those opportunities again.
You never know, man. The best trade could be when you're up.
That's what I mean, yeah.
My best opportunity today, I actually think was in 5 minutes, 10, 15 minutes. It was longer than 5 minutes when I got up because I went to do my exercises for my Achilles. And that was the moment that I think I had my best opportunity today. And you never know. And I don't get off my desk a lot. So there's GameStop. I think it was the right decision to get out. It's not falling like a rock, but you can see it's accelerating to the downside here. And it was SMCI. It was 100% it was SMCI. And I'll show you why here. That kind of rhymed. Zoom it right in. Very plain to see. I was working it off of VWAP. It broke out. It broke out. I went for it a couple of times in there. Didn't continue. I was scalping it, but I was holding. Holding majority there. Like I was scalping a little out and holding more for up in like the 60s, mid 60s. Maybe it could have pressed into 70. Ultimately, it got to like 65 or so. Had to stop out for the trail. I only wanted it on strength, and then it did the move. I got up, then it did the move. There's your wick off VWAP. There's your higher low breakout. There's a possible retracement if you wanted to buy a dip, and then it was off to the races. And once it was top and reversing the trend, I feel like my trade was a little bit done at that particular point. But it is what it is. Like sometimes you're there, and you can get up for 20 minutes out of the day, and that could be the 20 minutes that count. You just never really know. At the open, it's easy because you're not going to get up at the open. You're going to sit in your desk from 9:30 to 10 o'clock. At least most traders do. And they don't usually take a break at that time because that's when there's a lot of that crazy whipsaw action. Like this stock went $40 at the open, straight up, if you're able to catch it.
Oh, man. All right. This NVIDIA is really starting to go like, wow, on that one. And yeah, like Neil was saying there, we took a big win yesterday on SMCI, but again, I think it was our worst stock yesterday and is again here today. But that's what happens on those names. You take your shot. I think I agree with Neil on when it's moving. Like we never trade SMCI, and now we traded in back-to-back days. So
I traded 6 times total.
Exactly.
Six trades,
right.
6 days.
So absolutely. there,
it.
and now, and you're 4-2 or whatever.
Yeah,
There's nothing
4
wrong
and
with
2.
that. That's
and
good.
what's crazy about it is the 2 days that I would argue were the best to trade are the 2 that I'm down on. Like the days, and the funny thing, how I used to trade SMCI, all other 4 trades were exactly the same. It failed at top, the other chip names were coming down, and I shorted it VWAP. And it worked every time. And I did it like once, and a couple months later, it did it again. And then today, it was the same thing. I missed a trade that I wanted at the open and looked for a VWAP trade. And there's no questions asked. The open trade was the one to have on SMCI. Man, it evaporated to the upside. That stock is capable of a lot of things at the open.
I'm just going to get out at 207.50. Tesla's bounced around there too many times, trying to bounce off the 50 period. This is definitely I don't want to say it's a rookie decision or anything like that. I'm just trying to, still have this big day. It's only 20% left. And it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. I just want to keep making right decisions like we're saying, and I don't want to have the P&L affect anything. It just keeps on bouncing right there, and I don't want to be greedy about this. Like, I'm waiting for this just to really cap it off, but honestly, if we just keep on bouncing off here, I was waiting at 80, oh my God, it just stopped again at 50s. I'm just at 50 on principle. Like, I feel like it should just blast up there and hit it. I don't think I have to sack. All right, went to 43 there and stopped. All right, 42s. One more push, 46s. 43s only printing here as we watch out for the tape right now. 40s, a lot of deep prints, but also a lot going off on the public market here. So we definitely like that move. Let's see if it gets going. Just one more run, man. And we're only 4 minutes. I might just tap out right now. We're only 4 minutes away right now from the imbalances. So honestly, I'm just. You put an offer here in the mid-30s. See if we get it now. Oh, come on! If we just missed that by 4 cents, then we did. But at the end of the day, here comes Tesla. Oh no, pushing right back in. This is what happens. Just cross over next time. All right, there it goes. Tesla coming back in. Again, the imbalances are just in 3 minutes. So, like, Tesla can come and sell. And the next thing you know, whoops, all the way to the downside. So there we go. That's what you talk about all the time. We always talk about that missing fills. And we just sat there waiting to add liquidity. So we'll get paid to sit here and offer and get out. So not only, oh wow, so that's going to cost me 50 cents. To basically make very, very few on fees there, it's going to cost a lot. But there's the push down. At least we sort of had the sense to think about that. Just we did not execute it properly. Got a little greedy there waiting for just a couple extra pennies. And now it's going to cost us like 40. So we'll wait. Hopefully it comes back up. But with only 3 minutes to go, it's these imbalances right here. That is what's going to populate and change the game for us. So once that happens on the NASDAQ side, then this will all light up NSDQ. And we'll also have NYSE starting to light up there like it does for Bombardier right there. But no one cares.
Bombardier.
Bombardier. All right, come on, Tesla. We'll just keep on watching it. We're in the 30s right now. Hopefully it comes back up and we get that fill. Then we won't feel so bad.
I think about one thing when you mentioned Bombardier, and it was a lesson that a trader on this floor learned very well. Put orders out in the market that you intend to take fills on, because if you don't want all of the shares that you put live, Bombardier and stocks that are that cheap are very capable of giving you every single share that you put out there. And I'll never forget the moment that happened for a trader, and he never did it again. So he's like, one of these will fill, and it'll all auto-cancel the rest, and then he ended up with like 8x. But the imbalances are in 2 minutes. I'm looking at NVIDIA and Google. I'm in Rivian, but it's not moving. Guys, I'm short 23s. It's at 16s, 17s. At this point, if you bust through break even, we just punch out of it. Rivian's like 99% chance it has no imbalance. I can't remember the last time it did. As a matter of fact, I think it happened once, and I think you guys were trading. I wasn't here the day that it did. I think you traded it at the close, but that was a while back. It doesn't matter. We're expecting big cap tech, so my guesses are NVIDIA and potentially Google. If they have, I'm looking sell. I'm a little bit biased, and I think usually I want to have a direction so that if I see it, I can punch it, as opposed to having to hit a key twice. I'm looking for the sell side. If it comes out of sell imbalance, I want to try to catch the first part of a move on one of those two names. And we'll see what happens. 1 minute to go here. It could be absolutely nothing. Alfred Marquez, the imbalances, the closing auction obviously is at 4 o'clock. So they publish what the actual open interest is to everybody at 350, so long as you have access to the imbalance locator, which is in the market feed. And then you get to see what's the open interest in the closing auction, and then any imbalances if they had to print the stock in that moment, in that snapshot. There could be a buy imbalance or a sell imbalance, or it could be entirely paired off, and there's as many buys as sells at the given prices, and it would just print flat. Doesn't mean it's going to go up or it's going to go down, but it can be a bit of a guide and an opportunity to trade. That's all. That's why we look at it. If I'm in something, I want to make sure the imbalance doesn't wreck me, so I always have a stop order in.
All right, with only 15 seconds to go. NVIDIA's coming in a lot, so I'm feeling like there could be a sell imbalance on NVIDIA. As here it comes right now with only a couple seconds to go. We'll see what winds up happening here with NVDA. Maybe there's a buy, maybe there's a sell, maybe there is nothing. So there it is, it's 350. It looks like it's going to the upside right now. 118.30, 118.40. Yeah, AVGO's a buy there. There's NVIDIA 1.1. Oh. So we see that as a nice bid. So that's working out for us, or for anybody that bought that there. I know Neil was looking at it, looks over, okay, not long. Amazon, though, as well as a bid. Intel with a short, NVIDIA buy, Broadcom again with a buy. That was a name that we did not look at today, right? Broadcom coming back in right now for that trade. All right, come on, Tesla, maybe you can get back under the upside right there. We're going to get out at 25s if it does. Give it to us right there. Oh, we just missed it again on Tesla. That's the 50-period moving average. We're now underneath it on Tesla. It just went up to 27s there. I was not on that. I don't see Tesla on here. It looks like it wants to come. I didn't
see it either.
Yeah, it looks like it wants to come back in.
NVIDIA's going down, by the way, so I don't know what the heck's up.
That's just not a big
It's not a big imbalance, so I've said this every single day except for today, and that's my bad. I keep saying most days, for NVIDIA, you need like a couple of million shares, 3, 4. We've seen 6 in the last couple of weeks for an imbalance. 1 million is pretty small, so that's my bad. Every day, I know we have new viewers every single time. 1 million shares is a lot of shares in a general sense, but 1 million shares for the imbalance is not a heck of a lot. As you can see, NVIDIA is just going down. So it tried to break 119. I mean, like the imbalances came out and it just headed to the downside. That 1 million doing absolutely nothing to the stock. There wasn't one on Alphabet, so there wasn't any kind of a trade here for me. I'm just going to get out. Where's my bid? I think I'm bidding 11s on Rivian. All right, I'll just leave it in there. If it gets past 15, then we'll just get out of this. Like I said, Rivian's not going to have an imbalance. It's not going to make some kind of a spike. It's not the kind of stock that's going to go haywire on you at the close unless news drops or something of that nature. So yeah, Google didn't bamboozle, I don't think. Bamboozling to me on a stock
is a ridiculous word.
No, like to me, if I get in and the trade is boring, I get in, it goes to my stop, I get out, and it keeps trending in the direction. So I was short. After I get out, it trends up. I think bamboozling would be if I get out here and it's down here 5 minutes later. Then I'd be bamboozled because then I got wicked out and then it came right back in. No, I got out when it broke here. I took my shot and it trended up after. So I don't see what else I'm doing with a short trade except losing that much. And with any luck, no less than that. But it continues to trend up. Bamboozlement always to me is when you get like the wick out. You know, like right at the moment that you get out is when the stock reverses. Like if you got stopped out of Rivian like here or something, and then you saw it tank. So I just took the 11s on Rivian. It'll end up failing VWAP, but not really following through a ton from 22 down into the 10s or 11s, whatever you happen to get. Freddie, the friendly guy, does this feel like 1999, 2000 all over again? I'd say no. There are so many things different each time you have these market cycles that I don't think it's easy to compare them to each other. Like we're going into them cutting rates while the S&P is at all-time highs. Is that anything like things were before? No, not really. The way that this is manifested post-COVID is different from pretty much everything else out there. So you got to be able to, adjust on the fly. And I know there's things like seasonality and history will rhyme and not always repeat itself, but you can't just say, hey, this is what happened in 2008, the last time we had a tech boom, and AI is going to be exactly the same thing. Everything is a little bit different. I keep hearing people always want to compare NVIDIA to the last kind of bubble. Oh yeah, look at what happened to Cisco. NVIDIA is not Cisco. I mean, there's a lot of things that are probably similar, but it's not exactly the same. We got about 1 minute until the imbalances are likely to pair off, but there weren't many. That's 355. NVIDIA flipped and then went 4 million to the sell side, as did Apple. Seeing that a bit more, where you're getting changes in the imbalance that are significant before we get to 355. Not that I was ever acting on it. I usually wait till 355. There you go. It's a small buy imbalance, and then later comes into a sell. So I don't wonder if there might be a different approach to how we look at these imbalances, because after all, I kind of wrote it off, and then it was a 4 million sell imbalance. It just came late on NVIDIA. I have to check back every 30 seconds or so after 350 instead of waiting for 355.
Here comes 355 right now. We did take advantage of that. I mean, there was no real advantage. We got out at 207 on Tesla. So just bouncing around. You're underneath the 50-period moving average. I was not, like I said, those imbalances that this, once again, does not send Tesla higher. So we get out of that name, and now we just wait. And it's a good thing we did, because there's 355, so there's the imbalances turning over again. NVIDIA's going down to the downside. Big sell, Neil talked about that. There's Apple as well. We are out of that one. Wow, good sell for us on Apple today as well. Wow, nice move to the downside there for AAPL. The market is really, bouncing and flying now. Like Apple's down there. NVIDIA was just getting clapped. Now it's all the way back up.
Paired it all off.
Boom, huge move back up. Tesla as well just went down into 206 flat right there. Like that would have been a nightmare for me to have that tick there. But instead we have that out. Good trading there on Tesla. BAC continues to work above the 50 period. We said that. Let's just add it right now, $40. We'll see if that works. Walmart again into everything. And it's really just NVIDIA again. Big stocks today. The only names that we're going to be red on are Mara and Intel, the two names that we traded here in the afternoon. We tried to go long Mara with Bitcoin weakness, but Bitcoin does not hold 59.5. It's down to 59.2, so that's bad.
Before I head up to the desk, Dollar General is still as yet.
Neil's talking about Dollar General again. Thing is, with age, I've noticed, man, it's getting worse and worse, but we will get this all figured
Usually
out.
I go up to the desk already, but Dollar General is just flushing here. Look for maybe a potential SSR bounce again tomorrow. I tried it a couple times in there, short once, long once, but it is 31% to the downside. Oh, Canada, because Dollarama is at highs and Dollar General is at lows. So ours is doing absolutely fine. That tells you they got their own problems. We got Danielle Shea in the aftermarket show. Obviously, we've got Ulta Beauty, we've got Dell, we've got Lululemon, so it's going to be an exciting one. We'll have Danielle Shea give her ideas on what's going on with NVIDIA and those earnings. But yeah, stick around. Good looks today, everybody. Enjoy the last couple of minutes of the day. It's been a good one, only 3 minutes left, but we do it all over again with the aftermarket show, and then again tomorrow to round out the week.
Good one.
So I'll see you guys in a couple.
Go watch Neil excels at the market recap show, and you will see that one more time here today. So get ready for that one. We had record viewers yesterday. So let's go today. Join us one more time tonight. So it'll be Neil at the big desk. I mean, Danielle will be fine. She'll talk all about NVIDIA. And remember to ask your questions, get them in the chat. I'm sure they will be addressed. Look, man, down 6 and a bit percentage points. We talked about it earlier. We got out of some NVIDIA during lunchtime. I wasn't super pleased with the movement. You'll always hate yourself for getting out, but I think this one is possible. You guys are saying like, hey, is it possible that we get these downside moves again? It is very possible. NVIDIA lost from $135 down to $90 in about 20 days. So NVIDIA already showed you that it can lose 45% in a flash. So you could be down into here tomorrow, 105 and change, and then all of a sudden, you're down 20% in bear market right now for NVIDIA. Who would phone me right now at 358? Oh, I actually know who this is. I'm actually supposed to take this. Hold on a second. Hello? Yeah, this is Sean. Can you call me back in like 3 minutes? I'm actually just on the air right now. At this number. Okay, ciao. All right, there it is. What's up? All right, it's actually a reference for a past trader, so I have to take it right there. And I'm very proud to announce a past trader of ours got a job at UBS, so we're very, very proud of that. And of course, for some reason, use me as a reference, you know. So hopefully I'll give a good one. Hopefully they'll be able to phone back. I did miss it last time, so there it goes right there. I'm multitasking, but I had to take that call because I did not want to miss it. And not give the reference. So, all right, NVIDIA, nice move back in one more time here. 117.70 coming through. 1 minute till the U.S. market closes. Good job getting out of Tesla. Oh boy, did we hit the TQQs today, and another good trading day for that. It's funny that the NASDAQ will finish out flat on the day, but that is what it is right now for the TQQ. So $66 coming in on the NASDAQ. We'll look to play that tomorrow. There is always tomorrow, but after tomorrow, there is not a Monday because Monday is a holiday. There would be no trading for us on Monday. And then Marissa was like, you know, you have Monday off. I was like, what? It caught me off guard, but we do have Monday off. Labor Day, well deserved for everybody. I mean, I'll be happy to have it off. We have some family plans, but always wishing to be in front of the screens with all of you, especially after a day like today. What a great day it was. Hey, Adair, what's up? All right, here we go with only now 14, 13, 12, 11, and now I hit the countdown. It is now 10 seconds ago. Hey, Ramin, how's it going? 7, 6, 5. Traders are staying late at 4 o'clock with Neil. Ring the bell. All righty then. Thank you so much for everybody for watching. It's going to be a big day. It's going to be a big show coming through right now. We've got a boatload of earnings. Watch out for Lululemon. My family did their part, spending about $50 there today. Let's see if that helps. It probably will not. Let's go back over and find out immediately. Thank you to Adara, Neil, Sharif, Fabian, Brendan from his reporting at Jackson Hole. Thank you so much to Ramin. I think I said everybody at Bears vs. Bulls, and more importantly, all of you. All right, it's 4 o'clock. I can already see, I think some earnings are starting to come through. So let's go back over to the desk and see what's popping off. It's Neil and Danielle Shea. It's the Market Recap Show. Ciao, everybody.
Thank you very much, Sean. We got our market recap show locked and loaded, ready to go. The first one we're expecting is Autodesk. I mean, Dell's 405. Lulu we're expecting at 405. Autodesk is not moving, and they're a smaller fry. Here's a look at Dell. It was down very, very slightly today, about 0.5%. No movement just yet. As I said, it's going to be 405 when we get those. I've got Benzinga. It's definitely looking a lot better in here today. Don't have to worry about it hopefully crashing on me. So that's not moving. We got Lulu. Look, Lulu, I don't see it out yet. But as usual, there's some price action going in here. So Lulu's expected at 405, and the expected move is 10% on them. It's 11.5 on Dell, so you could see some fireworks on Lululemon, mostly because of where this thing has come from. It's come from way, way down on that daily chart. The other one at 405 that we are expecting is Marvell. And I already see Marvell starting to move. Again, no numbers on them just yet, but Marvell is starting to make some power moves. Ulta Beauty's at 405. Marvell's moving, no numbers. Do not, if you're anybody's trading in the aftermarket, good luck. I think it's dangerous as always, but if the earnings aren't even out yet, you're essentially just trading blind. And I think it's very, very dangerous to do so if that's what's happening. Ulta not moving. Ulta Beauty not doing anything just yet. So we've got to be very, very patient looking for some of those earnings. It was a wild day in the market where basically almost everything was looking super strong. When you look over at things, I mean, until we get some earnings out here, yeah, SMH was down. You blame it all on NVIDIA. Everything was so incredibly strong, and NVIDIA to the downside dragged SMH down there with it. There was some strength over in the Chinese name. That's fantastic for K-Web. So now all of a sudden we've got Autodesk. And now there we go. There's Autodesk to the upside, up about $12 here. So here comes. They've beaten 215 versus 2 for Autodesk on EPS. Sales, a small beat, 1.5 billion versus 1.48. That looks pretty solid. Beating on the top and the bottom. I don't see anything with regards to guidance just yet for Autodesk. So hey, the Bulls are 1 for 1. That's not too bad. They were a little bit late. They're supposed to come at exactly 4 o'clock. But hey, if you go upside, people aren't going to complain about the timing of it. So you're right back into 268 here. So a little bit of a pop, not a huge one. We were only expecting a move of 5.5%. The options market was pricing in 5.5% on Autodesk, and now you have it up 5.5%. So I guess you're getting pretty much exactly what we were expecting on that move. Good, but not fantastic, and still not seeing any guidance when it comes to Autodesk. I just see the top and the bottom line. Always be careful. Again, if you're trading in earnings, you want that guide. When NVIDIA came out yesterday, it took minutes before we actually had any guidance numbers. They said all these great things, and then it was like you saw the margin number a little bit later, you saw the guide a little bit later, and sometimes you'll get a bit of a delayed reaction. So don't trade blind. We got you locked and loaded right here to make sure that we got everything that you will want. Ulta Beauty. I want Ulta to the upside. We like Ulta. It's moving, but the earnings aren't even out yet. You're already up a couple of points here on Ulta. I see a few people talking about it. Yes, you're getting moves in Ulta. Yes, you're getting a move over in Marvell. But the earnings have not dropped. All we've got is Autodesk, and the big ones are still waiting for that 405 moment. So with another minute to go, I do want to acknowledge a couple of other things in the sectors. It was a very, very strong day for XLE. I'm going to get this in as fast as possible because energy is having a decent moment bouncing off of some recent lows. I think the next leg up after this consolidation will be fantastic. I own the wrong one. I'll be the first to admit it. I've been buying dips in Oxy and CVX and wishing I'd done like Randy said, which was to buy an XOM. Up is good. Up more is always better. But good day here for energy after it's been in a bit of a downward trend here, that XLE. So it's almost 405. Autodesk starting to see, now they've got, where is this guidance? The guidance is now coming out there for Autodesk. Let's see if I can get that for you. They are guiding full year 8.1 versus 8.12. So pretty much in line on Autodesk. I think that's a bit of a nothing burger. But 405 just hit everybody. And we're now waiting for Dell is the big one. Dell, Lululemon, Marvell, and Ulta Beauty. All four of these should be coming out any minute now. And that's what we want to see. Dell just spiked down, then up. Still trying to decide what's going on here. And there is no earnings numbers out for me just yet. Clearly, the numbers should be out the way that it's behaving here. You just had a $4 drop. And then it regained $6 to the upside almost instantaneously. And now you're starting to carry through on Dell. I have numbers for Ulta Beauty. They've missed $5.3 on EPS when the estimates were 5.5. And they've missed on sales as well for Ulta Beauty. So Ulta Beauty is taking it on the chin, down 3 points here. They miss on the top and bottom lines on Ulta. Not a good look for them. The first one to actually drop it into the downside, unfortunately. Lulu. Can we hit the abject fail? Lululemon down 7% already. They have an EPS beat, 315 versus 2.94. Sales miss, 2.37 versus 2.4. It doesn't matter that you beat on EPS because what is dead can apparently still die. I was saving that line in Game of Thrones. If Lulu went up, I'd be like, what is dead cannot die? No, Lulu can keep on going to the downside. Yay, Lululemon. Apparently stretchy pants aren't good enough anymore. On the daily chart, it's right back into where it was on the 14th, which was trying to break out at 245. Now you're down to 245. Jay Lee in the chat, Lulu is a lemon. I like that. That's even better. Lulu is a lemon. You're absolutely right about that when it's not looking good. Dell's numbers are finally out, at least I'm seeing them. They got a beat on Dell, 1.89 versus 1.71 for the EPS. You've got a beat on sales, 25 billion versus 24.14 billion. So good beat on top line, good beat on the bottom line. I have not seen the guidance yet for Dell. You got Dell up only a couple of points. I hate to tell you, we were expecting 11.5% on Dell was the expected move. It moved 18% last time. You beat top and bottom, and they're pretty solid beats, and the reaction is not what you want to see. You want to see close to double digits when you're beaten like this. It just feels exactly like that muted reaction to NVIDIA. At least it's up in this particular case, but I'm not liking what I see from Dell. A lot of people have been saying this with SMCI to the downside and getting absolutely hammered, that maybe Dell was going to be a little bit tricky, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. So I still don't have any, once we get the guidance, I'll let you guys know. But year over year, I guess like 8.6% increase year over year, and its quarterly sales are looking pretty good. There's still no guidance out on Dell. That's going to be the key. I got to imagine if the guide is good, it should be a heck of a lot better than just a 4% move. Otherwise, we should be disappointed in this. We got Lulu out, we've got Ulta out, we've got Dell out. I still haven't seen the numbers for Marvell. It's clinging to the upside here. Now, there we go. All you got to do is say the name Marvell, and then we get the numbers on them. So Marvell, EPS of 0.3, in line exactly. Sales beat for Marvell, 1.27 billion versus 1.25. So a slight beat here for Marvell. Not bad, but that might not cut it. It's up 7%. That's fantastic. You're seeing it move to the upside, but it was already up here before the numbers came out. They were buying up Marvell. Now, that's a good look for them because I was really scared that this would be the kind of name after what we saw with NVIDIA that could take it on the chin. Instead, it's trying to break out here. I do like that look. So here is an update for everybody. So Lulu's guidance, let's try to brace ourselves for this because it could be nasty. Lulu sees full year 24 guidance, EPS, $13.95 to $14.15 versus 14 estimate. That's actually better. their revenue guide is going to be lower. So the revenue guide 10.37 billion to 10.47 versus expectations in the 10.6 range. So the guidance on revenue bad, the guidance on EPS actually good, but overall, Lululemon, it doesn't matter whether you're good or bad earnings. The daily chart stinks. The intraday chart stinks. And if people don't want to buy the stock, it doesn't matter what the numbers on the balance sheet say. It doesn't matter when you pull up FinViz or whatever you're looking at, or Benzing in my case here, to look at your fundamentals. None of that matters if there's nobody on the bid and if there's nobody that believes in the future growth of the company. Trust me, we've all been there before. So Lulu looking pretty nasty for that downside so far. Dell, I don't know if I trust that wick pulling back in, but it's right back at the high. So 116 up at that top. And it's looking solid, but I want to say unspectacular move. This feels a lot like NVIDIA. Like, yeah, you're moving a bit here, but NVIDIA ended up settling much less than the double digits that we expected, even if it was down. And then even today with the fall, still less than what we expected. And you're seeing exactly the same thing here with Dell. Yeah, it's good. I haven't seen anything that comes out bad. I'm still waiting for any guidance from Dell. I still only see the top and bottom lines here, and we're not getting any guidance. Now Dell's starting to go. Maybe the guidance is going to come out in a couple of seconds here. Just got to 118 and starting to trend a little bit higher. Still waiting on any guide, but I like to see it go up, get higher, get higher, get higher. That's what we want to see for you, Dell. I mean, these are the big names that we wanted to pay attention to. But as Dell runs higher, until we get those earnings, I did want to go over what could be happening in Dell tomorrow. I mean, we never really, I don't know what's going to happen in Dell tomorrow because a lot of things can happen overnight and you're not trading in the same range as you were. But if we look at what happened with NVIDIA, and we can go over things like this because it matters. And I know NVIDIA is not reporting tonight, but let's be real. NVIDIA, if you look at the way that this traded here today, there was the aftermarket range. Maybe that's the 3 minutes. There we go. A little bit easier to see. If you look at the way that this traded in the aftermarket, so there's your whipsaw crazy action. Look at where it settled down. Remember, we're looking at that level 2. The buyers that would stack the bid would start it at 20 and would stop at about 23. They were getting filled on the bid, but they stopped there. So the real range until later was 120 to 123. Well, what happened for the morning? There's your top, there's your bottom. And then the only big move is when you lost the bottom at the end of the day. So I'm not telling you that, 100% of the time, where Dell settles down after this opening rush is going to be exactly where you want to trade it tomorrow. It could gap above, it could gap below. But I love what we had Ryan Falloon on from Benzing. I love what he said. And he simply said, it's a trading setup. If a stock settles down in the aftermarket in a distinct range, and then it spends the pre-market inside of that range, and then it spends a decent part of the opening rush in that range, then you want to trade that range or trade the break away from it, especially the break away from it. That's what he was looking at for Chewy. It's why he was looking long at 27 when Sean and I were looking long at 28. Ultimately, doesn't matter. Went to 29 and 30, everybody won long on that trade. But 27 is better than 28. 100p. I'd rather have a 10% move than a 6% move in my P&L. And that's what you got to be able to learn from. We're trading off some of that stuff this morning as well, looking for that range. So I want to see where we're going to settle down here on Dell. Looks like we have MongoDB out. So I'm going to jump over. I know we're going to have Daniel Shea on a little bit, but we still have some earnings to chew through as we do have MDB out. Mongo to the upside pretty significantly. We got 19% up here on MDB. They've beaten on revenue. That's a big beat. 493. This is the guidance. 493 to 497 versus 478. EPS guidance 65 to 68 range versus 60 cents. Those are big beats. It's about 10 to 15% on that EPS of a beat. So strong numbers for MDB out here. You gotta love a good guide when you have markets like these where you're top side. So it was better than expected on top and bottom and a very, very strong guide. Jay Lee, MDB was an amazing buy under $30 in December 17. You're sad you sold it around 50. You know what? Did you make money? 30 to 50, you made money. We've all been there. We've all sold things too early, but at the end of the day, it's always a good learning experience that buy and hold can rule out. But look at the stock. This hasn't been, you'll never pick tops. Sometimes you get pick tops and you get really lucky. But this was $500 down to $200. What I love about this, though, and why it's worth watching tomorrow, maybe you trade MDB, maybe you don't. But why it's interesting to me is as simple as this. Look at this local high after getting dumped in June. That's 270. You are gapping that level. You're gapping above that 270 level up at 280. If it can hold on to those gains, we're talking consolidation with a whole lot of room to run. Maybe tomorrow, it's the end of the week. Sometimes option expirations can kind of muck things up and you got to wait till next week when things calm down. But I'm looking at continuation on this. If I see a breakout like that, I'm only looking long above 270, 272 on something like MDB. 6% short float on a $20 billion company, sign me up when it starts breaking out new levels. It's that simple. Okay, so maybe the 200 period moving average is a ways away, but it held a 50 and it's breaking out, and a ways away just means a bigger gap to fill. And the bigger the gap there is to fill, the more potential there is for a good trade to carry, and then you can hold it, and then you can stack a little bit of that cash. So good luck for MDB. We're going to have Danielle Shea on in just a little bit, but that does it for earnings. If you're wondering, you can kind of sum it up like this. Lulu's a lemon, but it actually bounced. See? Sometimes you can have a lemon, but it can be a little bit reliable. It can still run. But the problem with a lemon is it tricks you. You go to start it up, it catches, and all of a sudden you're driving down the middle of the road in the middle of nowhere and your lemon craps out. That's the problem with these bad stocks when they bounce a little bit, is they just pull you in thinking everything's okay. Lulu just found a bit of a bottom here. It's going to the upside. But then every single time that's happened on this daily chart, it's been nastiness. Maybe no one should buy this thing until it gets back above the 50-period moving average. Maybe I should have waited for that to be true. Clearly that's obvious at this particular point. So not a great look. Just a couple of things hitting the wire. Looks like Lamb increased their dividend by about 15%. I don't know if that's going to move LRCX. It's a good company. I actually like Lamb quite a bit. I don't own them. I mean, I've owned them in the past. I've owned AMAT in the past. I never really hung on to them. I now own ASML. I just kind of like them a little bit more. But Lamb increasing their dividend, yeah, it's not moving. No move whatsoever on LRCX. Fabian, you let me know when we have it. We are ready. So excitingly waiting for this moment because we always wait around for the Super Bowl of earnings, which was NVIDIA. Now all the big names have mostly reported. Big cap tech has all come through. So this is the perfect time, especially going into a Friday with options expirations, to talk to this Danielle Shea. Danielle, it is wonderful to see you again. I feel like we say this every single time, but these markets do not stop. Volatility is here. Volatility is back. And we might have been disappointed with NVIDIA in terms of the percentage move, but it did a lot of vol, and there was that move at the end of the day, which was absolutely humongous. We've had a few hiccups. Lululemon, yay. I own shares of Lululemon, and they stink. But certainly Dell looking pretty good, MDB looking pretty good, Mongo looking pretty good here. How was your trading day and week? And is there anything that's catching your eye right off the bat?
Oh, it's been great. And I'm ready for September and October volatility because you know what? That is typically what these months bring. And then after that, we generally get some pretty positive seasonality. November, December, January. So I'm looking forward to it. Bring it on.
That's what it's all about, right? I mean, seasonality, I feel as just on the day trading side of it, August used to be a month that traders would famously take off. And then they turned into like February, ended up being that month. Everyone always likes to take weeks off in November around, Black Friday and everything. But this August has been completely different. Any trader that took off this August, it's been a colossal mistake the way this market has been moving. No question about it. So I love the seasonality aspect of it. I think that means good things for going into this election. But you got to tell us what's up with NVIDIA here. Like they beat, I think everyone knew they were going to beat. They always beat. They beat top and bottom. There was a 50 billion buyback. The guidance was strong. I mean, the data, everything was good about it. There was a hiccup with the margins, but the market decided that this wasn't good enough. and we're losing the 50-period moving average here. And it's not just any level. I mean, this whole entire area, 117 to 120, has been pretty significant, Danielle. So should we be concerned with NVIDIA?
You know, when you look at NVIDIA, this is exactly what we talked about last week. The fact of the matter is that, yes, they have been crushing it, but that's why expectations were so high. And so when you have a company that has exploded the way that it has this year, and especially this month, I mean, they needed to absolutely crush earnings. Yes, they beat, and yes, things were good, but they just weren't, you know, at the same level that they have been in the past. If you look at the way that it's moved in the past, I mean, last quarter, you know, 7.5% gap up, major run after that. But of course, that also had a little bit to do with the split there. Quarter before that, it was up 11%. You had a 6% quarter, a 26% quarter, a 12% quarter. So when you have so many quarters like that in a row where a stock explodes, you're going to see this when their growth slows down slightly. So yes, I do think we should be concerned to an extent, especially because it's breaking through the 50 simple on the daily chart. You know, we do have support zones between 100 and 110. But I mean, I'm still holding it. It's still a long-term holding for me. And I'm not surprised about the volatility here.
Yeah, there you go. And to your point about what we used to see with NVIDIA, I'll tell an anecdotal story. Last year in the summer, I was in Paris with my wife, and we're having dinner, and I didn't check the markets one time. I was very proud of myself. I didn't check the markets one time. And so we're at dinner, and of course we're on a patio. It's gorgeous, and all of a sudden I'm checking my phone, and I'm like getting really, really excited. She's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "NVIDIA just came out. They're flying to the upside. That was a huge beat." And I promise you, Brendan, who's on vacation, probably doesn't even care when it doesn't move more than double digits. So you're right, expectations matter. I'm with you in not being concerned about it long term, but is there a short trade here underneath that 50 period? Is there some kind of like, let it settle down, and if we don't regain, like I'm thinking if we can't get back above this 120 area, like there's some room for it to pull back. When we've got that capitulation Monday bottom, I don't know what to call that day. We'll call it the carry trade bottom. Down around those low 90s. There's a place that we can get to. Is there a trade that you might be looking for once things settle down that could be looking for some shorts at all?
Oh yeah. I mean, I definitely think there's a short trade here. I mean, when you have a company like this and it falls after earnings, typically what I look for is to short ones that fall greater than the expected move. So the expected move in the options market was $14. Today it was down 8. So I mean, it doesn't really fit that criteria. That's really the only reason why I'm not, you know, hands down short it. But the reason why I do think you could probably make money on the short side is because of those critical support breaks. So if you look at the chart here, I mean, anytime you have a stock breaking through a 50 simple on a daily chart, a 100 simple on a daily chart, or a 200 simple on a daily chart, those are typically really good spots to put shorts on because it's just a trigger. So, I mean, I think you could at least try to trade it down into 110 as a swing trade because that's where you have that next support zone. You know, you have some Fibonacci support there. You have a 100 simple there. You know, $7 of downside. I think it would probably make sense for it to keep falling. But I mean, with an earnings move like this, you generally want to wait until the next day just because, you know, a one-day move where it's within the expected range isn't that big of a deal. But the second day after that is where you see that follow through. So you're either going to see buyers coming in tomorrow, or if it breaks the lows from today, that would be the spot where I would say, okay, now I'm shorting it.
There you go. Thank you very much for that, Daniel. You always want to have a bit of a plan of action. You don't have to force anything, but it's good to have a plan. Before I got a couple more things I want to ask you, but just for everyone in the chat, I threw Margavel's guidance that finally came out. It took them a while to get it. And then Lunar, LUNR, Intuitive Machines did just get a NASA contract for 117. So it's moving around. I mean, it's up 18%. So for everyone that was putting it in the chat, they got a NASA contract of $117 million to deliver 6 science and technology payloads to the moon. So good for Lunar there. I have to ask you about this, Danielle, and one of my favorite things about having having you on the show and essentially getting fresh opinions on these is I know I can ask you about it. You just give an honest opinion. You're not going to tell me what I want to hear. I say this every single time. So I will cop to have started a long position in Lululemon too early. And it's still trending to the downside. The weekly chart is atrocious on this stock. They just reported, the good news is it's down 2% when the expected move was 10. And it did a little bit of a bounce here. But there's nothing good about this weekly chart. And if you put up the daily chart, like sometimes like I'll think, oh yeah, one's worse than the other. Like the daily chart looks in some ways even worse because it's just screaming at me that all you need is for this to break the 50-period moving average, and why get in until it does it? So you did the death cross. This is one of the few times that a death cross was actually a gorgeous entry into the stock. It doesn't always hold true. What would you do with something like this, if anything? Do you even see a trade that is in the short?
So, I have to say I disagree with you on Lulu being a long because I just feel like the high inflationary environment. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm looking for deals everywhere I go, and I'm not buying these expensive yoga pants right now. So, you have that. And then you also have the fact that, like you said, it's in a long-term downtrend. I do agree with you that if it broke the 50 simple and it started to reverse, then yes, that's something that would cause me to change my opinion on the stock. Or, for example, one way that I will get into tickers like this is if they start doing well surrounding earnings, but you have to have a positive earnings move plus that break of resistance. So for me, until it gets through the 50 simple and it closes above it and it continues above it, I just can't buy it. So I think that this one's a continued short. I think that, if you look at the overnight data where you can see how it's moving after earnings, I mean, it is pretty much flat right now, but I would still short it on a swing basis just because, if you have an earnings report come out and that earnings report isn't enough of a catalyst to get that stock moving up through resistance, it's like, well, what's the catalyst going to be?
Exactly.
So,
I look at it feeling you'd say that. I'll be the first person to admit I think I got it in too early. Sometimes I got way too technical with it. I simply looked out on the weekly at the 2022 lows that held, which was also where it broke out at COVID right in here. It's like it broke this. And when I was up around there, I'm like, I'm just gonna buy it in front of that support level and this higher low in here that was about $200. If it loses that, I never buy it again. If it bounces off that, I'll look to add to the position and build a long-term off of that range, thinking it's not going back to its COVID lows. But what I didn't do is wait for it to get into a support level and do something that indicates a reversal of trend. It's one thing to just put a bid out there, and I'll just put a bid out there if we're talking about Microsoft. But you don't do that with Lululemon. And for the record, I'm cheap in a general sense. I've never bought Lululemon. I ain't about that. I don't buy expensive shoes. I guess wear comfortable stuff. Every now and then my wife buys me something nice, but I'm very, very simplistic. Like there's things that I'll spend on, and usually it's like experiences more than it is. Like I'm not about designer this or designer that. So I'm not even somebody that's all over Lululemon. And some people are like that. They like to buy the things they use, but I'm not an Apple user and I love Apple stock. I don't own a Tesla and I like Tesla. I just find I just care what other people are obsessed with, and that's where I go. Because if I bought the stuff that I like, Danielle, I'd be bankrupt. Because no one's interested. No, seriously, man. Like it's just anything that's going to space. I'm like, ooh, that's cool. Let's just buy a bunch of space stocks that are going to zero. So what I tend to think is cool is not what anyone else thinks is cool. So I do not invest that way. Danielle, we only have a couple of minutes to go here. I want to make sure if you've got any thoughts, any other ideas, and we're wrapping up earnings season, obviously, and going in, as you said, to potential nice cyclical area. But is there anything else that you want to leave the viewers with that's some ideas you might have or a stock that's on your eye?
Well, I don't think I answered your question on Lunar. You pointed that one out to me, and I have never heard of this name before, so I can't say I'm familiar with what they do. But I did just check the short float on it, and the short float is almost 20%. So one thing that I have been doing recently, especially with a lot of these stocks that have been kind of clobbered, and it's something I did with Chewy this week for earnings, is when you have a company that has high short float and it's coming up, and getting close to those previous highs and it has an earnings report, that's something that you can watch to trade for a short squeeze. So, I mean, with this one, it had the earnings report and yeah, they lost money, but you started seeing some high volume buying coming in after that. And as you see it coming up, and getting close to breaching those previous resistance levels, those are the spots where, you can try to do a short squeeze. So I traded Peloton this week for a short squeeze. I traded Chewy. And, I would just tell the viewers to look out for some of these stocks that, I'm not saying that Chewy or Peloton is ever going to be back to where they were in 2020, right? I'm just saying, hey, these stocks have gotten destroyed. They're on the lows. If they have some sort of good news and they have that short float, it can provide especially a day trading opportunity. So keep an eye out for those names.
Yeah, that's a great look on Lunar. And just from a semi-fundamental standpoint, that contract of 117 million, these guys do 300. Yeah, their market cap's 300. Their sales are actually 158 million in sales. They just got a NASA contract to deliver 6 payloads over for 117. The press release I'm looking at doesn't tell you how long. I hate when they do this. It doesn't tell you how long that 117 million is over. It could be over 10 years, which is obviously not as significant. If they're getting that 117 in 1 year, I mean, that's a third of their market cap, and that would be significant. That's the kind of thing short sellers might be concerned about. So that's a great look. Thank you. I didn't even remember that you hadn't answered that, and yet you come with the fire every single time. Danielle Shea, tell everybody where they can find you once again, because I think we're going to have a lot of viewers that love having you on and might want to have some questions that we didn't get to.
Find me on X or find me on YouTube at Trader Danielle, and I'll definitely get back to your questions.
Thank you very much. That's Trader Danielle. Danielle Shea, one of our favorite guests out here. We'll see you again next week. Always fun having you on, especially when we're after NVIDIA earnings, which is like the Super Bowl of earnings. So thank you very much, Danielle.
Thank you.
Ooh. Oh, what? You can't do that. Fabian, we've been over this. I am not that kind of professional where you can just switch the cameras on me from camera 1, camera 2. Oh, wow, that's actually, the funny thing is when I was doing that, it was the wrong way around. That's actually camera 1 and this is camera 2. Now you're just messing with me, Fabian. Okay, we got to get to the roll call here. Let's just stay focused. We got to try to get to the roll call in here. So yes, I saw it in the chat and it's a good point. I could easily get out of Lululemon. No question about it. I don't like selling or buying anything the day of earnings or the day after. I like to have things calm down. And I will make a decision probably early next week whether I want to get out of it. I think it's a smart thing to do. I know I got into it. That's what it's all about. Acknowledging mistakes. In trading, it's okay to be wrong, not okay to stay wrong. You know what time it is. This is that time where we show appreciation to you, our trading community. We're going to drop some roll call for you, but I'm going to start it off the same way I always do. I want to thank not just Bears versus Bulls, the best moderator in the planet. I don't want to just thank Fabian and Ramin making us look and sound good. I don't want to just thank Adara and Sean and Brennan, who's not here, and Sharif, the entire Trader TV Live team. I want to thank the entire Real Trading team, including Brankles and Wayne on the ones and twos over there training everybody and guiding our traders out there. We had Patty Ice doing a fantastic job trading today. It's been a good month, man. And I just did the settlements. There's Obi right here. He's still putting in that work. You don't get that work. That's what Obi does. And he'll be the first trader. I promise you this. When I come in tomorrow, Adara's the first one in. I'm the second one in. Obi's the third. That's how he rolls. So let's get that roll call going, everybody. We've got Hey Davis in the chat. Yeah, I got to thank Randy as well. Shout out to Randy, the entire team here. It's all such a fantastic bunch. Andrew Chow, Bears versus Bulls, Seth, 4Zao, I should say. Martin Testa, Derek Thompson, Pickle Monster, Milky Fade. I like the fade. I try to keep a good one myself every single time I can. Hans Beer, Jeff Bristol, Honcho Trades, Sinful Davy, Mary S. Lyman. Ooh. Frankie Lyman, underrated musician back in the day. Smooth 1J, Rocco Trader, Yannick Patel, Spark Shop, I should say. I don't want to shout out Nightbot, but why not? Seth, Andrew Chow again. We got Char. We got Darwin in the house with the diamond hands and a little bit of what looks like Some disco dancing, Darwin? Is that what it is? We got the Piper, we got Stacks, we got Dan H, we got TV, Jeremy Newman, Nomer, Daniel, thank you. It's a great show every single day. That's why we try to do it for you guys. We got Donkey Trader, Fat Figure, David Moore, Rohit, Honcho Trades, Yannick again, Sam Gray, May Ministry, holla, 2K1, much love to you, Eli7721, what up, Ibad, Ula Khan, Jeff, Joseph F. We got again GDE, Del Core. I think I messed that one up. Gulam in the chat. Neil, you can spell it any way you want. If you're my namesake, it's all good. Blue Arrow, damn, Raul. We got Happy Zombie. Okay, we have to wrap it up. And my driver's probably waiting outside for me right now. But thank you guys so much. It's been an absolute blast. But you know what? I say it every single time. The best thing about this is we get to do it all again tomorrow. I mean, NVIDIA's going to move. MDB's going to move. It's going to squeeze. We got Lululemon probably going to dump. We got a lot of things moving. We got a lot of things to trade. And we're going to be right here for you like we are every single day. So hit that like, hit that subscribe, and come right back here at 8:30 in the morning, and we'll do it all over again, and we're going to have some fun doing it and make some money doing it. That's what it's all about at Trader TV Live. We'll see you tomorrow, everybody. Nice. I love those shots, Fabian.